Knock, knock, knock. A sudden, urgent sound of knocking echoed through the air. With bleary eyes, Qin opened the door, only to be met by a bag of trash that flew straight at him, striking his face with unerring accuracy. Do you have no sense of public decency? How dare you leave your garbage in the hallway? Do you not realize this affects the air quality of our home? A strikingly beautiful married neighbor, her gaze filled with disdain, reprimanded him with an air of superiority. I. Qin attempted to explain, but was abruptly interrupted by a cold huff from the neighbor. What do you mean I? It seems you lack proper upbringing and manners. No wonder you can only work as a delivery driver. In an instant, Qin's expression soured. His academic credentials were mediocre, and in the face of employment challenges, he had no choice but to join the ranks of food delivery after graduation to alleviate the financial burden on his family. Yet, the harsh realities of society rendered him a target of scorn, a mere figure at the bottom of the social ladder. While delivering food, he kept his head down, even assisting in taking out the trash, terrified that a single complaint could nullify 3 days of hard work. Now, having just returned home from his shift and barely had time to rest, he found himself on the receiving end of his neighbor's wrath. What are you staring at? Want to insult me? The neighbor scrutinized Qin with contempt, arms crossed defiantly as she sneered. Let me tell you, you delivery workers are engaging in illegal shared housing. Do you believe I want to have my husband report you to the property management and have you evicted? Fearful of her threat, Qin remained silent. In pursuit of high delivery fees and to save on rent, he shared a spacious 5-bedroom apartment with 11 other friends in this upscale community. If reported, they would all be forced to vacate. Were this a virtual confrontation, Qin might have lashed out, but reality had taught him the virtue of patience. I won't do it again, he mumbled, his gaze cast downward in humiliation. However, the neighbor seemed intent on not letting him off so easily. Is merely saying you won't do it again sufficient? Apologize. Bow to me at 90 degrees in contrition. With disdain, she declared. Qin clenched his teeth, fists tightening, and after a moment of silence, he ultimately bent at the waist. I apologize. Only then did the neighbor let out a satisfied huff and turn to leave. Qin slowly closed the door, taking several deep breaths to quell the fury brewing within him. He was unaware which of his roommates had carelessly discarded the trash outside, yet he bore the brunt of the blame. This is the helplessness of contemporary individuals at the lower echelons of society enduring grievances, absorbing blame, facing scorn and abuse, all while striving to adjust their mindset and maintain an optimistic facade, or perhaps engage in self-reassurance. Qin even fantasized about going out for a massage, hoping to encounter the married neighbor again, to seize an opportunity for revenge at a later date. Moreover, the neighbor's attire stirred a sense of desire within him. A fitted white sleeveless athletic top, sky blue tight jeans, and short high-heeled shoes, combined with her elegantly styled hair, sparked vivid imaginations in Qin's mind. Once I acquire wealth, I shall devise 1,000 ways to make you pay. He scoffed softly, finding solace in his own thoughts. How could a mere delivery worker ever hope to engage with someone of her caliber? After tidying up the trash, Qin hastily showered and collapsed onto his bed for a brief rest. He needed to seize every moment of respite, for he would need to rise again later that night to continue his deliveries. Meanwhile, when Lu Qing returned home, her husband He Jian was already dressed in a suit, seated at the dining table, enjoying breakfast. I heard you arguing with someone early this morning. What transpired? He Jian inquired, brow furrowed. The group of delivery workers next door left their trash outside again, so I went over to teach them a lesson, Lu Qing replied dismissively as she slipped off her shoes. He Jian set down his bowl, speaking sternly. How many times must I remind you not to engage with that rabble? They are the dregs of society. Should any conflict arise, we would be the ones to suffer. Lu Qing approached He Jian from behind, gently massaging his shoulders. Do not worry, they're all out delivering food, only one remains for the night shift. I lectured him for ages, and he didn't dare retort. He Jian nodded. Fine, just leave it be. I will find an opportunity to report them and have them evicted. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing's face lit up with delight, her voice becoming more flirtatious. I knew my husband was the most capable. At this, she glanced out the window with a hint of concern. Darling, with the weather being so dreadful today, perhaps you should go to the office? Though it was already 8 in the morning, the sky was shrouded in thick clouds, casting a pall over the day. The company has a multitude of employees relying on me for their livelihoods. If I do not show up, they will be like headless flies, He Jian replied, wiping his mouth before grabbing his briefcase and stepping out. Time passed, and Qin Shen stirred from his slumber, disoriented. Upon seeing the darkened night sky outside, he cursed, "Damn, did I oversleep?" Yet, glancing at the clock, he realized it was only 3 in the afternoon. Who turned off the lights? Qin Shen grumbled as he made his way to the balcony, only to be greeted by a breathtaking spectacle. The inky sky suddenly erupted with vibrant colors, dazzling in their brilliance. Unbeknownst to Qin Shen, nearly all the world's renowned landmarks seemed to respond to the sky, emanating a peculiar glow. Without warning, a light drizzle began to fall from the heavens. Amidst the rain, countless plants and animals began to undergo extraordinary transformations. In the community, the greenery surged, trees growing to towering heights at an astonishing rate, casting shadows over the ground. A squirrel, its eyes aflame with crimson, leaped from the treetops, clutching a strange fruit, its demeanor frantic. In the next moment, a larger wildcat pounced like a flash of lightning, sinking its teeth into the squirrel's throat before letting out a triumphant howl and devouring the fruit. Instantly, the wildcat grew slightly larger, its fur gleaming with a metallic sheen. Qin Shen, with a sausage dangling from his mouth, stood agape at the unfolding scene. Just then, cries of anguish and pleas for help echoed from below. Fist-sized ants surged forth like a tide, overwhelming an elderly man with mobility issues. He barely had time to emit a scream before being reduced to a mere skeleton. A bat, the size of a calf, swooped down from the sky, snatching a child before soaring back into the air. Even a woman out walking her dog had yet to react before being devoured whole by her transformed pet. At that moment, a cold, emotionless electronic voice resonated in Qin Shen's mind. "Ding! The apocalypse has arrived. Congratulations! You have received an apocalyptic gift package. Passive skill, infinite resources. Active skill, weaponry and ammunition. Note: gaining experience points can enhance skill levels or awaken new abilities." A series of urgent knocks resounded at the door. With bleary eyes, Qin Shen opened it, only to have a bag of garbage unexpectedly thrown at his face. Is there no sense of public decorum? Who left their trash in the hallway, unaware of how it affects our home's air quality? His attractive, married neighbor shot him a disdainful glance and scornfully reprimanded him. Qin Shen began to explain, but was abruptly interrupted by her cold huff. "What do you mean People like you clearly lack basic upbringing and refinement. It's no wonder you can only settle for being a lowly delivery man." At these words, Qin Shen's expression darkened. His academic credentials were already mediocre, and the challenging job market forced him to join the ranks of the Yellow Knights after graduation to alleviate his family's financial burden. However, he had not anticipated the harsh realities of society, where individuals like him were looked down upon wherever they went. While delivering food, he was treated as a subordinate, constantly bowing and scraping, fearful that a single complaint could lead to 3 days of unpaid labor. Now, having just returned from a night shift, he was confronted and berated at his own doorstep. "What are you staring at? Do you want to insult me?" The haughty neighbor scrutinized Qin Shen with contempt. Her arms crossed defiantly over her ample bosom. "Let me tell you, people like you, filthy delivery men, are nothing but illegal tenants. Do you believe I won't have my husband report you to the property management and have you all kicked out?" Upon hearing her threat, Qin Shen fell silent. In order to afford high delivery fees and save on rent, he and 11 other friends had rented an opulent flat with 5 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 3 bathrooms, and 2 kitchens in this luxurious community. If they were reported, they could very well find themselves evicted. If this were in the virtual realm, Qin Shen would have slapped this woman and spat, proclaiming that fortunes change over time, and one should not mock the impoverished youth. Unfortunately, reality had long since taught him how to navigate life. "That I promise it won't happen again," Qin Shen said with a bowed head, humiliated. Yet the arrogant neighbor seemed intent on not letting him off so easily. "Is that all? An apology? I demand a 90-degree bow and apology," she sneered. Clenching his jaw, Qin Shen's fists turned white from the strain, and after a few moments of silence, he finally bent at the waist, uttering, "I'm sorry." Seeing Qin Shen bow in apology, the neighbor finally let out a satisfied huff and turned to leave. Qin Shen slowly closed the door, taking several deep breaths to quell the anger simmering within him. Heaven knows which roommate had thrown the trash outside. What did this matter have to do with him? Yet that was the plight of the modern-day underclass. They bore the greatest grievances, shouldered the heaviest burdens, endured the harshest insults, and suffered the most brutal beatings. The only skill they possessed was the rapid adjustment of their mental state. Optimism, one might call it. Less charitably, self-PUA. Should I go out for a massage and perhaps encounter the haughty neighbor again, seizing her weakness and slowly transforming her into? Qin Chun instinctively thought of this familiar scenario. Moreover, setting aside the neighbor's disdainful demeanor, her outfit had stirred something within him, a form-fitting white sleeveless athletic top, sky-blue skinny jeans, and a pair of short home-style high heels, all accentuated by her hair neatly tied up for easy handling, ignited a spark of desire within Qin Chin. When I have money, I will have 1,000 ways to make you pay, he snorted coldly, but could only console himself in this manner. As a delivery man, it was unlikely he would ever have any relationship with a woman of such stature. After cleaning up the trash and taking a quick shower, he collapsed onto his bed. He needed to rest quickly. He would have to get up again for dinner and continue delivering food. Meanwhile, when Lu Qing returned home, her husband was already dressed in a suit, seated at the dining table, enjoying breakfast. What is going on? I heard you arguing with someone early this morning, He Jian asked with a frown. That group of filthy delivery men threw their trash outside again, so I went over and gave them a lesson. Lu Qing replied, removing her high heels with a huff. He Jian set down his bowl and admonished her sternly. How many times must I tell you not to engage with those bottom feeders? They are the dregs of society, worthless. If we get into any conflict with them, we will be the ones suffering. Seeing this, Lu Qing quickly approached He Jian, gently kneading his shoulders. Don't worry. The others are all out delivering food. There's only one pathetic loser who works night shifts left in the building. I could teach him a lesson, and he wouldn't dare say a word. He Jian nodded. Fine, just leave it to me. I'll find an opportunity to report them and have them kicked out. Lu Qing's face brightened, her tone becoming even more coy. I knew my husband was the best. At this, she glanced anxiously out the window. Honey, why don't you skip work today? The weather looks terrible. Although it was already 8 in the morning, the sky, which should have been bright, was now shrouded in oppressive clouds, making it difficult to breathe. The company has a lot of people relying on me to support them. If I don't go to work, those useless ones will be like headless flies. He Jian wiped his mouth, grabbed his briefcase, and stepped out the door. Time passed, and Qin Chen awoke groggily. Upon seeing the dark night outside, he cursed, Damn, did I oversleep? But glancing at the clock revealed it was only 3 in the afternoon. Who turned off the lights, complaining, he walked to the balcony, only to witness a bizarre and extraordinary scene. Suddenly, amidst the pitch-black sky, a burst of colorful light erupted, dazzling beyond belief. Meanwhile, in places unseen by Qin Chen, almost every landmark in the world seemed to respond to the sky, emanating strange glows, unforeseen. The sky began to drizzle in the rain. Countless plants and animals began to mutate. In the community, the greenery surged wildly. Trees growing at an observable pace, reaching 10 stories high, blocking out the sun. A squirrel, the size of a fierce tiger, leaped from the treetops, clutching a peculiar fruit in its mouth, looking somewhat panicked in the next instant. A larger wildcat pounced like lightning, sinking its teeth into the squirrel's throat and letting out a roar before swallowing the fruit. Instantly, the wildcat grew larger, its fur gleaming with a metallic sheen. This, Qin Chen, with a sausage hanging from his mouth, stared in astonishment. Just then, cries and pleas for help echoed from below. Ants the size of fists surged like a tide, overwhelming an elderly man with mobility issues. He barely had time to scream before he was reduced to a skeleton. A bat the size of a calf swooped down from the sky, snatching a child before soaring back up. Even a beauty walking her dog had no time to react before her mutated pet dog swallowed her whole. In that moment, a cold, emotionless electronic voice resonated in Qin Chen's mind. Ding! The apocalypse has arrived. Congratulations on receiving an apocalypse gift package. Passive skill, infinite resources. Active skill, weapons and ammunition. Note: gaining experience points can enhance skill levels or awaken new skills. Chapter 2. You are worth a stick of beef jerky. What? An apocalypse gift package? Qin Chen thought, and with a mere thought, a translucent screen appeared before him. The screen displayed various models of weapons, resembling a vast armory. However, most weapon interfaces were locked, with only a handgun and a crossbow illuminated at the forefront. He tentatively reached out, and before he realized it, a Glock pistol materialized in his hand. It really works. Qin Shun excitedly examined it, playing with this basic equality device. He was familiar with the name, having often heard about it online. Supposedly, the uncles from the beautiful country also used this model. Yet, he had never seen the real thing. The heavy, cold metallic feel was entirely different from that of a plastic toy. To hell with the apocalypse. I will rise above. I will defy fate. A glint of madness sparkled in Qin Shun's eyes. Just 3 minutes ago, he had been a mere pawn at the mercy of others. But with the apocalypse gift package, he now had the confidence to stand firm in this chaotic world. The disorder of the apocalypse would obliterate all rules. Perhaps order would be restored in the not-too-distant future. But until then, having food at home and weapons in hand was essential for survival in this transformed world. Have you all returned? What is the situation? Qin Shun messaged the group chat for their shared accommodation. Damn, I was just delivering food in an office building when I got trapped inside. What on earth is happening? A tree just ate someone trying to go outside. I'm going insane. Before long? Someone replied in the chat with a voice message, their tone filled with terror and incoherence, clearly shaken by the mutations. If you listen closely, you could hear many people in the background calling for help. I am hiding in a residential building's corridor with a few buddies. Nobody is willing to open the door for us, and we don't know where to go. What the hell are those things outside? I am in a nightclub, and just now someone tried to brave the rain to go outside, only to be eaten by a rat the size of a car. Now nobody dares to move. Why is the emergency line always busy? It's complete chaos out here. Soon, several others chimed in. Everyone is trying to find something to eat and drink. The more, the better. Do not hesitate to spend money. For from today onward, it seems that currency will hold no value. Qin Shun offered a reminder, then couldn't help but sigh. The 12 individuals sharing the apartment are all delivery workers, and when the catastrophe struck, they were mostly on the road. Under such circumstances, surviving half of them would be an extraordinary stroke of luck. Before long, Qin Shun's phone began to vibrate incessantly. The residential community's property management group, typically quiet with only a couple of messages exchanged, was now inundated with a flurry of notifications. Damn those unscrupulous merchants. Just as the crisis hits, you close the supermarket? Supermarket owner Peng Yu. Indeed, with so many supplies in the supermarket, can your family possibly consume all of it? Bring something out to save our lives. Supermarket owner Peng Yu. You selfish wretch, only caring for your own survival while disregarding the fate of others. Do you believe we won't rob you? Supermarket owner Peng Yu. Does anyone have baby formula? I have none stored at home, and in 2 days, I will run out of food. I can exchange other supplies. Sinan property manager Chao Long. Hello everyone, I am Peng Yu, the owner of the supermarket. If anyone has canned goods, flour, rice, or other long-term storage items, you may come to the supermarket at Building 1 to exchange for fresh vegetables and food. Supplies are limited and will not be held past their expiration. After reading for a while, Qin Shun finally grasped the sequence of events. Following the outbreak, Peng Yu, the owner of the only large supermarket in the community, had forcefully expelled customers and declared that all goods would no longer be sold but rather exchanged. Some expressed their dissatisfaction in the group, only to be met with harsh rebukes from Peng Yu, who even suggested he would trade a bottle of water for someone's wife, sparking yet another round of vitriol in the chat. In this apocalypse, water and food are of paramount importance, and humanity will face unprecedented challenges. Having witnessed the darkness of the lower strata, Qin Shun was mentally prepared for such scenarios. Yet, those affluent individuals residing in luxurious estates and driving extravagant cars would likely only learn the ways of survival in this new world after paying a bloody price. As for Peng Yu's comment about trading a bottle of water for a woman, it was not entirely inconceivable. Qin Shun suddenly recalled the haughty demeanor of the neighbor's wife. He wondered how long she could maintain her lofty facade after a few days of hunger. Given her previous arrogance towards him, he decided to keep a close eye on her movements. Day 1. Day 2. Day 3. Qin Shun lay in his home for 3 consecutive days. Prior to the apocalypse, he had worked tirelessly for over 80 days without a break. Now, his days consisted solely of eating and sleeping. The skill of infinite supplies was akin to a divine boon in this resource-scarce world. He procured 2 sea silk ting mattresses worth 18,000 each, one for the bed to savor the scent of money, and the other hung on the wall for practicing his marksmanship with a hand crossbow. As for food, he indulged in everything from seafood hot pot to Buddha jumps over the wall. Whatever he could not afford before, he now consumed with abandon. When boredom struck, he would lurk in various group chats to gather news from the outside world. However, in recent days, the messages in the property management group dwindled. On the second day after the apocalypse, the surviving residents began bartering in the underground parking lot. The interconnected underground parking lot of the 8 buildings, isolated from the surface, became an excellent trading hub. On the 4th day of the apocalypse, Qin Qian decided to venture into the underground parking lot. Of course, his life was of utmost importance. He concealed a hand crossbow in his sleeve and tucked a Glock into his waist. Once fully prepared, he opened the door, only to encounter the proud neighbor's wife, Lu Qing, and He Jian as they stepped out. When the anomalies occurred, He Jian had just arrived at the community entrance. He had risked his way to the underground parking lot, barely making it back home in time. However, in the days that followed, they had nearly depleted their food supplies and were left with no choice but to explore the underground market for potential food exchanges. "What are you looking at? Get lost?" Lu Qing furrowed her brow and scoffed. She felt that Qin Qian's gaze was somewhat distasteful, as if he were concocting some vile scheme. Hearing her words, Qin Qian, contrary to his usual demeanor, boldly scrutinized her figure while nonchalantly pulling out a piece of beef jerky to chew on. "Get it straight. This is an apocalypse, and that designer bag and watch in your hand are worth nothing now. In fact, you could be worth a piece of beef jerky. How dare you speak so insolently? Are you seeking death?" He Jian, enraged by the insult to his wife, rolled up his sleeves and approached Qin Qian. Lu Qing crossed her arms defiantly, wearing a mocking smile. He Jian, a fitness enthusiast, was confident he could easily handle a mere delivery worker. "Oh, you want to throw hands?" Qin Qian brandished the crossbow on his arm. The cold arrowhead aimed squarely at He Jian's head. Chapter 3. The law of the jungle. Cold sweat trickled down He Jian's forehead. "Bro, let us talk this out. There's no need for violence." He Jian raised his hands, slowly backing away. "I thought you were tough. You softened up pretty quickly, huh?" Qin Qian remarked with an innocent smile. He Jian's face was on the verge of tears. That thing was indeed a crossbow. And it certainly did not appear to be a fake. At such close range, a single shot could send him to the afterlife. How could he not back down, bro? I was impulsive just now. "Allow me to apologize." He Jian, a man of principle, disregarded his pride and actively sought to appease Qin Qian. "I ask that how you apologize. Show some sincerity and dance for me." Qin Qian waved the crossbow on his arm, causing He Jian's face to pale. If that thing were to misfire, it would be disastrous. "Dance. I'll dance." He Jian, visibly distressed, raised his hands and began to twist awkwardly. "Stop, stop. Who told you to dance like that? You look like a maggot. Make your wife dance instead." Qin Qian interrupted disdainfully, turning his gaze towards Lu Qing. "Madam, I trust you wouldn't want your husband to perish here, would you?" Before Lu Qing could respond, He Jian exploded in a tirade. "What are you dawdling for? Dance already. Aren't you good at it at home? Are you trying to get me killed?" Lu Qing, upon hearing his words, awkwardly began to twist her body. TSK, 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 that figure and expression. What a perfect match, Qin Qian thought, admiring the scene for a moment before waving them off. And no need to rush into being a bandit today. "You may leave." He Jian felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, pulling Lu Qing along as they turned to leave. However, just as they took a few steps, an arrow whizzed past He Jian's ear and struck the wall of the corridor with a loud thud. "Bro, you'd." He Jian gazed at Qin Qian in terror, his lips quivering and unable to form coherent words. "Oh, don't be afraid. I was merely testing the crossbow. Its power is quite impressive, by the way." That remark earlier still stands. If you're truly starving, feel free to come to me for beef jerky. I have plenty. With that, several pieces of beef jerky materialized in Qin Qian's hand. Gulp, He Jian, fixated on the beef jerky, swallowed hard. It wasn't until Lu Qing tugged at his shirt that he snapped back to reality, silently leading her away in the elevator. "Honey, that useless guy has a crossbow. Do you think he might rob us when we go back for food?" Lu Qing asked, somewhat worried. "Hmph, who knows who will rob whom? Do you think I fear him? I was merely at a disadvantage without any weapons just now. I'll find an opportunity to grab a proper weapon." ILL make sure he pays. As he spoke, He Jian furrowed his brows. It's been 3 days. How does he still have food? Even beef jerky? Lu Qing pondered for a moment, her eyes lighting up. I know. They are renting together, making it inconvenient to cook, so they must have stockpiled a lot of food. If we could rob him. The thought of the beef jerky tantalized Lu Qing, and she couldn't help but swallow again. After all, we're in an apocalypse now. We can't afford to be picky. The most important thing is to survive. Lu Qing coaxed, clinging to He Jian's arm. All right, but since that guy has a crossbow, we need to plan this carefully. Once we tie him up, we can toss him downstairs to feed the stray cats. He Jian gritted his teeth, touching his scratched ear. Meanwhile, Qin Xin, leisurely browsing the stalls in the underground market, remained blissfully unaware that he had become a target. He had never understood why the wealthy were so keen on shopping. Now he finally comprehended. What a thrill! Previously, he had read many extravagant novels on the world's greatest novel website. Tomato novels, where a story described a world where prices plummeted, allowing one to buy villas for a dime and become a billionaire for a mere 10,000. Now, he felt somewhat like the protagonist of such a tale. Designer bags worth 40 or 50,000 were now exchanged for a bottle of mineral water. Watches valued at over 100,000 were traded for a pound of rice. Cars worth hundreds of thousands were bartered for a box of instant noodles. Qin Xin gazed at his skill of infinite supplies, overwhelmed by the urge to laugh uproariously. Just then, a hearty laugh rang out nearby. Hey buddy, your wife is quite a catch. How about this? 1 bottle of mineral water for a night with me? Qin Chun turned towards the voice and spotted He Jian and Lu Qing's stall, where a burly man in a floral shirt unabashedly eyed Lu Qing, his gaze brimming with desire. Are you deaf? Our brother Peng is asking you a question. Before He Jian and Lu Qing could react, a young man in a green vest rushed out from behind the burly man and delivered a flying kick to He Jian's chest. Ouch! He Jian staggered, and fortunately, Lu Qing caught him, preventing him from toppling over. Suddenly, a group of young men clad in green vests aggressively surrounded them. Peng Gu has taken a liking to your wife. Consider yourself fortunate. Why not agree quickly? One of them sneered in just a couple of days. Your wife won't even be worth a bottle of water. Qin Shun focused intently, noticing the bold letters on you fresh and blazoned on the vests. The leader among them was unmistakably Peng Yu, the owner of the On You Fresh supermarket. The young men in vests were his employees, trapped in the supermarket since the outbreak, now serving as Peng Yu's enforcers. Peng Gu, please, have mercy and sell me a can of milk powder. My child is truly starving. A mother cradling an infant suddenly knelt before Peng Yu, bowing repeatedly. Boss Peng, please, give us something to eat. My elderly family member is on the brink of starvation. Another voice pleaded. I have a luxury car worth $1 million. Boss Peng, I'll trade it for just 2 boxes of instant noodles. Recognizing Peng Yu's identity, many people gathered around him. Get lost? Anyone who comes closer will have their legs broken. Several employees brandished baseball bats, threatening the crowd. Peng Yu chuckled, gesturing to his subordinates, who promptly brought forth a can of milk powder. Want some milk powder? Peng Yu asked with a grin, gazing at the kneeling mother. She fixated on the can in his hand, nodding vigorously. If you let me play with it for a while. This can of milk powder will belong to you, he said teasingly. With a pop, he opened the can, inhaling the fragrant aroma. This can could sustain an adult for at least a week. Consider yourself lucky. The mother was momentarily stunned by his words, but upon seeing her hungry child, she steeled herself and bit her lip. Peng Gu, can I come to your home? Peng Yu smirked wickedly. What are you? You think you can come to my house? Do you believe you're worthy of negotiating with me? I'm staying right here. As he spoke, he slowly tipped the milk powder can, spilling its contents onto the filthy ground. No, the mother gasped. Instinctively reaching out to stop him, Peng Yu sneered, what are you waiting for? If you keep hesitating, I'll dump this can completely. Afterward, Peng Yu commanded his employees, take those 2 back to the supermarket. Let us all have some fun. Thank you, Peng Gu. His employees cackled as they forcibly dragged the mother and her child away. Peng Yu casually picked up the skirt from the ground, wiping his hands and grinning at the onlookers. If men want food, they come to work for me. If women want food, they better behave. Chapter 4. Division of Power. Once Peng Yu and his subordinates departed, the crowd gathered together, seething with indignation. This won't do. Even if we have some food at home, it won't last long. Once we run out, we'll surely perish. someone exclaimed. There are too many monsters outside. No one dares to venture out. I say we unite and seize the supermarket. The supplies inside could keep us alive for months. The suggestion hung in the air, plunging the crowd into silence. They indeed coveted the resources within the supermarket. Yet, they had all witnessed Peng Yu's brutality today. He viewed people merely as expendable. The first to step forward would undoubtedly face his wrath. At that moment, a robust middle-aged man vaulted onto the roof of an SUV. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Liang Yan. A connoisseur of Western weaponry, I have collected numerous unsharpened blades at home. In these dire times, everyone must learn to fend for themselves. Those who wish to follow me may step forward. I will provide each of you with a weapon. Upon hearing this, many eyes lit up. It was not difficult to sharpen a blade, and the destructive potential was immense. With sufficient numbers, they might just take the supermarket. To be honest, my name is Zhou Feng. A chemistry teacher, I possess materials to create explosives. Anyone wishing to survive may join my side. A tall, thin, middle-aged man adjusted his glasses as he spoke. Just then, a man in a suit stepped forward with a smile. Greetings, I am Chao Long, the property manager of Xian, and though I lack special skills, I currently control the electricity, water supply, and surveillance in the community. Anyone interested in joining me may contact me. In an instant, those with ideas and abilities began to emerge, seeking to rally support and form their own factions. Qin Shun had little interest in these plans and returned home directly. Although he possessed the extraordinary skill of infinite resources, he could not afford to reveal its. The saying goes, it's not the thief one fears, but the thief who covets. Should word of his abilities leak out, he would undoubtedly become a target. For now, it was prudent for Boss Peng to attract attention while he focused on surviving and researching how to upgrade his skills. When he had received the great gift, the system had indicated that experience could be gained to upgrade existing skills or acquire new ones. After all, having more options for survival was always advantageous in the apocalypse. Regrettably, he had been unable to decipher how to gain experience over the past couple of days. That evening, Qin Shun prepared a hot pot, enjoying his meal while keeping an eye on the online discussions. The property management group seemed to have reverted to its pre-apocalypse state, with hardly anyone speaking. Several capable individuals had already recruited their subordinates and formed new chat groups. Qin Shun analyzed the strength of these teams based on his recollections. Liang Yin from Building 4 had gathered a dozen people, most of whom wielded lethal weapons and were physically robust. Zhou Feng from Building 8 had also recruited approximately a dozen individuals, armed with explosives, though their potency remained uncertain. Surely, they couldn't concoct something powerful enough to demolish a building, could they? Yet, Qin Shun was most concerned about the property manager. Chao Long, this man was rumored to have a rough past, having risen through the ranks thanks to a powerful mentor. Known for his ruthlessness, he had initially gathered a few community security guards, controlling the main power supply and surveillance room, and was now recruiting manpower to confront Peng Yu. Demonstrating his grand ambitions, in the ensuing days, these three factions would likely grow rapidly. Of course, Peng Yu, the supermarket owner targeted by these factions, was not an easy adversary. He was well aware that possessing such a vast stockpile of resources would attract attention, so he had begun recruiting personnel for self-preservation. With an entire supermarket's worth of supplies, Peng Yu could undoubtedly offer more enticing terms than others. Qin Chen pondered. A message popped up in the property group from a user named Wei Wei. Is there anyone who can spare us some food? We can trade valuable items in exchange. Qin Shun recognized the name. She seemed to reside in Building 3, having encountered her previously in the elevator. She was a stunning beauty with long legs and fair skin. Beautiful lady, I have instant noodles. Why not come over and spend the night with me, and I'll give you a pack for free? Now, luxury items hold no value. Food and water are the true currencies. Come over and stay with me for a week, and I'll ensure you're well fed. Haha, she's a bit of a celebrity. Those legs are something else. I'm afraid she won't be able to get out of bed after a week. Days into the apocalypse, conversations had become increasingly brazen. In her bedroom, Su Wei Wei angrily tossed her phone onto the bed as she read the crude messages in the chat. These scoundrels, she seethed. Lu Yu, lying beside her, looked weak as he asked, Wei Wei, what's wrong? Is no one willing to trade? With a sigh, Wei Wei replied, the current scarcity of resources means no one has food or water to exchange for our bags. Lu Yu lamented, sigh, I've been hungry all day. I simply can't endure it any longer. Hearing this, Wei Wei quickly reassured him, don't worry, Xiao Yu. My boyfriend promised that if we can hold on a few more days, He will come to rescue us and take us to a safe place. Lu Yu nodded, though his eyes glimmered with uncertainty. Meanwhile, Lu Qing and He Jian returned home, utterly drained. They had long finished the food at home, even frying the flour to consume. The valuable dragonfish and the water from the fish tank had long since been turned into soup and eaten. After a whole day without food or water, they felt dizzy from hunger. "Honey, I can't stand it any longer," Lu Qing cried. "All you do is cry," He Jian snapped, frustration boiling over. After being humiliated by Qin Chun and then beaten by Peng Yu's subordinates, he was seething with anger, searching for an outlet. "I've got it." He Jian's eyes lit up. "I have a background in martial arts. If I join a faction, I might score some food." Lu Qing looked apprehensive. "Honey, you're not thinking of contacting Peng Yu, are you?" He looks at me with such disgusting eyes. "My woman is only for me. No one else can touch you," He Jian snorted. "Besides, Peng Yu has offended too many people. He won't last long. I'm going to contact Chao Long from the property management." Lu Qing was puzzled. "The property management? They lack weapons and resources. What strength do they have?" He Jian disdainfully glanced at Lu Qing. "What do you know? Haven't you heard? While neighbors hoard grain, I hoard guns. Neighbors are my granary. The property management has access to the entire community's surveillance. They might even obtain spare keys to every household. Do you think they be short on resources?" Upon hearing this, Lu Qing's eyes brightened. "Husband, you should inform Chao Long and the others that the delivery man's household next door is brimming with food. Let's deal with that useless fellow first," Lu Qing exclaimed with excitement. The mere thought of being forced to dance in front of Qin Chun earlier made her feel nauseous. Chapter 5. Special auction. Half a day later, He Jian successfully joined Chao Long's group. Upon seeing the piled-up supplies in the property center, his eyes widened in astonishment, and why suspicions were indeed correct. He Jian felt a surge of excitement within. Chao Long threw an arm around He Jian's neck and chuckled, "Brother, now that you've joined us, we are family. However, don't blame me for being harsh if you choose to take supplies without contributing or engage in double-dealing." As he spoke, Chao Long brandished the Nepali dagger in his hand, its sharp glint sending a shiver down He Jian's spine. "Dragon brother, I understand," He Jian quickly assured him. Chao Long grinned mysteriously and whispered, "Brother, I've heard your sister-in-law is quite beautiful. Is that true?" Internally seething with anger, He Jian forced a smile and replied, "Dragon brother, my wife is already 30, past her prime. What is there to admire? I heard there's a model in Building 3 named Su Weiwei. If you're interested, I can take a few brothers over to bring her back right now. A beautiful wife tends to attract envy, but in this apocalyptic world, devoid of certain constraints, people become greedy and daring. First, it was Peng Yu, and now it's Chao Long. They all have their eyes on his wife." Upon hearing He Jian's words, Chao Long laughed heartily and led him to a conference room. The sight on the wall left He Jian dumbfounded. There, clearly drawn with a marker, was a simple map of the Tang and Garden complex, complete with colorful photos representing each household's occupants. He Jian cast a deep glance at Chao Long, feeling an unsettling wariness. Such meticulous planning could not have been accomplished in just a day or two. It seemed Chao Long had begun preparing right after the onset of the apocalypse. "This man is quite cunning." Chao Long located He Jian's home on the wall, removed Lu Qing's photo, and said with a grin, "Brother He, to be honest, 30 is the most charming age. I envy your nightlife." He continued, "If you allow your wife to visit me twice a week, I can arrange for you to be a squad leader. You could manage 5 people and have unlimited access to food." "What do you say?" He Jian hesitated, not due to any other reason, but because he was famished, and Chao Long's offer was undeniably tempting. Seeing He Jian waver, Chao Long smirked and clapped his hands. Moments later, a woman clad in a light gray suit and black high heels entered, her head bowed. This is," He Jian inquired, puzzled. Chao Long beckoned her over. After a moment of hesitation, she obediently approached. "This woman is the property's accountant. With the apocalypse upon us, she is of no use, so I will let her utilize her other talents," Chao Long explained as he grabbed the woman's hair. "Serve brother He well, if he is dissatisfied." "You won't have food tomorrow?" Chao Long sneered. The woman bit her lip, remaining silent, as if resigned to her fate. "Dragon brother, you'd..." He Jian was utterly shocked. "Heh, brother, just enjoy yourself. This world has changed. We no longer adhere to the old rules. My motto is to feast heartily and drink deeply, and if one desires to indulge with women, then indulge fully." With that, Qiao Long patted He Jian on the shoulder and exited the conference room. Locking the door behind him with a thoughtful gesture, He Jian's expression shifted from shock to a growing fervor. Outside the conference room, Dragon Brother, will she obey? A younger brother inquired. Listening to the sounds from within, Qiao Long chuckled with pride. Xiao Wei, remember, everyone has desires. Where there are desires, there are weaknesses. When He Jian emerges, I will announce him as the squad leader and let him take food at his leisure. I bet within 3 days, he will willingly deliver his wife to my bed. The younger brother grinned slyly. Dragon Brother, with so many of us, if you fancy that woman, why not just take her directly? Why go through all this trouble? Qiao Long replied smugly, you don't understand. A woman who is willingly delivered by her husband is far more enjoyable. He added, by the way, continue investigating who else is home alone. We need to hasten our resource gathering. Once those others catch on, we'll be in trouble. The younger brother produced a notebook and noted, we nearly cleared out the vacant homes in the first 4 buildings. We should finish the last 4 within 2 days. As he spoke, he glanced at the throng of people in the property center and frowned. Dragon Brother, this won't he do. If we keep recruiting, we won't he have enough supplies to last a month. Qiao Long snorted coldly. Once we've looted the empty homes, we'll start organizing people to raid those with occupants. Only those who endure until the end will emerge victorious. At home, Qin Shun had just finished a piece of abalone. Who said this was delicious? This is far worse than green beans. Qin Shun disdainfully tossed it aside and prepared a bowl of bird's nest porridge. Ding! A notification sound pulled Qin Shun into a group chat of over 30 people named Auction Group. Auction Group? What that? As Qin Shun pondered, the group leader spoke. Welcome to the Auction Group. Tonight, we will auction a special item. Please do not rush to leave the group. As he spoke, new members continued to join, but everyone remained muted, unable to speak. The group leader's avatar seemed familiar. After a moment's thought, Qin Shun recalled that this person was seemingly the roommate of the model living above. A special item. Could it be the model's personal item? At a time like this, who would buy that? Qin Shun shook his head, putting down his phone, and resumed practicing with his crossbow. As more and more people began to band together, he felt a sense of danger. With time on his hands, he needed to hone his survival skills. The current environment was unsuitable for practicing firearms, so he settled for crossbow practice. Until evening, his phone buzzed with a series of notifications. As Qin Shun opened his phone, several photos popped up. Isn't that the model? The group leader sent out dozens of photos, all featuring the model Su Weiwei. Besides a few artistic shots, many were clearly taken while Su Weiwei was bathing or sleeping. Although nothing inappropriate was revealed, that tantalizingly partial exposure was the most alluring. These photos are of high artistic merit. Qin Shun couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. As for the auction item, it was already evident. Chapter 6. Who still practices traditional crafts in the apocalypse? Everyone, the auction is now starting. The woman in the photos is the item up for bid. Upon winning the auction, the successful bidder will make payment and receive the item simultaneously. Starting price. 1 box of instant noodles. Let the bidding begin. As the group leader uttered the final words, the muting restriction was lifted. What? Isn't this the model? How did she end up in an auction? This is quite the game. Instant noodles are a valuable commodity right now. The group leader couldn't have just stolen a couple of photos to deceive us, could he? Exactly. How will the group leader prove he has the item? Facing the crowd's skepticism, the group leader remained unfazed, swiftly releasing 2 more photos. In these images, Su Weiwei lay on her bed, her long legs elevated, wearing a blissful, sweet expression, seemingly engaged in a phone conversation. The timestamp on the photos dispelled all doubts. This shot was clearly taken on the spot. The one taking the photo must be right beside Su Weiwei. The identity of the group leader became clear. Su Weiwei's best friend? Lu Yu. Xiao Yu, did you just take my picture? Su Weiwei, catching sight of Lu Yu's actions, curiously asked. Lu Yu, smoothing her bangs, smiled nonchalantly. You're so beautiful. I simply can't resist capturing your moments. All right then, go on and continue your chat with your boyfriend. Su Weiwei blushed and resumed her conversation. Darling, I've been hungry all day. When are you coming to pick me up? She inquired. Don't worry, just hold on for 2 more days. I promise I'll be there. A young voice responded from the phone. Seeing this, Lu Yu exhaled in relief, picked up her phone, and coldly sent a message. Since I can organize this auction, I have the means to deliver the goods. Rather than worry about me being a fraud, you'd better hurry and place your bids. Time waits for no one. Upon hearing this, many were suddenly anxious. 1 box of instant noodles. 1 box of instant noodles plus a bag of ham. ILL add 2 bottles of mineral water. Watching the bid prices soar, Lu Yu felt a surge of triumph. With their food supplies depleted, the two had been starving all day. Meanwhile, Su Weiwei, lost in her romantic fantasies, continued to wait for her Prince Charming to rescue her. How could that be possible? This world is no longer what it used to be. The once lush greenery has transformed into a primal jungle, dark and foreboding, and the insects that could easily be crushed underfoot now resemble armored hunters. Not to mention the stray cats, rats, sparrows, and other lurking monsters hidden in the shadows and the sky. Even if Su Weiwei's boyfriend were Superman, he would likely be unable to come to her rescue. In order to survive, one can only resort to selling you. Do not blame me, for if blame is to be assigned, let it be to this world. Lu Yu scoffed inwardly. At this moment, the price in the group had already reached 3 boxes of instant noodles. Come on, 3 boxes of instant noodles can attract dozens of women. Are you out of your mind? Just listen to him boast. Who would be foolish enough to trade 3 boxes of noodles for a woman? Brother, I only need 1 box of noodles to spend the night with you. Consider me, the highest bidder in the group declared proudly. To be honest, I have a preference for tall women, and Su Weiwei's legs are simply too tempting. However, friends who did not win the bid, do not despair. Once I tire of her, I will transfer her to you at half price. Group leader, there is no one offering a higher price than mine. Drop the hammer. Lu Yu sighed at this sight. Under normal circumstances, a woman of Su Weiwei's caliber would be worth at least 5 figures for a night. If one were daring enough to seek something thrilling, 6 figures would not be out of the question. Yet now, her entire being was worth merely 3 boxes of noodles. And this was with the added value of her being a model. For an ordinary woman, a mere morsel of food would suffice to entice her into bed. Just as she was about to agree, she suddenly saw another message. 5 boxes of noodles. Though it was only a brief 4-character phrase, it stunned everyone in the group. 5 boxes? How is that possible? What normal person would hoard such a quantity of instant noodles? Surely someone is just trying to stir up trouble. I felt pain parting with 3 boxes. I refuse to believe you can produce 5. Many scoffed. But just as those words left their lips, a picture appeared. In the photo. 5 boxes of instant noodles were casually piled on the ground, featuring a variety of flavors, and even the extra-large packs. 1 bag was better than 2. I remember now. This person seems to be from Building 3, delivering takeout. They must have a stash. What kind of world is this, where a mere delivery person becomes wealthy? I'm done. I'm leaving the group. Many, upon seeing Qin Chen's bid, promptly left in frustration. Yet a few individuals secretly sent friend requests to Qin Chen, undoubtedly seeking to barter for supplies. Lu Yu quickly disbanded the group chat and privately added Qin Chen as a friend. Handsome, are you available to come over tonight? Lu Yu asked anxiously. After all, 5 boxes of noodles could last at least 2 months if rationed properly. Time is of the essence. If Qin Chen changes his mind, she would have nowhere to lament. Of course, I'm available. Just send me a message when you're ready. Qin Chen replied. That little model has already caught the eye of her best friend. It's only a matter of time before she meets her fate. Since that's the case, why let someone else benefit? As for privately exposing Lu Yu's scheme to Su Weiwei, Qin Chen didn't even consider it. He was no saint. Such tasks were better left to the do-gooders. These past few days, he had eaten well and stayed warm. As the saying goes, one must adapt to the times. In this apocalypse, one cannot still aspire to be a non-material cultural heritage bearer. Can they? After dinner, He Jian returned home with a backpack full of food and drinks. Here, eat. He Jian tossed the backpack before Lu Qing, his expression complex. Husband, you are incredible. Lu Qing, completely oblivious to the peculiar glint in He Jian's eyes, grabbed bread and bottled water, devouring them ravenously. Once satiated, Lu Qing lay back on the bed, letting out a long sigh of contentment. Husband, I haven't eaten this full in ages. It feels so wonderful to be satisfied. Lu Qing remarked. At this moment, she turned slightly, casting a flirtatious glance at He Jian. Husband. He Jian, maintaining a stern demeanor, replied coolly. I'm a bit tired from gathering supplies today. Let us leave it at that and sleep. Lu Qing's expression faltered, but she didn't dare show her discontent, quickly getting up to massage He Jian's shoulders. Thank you for your hard work, my husband. He Jian lay down with his back to Lu Qing, slowly closing his eyes. Just over an hour ago, he had just battled it out in the property management meeting room. He had no energy left to deal with matters at home. Before long, he fell into a deep slumber. Lu Qing gazed at He Jian's back, biting her lip. At 11 o'clock at night. Qin Chen's phone chimed with a notification. Lu Yu said nothing, simply sending a photo. In the picture, Su Weiwei was sprawled on the sofa in a red camisole, disoriented. Come over now, Lu Yu instructed. Qin Chen responded with an okay emoji, shouldering the 5 boxes of noodles as he stepped out of the house. Chapter 7. The first pet outside Su Weiwei's door. Lu Yu cautiously opened the door just a crack, brandishing a kitchen knife, wary of Qin Chen's potential moves. Upon seeing the 5 boxes of noodles on Qin Chen's shoulder, her eyes lit up. Qin Chen chuckled, placing the noodles on the ground. I have brought the goods. Where is the person? Lu Yu pointed to the sofa in the living room. I'm too weak to move her. You'll have to do it yourself. Qin Chen boldly hoisted Su Weiwei, turning back before exiting. In the future, if you come across such opportunities, feel free to reach out to me directly. I can still spare a few boxes of noodles. To be honest, he had considered silencing Lu Yu. After all, the woman was his. However, many were aware of their transaction, and if Lu Yu were to die, he would be the prime suspect. Moreover, with the skill of infinite supplies, 5 boxes of noodles were insignificant to him. He wouldn't resort to murder for such a trivial matter. A woman as ruthless as Lu Yu was perhaps more suited to survive in this apocalypse, and her continued existence might prove valuable. Upon returning home, as soon as he tossed Su Weiwei onto the bed, she groggily stirred awake. Where's my boyfriend? Su Weiwei murmured, still dazed. Qin Chen, unceremoniously, splashed a bottle of water directly onto her face. Startled, Su Weiwei jolted awake. Who are you? Where is Xiao Yu? Stay away from me, or I'll call for help. Su Weiwei clutched her chest, retreating to the corner of the wall, her eyes wide with terror as she shouted threats. Qin Chen wore an indifferent expression. Your friend sold you to me for 5 boxes of noodles. How is that possible? Su Weiwei exclaimed in disbelief. Yet, though she was naive, she wasn't devoid of intelligence. After a moment's reflection, she recalled the incident where she had been tricked into consuming a sleeping pill. After drinking the water Lu Yu handed her, she had felt woozy and succumbed to sleep, only to awaken to this man before her. From now on, you will follow me. With your intellect, you won't survive 3 days outside. Qin Chen did not use force but instead returned to the living room, indulging in barbecued meat. Night snacks and barbecued meat are a perfect match. The aroma of grilled meat wafted into the bedroom, and Su Weiwei couldn't help but inhale deeply, her stomach audibly rumbling. After much hesitation, she finally climbed out of bed and ventured into the living room. Observing Qin Chen devouring his meal, she couldn't resist asking, Can I have a little to eat? Rest assured, when my boyfriend arrives, I will surely repay you doubly. Qin Chen chuckled, picking up a piece of meat. Gulp! The fragrant aroma wafting from the meat made Su Weiwei swallow hard, her face flushing. Thank you. Just as she reached out her hand to take it, Qin Chen suddenly dropped the chopsticks, causing the meat to plummet to the floor. Is it customary for pets to eat in such a manner? You should know what to do, right? Qin Chen remarked casually. Pets? Su Weiwei's eyes widened in disbelief. I paid money to bring you here. How could you call me a pet? Qin Chen gestured towards the window. The window isn't locked. If you don't want to be a pet, you can jump out. Don't worry. I won't stop you. Insulted, Su Weiwei dashed to the window. However, upon seeing the lush treetops and the various lurking beasts within, she hesitated, her feet faltering. Why aren't you jumping? This is the 18th floor. In mere seconds, you could reach the ground, and you wouldn't feel a thing. However, your corpse will likely be devoured by wild beasts. Whether it be ants or rats, I cannot say it would be a pity to waste such a beautiful face. Qin Chen remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Su Weiwei instantly broke down. She took a few steps back, seemingly wanting to escape from the window. But at that moment, Qin Chen suddenly pushed her back towards the window. Afraid to jump, are you? Let me be the good guy and help you. Qin Chen opened the window, feigning to shove Su Weiwei out. No, don't. Su Weiwei exerted every ounce of strength to brace against the window frame, struggling desperately. Qin Chen chuckled coldly, releasing Su Weiwei. She immediately crumpled to the floor, sobbing pitifully. I don't want to die. If I can live, who truly has the courage to embrace death. If you wish to survive, you must obediently follow my orders. I can guarantee you food and drink here, without the fear of being betrayed by your friend. The devilish voice of persuasion echoed in Su Weiwei's ears. In the early hours of the morning, observing the sobbing Su Weiwei, Qin Chun felt somewhat surprised. Su Weiwei had a boyfriend, yet he hadn't anticipated that they had never been intimate, which inadvertently worked to his advantage. Why are you crying? Go wash up, Qin Chun said impatiently. Su Weiwei immediately ceased her tears. Astonished. On the first day of the apocalypse, the water supply has been cut off, and you still have water to bathe. Qin Chun boasted. What bathing? The water here is enough for you to swim in a pool. Upon hearing this, Su Weiwei, disregarding the peculiar sensations coursing through her body, hurriedly scrambled to her feet and dashed into the bathroom. Women are inherently drawn to beauty, and after several days without a shower, she felt utterly miserable. It seemed that the water heater had undergone some modification, now boasting an external water inlet. She activated the water heater. A cascade of warm water gushed forth. Overwhelmed by the soothing embrace of the hot water, she could not help but shed tears once more. After meticulously washing herself from head to toe, Su Weiwei emerged wrapped in Qin Chun's bath towel. Indeed, as Qin Chun had stated, not only was there an abundance of food here, but also ample water for bathing. Here, have some water to replenish yourself, Qin Chun said, picking up a bottle of energy drink. Su Weiwei gratefully accepted the beverage from his hand and took large gulps. Good girl, Qin Chun remarked, affectionately ruffling Su Weiwei's hair as if rewarding her. Once she was well fed and hydrated, Qin Chun did not lead Su Weiwei back to his own bedroom. Rather, he arranged a separate room for her. In the past 2 days, he had tidied up all the rooms, discarding the shared metal bunk beds in favor of spacious wooden ones. With 5 generously sized bedrooms, there was ample space even if 3 more women were to reside there. After all, Su Weiwei had been purchased, and should this woman have any dark thoughts in the dead of night, it would be a significant loss for him. This will be your bedroom from now on. Rest assured, I will not chain you up or anything of the sort. You are free to leave whenever you wish. Qin Chun gently caressed Su Weiwei's delicate face, revealing a devilish smile. However, do consider this. We are in the apocalypse now. If you step outside, you must be cautious. Any man you encounter will not be as gentle as I am, and it is entirely normal for them to toy with or harm you. Su Weiwei seemed to grasp the gravity of his words, shuddering in realization and nodding repeatedly. Satisfied, Qin Chun patted her head before returning to his own bedroom. As long as this woman was not foolish, she would understand whom she ought to follow in the future. The following morning, as Qin Chun opened his bedroom door, he was greeted by the sight of the remnants of last night's dinner having been completely tidied away. Su Weiwei was diligently wiping down the coffee table, her long legs tantalizingly visible. Upon noticing Qin Chun, she greeted him timidly, her cheeks flushed. Good morning. An hour later, considering that Su Weiwei still needed to dispose of the trash and her tattered nightgown was no longer wearable, Qin Chun activated his infinite resources skill and provided her with a new outfit. The upper half was an English-style black and white-made costume, while the lower half consisted of black knee-high socks and sturdy black platform heels. As a moderately well-known model, Su Weiwei stood at an impressive height of 1.78 meters, and with the heels, she matched Qin Chun's stature. Her long legs constituted nearly half of her height. After changing into her new attire in front of Qin Chun, Su Weiwei picked up the garbage bag and followed him outside to dispose of it. As fate would have it, the moment they opened the door, they encountered the couple from next door. Lu Qing and her husband Otto? The couple stared in shock at the scene before them, utterly dumbfounded. Wasn't that the model Su Weiwei from upstairs? How did she end up in the home of this delivery man? Upon seeing them, Su Weiwei blushed and instinctively lowered her head, wanting to evade their gaze. However, Qin Chun wrapped his arm around Su Weiwei, defiantly challenging Lu Qing and her husband. What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen someone with a pet? Lu Qing's eyes widened. Pet? Lu Qing and her husband were so shocked they could hardly articulate a response. After a moment, Lu Qing scoffed, shameless. It was unclear whether she directed this insult at Qin Chun or Su Weiwei. With that, Lu Qing turned her back on them, adjusting her husband's collar with a gentle tone. Darling, be careful on the road. I'll be waiting for you at home. As she spoke, she cast a casual glance at Qin Chun, adding, Oh, and don't forget what I told you yesterday. She had already noticed the trash bag in Su Weiwei's hand, filled with various food wrappers, and could even smell the lingering aroma of hot pot. This delivery man's home must surely be stocked with resources. Otherwise, such extravagant waste was inconceivable, especially with a pet to care for. The property management team was tirelessly collecting supplies, and if she reported this to Chao Long, it would undoubtedly be a significant achievement. Understood, He Jian replied, casting a cold glance at Qin Chun before shifting his gaze back to Su Weiwei. Although Lu Qing's beauty and figure were not inferior to Su Weiwei's, there was an undeniable allure to the wildflower over the cultivated flower, particularly with Su Weiwei's current delicate and vulnerable appearance in her maid outfit. It ignited a primal instinct within him. In no time, this woman would belong to me, He Jian scoffed inwardly as he strode away. Lu Qing shot a disdainful look at Qin Chin before slamming the security doors shut. Master, Su Weiwei lowered her head, quietly uttering the title Qin Chin had designated for her. Though you have a grudge against them. Qin Chin chuckled lightly, not just a grudge. Those two might very well be plotting my demise. Su Weiwei gasped. I heard that He Jian has allied with the property management forces. He wouldn't bring help to cause trouble, would he? Upon hearing this, Qin Chan raised his hand to reveal a crossbow strapped to his forearm. If they dare come, I shall have the perfect opportunity to test the results of my training over the past few days. Seeing the gleaming arrowhead of the crossbow, Su Weiwei trembled in fear. She had long noticed the shredded mattress in the living room, and while she had been curious about how it had come to such a state, the truth was now clear to her. In this apocalypse, with a shortage of medicine and no access to doctors, being shot would likely spell a swift end to one's life. Just wait. In a few days, that woman would have to come crawling back, begging for mercy. Qin Chun smirked. 2 more days passed. The major factions had mostly reached their peak. Liang Yin from Building 4 had recruited over 20 individuals, each armed with 1 or 2 sharp weapons. It was said that Liang Yin not only trained them in swordsmanship daily, but also used axes to break down all the doors of the unoccupied houses, carting away all the resources. Meanwhile, Shou Feng from Building 8, although leading only a dozen or so men, had reportedly developed stable explosives, and just a few days ago, many had heard the sounds of explosions. As for Chao Long from the property management, he was the most ostentatious of the 3 factions. He had gathered over 50 men, dividing them into 3 large teams and several smaller squads. They not only occupied the surveillance room, water supply station, and power supply room, but also stealthily cleared out all the resources from unoccupied homes in the dead of night. It wasn't until nearly all the supplies had been transported that the news broke. Inciting widespread outrage. At that moment, Chao Long sat with his legs propped on the conference table, holding a meeting with a dozen squad leaders. He Jian couldn't resist making advances on a girl pouring drinks, prompting Chao Long to send him away, warning him not to disrupt the meeting. Before long, as they listened to the commotion from next door, the group exchanged knowing glances and smiles. Chao Long tapped his fingers on the table and declared, Brothers, I have always said, my principle is for everyone to drink heartily, feast on meat, and enjoy women to the fullest. I have gathered intel on the other factions. They pose no real threat to us. Our sole objective is to eliminate Pengyu and take over the supermarket. At Chao Long's words, the eyes of the crowd ignited with fervor. As Chao Long had stated, humans are creatures of desire. Though they had been eating and playing these past few days, appearing carefree, they were subsisting on instant noodles and bread, and the women they entertained were mere flings. Nothing could compare to the allure of supermarket goods. It was rumored that Pengyu's establishment not only stocked a variety of prepared meals, but also boasted many stunning women. With this thought in mind, several individuals rose excitedly. Dragon Brother, give the word. And we shall go eliminate Pengyu right now. Sit down, Chao Long replied coolly, surveying the group. While we have a considerable number of people, I must be frank. We are essentially a rabble. Thus, before we raid the supermarket, I am giving you 3 days to train. Train? The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of Chao Long's intent. Chao Long stood, pointing at the floor plan of the complex. In the coming 3 days, you will work in teams to rob the designated rooms. The group looked at each other in disbelief. Chao Long maintained a calm demeanor. Yes, you heard correctly. It is indeed robbery. If we are to contend with Pengyu and his cohort, we must be even more ruthless, adapting to the rules of the apocalypse. Chao Long, akin to a lecturer selling courses, rose and kicked over a nearby chair. Within these 3 days, everyone must participate in the robbery, fostering your bloodlust and ferocity. At that moment, someone timidly inquired, "Dragon brother, what if they resist?" Chao Long smirked coldly, "Then kill them. The more brutal and ruthless you are, the higher your position shall be. Once we take the supermarket, you may choose any woman and food you desire." At the mention of killing, the crowd visibly flinched. Though they had been seizing resources and indulging in women, they had never taken a life. Yet, witnessing the glint of madness in Chao Long's eyes, their emotions stirred, and they erupted in a chant. Kill, kill, kill. Under Chao Long's direction, each team was assigned several targets. Armed with kitchen knives, clubs, and makeshift weapons, they surged forth like locusts. "Dragon brother, won't there be any unforeseen consequences?" One of Chao Long's trusted subordinates asked. "Xiao Wei, remember this. Humans are beasts as well. Once they see blood, the genes of slaughter within them will awaken, and they will never return. Moreover, only those who can resolutely turn against their own kind are deemed worthy to remain in our ranks in 3 days. All who fail to meet the standards shall be expelled." Chao Long stated with a calm demeanor. Xiao Wei nodded seriously. "Yes, Brother Long." The actions of the property forces were akin to casting a stone into the stagnant waters of Tang'an Garden, creating ripples of chaos. The first targets were predominantly elderly individuals living alone, women, and children. This group, lacking in vigilance, could easily be deceived into opening their doors by a mere knock accompanied by claims of benevolent food distribution. In an instant, the community was filled with the haunting sounds of despair and anguish. Many, paralyzed by fear, clutched their blankets tightly and trembled in their beds. In Building 5. Unit 5206, the door stood wide open, revealing a woman cowering in the corner, shivering. "Brother He, there's a box of milk here, and a can of beef. This is quite a treat." Several men rummaged through the place, turning it upside down, ultimately uncovering a significant amount of supplies, which they piled atop the coffee table in the living room. He Jian, the squad leader, lounged on the sofa, idly toying with a steel dagger. After tricking the woman into opening the door, he had pressed this very dagger against her throat before forcing his way inside. As the squad leader, He Jian naturally had his share of the plunder. Their first foray had met with resounding success, netting them a considerable haul. Brother Long said that of what we collect, only half needs to be surrendered. The remainder is ours to distribute freely. I have no use for the spoils. Divide them among yourselves, He Jian remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the 5 men under He Jian's command were instantly filled with elation. Since the day before yesterday, food and water had ceased to be an unlimited supply and were now rationed per individual. Many households with wives and children found the allotted provisions woefully inadequate. Thus, when the prospect of robbery arose, the resistance was minimal. Having just pilfered from one household, the prospect of such bounty made them feel they had chosen the right leader. "Brother, he is magnificent. From now on, I shall follow you." They all pledged eagerly. He Jian wore a smug smile. As squad leader, he stood to gain significantly more than these men. The meager supplies they had just acquired were of little interest to him. Rather, he preferred to cultivate loyalty among his followers. Having once been a company owner, he was well versed in the art of manipulating subordinates. With enough hearts won over, he would surely secure his position beneath the captain, and perhaps even usurp Chao Long in due time. The thought ignited a fervor within He Jian. "Guard the perimeter for now. I have matters to attend to. Let us move on to the next household." Moments later, He Jian stepped outside, waving his hand triumphantly. As more individuals fell victim to the robberies, the community began to grow wary, with numerous groups exchanging warnings. Among these discussions were not a few curses and condemnations directed towards Chao Long and his ilk. Buildings 1, 4, and 8 had become strongholds for Peng Yu and his crew, who swiftly sealed off access to the underground parking lot. To prevent the property management from possessing spare keys, they even barricaded the doors with heavy objects and stationed guards to watch over them throughout the night. However, the other buildings lacked any organized means of self-defense, and nearly all homes without male occupants suffered grievous fates. "Open the door obediently, or we will break it down, and you will surely regret it," He Jian taunted, striking the locked security door with a baseball bat while he and his henchmen laughed raucously. He chose not to utilize the spare keys provided by the property management, relishing instead the thrill of tormenting his prey. The mere thought of the terror that gripped the occupants within sent a thrilling shiver through him. Click! The security door creaked open, revealing a pale-faced woman. trembling in fear. 3 minutes to open the door. You've got quite the nerve. Half an hour later, the ravaged woman, barely recognizable, struggled to rise. After opening the window, she made a fateful leap. Meanwhile, similar scenes of horror unfolded in various rooms throughout the community. Chapter 10. Revenge gone awry. The inhumane spate of robberies and killings persisted relentlessly for an entire day. The air was thick with despairing wails and the chilling presence of lifeless bodies. Countless supplies and women were continuously delivered to the property center for systematic categorization. Indeed, in this apocalyptic world, women had become a form of resource. In Building 3, where no organized resistance existed, many individuals had even joined the property forces, thus sharing in the suffering. Inside a room, Su Weiwei listened to the intermittent cries for help echoing from the various floors, her face paling in terror as she instinctively clung to Qin Chen's arm. "Fear not, with me here. No one can harm you," Qin Chen reassured, gently stroking her hair. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a loud rapping sounded at the door. Su Weiwei jolted in fright, diving into Qin Chen's embrace. "You've truly become a frightened little kitten," Qin Chen chuckled softly, rising to approach the door. Outside, a young man inquired, "Brother He, does this guy truly possess a wealth of supplies?" This particular household had not been their intended target. Yet He Jian claimed that the resources within were monumental, enough to sustain at least 30 families. The earlier robberies had gone exceptionally smoothly, leaving the group in high spirits, even indulging in their own pleasures. According to He Jian, this dwelling housed only one man and one woman, making the task exceedingly simple. He Jian's eyes glimmered as he nodded. "Rest assured, I have seen it with my own eyes. As per our usual arrangement, whoever is first to charge and will claim the lion's share of the spoils." Upon hearing this, excitement coursed through the group. However, He Jian harbored his own ulterior motives. He had witnessed the immense power of the crossbow in Qin Chen's possession, but what did that matter? As long as he could manipulate someone into taking the bullet, even if Qin Chen were to eliminate him, the remaining few would never grant him a second chance. The thought of Qin Chen's abundant resources and the alluring Su Weiwei sent a surge of adrenaline through He Jian.click.at that moment. The doors swung open. The group erupted in joy. This family was astonishingly naive, opening their doors so easily at such a critical juncture. "Let us get him." Following the plan, the leading young man kicked the door, brandishing a knife. However, just as they prepared to rush in, the young man hesitated, his body momentarily frozen. "Dewei, what are you waiting for? Get in there," urged one of the others, pushing him forward. But just then, Dewei collapsed to the ground with a thud. The suddenness of it startled everyone. "An arrow. Someone stammered, pointing at Dewei's head, which had been pierced by a bolt the length of an arm. Dewei's gaze, devoid of focus, reflected disbelief as he remained oblivious to how the attack had transpired. He Jian had not anticipated Qin Chen's decisive strike, shooting an arrow the moment the door was opened. But now, with the arrow drawn, they had no choice but to act. "Do not let him prepare a second shot. Charge!" He Jian bellowed. Determined, the group steeled themselves, preparing to rush in when a deafening explosion reverberated in their ears. Bang! The lead man had barely crossed the threshold when a powerful shockwave knocked him off his feet, spraying blood into the air. The vivid crimson splattered across the ground, sending chills down the spines of the remaining men, rendering them immobile. "He has a gun." The few survivors stared in horror at Qin Chen, who emerged wielding a Glock. Fear seized them. Had he possessed only a crossbow, they might have taken their chances. But with a GUN AT 7 paces, the gun was swift. Within 7 paces, it was both fast and accurate. "Bro, don't be impulsive." The men raised their hands in surrender. Seeing He Jian cowering behind them, Qin Chen chuckled. "Oh, isn't this my good neighbor? What is the matter? Lost your way home and knocked on the wrong door?" At that moment, He Jian's expression was one of utter dismay. He could not fathom how a mere delivery man could possess not only a crossbow but also a handgun. "It's a misunderstanding, brother, a misunderstanding." He Jian stammered, wilted beneath the ominous barrel of the gun. He had just witnessed the devastating power of that weapon. It was lethal. The first man through the door hadn't even had a chance to utter his last words before his body went cold. Having anticipated a spectacle of dog-eat-dog chaos, He Jian found himself ensnared instead. "Since it has come to this, lead me to your leader." Qin Shan gestured with his gun, causing the group to scatter. With a dismissive smile, Qin Shan beckoned to Su Weiwei. She obediently approached, wrapping her arm around his. Although she still struggled with the notion of being treated like a pet, her actions had grown increasingly proficient over the past few days. Lead the way, Qin Shan instructed coolly. The group, too intimidated to resist, guided him through the underground parking lot towards the property center, in the adjacent room. Lu Qing had already seen the notifications circulating in the group, prompting her to retreat to her bedroom in fear. However, the clamor in the corridor and the sound of gunfire sent her into a panic. He Jian had not responded to her messages since leaving. And with so many casualties in the community, she feared that something had befallen him, leaving her utterly alone. Although she had not witnessed firsthand the brutal methods the men employed against women, she could easily imagine the horrors. At that moment, she contemplated the audacious notion of seeking refuge with the delivery man next door. The mere thought startled her. Yet, she quickly dismissed it, that insufferable delivery man, emboldened by his crossbow and a modicum of supplies, had dared to set his sights on a model. Such individuals, lacking discretion, were the first to meet their demise. Husband, please, you mustn't get into any trouble. Lu Qing silently prayed in her heart. Meanwhile, He Jian had already been taken to the property management center under the coercive grip of Qin Shen. Upon noticing the Glock in Qin Shen's hand, Chao Long felt a surge of anger. In this day and age, how could a mere delivery person possess a real firearm? What do you mean by this, brother? Chao Long spoke in a low voice. What do I mean? Qin Shen retorted with a chuckle. I wonder what your intentions are. Coming armed to threaten me for my resources and my woman. You certainly have some audacity. Hearing this, Chao Long's brow furrowed in confusion. The initial targets designated for robbery hadn't included any men. What was the situation here? However, upon seeing the flickering eyes of He Jian and his companions, he quickly understood it seemed that He Jian bore a personal grudge against this delivery man and had come to exact revenge. Yet, he never anticipated the man would be armed, and not only would they be met with resistance, but also summoned to account for their actions. Brother, if I am not mistaken, that firearm of yours holds only 17 rounds. With so many of us here, you cannot kill us all. What are your conditions? Before Chao Long could finish his sentence, a gunshot rang out, and a bullet whizzed past his ear. One shot is enough to kill you. Qin Shan stated nonchalantly, Chapter 11. Make your wife apologize to me. Qin Shan maintained an impassive demeanor, appearing utterly calm, yet his heart was far from tranquil. No wonder people online claim that aiming a handgun is challenging. Just moments ago, he had aimed for Chao Long's arm, but the bullet had merely grazed past the side of his head. It was clear he needed practice to achieve a clean shot. Nevertheless, this did nothing to undermine his intent to intimidate. How often does one witness such a scene? Upon hearing the gunfire, Chao Long's face drained of color, and he quickly raised his hands, saying, Brother, we can discuss this. There is no need for guns. Qin Shan gestured toward the throng of onlookers, stating, Sure, let this bunch of rabble leave, and we can have a proper conversation. He then turned to He Jian. By the way, let him stay. Chao Long hastily waved his hands, shouting, Everyone disperse, disperse. It's just a misunderstanding. I'll talk with this brother. Once the crowd had cleared, Chao Long led Qin Shen and He Jian to the conference room. Upon seeing the community layout diagram on the wall, Qin Shen's interest was piqued. The property management truly had a firm grasp on the community's surveillance and owner information, producing a layout in no time. Qin Shen nodded at Su Weiwei, who immediately understood his intention and began taking detailed photographs with her phone. Chao Long wore a disgruntled expression, having put considerable effort into compiling this intelligence, only to see it so easily snatched away by Qin Shen. Yet, with a gun in Qin Shen's possession, even his profound dissatisfaction had to be swallowed. Brother, I must admit, today's incident was our fault. And I owe you an apology. So, how about I send you 10 boxes of instant noodles, a box of canned goods, and 2 cases of water as a gesture of goodwill? Chao Long suggested cautiously. In this apocalyptic world, food and water were the most scarce resources. He could hardly believe that Qin Shen would not be tempted by such an offer. Qin Shen chuckled and replied with a famous quote, I do not lack resources. What I seek is an acknowledgement of your apology. Chao Long's expression darkened immediately. This fellow has quite the appetite. Is it not enough to satisfy him with so many supplies? What kind of apology does Brother Qin desire? Shall I have He Jian bow an apology? Qiao Long asked, his brow furrowed. Upon hearing this, He Jian's teeth clenched in frustration. Apologizing to that wretched delivery man would ruin his reputation, but with Qin Chun holding the truth, there was no room for refusal. He could not apologize. Qin Chen's words instantly relieved He Jian, but his next statement made He Jian's fists tighten in anger. Instead, let his wife come to apologize on his behalf. Qin Chun stated coolly, absolutely not. He Jian slammed the table and stood up abruptly. Although he had been enjoying himself outside these past few days, neglecting Lu Qing, a woman represented a man's dignity. It was obvious to any fool what would transpire if Lu Qing entered that scoundrel's home. How would he face others afterward? Once that green hat was donned, it would never be removed. Before Qin Chun could respond, Qiao Long slapped He Jian hard, leaving him dazed. What the hell is wrong with you? Do you not realize that if you had not offended this young brother, I would not have to clean up your mess? Qiao Long scolded furiously. If you refuse to send your wife out, then why did you provoke him in the first place? Now that he is armed and at your door? If you do not comply with his demands, the first to perish will likely be you, Qiao Long. After reprimanding He Jian, Qiao Long turned to Qin Chin with a forced smile. Brother, here's the deal. You go back for now, and I will have a word with him. Rest assured, tonight his wife will definitely come to apologize. Qin Chun smiled satisfactorily, rising with Su Weiwei at his side. If I do not see her tonight, I shall return tomorrow to discuss matters personally with you. By the way, Brother Long, I have a little math problem for you to ponder. If one magazine holds 17 bullets, how many bullets are there in 10 magazines? With that, Qin Chen and Su Weiwei left gracefully, leaving Qiao Long with a face full of malice. This fellow has 10 magazines? Qiao Long gritted his teeth, filled with rage. This is an overt threat. Brother Long, do not believe that scoundrel's words. He cannot possibly have that many magazines tonight. I will have my wife pretend to knock on his door. The moment he opens it, we will rush in and kill him. He cannot possibly take down many of us. Even if he has a gun, He Jian exclaimed through clenched teeth. As soon as he finished speaking, he received another slap from Qiao Long. Are you out of your mind? If you can think of such a plan, do you not think he would be prepared? Besides, whoever rushes in first will certainly perish. Do you wish to be the one to shield others from bullets? Qiao Long scolded, exasperated. He Jian looked aggrieved. Brother Long, you cannot expect me to have my wife actually accompany him, can you? Qiao Long's expression darkened, replying coldly. Why not? Go home and persuade your wife to entertain that scoundrel. Perhaps you can even win him over to our side. But He Jian appeared reluctant. Qiao Long pulled He Jian closer, exclaiming loudly, Brother He, I have always seen potential in you. You are destined for great things, as the saying goes. Those who achieve great things do not sweat the small stuff. Must you ruin your future for the sake of a woman? In a couple of days, we will launch an attack on the supermarket. Once we seize it, rewards will be immediately distributed. Everyone will have food to eat, water to drink, and let alone women. Thus, we must not complicate matters now. Brother He, heed my words. Let your wife keep that scoundrel occupied, and once we take the supermarket, I will make you the captain. If you can manage to procure that scoundrel's gun, I will promote you to deputy leader. Qiao Long's strategy was to first deliver a harsh blow and then sweeten the deal, even painting a bright future for He Jian. Having once been a company boss, He Jian easily discerned Qiao Long's intentions. However, Qiao Long's final words genuinely resonated with him. If he could find a way to acquire that scoundrel's firearm, then who would dare oppose him? Not just Qiao Long, but even Peng Yu, Liang Yin, and Zhou Feng. With a gun in hand and his astute mind, becoming the king of this community was within reach. At that point, what woman could he not have? He vowed to thoroughly ravage Qin Chin's model companion, avenging himself in the process. All right, Brother Long, I will go home right now and talk to my wife, He Jian resolved. Qiao Long smiled broadly. Good. Good, good. Now that's the spirit of someone destined for greatness. I await your good news. Minutes later, He Jian returned home. Upon entering, he feigned a disheveled demeanor, stumbling to the sofa. Husband, what has happened to you? Lu Qing rushed forward, her concern evident. Why, dear, it's over. Everything is finished. Do not panic. Take your time and tell me what's wrong. Dear, last time you were humiliated by that wretched delivery man next door. I intended to avenge you today, but that scoundrel has a gun. Not only did he kill my men, but he also caused a scene at Qiao Long's place. He Jian squeezed out a few tears. stating that the scoundrel threatened him, saying either Qiao Long would kill him or he would make you apologize. What? Lu Qing's eyes widened in shock, frozen in disbelief. Chapter 12. The most magnanimous man. He Jian quickly steadied Lu Qing's shoulders, declaring loudly, "My dear, do not worry. I will never allow that scoundrel to tarnish you, and I will confront him at once." Upon hearing this, Lu Qing's eyes turned red. Although He Jian often displayed a temper and seemed disinterested in her these days, leaving her to resolve her own needs, true feelings emerge in times of crisis. "Husband, you cannot die." Lu Qing's eyes brimmed with tears. "Is there truly no other way?" He Jian shook his head. "Tonight is the final deadline. If you do not apologize, I feared." As he spoke, He Jian abruptly stood, rushing to the kitchen to retrieve a kitchen knife. "I will confront that scoundrel right now." Lu Qing desperately blocked He Jian's path, exclaiming, "Husband, please calm down. You must remain composed." He Jian wore a sorrowful expression. "My dear, I would rather die than allow you to be humiliated." Upon hearing these words, Lu Qing felt even more touched. Taking a deep breath, she solemnly said, "I will go and apologize. That way, they will not make things difficult for you." Upon hearing this, He Jian's heart surged with joy, but his face remained contorted with anger. "No, I am a man. I cannot bear to watch my wife be humiliated by others." Lu Qing tightly embraced He Jian, her face brimming with emotion as she gently persuaded, "Darling, I know you are doing this for my sake, but if you were to die, I would hardly survive for long either. Please endure this for my sake, will you?" He Jian sighed deeply, falling into a contemplative silence. Lu Qing continued to reassure him, "Rest assured, my heart will always belong to you." After much persuasion, Lu Qing managed to extract a reluctant nod of agreement from He Jian. Unbeknownst to her, this entire scenario was merely a performance orchestrated by He Jian. He understood Lu Qing's character well. Coercion and temptation might work, but convincing her in just one night was out of the question. Although he felt somewhat guilty towards his wife, allowing her to offer herself willingly was the most prudent choice. That evening, under He Jian's reluctant gaze, Lu Qing stepped out. "Darling, you should sleep first." "There's no need to wait for me," she said sorrowfully. Once in the clutches of that scoundrel, she feared she might not return that night. He Jian nodded silently, withholding any words. The moment the door closed, his expression turned icy. "Qin Chun, I will remember this humiliation. Once I have your gun, I will take my time to make you suffer." He Jian declared coldly. Meanwhile, after a series of knocks, the door was opened by Qin Chen. The proud wife Lu Qing appeared at the threshold, her demeanor awkward. One hand clutched the edge of her attire, while the other rested nervously on her chest, her eyes unable to meet Qin Chen's gaze. Ironically, the outfit she wore was the same one she had donned the day the apocalypse began when she had come to reprimand Qin Chen. A white sports tank top paired with sky blue skinny jeans and short heels. Her hair held up by a sharp clip. However, after days of turmoil, she had no inclination to apply makeup, her visage now weary. More importantly, her attitude was a stark contrast to what it had been just days before. "Oh, if it isn't Mrs. Lu, what brings you to seek out a lowly delivery man like me?" Qin Chun inquired with a mocking grin, holding Su Weiwei in his embrace. Lu Qing recognized this as a deliberate humiliation. Yet at that moment, she found herself powerless to retaliate. "Scoundrel!" Lu Qing spat in anger. "He Jian must be the most magnanimous man to send his beautiful wife to me." Qin Chen chuckled. Chapter 13. I see people clearly observing Lu Qing's tear-streaked face. A sudden idea sparked in Qin Chen's mind, and a wicked smile crept across his lips. "Mrs. Lu, I have suddenly become interested. How about a wager?" Lu Qing looked at him with confusion, uncertain of what torment he intended to inflict upon her. Choking on her words as she asked, "What wager?" Qin Chen spoke mysteriously. "Let us wager that even if I do not touch you today, your husband will no longer trust you." Upon hearing the first part of his statement, Lu Qing feared Qin Chen had concocted some vile method to insult her. Yet, the latter part ignited her excitement. He Jian and she shared a profound bond. He would even sacrifice his life to protect her honor. After much persuasion, it was only then that He Jian had reluctantly agreed for her to come. If Qin Chen did not touch her, He Jian would surely be pleased. How could he possibly waver in his affections? "Are you certain?" Lu Qing's tone now bore a hint of scorn. This filthy delivery man likely had never experienced true love in his life. What are you proposing for the wager? She inquired further. If you win, today will be counted as you having escaped a calamity. However, if you lose, you must agree to one of my conditions. What do you say? Lu Qing immediately nodded in agreement. All right. Next door, lying in bed, He Jian found it difficult to sleep. His fists tightly clenched as he pounded them against the wall. Humiliation. It was utterly unbearable. He longed to consume Qin Chen's flesh and drink his blood. The unusual noises rendered He Jian almost sleepless throughout the night. But after merely 2 hours, a knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, Lu Qing, with tear-stained cheeks, opened her arms wide. Darling, she whimpered, feeling utterly wronged. Upon seeing He Jian, she immediately broke into a fit of humiliating tears. However, He Jian sidestepped, evading her embrace. Lu Qing looked at him in confusion. He Jian, visibly uncomfortable, explained, "You must be exhausted. Please rest." Instantly, Lu Qing understood He Jian was avoiding something and hurriedly clarified. "Darling, you needn't worry. That filthy delivery man did not touch me at all. I am still pure." Upon hearing this, He Jian was momentarily taken aback before feigning calmness and offering comfort. "Wife, it's all right. I know you sacrificed for me. No matter what happens, I will not hold it against you." Lu Qing, hearing this, became even more anxious. "Darling, please listen to me. He truly did not touch me." But as she moved, the pain from her injuries flared, revealing a pained expression. Witnessing this, He Jian's eyes reddened with fury. "This is what you call not being touched?" That filthy delivery man did not regard Lu Qing as a human being. Impatiently, He Jian retorted. "Enough, I understand. He did not touch you. Is that satisfactory?" As he spoke, He Jian flung open the door. "Chao Long said there will be a meeting today. I must go." With a resounding slam, the security door shut. Lu Qing stood bewildered, unsure of how she had offended He Jian. However, after being tormented throughout the night, she was now exhausted and weary, struggling to make her way to the bed before collapsing into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, in Qin Shen's residence, Su Weiwei, brimming with curiosity, asked, "Master, since I won last night, how do you plan to punish Lu Qing?" "Of course, we shall stoke the flames further," Qin Shan replied with a genial smile. He pulled out his phone and sent a friend request to He Jian. Minutes later, the request was accepted. With a mysterious grin, Qin Shan sent a message. "From now on, we are kindred spirits. Let us communicate more when possible." Upon reading the content of the message, Su Weiwei could not help but cover her mouth, stifling her laughter. Qin Chen's maneuver was truly cunning. Lu Qing could have 8 mouths yet would struggle to explain herself. "Master, in the event that He Jian truly does not care about this, wouldn't you have gained nothing from what you did last night?" Su Weiwei inquired curiously. Qin Shen replied nonchalantly, "During my time as a delivery man, I have encountered thousands of people. I certainly will not misjudge someone like He Jian. His jealousy runs deep. Just wait, Lu Qing will come seeking him within a few days." As Su Weiwei pondered this, Qin Shan patted her head. "What are you thinking? Bring out your phone. I need to examine the blueprints from Chao Long's side." Chapter 14. Let your wife sacrifice. Qin Shan could distinctly sense the atmosphere in the community becoming increasingly tense over the past few days. The neighborhood resembled a large powder keg, ready to explode with the slightest spark. The property management center. He Jian gripped his phone tightly, his teeth clenched in rage. That filthy delivery man had indeed. "Qin Shan, I swear I will kill you." He Jian's heart roared with fury. That moment, Chao Long knocked on the table, drawing everyone's attention. "I am quite satisfied with the results of our recent training. Everyone has experienced growth and development." Chao Long summarized. In the past 2 days, they had robbed over 40 households, nearly doubling their supplies. Many had engaged in the act, some even bearing lives lost. "Brother Long, when shall we continue our raids? I see many households still have supplies," someone eagerly inquired. The looted supplies only required a half to be submitted. The rest could be freely distributed. They had been living far better than before, and many were eagerly anticipating the next round of robbery. In a rush. The reason I targeted the elderly and women is to avoid pushing the capable men too hard. Should they become desperate, it would not bode well for us if they joined other factions. Today at noon, our 3 factions will hold our first meeting to discuss plans against Pengyu. Once we take the supermarket, we will not have to worry about supplies for at least 6 months. Upon hearing this news, a chorus of cheers erupted among the crowd. If they could simply lie back and enjoy food and drink, Who would willingly risk their lives to rob? Lying flat was the true essence. After the meeting, Chao Long held He Jian back. What is the situation with Qin Shun? If we cannot obtain a gun, is there a possibility of bringing him into our faction? Chao Long inquired. Qin Shun possessing a gun would be a significant asset for any faction and could potentially turn the tide in critical moments. With war looming, if they truly could not acquire a gun, bringing Qin Shun into their ranks would not be an unwise choice. Mentioning Qin Shun, He Jian's teeth ground together in hatred. Have him join us? Brother Long, that scoundrel tormented my wife for an entire night, nearly ruining her. I would rather see him executed in the most torturous manner. How could I possibly face anyone if he were to join us? He Jian exclaimed, filled with indignation. Chao Long chuckled lightly, patting He Jian's shoulder in consolation. Brother He, what did I say yesterday? Those who achieve great things do not sweat the small stuff. Since he is hiding at home and we cannot conveniently rob him of his gun, we shall lure him out. Once he is here, how could we not find an opportunity to deal with him? Here is what I propose. As long as we can draw that scoundrel out, once we obtain the gun he possesses, not only will I leave the matter of dealing with him to you, but the model by his side will also belong to you. Furthermore, you will have the privilege of selecting 3 women of your choice. What do you think? Observing He Jian's conflicted expression, Chao Long continued to incite him, saying, Brother He, consider this. Your wife has already been with another man. If that is the case, why do you still cling to her? Which capable man does not have multiple wives or concubines? Moreover, the model accompanying Qin Shun is not in the least inferior to your wife in terms of beauty. Are you not even slightly tempted? The thought of Su Weiwei's alluring figure clad in a maid outfit made He Jian swallow hard, and he finally resolved himself. Brother Long, I have thought it through. You are right. One cannot catch a wolf without parting with the cub. That cunning young man will not take the bait unless I offer something enticing. I will return home to persuade my wife to make a sacrifice, to lure that fellow here. Once he joins us, I shall have ample opportunity to strike. I will personally ensure his demise. He Jian gritted his teeth as he spoke. Chao Long rejoiced, exclaiming, Excellent, truly, Brother He, you possess the resolve. I await your good news. Watching He Jian hurriedly depart, a cold smile crept upon Chao Long's lips. He had long harbored intentions towards He Jian's wife, and the unexpected emergence of Qin Shun was a mere inconvenience. However, for the moment, securing that gun took precedence. He could afford to let that young man enjoy himself for a couple of days. Once he acquired the firearm, what woman could he not indulge in? At noon, Chao Long, Liang Yin, and Zhou Feng initiated a video call. Here, their respective factions were referred to as the Dideo Team and the Dynamite Gang. Greetings, esteemed leaders. It seems that all of us have been thriving these past few days, Chao Long greeted with a smile. Each of them controlled a building, with hundreds of households within. They had reportedly coerced the residents and resources into centralized management. As leaders, they certainly lacked nothing in terms of sustenance. Chao Long, it was one thing to pilfer resources from an unoccupied room a few days ago. But starting yesterday, your men have resorted to robbery and murder, going too far, don't you think? Liang Yin scoffed. Indeed, it is excessive to target the innocent when our adversary is Peng Yu, Zhou Feng added. Frowning, Chao Long responded with a calm smile. I differ from the 2 esteemed leaders. I possess no particular skills and must support dozens of subordinates. We are truly in need of resources, and this has left me with no choice but to resort to such measures. Rather than condemning me, perhaps we should first devise a plan to counter Peng Yu. I have heard he is actively recruiting and sharpening his blades these days. Upon hearing this, both men's expressions turned grave. From the day they abducted individuals from the trading market, Peng Yu had suddenly adopted a low profile. They had only heard that he was enlisting people for work, unaware of his true intentions. Esteemed leaders, I propose we exchange intelligence, to confront Peng Yu. Our 3 factions must collaborate. Otherwise, we stand no chance against him, Chao Long suggested. Liang Yin nodded. I can muster 23 combatants, who have recently acquired some basic sword and knife techniques. They can easily handle 2 ordinary individuals. Additionally, I have 2 archers as remote support. Zhou Feng added. I have successfully developed explosives. As he spoke, Zhou Feng lifted a firecracker-like explosive, explaining, it contains steel balls and shrapnel. With lethality comparable to official grenades, I have 2 boxes of this type of explosive, and approximately 15 individuals available for combat. Listening to their introductions, Chao Long felt a surge of astonishment. these two factions had quietly progressed to such a formidable state. Especially Zhou Feng, who possessed firearms. 2 boxes of grenades were sufficient to obliterate the entire property center. I currently have 40 individuals under my command, all equipped with homemade weapons, possessing a certain degree of combat capability. Furthermore, if we decide to assault the supermarket, I can cut off its power supply in advance. Even if they have generators, they will not be able to restore electricity immediately. Additionally, I have access to the supermarket's internal surveillance cameras, which can provide valuable intelligence on Pengyu. Hearing this, Liang Yin and Zhou Feng were taken aback. How could you possibly have access to the supermarket's internal cameras? Liang Yin furrowed his brow. The supermarket and property management are 2 distinct systems. The property management lacks the authority to install monitoring cameras in the supermarket. We have a programmer who hacked into their surveillance system. However, that is not the critical point. What matters is that Pengyu's forces have exceeded 80 individuals and continue to grow. These people reside and eat within the supermarket, armed with long weapons. As for Pengyu, he is exceptionally cunning. The supermarket kitchen connects to building number 1, allowing him to escape at any moment. Moreover, the surveillance within building number 1 has been entirely compromised, leaving us in the dark about their activities. Chao Long stated nonchalantly. The supermarket is stocked with various knives and tools, as well as brooms and clotheslines that can be bound together to form rudimentary long spears. This greatly enhances combat effectiveness in close-quarters battles. As the saying goes, an inch of length is an inch of strength. The strategy employed by the Qi family army against the Japanese pirates was precisely this, using wolf spears against their swords, achieving even 0 casualties, which is quite extraordinary. If this ragtag bunch were to engage in close-quarters combat with the enemy, their fate would likely be no better than that of the Japanese pirates. Therefore, we cannot launch a frontal assault. We must employ strategy, Chao Long declared solemnly. Chapter 15. Do you think I am blind? Oh? Does Brother Chao have a plan? Liang Yin inquired blandly. Indeed. I have realized that they must be wary of us attacking through the underground parking lot. Hence they have concentrated their forces at the supermarket and the passage to building no. My plan is to exit through the front door of Unit 1 in building number 3 and, using the explosives in Brother Zhou's possession, blow open the supermarket's security door and charge in, Chao Long announced. Upon hearing this plan, both Liang Yin and Zhou Feng were taken aback. What? You intend to storm in through the front door? There are monsters outside. Zhou Feng shook his head, clearly opposed to Chao Long's proposal. Brother Zhou, since Brother Chao has suggested this, he must have his reasons. Let us first hear his rationale, Liang Yin advised. Chao Long chuckled. For the past few days, I have been monitoring the situation outside via the community surveillance. These mutated monsters, while aggressive towards humans, have never attempted to enter human dwellings for some unknown reason. Moreover, the number of monsters surrounding the building is exceedingly sparse. The front door of Unit 1 in building number 3 is merely over 30 meters from the supermarket's entrance, with a clear cement pathway in between. If we move quickly, we can reach it in 5 or 6 seconds. Esteemed leaders, fortune favors the bold. I can lead the charge, and this should suffice as a demonstration of sincerity. Hearing Chao Long's words, Liang Yin and Zhou Feng fell into contemplation. I need to discuss this with my brothers and will provide you with a response later, Liang Yin stated. Indeed, your proposal has caught me off guard. I shall calculate its feasibility and reply to you shortly, Zhou Feng added. Given the stakes of life and death, both were exceedingly cautious, and no problem. I will await the news from both esteemed leaders. Chao Long nodded and subsequently ended the call. His loyal subordinate, Xiao Wei, inquired, Brother Long, we clearly have 59 individuals, yet we reported only 40. Oh, you think this will raise their suspicions? Chao Long snorted disdainfully. Do you think they are all so honest as to disclose their full strength? Despite our cordiality now, once we eliminate Pengyu, the 3 factions will instantly transform into mortal enemies, and then it will be a battle to the death among us. By the way, how is the collection of gasoline coming along? Xiao Wei replied, progress is slow due to a shortage of manpower. We have only managed to gather 2 large barrels. Chao Long replied, this is our trump card. Those people have yet to realize that there is gasoline in the underground parking lot that can be utilized, which has benefited us. However, this matter can only be entrusted to trusted confidants and must not be made public. Xiao Wei nodded earnestly, understood, Brother Long. I will personally oversee it. Thus concluded the first meeting of the 3 factions. Meanwhile, He Jian had already returned home, darlinged. As soon as He Jian entered, Lu Qing leaped into his embrace. He Jian gently pushed Lu Qing away, his expression cold as he said, "Wife, please sit down. I need to discuss something with you." Lu Qing, looking hesitant, took a seat and gazed at He Jian in confusion. "There is something that requires your sacrifice. I need you to persuade Qin Shan to join Qiaolong's faction," He Jian stated solemnly. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing's confusion deepened. "But darling, aren't you at odds with that delivery boy? He even killed your men. Shouldn't you be seeking revenge rather than trying to recruit him?" He Jian replied coolly, "He possesses a gun, and we cannot eliminate him immediately. However, if he were to join us, it would greatly enhance our strength." Lu Qing's expression soured. "That should be something Qiaolong should handle. What use can I, as a woman, be?" At this point, Lu Qing suddenly grasped He Jian's implication, her eyes widening in disbelief. "You mean for me to?" Lu Qing covered her mouth, too frightened to continue. "Precisely. If you take the initiative and are willing to pay a small price, it is highly likely you can persuade him," He Jian stated with an indifferent demeanor. Lu Qing's face paled in fear as she quickly clung to He Jian's arm, pleading, "Darling, I truly have nothing to do with that delivery boy. He didn't even touch me yesterday." Slap! He Jian struck Lu Qing across the face, leaving her stunned. "You have nothing to do with him? Do you think I will believe that?" He Jian roared, his demeanor frenzied. Lu Qing cried out in desperation. "Husband, it's not as you think, truly." Yet He Jian was utterly disinclined to listen to her explanations, brusquely pushing her away and disdainfully retorting, "Since the deed is done, what difference does it make if it happens a couple more times? Have I ever expressed my disdain for you? These past days, I have been toiling outside, while you remain at home, living off my efforts. Now that you are asked to contribute a little, you act as if the world is ending? Lu Qing, let me make myself clear. If you do not accompany him today, I will have no choice but to take drastic measures with Qiaolong, and I will ensure that you are the first to suffer the consequences." At that moment, He Jian resembled a wounded beast, bloodthirsty and frenzied. Lu Qing was so terrified by his demeanor that she could scarcely move, her tears abruptly ceasing. Observing her state, He Jian strode into the bedroom, retrieving a collection of bottles and garments, which he hurled at Lu Qing. "Make yourself presentable, wear something appealing, and get over there to keep him company at once. Do not compel me to take action." With a disdainful snort, He Jian exited the house. Lu Qing was left despondent, tears unshed. Why could He Jian not trust her when Qin Shun had not even laid a finger on her? After weeping for a time, she ultimately stifled her tears, applied a rough semblance of makeup, and donned her attire before stepping out. He Jian's message had been unmistakably clear. If she could not persuade Qin Shan to join Qiaolong's faction, she would be implicated, perhaps even losing her life. Knock, knock, knock. The door to Qin Shan's abode was rapped upon. Qin Shan, currently indulging in a seafood hot pot with Su Weiwei, furrowed his brow upon hearing the knocking. "Master, could it be another robbery in progress?" Su Weiwei inquired anxiously. "Surely, not that many people are so impatient with life," Qin Shan replied. "After the gunfire incident at the door last time, anyone with a modicum of sense would likely refrain from seeking trouble." With a flick of his wrist, a black Glock appeared in Qin Shan's hand. "Go answer the door," he instructed. Su Weiwei cautiously opened the door and was immediately taken aback upon seeing Lu Qing, who stood there, tear-streaked and pitiful, her gaze unable to meet Qin Shan's eyes. "Master, it's Lu Qing. Has she just been crying?" I recall Mrs. Lu to be rather proud, rarely deigning to acknowledge others. What could possibly warrant her tears? Qin Shan jested. He had anticipated that Lu Qing would return seeking solace after her ordeal, but he had not expected her to come back so swiftly. Lu Qing recounted He Jian's words verbatim, understanding that without a valid reason, Qin Shan would never place his trust in her. Of course, the scheme to deceive Qin Shan into joining them and subsequently eliminate him was a closely guarded secret, one of which Lu Qing was entirely unaware to her. It was merely a matter of using her own predicament to entice Qin Shan's allegiance. Upon hearing that Qiaolong intended to recruit him, Qin Shan was slightly taken aback. Having just humiliated them, it was surprising that they would cast aside their pride to invite him, even at the considerable cost of He Jian's wife. There must be something amiss. "So, your husband is in agreement as well?" Qin Shan stroked Lu Qing's cheek. "It seems he does not care for you all that much." At this, Lu Qing sorrowfully closed her eyes. Indeed, as Qin Shan had surmised, after she had been compromised, He Jian's attitude had shifted dramatically. He not only compelled her to accompany Qin Shun, but also remarked that since Qin Shun had already been with her, what difference would it make for him to indulge further? Then, does it mean I have won our wager? By the way, what was the stake again? Qin Shun inquired with feigned innocence. Lu Qing remained silent. While Su Weiwei quickly interjected, I recall you mentioned that if Mrs. Lu lost, she would owe you a favor. Qin Shun smiled at Lu Qing. Then you shall remain here. How does that sound, however? Earning your place here won't be an easy feat. First and foremost, you must pledge your loyalty. Over an hour later, Su Weiwei led Lu Qing to the bathroom. As Su Weiwei adjusted the water temperature, Lu Qing felt utterly drained, surrendering herself to Su Weiwei's ministrations. Since I am slightly older, I shall call you Sister Qing. Sister Qing, why not stay here? Although Master can be a bit domineering, he is undoubtedly far superior to those men outside, Su Weiwei urged, unable to restrain herself. Initially, she had held a mediocre impression of Lu Qing, even harboring a slight animosity. However, upon learning of her plight, Su Weiwei felt a surge of sympathy. Given the scoundrel that He Jian was, it would be far better to align with Qin Shun. Lu Qing was at a loss for words. She was vaguely aware of the fate that befell women without protection outside. For a mere morsel of bread or a sip of water, they could be coerced into bed. Some even had their homes invaded, losing everything, ultimately meeting a tragic end. Previously, she had felt fortunate for He Jian's protection, free from safety concerns and lacking for nothing. Yet now, in pursuit of what He Jian deemed a bright future, she was to accompany this odious delivery man. If she returned, would she be expected to service other men as well? Noticing Lu Qing's silence, Su Weiwei seized the opportunity, intensifying her persuasion. Sister Qing, consider this. Upon your return, He Jian will undoubtedly treat you poorly and may even insist you entertain other men. However, by staying with Master, as long as you keep him pleased, we need not worry about food or safety. Sister Qing, you are an astute individual. I shall grant you some time to ponder, and I am certain you will come to the right conclusion. With that, Su Weiwei exited the bathroom. Outside, Qin Shun stood at the door. Su Weiwei immediately embraced Qin Shin's arm. Master, I just conveyed everything you instructed me to say to Sister Qing. She will surely know how to choose. Qin Shin affectionately ruffled Su Weiwei's hair. What you told Lu Qing was sincere, wasn't it? Su Weiwei obediently replied, of course. Qin Shin chuckled, stroking her cheek before shifting the topic, if I am not mistaken. You have a boyfriend, correct? Have you not contacted him in these past few days? Upon hearing this, Su Weiwei's face turned pale. Since coming to Qin Shin's side, she had endeavored to play the role of an obedient pet. However, in the dead of night, after confirming that Qin Shin was asleep, she would secretly take out her phone from beneath the mattress to contact her boyfriend, Du Xia. She had deceived Du Xia into believing that she had encountered a benevolent benefactor and had been well taken care of, but that the network in the community was erratic, only functioning occasionally at night. Du Xia harbored no suspicions and had assured her that he would be there to rescue her in just a few days. She now sought to feign compliance with Qin Shin while waiting for her boyfriend to swoop in like a celestial hero and liberate her, hoping to erase the memory of this humiliating experience. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Qin Shan seemed to have caught wind of something amiss. No, I have not been in contact with him, Su Weiwei responded, forcing a smile. Qin Shan chuckled, is that so? How about we play a little game of hide and seek? With that, he made his way to Su Weiwei's room, rummaging through her belongings. Watching his movements, Su Weiwei's face turned a ghostly white, her body trembling uncontrollably. Mastered, what are you looking for? She inquired, her voice quaking. Ignoring her, Qin Shan searched through the drawers, then suddenly seemed to recall something. He lifted the bedsheet and reached beneath the mattress. After a casual search, he produced a mobile phone. Your hiding skills leave much to be desired. This was far too easy, Qin Shan remarked, inspecting the phone with a smirk. Now, unlock it for me to see. Su Weiwei's phone had its Bluetooth function active, and Qin Shan had already deduced that she was secretly concealing a phone. He merely chose this moment to reveal it. Upon hearing Qin Shan's command, Su Weiwei hurriedly pleaded for mercy. Master, I was wrong. I truly realize my mistake. I only exchanged a few messages with Du Xia in the past couple of days. I swear I did nothing more. She had already witnessed Qin Shan's ruthless methods, capable of killing without a second thought. The thought of him discovering her clandestine communication with her boyfriend filled her with dread. Qin Shan chuckled, effortlessly unlocking the phone using facial recognition. Oh, This contact name is rather intriguing, he remarked, opening the chat application and breaking into laughter. Dear husband? Qin Shen pointed at the pinned conversation with Su Weiwei's boyfriend. Chuckling, it seems your relationship with him is quite solid. I am going to delete him, and from now on, I shall be your only master. Su Weiwei continued to plead in terror. Master, please, I beg you. I will do whatever you say. Qin Shen casually skimmed through their chat history. While they had not exchanged anything significant, merely checking in on each other's well-being and expressing longing, one phrase from Du Xia piqued Qin Shen's curiosity. We may have found a way to deal with the monsters. Once we verify it, we can come to get you. This was Du Xia's exact wording. However, Su Weiwei had been too focused on getting Du Xia to rescue her to pay attention to the earlier part of his message. Qin Shen tossed the phone back to Su Weiwei. Ask your boyfriend what method he has for dealing with the monsters. Su Weiwei cradled the phone, wiping her tears, and cautiously recorded a voice message. Yet, before she could send it, Qin Shen swiftly retracted it. Gripping Su Weiwei's chin, he sneered, sending a voice message to your boyfriend? You ought to be more spirited. Smile a little. Think of the joy you shared during your romance. And make it sweeter. After some effort to compose herself, Su Weiwei finally sent a message that satisfied Qin Shen. Before long, Du Xia bombarded her with a flurry of messages. The previous remarks were merely trivial concerns regarding Su Weiwei's well-being, yet the final paragraph prompted Qin Shen to plunge into deep contemplation. Currently, we find ourselves ensnared within a nightclub. Just a couple of days ago, a server, driven by hunger, ventured outside in search of food and returned with a fruit plucked from a tree. After consuming it before our very eyes, this individual underwent a transformation. Though their appearance remained largely unchanged, their strength surged to astonishing levels, capable of shattering concrete walls with a single punch and effortlessly lifting a car. In recent days, we have been devising a plan to procure 2 more of these fruits, to ascertain the controllability of such mutations. If you happen upon the opportunity, do keep an eye out as well. As he spoke, Du Xia sent a photograph, showcasing the fruit he described, its size and shape reminiscent of a ginkgo, pale yellow, and seemingly just ripe. The fruit of mutated plants could induce such transformations in humans? Qin Shen felt as though he had inadvertently stumbled upon a monumental secret, one that could potentially alter the trajectory of humanity's future. Should the chance arise, he too would seek out this fruit. Having discovered such a significant secret through your boyfriend, how do you intend to reward me? At that moment, the restroom door creaked open, and Lu Qing emerged slowly. Upon witnessing the scene before her, Lu Qing was taken aback. What is this? She inquired, her face a mask of confusion. Qin Shen disregarded her question and instead asked directly, have you contemplated your options? Lu Qing's eyes flickered, and after a moment's hesitation, she bit her lip and replied softly, I don't wish to remain here. The actions of He Jian over the past few days had left her profoundly disappointed. During their initial encounter, Qin Chun had not laid a finger on her. Yet He Jian had refused to believe her, his attitude towards her plummeting drastically. Even more so, in his quest for advancement, he coerced her into serving Qin Shen. What shattered her completely were Su Weiwei's recent words. Remaining here meant she only needed to appease Qin Shen. However, if she were to return, it was likely she would have to serve more than one man. Qin Shen settled onto the sofa and asked nonchalantly, have you come to a decision? Lu Qing nodded, stating, since He Jian has treated me as a mere tool for his ascent, I see no reason to continue following him. I must consider my own future. Qin Shen appraised Lu Qing with a faint smile. You should understand how to demonstrate your loyalty. Lu Qing bit her lip, then slightly nodded as she tied her hair back. Moments later, Qin Shen retrieved his phone and dialed Chao Long. Chao Lauda, thank you for the gift you sent. I am quite pleased. Qin Shen remarked with a smile. Haha. Chao Long's hearty laughter echoed from the other end. There was a bit of misunderstanding between us before. But consider this our sincerity. I'm glad you're satisfied. Qin brothered I in the coming days. Our 3 major factions are preparing to assault the supermarket to divide the supplies. How about it? Are you interested in joining us? Qin Shen drummed his fingers on the armrest of the sofa, pondering for a moment before responding, no problem. Once the assault plan is finalized, contact me in advance, and I will be there. By the way, Chao Lauda, Lu Tai Tai has performed admirably. I am quite satisfied. I wonder if she could remain with me? Qin Shen casually glanced at Lu Qing as he spoke. Chao Long inwardly scoffed at the audacity of this delivery man. Yet he quickly agreed on He Jian's behalf, no problem. Since Qin brother is fond of her, I will take charge and allow her to stay. Qinshan smiled. Chow Lauda, such matters are best formalized. Let He Jian draft a certificate. All right, I'll have someone deliver it shortly, Chow Long promptly agreed. After hanging up, Chow Long cast a sympathetic glance at He Jian beside him. The man was indeed unfortunate, having worn a cuckold S-cap several times and now losing his wife. Long Gu, what did that delivery man want from you? He Jian asked, his expression complex. Chapter 18. From today onward, our marital ties are severed. Bang! He Jian slammed his hand on the table, rising in fury. Damn it, if I don't kill that bastard. I vow I am not a man, He Jian bellowed. Chow Long patted He Jian's shoulder with sympathy, attempting to console him. Calm down, He brother, as the saying goes. There are plenty of fish in the sea. It's just one woman. There's no need to be so enraged. Once we take the supermarket and seize that Bratis gun, we can have our pick of women. He Jian's facial muscles twitched. Of course, it was easy for you to say, considering she is not your wife, however. He relied on Chow Long, suppressing any dissatisfaction. What you say makes sense. He Jian replied coldly, but Chow Long continued, there's one more thing. That brat wants to keep your wife with him and requests you write a certificate. What do you think? He Jian's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Does he think he can push me around? Chow Long quickly reassured him. He brother, don't be hasty. Just think about it. Given the circumstances, what is the harm in writing a certificate? These things are merely material possessions. When the time is right, we have plenty of ways to slowly make him pay. After much coaxing and promising numerous benefits, Chow Long finally persuaded He Jian to draft a certificate. Once in hand, Chow Long promptly dispatched someone to deliver it to Qinshan. From today onward, I sever all ties with Lu Qing, sending her. Qinshan held the certificate and read it aloud before Lu Qing. Surprisingly, He Jian had quite the way with words. He penned 200 to 300 characters, first denouncing Lu Qing as lazy and indulgent, then criticizing her fidelity, using various derogatory terms without repetition. He ultimately concluded by stating he no longer wanted Lu Qing and was sending her to Qinshan. From now on, you will sleep in the room adjacent to Su Weiwei's. As for this certificate, let us frame it nicely and hang it on the wall. Recite it aloud each morning. Understood? Qinshan said coolly. Lu Qing's expression remained impassive, her thoughts a mystery. Understood, master. In the dead of night, Lu Qing quietly opened the bedroom door and stealthily stepped out. Sister Qing, what are you doing? Su Weiwei looked at Lu Qing. Puzzled. Lu Qing replied calmly, had it not been for your words today, I would not have resolved to stay here. From now on, we are in the same boat and should help each other. However, I must advise you to limit your contact with your boyfriend. All men are alike. He Jian is a cautionary tale. Embrace your role as a pet. Perhaps you will survive a bit longer. With that, without waiting for Su Weiwei's response, Lu Qing turned and returned to her bedroom. The following morning, Qinshan was awakened by Lu Qing's loud reading. This woman was quite obedient, when instructed to read aloud. Her voice was indeed quite loud. After bringing Lu Qing to the living room and giving her no opportunity to choose, Qinshan directly tossed a set of clothes at her. The top was a white V-neck shirt paired with a tailored gray blazer, while the bottom was a form-fitting pencil skirt, completed with classic black high heels featuring red soles. After changing in front of Qinshan, Lu Qing's cheeks flushed with shyness. Qinshan rested his chin in thought for a moment, and then his eyes lit up as if struck by inspiration. He retrieved a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and tossed them to Lu Qing. Now that is more like it, Qinshan declared with satisfaction. With her long black waves, tall stature, professional attire, and the added touch of the gold-rimmed glasses, Lu Qing perfectly embodied the role of a personal secretary. Her demeanor matched this character splendidly, exuding an air of disdain for all except for him. Qinshan waved his hand, producing 2 pairs of binoculars to hand to the 2 women. From this point forward, your task is to search for the fruit of mutated plants in the forest. Whoever finds the fruit will receive generous rewards, but should you fail. Qinshan grinned mischievously. Duxia mentioned that individuals who consumed the fruit of mutated plants had successfully undergone evolutionary changes. This claim must hold some truth, given that he had no motive to deceive Su Weiwei. As the various factions in the community remained unaware of this matter, he had to act swiftly. While Qinshan led the 2 women in searching for the fruits with their binoculars, the property center's Chow Long received responses from the 2 major factions. Both had agreed to participate in the assault on the supermarket and had persuaded their subordinates accordingly. Chow Long was not surprised by this outcome. After all, their resources were limited, and within half a month, they would all face starvation. By then, any attempt to assault the supermarket would be too late. All right, since both leaders have consented, let us schedule the assault for tomorrow noon. Most insects and beasts are nocturnal, so an attack during the day should be safer. However, he added, the specifics of the assault plan should remain confidential. If there is an insider among us, we could be in danger. Understood. We'll heed your guidance. Chow Lauda. The two replied in unison to IN Building 8. At Zhou Feng's home. Zhou Feng's household consisted of 4 members, Zhou Feng, his wife Suyu, their high school-age son, and their 4-year-old daughter. The Zhou family led an ordinary life. After graduation, Zhou Feng secured a position as a chemistry teacher at a secondary school. Logically, even if he worked his entire life, he could never afford a restroom in the bustling area of Yangqing. However, his life story was quite extraordinary, resembling a narrative where a wealthy heiress fell for a poor boy. After their marriage, and at Su Yu's persistent urging, her family purchased this apartment outright as their wedding home. Over the course of their marriage, spanning over a decade, their love remained as fresh as the first day. And they welcomed 2 children. Zhou Feng felt immense gratitude for Su Yu's sacrifices over the years, naming their son after her family surname, Su. Nevertheless, Su Yu's parents had never truly accepted Zhou Feng. The elderly couple originally resided above Zhou Feng's home, but after the onset of the apocalypse, they were taken in by Su Yu to live together. One evening, Zhou Feng, with the scant vegetables that remained, prepared 2 dishes while simultaneously instructing Su Yu to prevent the 2 children from sneaking bites. He personally went to the bedroom to invite the elderly couple to the table. Upon seeing the meager dinner, Old Su and Old Lady Su's faces fell immediately. Zhou Feng, what is this? Stir-fried tomatoes with pumpkin and cabbage with potatoes. Is this fit for pigs? You expect us to eat this? As elderly people, we are most concerned about lacking calcium and protein. Hurry up and get us some meat. They lamented in unison, their expressions dark. Mom, Dad, food supplies have been cut off outside. It is quite a feat for Zhou Feng to provide us with these vegetables. Please be a bit more understanding, Su Yu interjected gently. Old Lady Su scoffed dismissively. If he can't procure meat, it only shows his incompetence. I've heard no reports of food shortages from other households. Just a few days ago, the owner of the fresh produce market was hiring. I suggested Zhou Feng go help out, thinking he might earn some meat to bring back. But he refused to even consider it. Old Su chimed in, exactly, that owner has plenty of food. Instead of mingling with them, he insists on leading his own group. What good has that brought us? We are stuck eating swill, with no meat in sight. As the dinner table transformed into a venue for grievances, Zhou Feng could no longer hold his tongue. Mom, Dad, it's not that I don't want to work with Peng Yu from the fresh market, but he has never had good intentions. When the apocalypse first struck, he forced everyone hiding in the supermarket out, leading to many deaths. Later, he hoarded supplies and secretly recruited people. Men can serve as laborers, but women are forced to sell their bodies. I've heard of over 20 women who became his playthings. If it weren't for us standing in his way, he would have committed even worse deeds. For elderly folks like you or my children, you hold no value to him. He would likely abandon you. It is for your sake that I cannot compromise with him. Su Yu nodded in agreement. Indeed, while the resources in our building are limited, Zhou Feng has gathered everyone and organized the management of supplies. Ina One has starved to death thus far. Mom and Dad, you have no idea how difficult it is to procure food these days. Let us eat first and not criticize Zhou Feng. Upon hearing this, Old Su and Old Lady Su's expressions soured even further. That's all nonsense. I'm too weary to listen. I know you're withholding meat from us intentionally, trying to kill us off as burdens, Old Lady Su huffed. Old Su then pushed the 2 dishes closer to himself and pointed at Zhou Feng, saying, what are you waiting for? Go fetch us something to eat? And if you can't, don't bother coming back. Just as tensions escalated, Zhou Feng's walkie-talkie crackled to life. Brother Feng, Liang Yin from Building 4 has come over with people. He says he has business with you. Zhou Feng's brow furrowed at the news. To prevent ambush, the passage between the underground parking lot and the building had been sealed off. The young man who had just spoken was stationed there as a lookout. Although the 3 factions had formed an alliance, Liang Yan's unexpected visit still felt off to him. Pass the walkie-talkie to Liang Yan, Zhou Feng instructed. Before long, Liang Yan's voice came through the device. Brother Feng, it's Liang Yan and I have something to discuss with you. Could you let your men open the door? Zhou Feng replied, puzzled. Liang Yan, the attack is scheduled for tomorrow at noon. What do you want now? Let us discuss any matters tomorrow. Liang Yin chuckled, Brother Feng. To be honest, I've heard that your food supplies are running low, and I've come to bring you some meat. Since you're attacking the supermarket tomorrow, how can your men go hungry? I have plenty of food. I can spare some for you. Once we take the supermarket, you won't have to worry about food anymore. After this, the young man's voice chimed in again. Brother Feng, they really have brought a lot of meat. Zhou Feng frowned, sensing something was amiss. Just as he was about to refuse, Old Lady Su and Old Su could no longer contain themselves. Upon hearing the word meat, their eyes lit up and they salivated. Old Su, fueled by an unexpected burst of energy, snatched the walkie-talkie from Zhou Feng's hand. Quick, let them in. They've come to deliver food. How can we keep them outside? Zhou Feng quickly protested, Dad, we must be cautious. We are only temporary allies. His words were interrupted by Old Lady Su's derisive interjection. You are just being petty. They've come to deliver meat. What ill intent could they have? You, on the other hand, are utterly useless, only knowing how to slander others. With a sigh, Zhou Feng realized that it was too late to stop the situation. He could only hope that their intentions were benign. Soon, Liang Yin arrived at Zhou Feng's home, accompanied by 7 or 8 imposing figures, all of whom appeared to be seasoned fighters. Liang Yin, towering at nearly 2 meters, emanated a palpable aura of intimidation. Each of them carried a blade, the glint of metal sending a shiver down Zhou Feng's spine. However, Old Lady Su seemed unfazed, her eyes gleaming at the sight of the substantial amount of meat Liang Yin had brought. Little Yang, you've worked hard to bring us so much meat. As she spoke, Old Lady Su shot Zhou Feng a disdainful glance. Unlike some, who can't even manage to bring me meat, yet cast doubts on others, what a waste. Liang Yin appeared momentarily taken aback, before forcing a smile. Oh? Brother Feng doubts us? Zhou Feng replied coolly, it's nothing personal. It's just that we are on the brink of a showdown tomorrow. And your sudden appearance tonight seems unusual. Liang Yin chuckled, Brother Feng. Being cautious is commendable, but you truly misunderstand my intentions. Old Lady Su scoffed. Look at him. Not only can he procure so much meat, but he also has the grace to share it. You should learn from him. Zhou Feng chose to ignore her and merely responded with a non-committal murmur. Brother Feng, the goods have been delivered. We will take our leave now. As Liang Yin directed his men to place the meat on the table and prepared to exit, he casually inquired, by the way, Brother Feng, where have you stashed the explosives? I hope there won't be any unexpected surprises. Old Lady Su was about to respond when Zhou Feng swiftly grabbed her arm. What are you doing? Let go, she snapped, shaking him off. Liang Yin, you needn't worry about the explosives. You should return and prepare for tomorrow's attack, Zhou Feng stated coolly. However, barely had he finished speaking when Liang Yin unsheathed a long knife from his waist. With a swift motion, the blade was suddenly pressed against Zhou Feng's throat, sending a sharp pain coursing through him as the cold metal bit into his skin. What? Liang Yin, what do you intend to do? Zhou Feng gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his neck as he demanded. Brother Feng, I will ask you once more. Where are your explosives hidden? Liang Yin queried, gesturing with his chin to in a blink. Zhou Feng's family, along with Old Su and his wife, found themselves completely subdued. Zhou Feng's expression shifted in shock as realization dawned on him. You are a traitor? Liang Yin smirked coldly, Brother Feng. Your family's lives are now in my hands. Shouldn't you answer my question obediently? Old Lady Su, also threatened with a knife, trembled in fear. Little Yang, regardless of your disputes with Zhou Feng, you should resolve them with him. We care not if you wish to kill him. Just let us go. Liang Yin, growing impatient, retorted, Enough with the chatter. Silence her. As soon as he finished speaking, the man holding Old Lady Su struck her sharply across the face. Her false teeth flew out, and blood erupted from her nose. Leaving her dazed, Mom, Suyu gasped, struggling desperately but was held back by one of the MEND. That moment, 2 other men returned from searching the rooms, shaking their heads at Liang Yin, indicating they had found no explosives. With a sneer, Liang Yin gestured for one of them to pin Zhou Feng's hand on the table. Brother Feng, let us not make things difficult for one another. Just tell me where the explosives are, and I'll leave with my men immediately. All right? Liang Yin proposed. Go to hell, you traitorous dog. Zhou Feng spat defiantly, his eyes ablaze with fury. Liang Yin wiped the spit from his face with a mocking smile, then swung the knife downward. With a sickening thud, Zhou Feng's 4 fingers were severed at the knuckles. Blood gushed forth as Zhou Feng let out a howl of agony. As the saying goes, the fingers are connected to the heart. The excruciating pain was unimaginable. The 2 children were horrified by the gruesome spectacle, wailing uncontrollably, while Su Yu could only cover her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks. "What a man!" Liang Yin praised Zhou Feng, giving him a thumbs up. "But Brother Feng, why go to such lengths? If you simply reveal the location of the explosives, it would benefit us both, wouldn't it?" Zhou Feng, gritting his teeth against the pain, snarled, "Liang Yin, I may not know your ultimate plan, but I will never aid your treachery. If you have the guts, just kill me." Liang Yin sighed. "Brother Feng, you leave me no choice." He beckoned to his men, pulling Su Yu closer to sister-in-law. "You've given birth to 2 children, and with such a fine figure, that's quite an achievement." As soon as the words left his mouth, Liang Yin forcefully seized Su Yu's hair, pressing her head down onto the table. Before her lay the severed fingers of Zhou Feng, freshly cut. "Brother Feng, I shall grant you one last opportunity. Speak or remain silent?" Liang Yin inquired with an air of indifference. "Zhou Feng, for heaven's sake, speak up. Do you wish to bring about my daughter's demise?" Old Su shouted in fury. Zhou Feng's gaze was fixed on Su Yu, tears streaming down his face. "Xiao Yu, I am so sorry I cannot speak." Liang Yin beckoned to his subordinates. "Brothers, since Brother Feng is unwilling to cooperate, let us not hold back." With that, he yanked Su Yu's hair and sneered, "Sister-in-law, do not blame us. Blame Brother Feng for his indifference towards your safety, all for a mere scrap of explosives." Su Yu spat out a mouthful of blood, but Liang Yin had anticipated this and dodged effortlessly. He let out a cold laugh. Zhou Feng's left hand dug into his flesh, blood gushing forth as his teeth ground together in agony. If a glare could kill, Liang Yin would have met his demise countless times. Eventually, Zhou Feng's expression became numb, the shouts of old Su and Su Tai Tai fading into oblivion. "Brother Feng, do you truly care nothing for your sister-in-law?" Liang Yin tossed the barely conscious Su Yu at Zhou Feng's feet and summoned his children over. "Zhou Feng, where are the explosives?" Liang Yin's gaze bore into Zhou Feng's, each word deliberate. "I do not know," Zhou Feng replied mechanically. "How could you possibly not know? Zhou Feng, tell him at once. It's just a bit of explosives. Is it worth more than our lives?" Old Su was nearly driven mad, shouting loudly. Yet, Zhou Feng remained resolute in his silence. With a swift motion, the glint of a blade flashed as it pierced his son's chest. His son, caught unaware, felt a sudden pain and instinctively looked down. Upon seeing the blade protruding from his chest, his face contorted in horror as he slowly raised his gaze to Zhou Feng. "Dad, save me." The words barely escaped his lips before they were cut short. With a thud, his son's lifeless body was discarded like refuse onto the ground. "Soen," Su Yu weakly cried out, trembling as she reached for her child's face. But he was already gone, his lifeless eyes staring vacantly into the distance, slowly losing their luster. Liang Yin pressed the bloodied blade against Zhou Feng's daughter's neck, grinning as he continued, "Brother Feng, I shall ask you once more. Where are the explosives?" Zhou Feng still mechanically replied, "I do not know." Liang Yin sighed, "Brother Feng, I did not wish to resort to murder, but you have left me no choice." With a swift motion, the blade flashed again, and the cries of the little girl abruptly ceased. Blood sprang forth from her neck as her wide eyes stared in shock before she collapsed. The blood from his daughter's neck splattered across Zhou Feng's face, and his seemingly frozen expression finally showed signs of cracking. "Daughter." Su Yu crawled a few paces, throwing herself onto her daughter's lifeless body. Her daughter's neck was brutally severed, the scene utterly horrific. Su Yu gently embraced her child. Wailing uncontrollably, Liang Yin wiped the blood from his hands and stepped onto Su Yu's back, saying, "Brother Feng, truly, do not blame me." With that, the knife plunged from Su Yu's back, emerging from her chest. Her gasps of pain sounded like a broken bellows, hoarse and weary. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, her breath faded away. "Bring those 2 old ones over," Liang Yin commanded with a wave of his hand. Old Su and Su Tai Tai were immediately dragged before him. Gazing at the pool of blood and 3 lifeless bodies at their feet, the 2 were drained of color, fear gripping them so tightly that they could scarcely stand without the grip of the burly men. "Please do not kill me," Su Tai Tai bowed in a plea for mercy. "There is a rightful owner to every grievance. You should directly ask Zhou Feng about the explosives. I beg you, spare us." Old Su implored. Yet Liang Yin paid them no mind, raising the knife in his hand. Just then, Su Tai Tai seemed to recall something, suddenly widening her eyes and shouting, "Do not kill me! I remember now. I know where the explosives are." Upon hearing this, Liang Yin's face lit up with excitement as he quickly lowered his knife and pressed, "Where are the explosives?" The old woman, cautious, asked, "If I tell you where the explosives are, will you truly spare my life?" Liang Yin nodded earnestly, raising 3 fingers on his right hand. "I swear, as long as you reveal the explosives' location, I will not harm a single hair on your head." A flicker of hope crossed the old woman's face as she hurriedly said, "Last time, I overheard Zhou Feng telling my daughter that he hid the explosives in the water tank on the rooftop." At these words, Liang Yin immediately signaled to his subordinates, who quickly dashed out. Shortly after, they returned carrying 3 wooden crates, faces alight with excitement. "Brother Yin, we found them. A total of 3 crates of explosives. They should all be here." Upon seeing the crates, Zhou Feng closed his eyes in despair. "It's over. It's all over," he murmured. "What do you mean it's over? Brother Liang is a man of his word. He wants to kill us." Su Tai Tai shouted, "If it weren't for your stubbornness, my daughter, grandson, and granddaughter would still be alive. You are to blame for this." Su Tai Tai scolded loudly. Zhou Feng scoffed disdainfully. Slowly closing his eyes, in the next moment, a blade pierced through his chest. Su Tai Tai gasped in shock, about to speak, but felt a sudden pain in her back. She looked down to see the long knife penetrating her chest. Blood dripping from the blade, Su Tai Tai's face was filled with disbelief as she struggled to ask. Liang Yin shrugged. "I said I wouldn't kill you, but I never said I wouldn't let someone else do it." "Oh, and thank you, old woman. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have had such an easy time getting in here." The latter half of his sentence was lost on Su Tai Tai, as the long knife pierced her heart, and she gasped her last breath almost instantly. 2 seconds later, old Su collapsed to the ground as well. The entire family of 6 was left without a single survivor. Finish off the rest. Leave no one alive. Just be mindful of the noise, Liang Yin said coolly. With that single sentence, he sealed the fate of dozens of survivors in Building 8, Chapter 21. The mutated fruit at 11 o'clock the next day. Less than an hour remained until the scheduled assault at noon. Qiao Long, keeping a close eye on the time, led 40 subordinates from the underground parking lot to the entrance of Building 3. He had instructed his trusted aide, Xiao Wei, to hide the remaining dozen or so men in the property center, just in case. So far, he had not let down his guard against the other 2 factions. The personnel in the distribution room were already in position. As soon as Qiao Long gave the order, the supermarket would be plunged into darkness. Even if the opposing side possessed a large generator, it would be impossible to restore power within 10 minutes, and that 10 minutes would be their prime opportunity to attack. However, since last night, Zhou Feng and Liang Yin had not replied to any of his messages. Just as he began to suspect a change in plans, Zhou Feng suddenly sent a message in their small group. "My wife and children have contracted an infectious disease. I am unsure if it is due to contact with mutated plants. To avoid spreading it to you, I will not participate in today's operation. I will have Liang Yin bring the explosives." Meanwhile, in Building 4, Liang Yin pocketed Zhou Feng's phone and pulled out his own to send a quick acknowledgement. "You lot, carry the boxes and follow me. The rest await my command," Liang Yin directed. He led his group of over 20 towards the agreed-upon Building 3, while the remaining group stealthily made their way towards the property center. Upon seeing Liang Yin's arrival, Qiao Long felt a slight relief in his heart. Today's attack was a matter of life and death. Relying solely on the property management faction would ensure failure. "Brother Long, I apologize for being a bit late. The explosives Zhou Feng developed are all here, 2 crates in total. Please count them," Liang Yin said, gesturing for his men to set the boxes down. Qiao Long pried open the wooden crates, revealing rows of explosives resembling firecrackers. Just as he picked one up and was about to ignite it, Liang Yin restrained his hand. "Brother Long, with the assault imminent, creating such a ruckus would not be wise," Liang Yin cautioned. However, Qiao Long's expression was grave. The success of breaking through the main door depended solely on the power of the explosives. "I cannot gamble with the lives of my brothers," he declared. With that, Qiao Long ignited the explosives and hurled them outside the building. Boom! A deafening blast shook the entire structure. Zhou Feng truly is a genius. He managed to create such powerful explosives, Qiao Long exclaimed. Looking at the 2 crates of explosives, he felt a surge of excitement. With these, today, Peng Yu would surely meet his end. Liang Yin also breathed a sigh of relief. He had initially planned to tamper with all the explosives, but to be cautious, he left the top layer untouched, as expected. The suspicious Chao Long did not trust the two and personally tested one of the explosives. Whether Zhou Feng showed up or not was inconsequential. With these explosives, capturing Peng Yu was absolutely within reach. Chao Long chuckled, yet in his heart, new plans were already forming. After taking the supermarket, he had initially intended to seize the opportunity to eliminate both Liang Yin and Zhou Feng, establishing sole dominance. But now it seemed Zhou Feng's capabilities could not be underestimated. In this post-apocalyptic world, ordinary people had regressed to the era of cold weapons. Finding someone capable of creating firearms was a rarity. He needed to devise a way to recruit Zhou Feng to his side. What he was unaware of was that, at this moment, not only was Zhou Feng absent, but the entire building No. 8 was devoid of any survivors. In building number 3, Qin Shen's residence, the master. Master, look quickly, there's a fruit over there. Lu Qing, still unaccustomed to this form of address, felt a tinge of shyness as she spoke. However, Qin Shan had no time to dwell on such matters and hurriedly followed Lu Qing's gaze. At the base of building number 3, there was originally a patch of ornamental foliage, featuring a money tree. Now, this tree had indeed transformed into a towering giant. It reached a height of 3 stories, its leaves resembling those of a banana plant, immense in size. At the center of the money tree, a fruit, as large as a fist, stood out conspicuously. Its vibrant red hue glistened, the surface smooth and resembling that of a nectar peach. This must be the one. A surge of joy welled up within Qin Shan's heart. Despite possessing the skills of infinite space and weaponry, he remained an ordinary individual. He would feel pain if struck, and death if pierced. This was precisely why he had maintained a low profile in recent days, sequestering himself at home to explore ways to upgrade his skills. Yet, this wretched system seemed unresponsive, akin to a frozen state, offering no hints whatsoever. Out of desperation, he had learned from Su Weiwei's boyfriend that humans could also undergo mutations. If he were to consume the fruit of a mutated plant, it might grant him a mutation as well, undoubtedly providing him with another means of survival in this bizarre apocalypse. Soon, Chao Long and his group would be assaulting the supermarket, which conveniently lay along their path. Perhaps an opportunity would arise. After contemplating, Qin Shan decisively resolved that if he were alone, he would never risk his life. However, the money tree stood directly in the line of Chao Long's advance. Perhaps he could stealthily pluck a fruit in the chaos. To that point, who would care about their skirmishes? As long as he secured the fruit, he would retreat immediately, refusing to partake in their conflicts. Fortune favors the bold. He was determined. You two stay here and wait for my return. And no matter who knocks, do not open the door. With that, Qin Shan discarded a considerable amount of food and left his home. The two women exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss. He wouldn't be going out to pick fruit, would he? Lu Qing inquired. But the outside was teeming with monsters. Wouldn't that be a death sentence? Su Weiwei wore a worried expression. In recent days, she had grown accustomed to being under Qin Shan's protection. Should anything happen to him, given her and Lu Qing's appearances, without a man to safeguard them, their fate could be dire. The mere thought filled her with dread. Downstairs, upon spotting Qin Shan, Liang Yan's demeanor instantly shifted to one of tension, his gaze instinctively darting to Qin Shan's waist. What's wrong? Looking for something? Qin Shan casually pulled out a handgun, waving it before the two. Chao Long chuckled and quickly interjected, Brother Qin, you truly keep your word. Rest assured, you won't need to be at the forefront. Just take out the key targets from the rear. With Zhou Feng's explosives and Liang Yan's manpower aiding him, he was already confident in capturing Peng Yu. The addition of Qin Shan was merely an extra layer of insurance. Even if the opposition had hidden cards, could they withstand bullets? Qin Shan nodded. After all, Brother Long bestowed such a valuable gift upon me. I naturally must contribute. He then glanced at He Jian within the crowd, revealing a knowing smile. Brother, I'm not saying you should learn from me, but you truly need to brush up on your skills. I tried over a dozen techniques with your wife yesterday, and she was rather inexperienced, crying and making a fuss. However, since she's here, I shall take it upon myself to help develop her abilities. After all, I am young and should bear some responsibility. Observing the excited expression on He Jian's face, Qin Shan waved his hand dismissively. All right, no need for thanks. We are neighbors, after all. Upon hearing Qin Shin's words, the expressions of those present were nothing short of spectacular. Many had already heard whispers of how He Jian had sacrificed his wife to advance his own interests. Yet, none expected such a matter to be aired publicly. It was as if Qin Shin had orchestrated an awards ceremony, inviting He Jian onto the stage to personally bestow upon him the Green Hat Award. Just as He Jian was about to erupt, Chao Long firmly grasped his shoulder. Brother He, peace is paramount. Remain calm. Recalling Chao Long's earlier promise, He Jian gritted his teeth and held back his anger. Chao Long glanced at his watch. 3 minutes remaining. Everyone, prepare. Chapter 22. Betrayal. Perilous circumstances. Just as Chao Long raised his hand to check the time, Liang Yin suddenly noticed what appeared to be a bottle of liquor at Chao Long's waist. He scanned the area and observed that several of Chao Long's subordinates were similarly carrying bottles. Brother Long, what is this? Liang Yin pointed at the bottle, frowning. Chao Long casually concealed the bottle with his clothing, explaining, it's nothing. With a fight looming, we thought a drink might bolster our courage. Just as Liang Yin was about to press further, Chao Long raised his arm and called out loudly, attention everyone. There are 20 seconds until the brothers near the distribution room engage. Prepare for the assault. A throng of individuals surged towards the entrance of the building, their expressions taut with anxiety. 4 days? They had been confined within the building, never having ventured into the mutated environment. The enormous plants, mutated animals, and insects were all capable of snuffing out their lives with ease. They were about to traverse a narrow path and launch a frontal assault on the supermarket. 3.2.1. Open the door, charge. With Chao Long's commanding shout, the previously sealed entrance swung open, and the crowd poured forth like a torrent. Yet, despite the palpable tension etched on every face, not a single soul dared to utter a sound. Any noise might attract the mutated beasts, leading to their demise. Chao Long was about to step outside with a machete when he noticed that Liang Yin and his companions remained motionless. A jolt of unease coursing through him. Liang Yin, what do you mean by this? Chao Long demanded, pointing his blade at Liang Yin. With a sneer, Liang Yin kicked Chao Long away, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. At that moment, Chao Long's subordinates sensed something was amiss and quickly surrounded him. Brother Long, what is happening? Why did they close the door? Damn it, are they really turning against us? Panic gripped the crowd. Chao Long's expression contorted with rage. He had anticipated Liang Yin's lack of cooperation and had foreseen the possibility of betrayal after seizing the supermarket, but he had never imagined Liang Yin would turn traitor at such a critical juncture. Liang Yin, without our assistance, you could never take the supermarket. If we perish, Peng Yu will slaughter you like a chicken. Open the door. Let your men charge with me, and I will treat this as if nothing occurred. Chao Long's voice was filled with menace, but Liang Yin merely chuckled coldly from behind the door. Chao Long, you truly are foolish. Do you think I wouldn't understand such matters? Chao Long frowned. Since you're aware, at this point, realization dawned upon him. You were in cahoots all along. Chao Long's eyes widened in disbelief. In this apocalypse, treachery over scarce resources was all too common. Even if Peng Yu had secretly contacted Liang Yin, promising him a series of benefits, Liang Yin likely wouldn't trust it. After all, once Chao Long and his group perished, Peng Yu would be able to manipulate Liang Yin at will. Thus, he had never suspected Zhou Feng and Liang Yin would betray him. Now that Liang Yin had turned, it could only mean one thing, that he and Peng Yu shared an extraordinary relationship. It seemed that old Chao was not as dim-witted as he appeared. Regrettably, you realized the truth a tad too late. Liang Yin chuckled. I should refer to Peng Yu as brother. At that moment, Liang Yin was filled with triumph. This plan had originated with him, allowing Peng Yu to make a grand entrance, suppressing everyone, while he organized a faction of his own as a supposed rebel, the two of them acting in concert, one in the open and the other in the shadows. Indeed, Zhou Feng and Chao Long remained oblivious, easily falling into their trap. With these two factions eradicated, the neighborhood would belong to them. If I'm not mistaken, you left some men at the property center, did you? Since they're your brothers, I'll send them to accompany you. Liang Yin laughed heartily, departing with his subordinates. Even as he exited, he tossed out 2 explosives. Though they did not cause fatalities, the noise was tremendous, likely audible throughout the entire neighborhood. Brother Long, what do we do? That little brat Liang Yin is trying to kill us. The recent explosion had been so loud that the creatures surely heard it. Brother Long, let us flee. It's over. We re-finished. The crowd was in utter disarray, akin to headless flies, filled with panic. Enough. All of you, be quiet. Chao Long barked, then turned to Qin Shen. Brother Qin, you have a gun. Can you find a way to break the door lock? Qin Shen shook his head. The locks on our community's doors are reinforced with alloys. It would take time. Just then, a mechanical locking sound echoed from afar, emanating from the supermarket's shutter door, causing everyone to turn their heads. This indicated that the supermarket's main door had lost power. If the plan had gone smoothly, they should have already rushed to the entrance of the supermarket and commenced their attack. Brother Long looked at a person suddenly pointed towards the dense foliage, his voice trembling, his face drained of color. Everyone followed his gaze, only to see a vibrant green mantis lurking behind the leaves, fixated on them. The mantis was the size of a calf, its two pairs of scythes gleaming like metal, and its blood-red eyes seemed to exude a hunger for slaughter. Oh no, run, the monster has been drawn to us. We re-doomed. The crowd erupted into chaos, with even the timid already fleeing in a panic. Don't scatter. Listen to me. Chao Long let out a thunderous roar, yet he was utterly unable to quell the panicked crowd. Upon witnessing this, Qin Shen fired a shot into the sky. The deafening sound of the gun prompted the throng to finally halt their frantic movements. Chao Long cast a grateful glance at Qin Shen and then proclaimed loudly, Everyone, calm down and listen to me. The monsters have already been lured here. If we scatter, none of us will survive. Our only hope now is to charge into the supermarket and engage in a life-or-death struggle with Pengyu. Brothers, I, Chao Long, vow that if we survive, I will share all the supplies equally with you, and we shall live together. As he spoke, Chao Long seized a box of explosives and led the charge towards the supermarket. Observing this, the crowd seemed to regain some semblance of rationality. They were certainly no match for those monsters. Rushing into the supermarket might just offer a glimmer of hope. Charge! Let us fight them. Damn it! The crowd, as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline, followed Chao Long into the fray. Qin Shen, watching the fervor of the people, could not help but recall a particular idiom. A fight to the death with no way back. In the face of survival instinct, humanity could unleash power far beyond imagination. However, at that very moment, the mutated monsters also arrived. A horrifying scream echoed as a burly man running at the back was cleaved in two by a mantis. His upper body fell to the ground, still writhing, a gruesome sight. A sparrow swooped down from the sky, snatched a person, and ascended once more. Yet, just as it took flight, it was devoured whole by a hawk. At that moment, a massive spider's web descended from above, instantly ensnaring several individuals who vanished into the AI in the blink of an eye. A dozen lives were extinguished. Witnessing this scene, Qin Shen quickened his pace. Since he could not outrun the monsters, he must outpace his fellow humans. Midway, he risked it all and plucked a fruit from the money tree. Simultaneously, Chao Long placed a box of explosives at the supermarket entrance and ignited it. Chapter 23. If you cannot be the leader, then I shall be one. Boom. With a resounding explosion, the supermarket's roller shutter trembled precariously but remained intact. Seeing this, Chao Long felt as though his teeth might shatter in frustration. He had suspected Liang Yin would tamper with the explosives, but he had not anticipated there to be so many faulty ones. A whole box of explosives had failed to even breach the roller shutter. Liang Yin, if I survive, I shall flay you alive and subject you to 1,000 cuts. Chao Long bellowed to the heavens. Just then, Qin Shen's voice suddenly rang out. Everyone, stand back. He strode forward, wielding a chainsaw. What the hell, Brother Qin? Where did you get that? Chao Long's eyes widened in disbelief. This contraption would tire anyone just by carrying it a few steps. When did Qin Shen manage to acquire a chainsaw and bring it along? Qin Shen had no time to respond to Chao Long. With more monsters closing in, if they could not enter the supermarket, they would all perish. Vroom. Qin Shen revved the chainsaw, carving another entrance into the supermarket's roller shutter. Upon seeing this, the crowd surged forward en masse. However, once they entered the supermarket, Chao Long and the others were left dumbfounded. They found themselves confronted by dozens of individuals armed with makeshift spears, all aimed directly at them. If it isn't the great Chao Long. What an unexpected pleasure, sneered the leader, Pengyu. Pengyu, I admit defeat today. Let us go, and in the future, we will not interfere with each other. Chao Long replied in a low voice. Upon hearing Chao Long's words, Peng Yu erupted into laughter as if he had heard an absurd joke. Chao Long, are you dreaming? You think you can come here to seize my supplies and expect me to let you go? Do you believe you have any negotiating power? Peng Yu replied nonchalantly. Chao Long snorted coldly, lifting his shirt to reveal a bottle of liquor. How about this? Does it count as bargaining power? At that moment, the surviving dozen or so individuals also produced liquor bottles, holding them aloft. What do you mean by this? Just as Peng Yu was puzzled, he suddenly caught a whiff of gasoline, and his expression shifted dramatically. Are those Molotov cocktails? Indeed, a dozen Molotov cocktails should suffice to incinerate your supermarket, don't you think? While we may not be your match, we can still ensure mutual destruction. Peng Yu's face darkened ominously as he realized the source of Chao Long's confidence. Though homemade Molotovs lacked significant lethality, their flames were notoriously difficult to extinguish. Should the opposing side choose to go down together, they might not be able to salvage much in terms of supplies. Peng Yu, I've said it before, let us go, and I promise we will not interfere with you in the future. Peng Yu's expression flickered as he suddenly said, Fine, I can let you leave, but I'm not unreasonable. He then called out loudly to the subordinates behind Chao Long. Any brothers who wish to stay can come to my side. I promise not to pursue today's events. As long as you join me, you will be my brothers. Upon hearing this, Chao Long immediately felt a sense of foreboding. Sure enough, upon hearing Peng Yu's terms, many began to waver. The reason they followed Chao Long was merely to survive. Now that Chao Long's power was waning, joining the supermarket seemed like a tempting option. Peng Gu, I am willing to join. He Jian was the first to step forward. Peng Yu laughed heartily. Excellent. This brother has chosen wisely to abandon the darkness for the light. Someone, bring this brother a box of canned beef and a box of canned fruit. A few individuals promptly carried boxes and placed them before He Jian, eliciting envious glances from Chao Long's men. Peng Gu, I wish to join too. I also wish to join. My apologies, Long Gu. Survival is paramount. With He Jian setting the precedent, many placed their Molotov cocktails at Chao Long's feet and sided with Peng Yu. In the blink of an eye, only Qin Chen remained. Chao Lauda, I am a man of my word. If I say I won't kill you, I truly will not. You may leave, Peng Yu declared with a smug expression. Chao Long sighed, knowing the tide had turned against him. Just as he was about to depart, Liang Yin rushed in with his men. His clothes were splattered with blood, and the knife in his hand was still dripping red. Clearly having slain many, cousin, I've already dealt with the situation over at the property. Liang Yin laughed heartily. However, upon seeing the scene before him, his expression soured. Cousin, what is happening here? Peng Yu responded with pride. Chao Long's men have surrendered. This neighborhood will now belong to us. Liang Yin shook his head. Cousin, I must say, you are far too indecisive. What can this bunch of useless people do besides consume our resources? It would be better to eliminate them to avoid future troubles. Upon hearing this, the recently surrendered dozen or so individuals turned pale with fear, kneeling and pleading for mercy. We have already surrendered. Please do not kill us. Yes, we were all misled by Chao Long. We will follow Peng Lauda from now on. Just as Chao Long was about to leave, he halted in his tracks. Indeed, was he to perish here today? Peng Yu's expression darkened slightly. Liang Yin, I already said I would not pursue past grievances. Are you trying to force me to break my word? Do not forget. This supermarket is mine. You are not in a position to make decisions for me. Under Peng Yu's public reprimand, Liang Yan's expression faltered. However, he quickly regained his composure and forced a smile. Cousin, I was mistaken. That was not my intention. What I meant was that as he spoke, he moved closer to Peng Yu. What do you mean? Peng Yu asked, frowning. What I mean is, before he could finish, a long knife pierced through Peng Yu's chest. Blood sprayed forth, splattering Liang Yan's face. With a twisted expression, Liang Yin grinned menacingly. What I mean is, if you cannot be the leader, then I shall take your place, you. Peng Yu spat blood, pointing at Liang Yin. His eyes filled with disbelief. Yet, he could not utter a complete sentence before he breathed his last, his body crushed under Liang Yan's foot. Cousin, in this apocalypse, are you still playing the family card? Without me, would you have survived to this day? You would have been cut down long ago. Do not worry, every year on this day, I will offer incense for you. And, by the way, you need not worry about sister-in-law. I will take care of her. With that, he lifted his knife and pointed it at the crowd, simultaneously pulling a stick of dynamite from his pocket. Ladies and gentlemen, Zhou Feng and Peng Yu are dead, and Qiao Long has been rendered powerless. Now, I am the sole leader of this neighborhood. Follow me, and I guarantee you will live lavishly. As for those who do not comply, before he could finish, he swung his knife, killing Peng Yu's most loyal subordinate with a single stroke. This is the fate that awaits you. Although the crowd had crafted weapons and trained daily, they had never witnessed such a bloody scene and were all paralyzed with fear. At that moment, a figure dashed forward. I swear to follow Brother Liang to the death. He Jian raised his fist high, shouting loudly with utmost respect. From the crowd, Qin Shan observed He Jian with great interest. This man had first followed Qiao Long, then surrendered to Peng Yu, and now emerged to declare his unwavering loyalty to Liang Yin. What a remarkable turncoat! With He Jian leading the way, many quickly followed suit. They merely wished to survive. What difference did it make whom they followed? I swear to follow Brother Liang to the death. I swear to follow Brother Liang to the death, the crowd echoed fervently. Liang Yin smiled triumphantly, pointing his knife at Qiao Long. In that case, kill everyone from the property. Leave not a single soul. Chapter 24. Why don't you dance for us first? Liang Yin. How dare you? Qiao Long was both astonished and furious. He had not anticipated that Liang Yan's first act as leader would be to unleash a massacre upon them. What is there to be afraid of? Oh, I forgot to mention. The subordinates you left at the property have all been dealt with and thrown outside to feed the beasts in the future, with control over the property's utilities and the supermarket supplies. I shall reign as the sovereign of this community. Liang Yin laughed heartily. After lying in wait for so long, his plan was finally set to materialize. Indeed, from the very beginning, he had aspired to usurp Peng Yu. However, to bring this scheme to fruition, he required a trustworthy accomplice to act in concert with him. Now that the other factions had been dismantled, Peng Yu had lost all reason to persist. Boss Liang, this man dares to show you disrespect. Allow me to deal with him, He Jian declared, eager to showcase his loyalty, as he picked up a machete, ready to confront Qiao Long. The others, witnessing this, swiftly joined the fray. Damn it, Liang Yin, even if I perish, I shall not allow you to have it easy, Qiao Long roared, igniting the Molotov cocktail in his hand. Panic ensued among the crowd as they hastily retreated. Enduring the searing flames, Qiao Long picked up one burning bottle after another and hurled them towards the supermarket supplies. Upon witnessing this scene, Liang Yin was utterly stunned. The adversary possessed Molotov cocktails? How had he been completely unaware? Quick, eliminate him. Whoever does it first shall be promoted to my right-hand man. Liang Yin bellowed in response. Qiao Long carelessly threw a Molotov cocktail to the ground, leaping into the inferno. The scorching heat wave forced everyone to retreat, none daring to approach. The gasoline was not easily extinguished. Even a mere drop on one's skin could result in grievous burns. Ha ha ha, Liang Yin, I shall await you in hell. Without food, I wonder how long you can survive. Qiao Long cackled maniacally, engulfed in flames like a vengeful spirit from the netherworld. He hurled the remaining Molotov cocktails into the chaos. Boom. The flames surged rapidly, spreading outward at an alarming rate. Thick smoke choked the air, causing many to flee in terror. Everyone, stop. For heaven's sake, help put out the fire. Liang Yin lamented, his heart bleeding at the sight of the burning supplies. After all his toil and the countless lives taken, it all amounted to this, and now, before he could even warm them, they were all incinerated. A few attempted to extinguish the flames with fire extinguishers, but their efforts were futile, leaving them no choice but to abandon hope. Amidst the chaos, Qin Shan, too, found himself swept along with the fleeing crowd. In their frantic bid for survival, no one paid heed to his identity. However, the throng did not disperse upon escaping the supermarket. Instead, they rushed into the warehouse, where a wealth of supplies remained stored. With the fall of the tree came the scattering of the monkeys. As the flames raged, the supermarket's power was effectively extinguished. Whoever seized the supplies first would claim them. As Qin Shan passed by, he casually tossed a lighter into the crowd to stoke the flames further. Engaging in such actions, he felt no moral burden. After all, those who followed Peng Yu had few clean hands. When Qin Shan returned home, the supermarket was in utter disarray. Master, you have finally returned. Upon seeing Qin Shan, the two women rejoiced. They had been observing the events unfold through binoculars, gleaning much of what had transpired. When they noticed the thick smoke rising from the supermarket, their hearts had clenched with worry. Fortunately, Qin Shan had returned unscathed. "Oh, I thought you might not wish for my return," Qin Shan remarked with a smile. Su Weiwei hastily professed her loyalty. "How could we not wish for our master's return? Are you tired, master? Shall we give your shoulders a massage?" Qin Shan surveyed the two of them. A mere shoulder rub would not suffice. Chapter 25. New skills. An hour later, Qin Shan emerged from the bathroom and returned to his bedroom. At last, he had the opportunity to closely examine the mutated fruit. This fruit was entirely different from any he had consumed before. It felt somewhat firm to the touch and emitted a peculiar fragrance. "Master, is this the fruit born from mutated plants?" Su Weiwei inquired curiously, nestled in Qin Shan's embrace. "Indeed, I nearly lost my life for this," Qin Shan sighed, before requesting Su Weiwei to fetch his phone. "Master, over the past couple of days, I only reported safety to Du Xia, without divulging anything else," Su Weiwei said nervously. Ignoring her, Qin Shan directly adopted Su Weiwei's tone to inquire of Du Xia whether she had discovered any new fruits in the past days. He dared not consume the fruit from mutated plants recklessly. What if it were toxic? Better to gather more intelligence first. Before long, Du Xia replied, "Darling, over the past 2 days, we found fruit on a money tree and a peace lily. Some who consumed it have successfully mutated as well. If you have time, please check nearby for any fruit. If you find some, do inform me immediately." Reading Du Xia's response, Qin Shan suddenly chuckled. "Why hasn't your boyfriend mentioned coming to pick you up this time?" Su Weiwei's expression faltered, unsure of how to respond. Yet Qin Shan was not so easily deterred. "Message your boyfriend, ask him when he will come to collect you," he commanded. Just as Su Weiwei picked up her phone to type, she heard Qin Shan's voice again. "Did I tell you to type? Use voice message." Su Weiwei was taken aback but dared not defy his order. Fearing Du Xia might detect something amiss, she could only send a brief voice message. Shortly after, Du Xia replied, "Darling, things have been a bit hectic here. Everyone is searching for mutated fruit. Rest assured, once I find any, I will come to pick you up immediately." Upon seeing the reply, Qin Shan grinned again. "Call him on video." Su Weiwei gasped. I can't. Given her current state, how could she dare to video call Du Xia? Wouldn't he that expose everything? Qin Shan snatched the phone and dialed without hesitation. "No." Su Weiwei started to protest, but the call connected. She nearly screamed in fright, however. Upon seeing the phone screen, she breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Shan had just initiated a voice call. There was no video. Qin Shan gestured for Su Weiwei to engage in conversation with Du Xia. "Darling, why are you silent? Missing me?" Upon hearing her boyfriend's voice, Su Weiwei was on the verge of tears. Yet, fearing Du Xia might sense something amiss, she quickly composed herself and replied, I miss you." "How have you been lately?" Du Xia replied vaguely, It's nothing, I've been busy." While Su Weiwei pondered Du Xia's tone, a woman's voice faintly echoed from the phone. "What are you dawdling for? Keep going." Just as those words left her lips, Du Xia hurriedly explained, "Darling, I'm a bit busy here. I'll hang up for now." Without waiting for Su Weiwei to respond, he ended the call. Su Weiwei looked bewildered, helplessly turning to Qin Shan. He paid her no mind, instead wearing a mischievous grin. Half an hour later, Qin Shan arrived in another living room. The house featured 2 living rooms. Compared to the entrance one, this was somewhat smaller. However, he had transformed this space into an information analysis room, where neither Su Weiwei nor Lu Qing were permitted to enter. On the whiteboard, a floor plan of the community he had copied from Qiaolong was drawn. It was time for an update. Zhou Feng was dead. Qiaolong was dead. Peng Yu was dead. Now, among the 4 major factions, only Liang Yin remained. Yet without the supermarket's supplies, he could hardly gather many followers. However, what was to come was likely an even greater upheaval. To solidify his position, Liang Yin would undoubtedly mobilize forces to seize resources from others. What followed would be yet another wave of bloodshed and chaos. However, Qin Shan's thoughts were not on that for the moment. He produced the fruit he had plucked from the money tree that day and sliced off a piece the size of a fingernail with a small knife. After a moment of contemplation, he closed his eyes and consumed it. According to Du Xia, they had discovered fruit from the money tree that day, and at least 3 individuals who had eaten the mutated fruit had not experienced severe side effects. This indicated that it was likely safe. Carefully taking a bite, he found it tasted no different from ordinary fruit, albeit with a firmer texture and a delightful sweetness. Ding! Experience gained. 1 point. Qin Shan. After a long absence, finally heard the system's electronic notification. Indeed, the means of gaining experience were linked to these mutated plants. With the system's endorsement, he hesitated no longer and swiftly consumed the remaining fruit. Ding! Experience gained. 9 points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to stage 2. Please select your upgrade reward. Reward 1. Fruit ability, teleportation. Reward 2. Weapon ammunition, skill upgrade. Reward 3. Mind link, skill acquisition. The system's rewards filled Qin Shan with delight. He had not expected to level up from eating a single fruit, and the rewards were so substantial. After examining the descriptions closely, he understood the essence of each reward. The fruit he had just consumed likely granted the ability of teleportation. Teleportation could be used once a day, covering a distance of up to 100 meters, and the destination must be a place the user had personally visited. Living beings could not be transported along. The upgraded weapon ammunition skill would unlock powerful firearms such as shotguns and composite bows, capable of inflicting devastating damage. The Mind Link was a new skill allowing a connection with a smaller-sized mutated beast. With further upgrades unlocking more species.as for his existing skill, Infinite Resources, it was a passive skill that could not be upgraded. He could only use this skill to create everyday materials he had previously encountered. The more items he interacted with, the more he could effectively upgrade his skill. After much deliberation, Qin Shan ultimately chose the Mind Link skill. Originally, what he desired most were skills that would enhance his physical abilities, such as attaining an invincible golden body or an immortal existence. Unfortunately, there were no such rewards available. Although the teleportation skill appeared appealing, he was unwilling to select such a perilous ability without a life-saving skill in place. As for the weapons and ammunition, given the current situation, a single Glock was sufficient to handle the vast majority of circumstances. His primary concern now lay in his limited understanding of the outside world. If he could seize the opportunity to control a mutated beast, it would indeed provide him with considerable support. Upon returning to his bedroom, Qin Shan instructed the two women. From today onward, I am assigning you both an additional task. Should you encounter any mutated beasts, inform me immediately. Chapter 26. The cuckoo occupies the magpie's nest. Although the two women were unaware of Qin Shan's intentions, they obediently nodded in agreement. Just as they were about to leave, Qin Shan suddenly turned to Lu Qing and asked, "Haven't you thought to inquire about your husband's whereabouts since my return?" Upon hearing this, Lu Qing trembled. Mentioning He Jian brought to mind the certificate still hanging by her bedside. Per Qin Shan's request, she had been reciting it aloud every morning, and she had even memorized it. "I have severed all ties with him. Whether he lives or dies is of no concern to me," Lu Qing replied, shaking her head softly. Su Weiwei quickly interjected, "Yes, master. Sister Qing is utterly devoted to you and would never have any further association with that scoundrel." Qin Shan was quite pleased with this response. Had this proud wife still been pining for that green-haired wretch, he would not hesitate to take drastic measures. Although this woman intrigued Qin Shan endlessly, he would never permit a woman with divided loyalties to remain by his side. Tio put it plainly, in this apocalypse, there was no shortage of beautiful women, but life was singular in the following days. The community remained eerily tranquil. The only remaining leader, Liang Yin, had disappeared without a trace, leaving no news behind. The previously dormant group chat finally regained some semblance of vitality, with many exchanging supplies. In Building No. 1, at Peng Yu's residence, Liang Yin sat on the sofa, his expression grim. 7 burly men stood before him, their faces equally troubled. "Boss, our food supply is dwindling. At this rate, we won't last more than 10 days. One of the men spoke in a low voice. During the supermarket fire, many had seized the opportunity to loot supplies and flee. Even some of Liang Yin's former subordinates had defected. After all, most had followed Liang Yin out of desperation for sustenance. Now that the supermarket had burned down, what was there to stay for? The 7 individuals remaining before him constituted Liang Yin's last vestige of strength. "Brothers, I am deeply moved that you still stand with me at this juncture. Rest assured, as long as I, Liang Yin, have a morsel to eat, you shall not go hungry," he proclaimed loudly. "However, we must not act rashly in the coming days. You will secure the property while I attend to a matter of greater importance. Fear not, in a few days, we shall feast like kings," Liang Yin vowed. He then pointed towards the bedroom, where Peng Yu had captured a woman. "Each of you may choose 2 and take them to the property center for your enjoyment." The men exchanged knowing smiles. In the days since the apocalypse began, The previous societal structures had completely collapsed. Robbery and the exploitation of women had become commonplace. To them, women were merely another form of resource. Moreover, having followed Liang Yin, their hands were already stained with blood. With a loud crash, the bedroom door was kicked open. Inside, several women huddled in the corner, utterly terrified. Over the past few days, they had been tormented by these men, leaving them deeply traumatized. I must say, Peng Yu had excellent taste. I have enjoyed these women several times, and I am still not finished. One of the men laughed. Hey, I have my eye on this one. Don't you dare snatch her away. Didn't he the boss say to bring them to the property? We can enjoy them all in turn. Another chimed in. Each man selected a woman, dragging her out by her hair. Any hint of resistance was met with a slap. If you don't behave, believe me, once I'm done, I'll toss you out to feed the monsters. At the sound of the threat, the women instantly ceased their struggles. The quality of the women was indeed commendable, but one of the burly men lowered his voice. I've seen Peng Yu's wife, that figure, that face, truly exquisite. Upon hearing this, the others quickly covered his mouth. Shoo, don't speak carelessly. Peng Yu's wife has already caught the boss's eye. Haven't you noticed he has been sleeping in her room for the past few nights? Exactly. Aren't these women enough for you? If you grow tired of them, we can have the boss take us to snatch a couple more in a few days. Don't fixate on what you shouldn't. With the topic redirected, they began to discuss how best to indulge themselves. Among them, He Jian remained the most discreet. Indeed, He Jian not only survived but had also become a core member of Liang Yan's team. He believed that in this apocalypse, survival depended on unity. Those hiding at home would soon exhaust their supplies and face inevitable death. Currently, Liang Yin was the sole power in the community, controlling the essential facilities of the property management center, including the distribution and surveillance rooms. Although He Jian was uncertain of Liang Yan's plans, he knew that once Liang Yin took action, seizing control of the entire community would merely be a matter of time. At that moment, He Jian's mind conjured an image. Qin Chun. He would not let this man escape unscathed. Clenching his fist unconsciously, the woman he embraced winced in pain, but upon witnessing He Jian's fierce expression, she quickly covered her mouth. Meanwhile, after dismissing his subordinates, Liang Yin rose and pushed open the door to another bedroom. Inside, there was only one woman. Upon seeing Liang Yin, she trembled in fear. Why you need to leave? Liang Yin sighed. I have told you many times. My cousin was killed by Chao Long. I avenged him by killing Chao Long, and he entrusted me to look after you before he died. Lu Tong retreated, her voice filled with despair. No, I do not believe you. Last night, I overheard them talking. It was you who killed Peng Yu. He was your cousin. How could you do such a thing? And yet you, at this point, Lu Tong clutched the edges of her clothing tightly, her face filled with humiliation. Days ago, during the supermarket fire, the community was filled with explosions and shouts of violence. Just as she was worrying, Liang Yin had burst into her home, claiming that Peng Yu was dead and he was there to protect her. Over the past few days, Liang Yin had treated her with utmost respect during the day, addressing her as sister-in-law. Yet, every night, he transformed into a brutal beast, subjecting her to relentless torment. With Peng Yu gone, she dared not resist and could only submit to Liang Yan's whims. It was only last night, when she overheard Liang Yan's subordinates chatting, that she learned the truth of the situation. The true culprit behind Peng Yu's death was Liang Yin. Seeing that Lu Tong had uncovered the truth, Liang Yin dropped the pretense and sighed. I truly did not wish for this. My cousin was simply too arrogant. With him around, he would hinder many of my endeavors. At that moment, Lu Tong seized her opportunity, shoving Liang Yin aside and desperately sprinting toward the exit. However, after just a few steps, Liang Yin caught up to her. Help! She screamed as she was dragged back. Sister-in-law, do you know how envious I was when you two got married? Liang Yin sneered. Chapter 27. Golden Ant. If only you could pretend not to know about this. Liang Yin grinned maliciously, but none of that matters now. I have discovered the method of mutation. Before long, I shall become the king of this community. Upon hearing this, Lu Tong despairingly closed her eyes. Meanwhile, at Qin Chen's residence, the two women exclaimed in unison, Master, there is a wild cat over there. Following the direction of their pointed fingers, Qin Chen indeed saw an orange wild cat. To refer to it as merely a cat seemed inadequate, for this orange feline was nearly the size of a tiger. The creature looked somewhat familiar. It had likely been a stray cat in the community before the apocalypse. Several compassionate female residents had frequently fed it, yet whenever someone suggested adopting it, they had resolutely declined. After all, they were not foolish. They simply enjoyed being unkind. If they were to adopt it, they would have to deal with the responsibilities of feeding, cleaning up after it, and taking it to the vet when it fell ill, not to mention the annoyance of enduring scratches. However, leaving it in the community was an entirely different matter. When they had free time, they could enjoy the company of the cat for the price of 2 sausages. What exceptional value! It was uncertain how many misguided souls had ultimately met their demise at the claws of this orange cat. The fur at the corners of the orange cat's mouth exhibited a dark red hue, indicating it had consumed numerous victims. Upon spotting the orange cat, Qin immediately activated the MindLink skill. Ding! The size of this beast exceeds the threshold. The skill activation has failed. The system's notification nearly shattered Qin's composure. After nearly a day's wait, he had finally located a mutated beast, only to discover it was too large. Was this some kind of jest? He needed to continue searching. Qin waved his hand in exasperation and sighed. At that moment, Lu Qing cautiously inquired, Master, what do you intend to do with the mutated beasts? Qin delivered a firm slap to Lu Qing's. Why must I report my actions to you? Lu Qing's face flushed crimson as she hastily replied, Master, I merely wish to suggest that those beasts likely require food to survive. You could attract them with provisions. Upon hearing this, Qin's eyes sparkled with realization. How had he not thought of this strategy? Let us proceed with that plan. Qin produced a considerable amount of raw meat and unceremoniously tossed it out of the window. The beasts are exceedingly sensitive to the scent of blood, and raw meat is far superior to other offerings. However, he evidently underestimated the vigilance of these mutated beasts. It took a full 2 hours before a few beasts finally appeared to snatch away the food. Stray dogs, mice, lizards, hamsters, a variety of common small animals made their appearance, yet none could utilize the mental link skill due to their excessive size. During this time, a few fist-sized ants also emerged. Qin initially intended to seize the opportunity and control one of the ants, but before he could act, a mouse completely devoured it. Just as he was feeling frustrated, the ground suddenly trembled. Shortly thereafter, a golden ant emerged from the earth, followed by a battalion of fully armed soldier ants. Upon witnessing this, the mouse turned tail and fled. The golden ant merely swayed its antennae, and the army of ants charged forward. Within mere seconds, the mutated mouse was reduced to a pile of bones. The golden ant is remarkably formidable. Qin quickly discerned that this ant had come with its army for vengeance. Though it was not as large as a queen ant, its ability to command such a multitude of soldier ants indicated a significant status within the colony. After dispatching the mouse, the golden ant prepared to depart. Observing this, Qin wasted no time and activated the mental link skill. The golden ant shuddered slightly before coming to a halt. At that moment, Qin felt a profound connection with the golden ant, a sensation both peculiar and exhilarating. It was akin to playing a game, as he could switch to the ant's perspective, directing its movements and even commanding the other soldier ants. After a brief period of play, he released the golden ant, as maintaining control over it from a first-person perspective proved to be mentally exhausting. In just a few minutes, he began to feel dizzy, akin to the sensation one experiences after standing up too quickly from a prolonged crouch. Master, are you all right? Su Weiwei and Lu Qing hurriedly assisted Qin to the sofa. I'm fine. Qin waved his hand dismissively. Just then, a knock resounded at the door. The two women were startled and quickly turned to Qin. In this apocalyptic world, a knock at the door could hardly signify anything good, with everyone struggling for survival. Who would be foolish enough to wander outside? Who is it? Qin inquired coldly. It's me, the building manager, Li Guifeng, came an elderly voice from outside. Noticing that Qin had not opened the door, Li Guifeng grew impatient and exclaimed, I'm just an old woman. How could I possibly harm you? Open the door quickly. I have something to discuss. At that moment, Lu Qing seemed to recall something and explained. I remember during the flu outbreak, everyone stayed indoors, and Grandma Li, having already retired, voluntarily took on the role of building manager, daily collecting everyone's health information. We are friends. Qin gestured for Lu Qing to open the door. Lu Qing, in her high heels, walked to the door and opened it. Upon seeing Lu Qing dressed in a tailored suit, Li Guifeng's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, You're not from He Jian's family next door." Just as she uttered He Jian's name, Lu Qing's expression darkened. "Aunt Li, I have no relationship with He Jian anymore. Please do not mention his name," Lu Qing said as she stepped aside, allowing Li Guifeng to enter. When Li Guifeng caught sight of Su Weiwei, another stunning beauty beside Qin Shen, her eyes widened even further. If her memory served her correctly, this household was supposed to be occupied by a group of delivery workers. Why were there two beautiful women? "What brings you here?" Qin Shen frowned as he noticed Li Guifeng surveying the room. Upon spotting the hot pot laid out on the table, Li Guifeng's eyes sparkled with interest. "Oh, I see that I have a few elderly friends living with me, all residents of our community, and they have run out of food and have been starving for several days. Since you have some to spare, could you help us out?" "Thank you." As she spoke, Li Guifeng reached for the luncheon meat on the table. She was not foolish. While the other items were raw, the luncheon meat, albeit somewhat lacking in flavor, had a long shelf life and was filling. However, at that moment, she suddenly heard a sharp metallic sound. Looking up, she found a dark gun barrel aimed directly at her head. "Hey, young man, what are you doing?" Li Guifeng exclaimed, taking several steps back in alarm. Chapter 28. "You just received food from me, and now you're robbing me. I still wanted to ask what you were up to," Qin Shen sneered. Did this old woman truly think she could treat this place like her own home, taking whatever she pleased without a care? "Put the gun down first," Li Guifeng exclaimed, her face flushed with agitation. "Is this how you treat defenseless elderly people?" Qin Shen waved his hand dismissively. "Get her out of here. She's ruining my appetite." Qin Shen's words were as good as a decree to the two women. As soon as he spoke, they immediately moved to eject Li Guifeng from the premises. Yet, at over 60 years of age, she held her ground remarkably well against the two. "You little brats, you've gone too far. How dare you lay hands on me?" she shouted. "During the flu outbreak, I bravely stepped forward to help everyone by collecting information, and now you're repaying my kindness with malice. Let me tell you, you two will grow old one day. Would you want to be treated this way?" This barrage of rhetoric left Lu Qing and Su Weiwei momentarily speechless. They say women are soft-hearted. Qin Shen was witnessing that firsthand. "If you had rushed to the front line to assist disaster areas, I would have had no retort. But you merely took on the role of building manager, collecting some information, and you act as though you've saved our lives? Let me ask you, during the distribution of supplies, did you not cause a scene, insisting that as the building manager, you must be served first?" With this remark, Li Guifeng was rendered speechless at that point. Lu Qing recalled the incident Qin Shen had mentioned. During the distribution of aid supplies, it had originally been organized by floor numbers, but Li Guifeng had intercepted the workers, claiming her position as building manager and demanding to be served first. To avoid delaying the process, they had complied. However, she had then proceeded to pick and choose, complaining that the provisions were insufficient, while opening dozens of bags of aid supplies to select the freshest items. Many had criticized Li Guifeng in the community group, yet she had smugly declared it her right as the building manager. "Get out. You are not welcome here," Lu Qing stated coldly. The supplies her family received had also been picked over by Li Guifeng, with some vegetables even bearing the marks of her fingernails, clearly from her checking for freshness. The thought made her feel nauseated. "Fine. We'll just go out and find mutated plant fruits to trade with Liang Yin for food," Li Guifeng retorted defiantly. Upon hearing this, Qin Shen's expression shifted dramatically. "Wait." Qin Shen stopped Li Guifeng and asked with a furrowed brow, "What did you say? Liang Yin is trading food for mutated plant fruits?" Sensing Qin Shen's interest in the topic, Li Guifeng smirked. "Want to know? Bring food to trade." Qin Shen waved his hand, pointing to a box of luncheon meat on the table. "I'll give you this box of meat." "Now speak." Li Guifeng's eyes darted, and she held up 2 fingers. "I want 2 boxes." Qin Shen remained expressionless and produced another box of luncheon meat. Li Guifeng's eyes lit up at the sight, and she hurriedly gathered both boxes of luncheon meat to her chest. Having not eaten meat for several days, just the sight of it made her mouth water. "Now speak." Qin Shen rapped the table with his gun. Urging her impatiently, Li Guifeng finally began to speak. "Liang Yin privately approached us, those of us without food, saying we could go outside to find mutated plant fruits, which we could bring to him in exchange for food. 1 fruit can be traded for a case of instant noodles and a case of water." As she relayed this, a look of disdain crossed her face. "Although the price is high, who would dare venture outside? The streets are filled with monsters. Going out is tantamount to seeking death. Moreover, who knows if he's telling the truth? He has a knife and several men with him. Even if he supplies us food, we would be powerless against him. Qin Chen disregarded Li Guifeng's complaints. Lost in thought. It appeared that Liang Yin was also aware of the ability to gain superpowers from consuming mutated plant fruits. His silence over the past few days likely indicated he was secretly inciting people to venture outside in search of these fruits. However, it remained unclear whether Liang Yin had consumed the fruits himself and what powers he might have acquired. I've shared all I know. Can I leave now? Li Guifeng cautiously edged toward the door. Qin Chen handed the gun to Su Weiwei and nodded. Su Weiwei was momentarily taken aback. Master, this is... Qin Chen replied coolly. In this resource-scarce apocalypse, you possess a gun, and before you stands a person clutching food. What do you think you should do? Before Su Weiwei could process this, Lu Qing stepped forward, seized the gun, aimed it at Li Guifeng, and declared, robbery. Witnessing this unfolding scene, Su Weiwei gasped in shock, covering her mouth in disbelief. Is this how we can play it? Li Guifeng instinctively raised her hands. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. The 2 boxes of luncheon meat tumbled to the floor, and Li Guifeng felt a pang of heartache. Get lost? Lu Qing said icily. Li Guifeng's face was filled with indignation. You tricked me. You will face retribution for this? No sooner had she finished speaking than a slap landed on her face courtesy of Lu Qing. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to pull the trigger? Say another word, and I'll send you to meet the king of hell right now, Lu Qing threatened. Terrified, Li Guifeng trembled and hastily scurried out. Lu Qing let out a cold snort, and as she turned around, she was met with Su Weiwei's adoring gaze. Sister Qing, you were absolutely magnificent just now. Su Weiwei couldn't help but praise. Initially, she had no comprehension of Qin Chen's intent, but it was Lu Qing who took the lead. Later, when Li Guifeng spoke indiscriminately, it was once again Lu Qing who dealt with the situation with a resounding slap. Su Weiwei had long been curious about Qin Chen's portrayal of Lu Qing. He often described her as a proud wife who had previously bullied him. Yet, during these days, Lu Qing would repeatedly beg for mercy in bed, even hesitating to voice certain things. Hardly a picture of pride. But today, it was evident that Lu Qing possessed an inherent arrogance. It had merely been suppressed in front of Qin Chen. Master, here is your gun. Lu Qing cradled the firearm in her hands, presenting it to Qin Chen. You had the gun in your possession just now, and you didn't think about using it to eliminate me? Qin Chen replied with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Su Weiwei sensed a shift in the atmosphere. She anxiously glanced at Lu Qing, who merely shook her head up. No, master. Weiwei and I could not survive a week. Rest assured, I shall not betray you. Her words rang true. Previously, with He Jin's support, she had lived without worry. However, once He Jin sought to ascend the social ladder by offering her to other men, even drafting a certificate of transfer, their bond was irrevocably severed. To survive, her only option lay with Qin Chen. In this cannibalistic apocalypse, not only did Qin Chen possess an abundance of food, but he also had surplus water for their daily baths, as for strength. With a gun in his possession, few dared to provoke him. By merely exerting herself a bit more in bed, she could secure safety and sustenance, something countless women would yearn for in vain. Well answered, Qin Chen nodded in satisfaction, then took the handgun, opening the magazine. To his relief, it was devoid of bullets. Seeing this, Lu Qing felt a wave of relief wash over her when she had received the gun. She had indeed harbored the urge to end Qin Chen's life with a single shot. However, a moment's contemplation made it clear that while it was easy to kill him, how would she live afterward? Eventually, the bullets would run out, and her fate would be 1,000 times worse than death. Subsequently, Qin Chen unabashedly rolled up his sleeve, revealing yet another black Glock handgun. You have another gun? Su Weiwei exclaimed in astonishment. Point one was already extraordinary, yet Qin Chen had concealed a second. In truth, he could produce another one. As his weapon and ammunition skill allowed him to craft up to 3 of the same weapon. However, he preferred to keep a few cards hidden, hence only revealing 2. After loading the bullets, he handed the gun back to Lu Qing. Master, what is this? Lu Qing asked, her face a mask of confusion. Search online for firearm shooting techniques. Starting today, practice shooting 50 times daily, Qin Chen stated matter-of-factly. With only Liang Yin remaining as a force in the neighborhood, there was no need for excessive caution. Moreover, since Liang Yin was aware of his firearms, there was no need to hide them. The more proficient they became, the more means they had for survival. After these 2 tests, Lu Qing had earned his trust. Having her practice could prove beneficial one day. After all, one could never have too many trump cards. As for Su Weiwei. Qin Shan turned to the eagerly anticipating Su Weiwei and remarked, "By the way, why didn't you take the gun I handed you earlier? Tonight, you shall be punished by skipping dinner." Su Weiwei looked at him with pitiful eyes and said, "Master, the little kitty knows she was wrong." Yet, she understood that she and Lu Qing were worlds apart. Lu Qing had been betrayed and abandoned by her husband, seeking refuge with Qin Chen out of necessity. In contrast, she had been treated as a mere commodity, auctioned off by Qin Chen. Particularly after her recent secretive communication with her boyfriend, Qin Chen likely harbored lingering resentment. Until those issues were resolved, he would never entrust a firearm to her. "Enough, let us eat. Afterward, you will practice shooting." Qin Chen beckoned Lu Qing to sit down. As for the punished Su Weiwei, she could only serve from the sidelines. After filling their bellies, Qin Chen pondered for a moment before posting on social media, seeking to purchase mutated plant fruits. 1 fruit for 10 boxes of instant noodles or equivalent supplies. Accompanying the post was an image of instant noodles scattered across the ground. Once the post was made, he broadcasted the message across various groups. Since Liang Yin had begun his actions, he couldn't afford to be idle. Currently, consuming the fruits of mutated plants was his sole means of gaining experience. Only through continuous leveling up could he acquire more powerful skills, enhancing his chances of survival in this apocalypse. Especially after hearing that some had gained supernatural abilities from consuming the fruits, his sense of urgency intensified. Who knew if someone might obtain superhuman powers and come to eliminate him with a single blow? He initially thought few would take notice of his post, yet within minutes, his chat application exploded with activity. "Chenggu, are you still alive? Please send some food my way. I'm starving. What are mutated plant fruits? Do you have a picture? I have imported durians. Can I trade for some food? Chenggu, where are you? I need to come and seek refuge with you." Countless private messages flooded his chat interface, and group chats buzzed with notifications, many tagging Qin Chen. However, the majority sought assistance, while some inquired about the nature of mutated plant fruits, with even a few attempting to pass off ordinary fruits as substitutes. Within the shared living arrangement group, someone tagged Qin Chen. "Qinggu, why have you suddenly started purchasing mutated plant fruits? Do you have any?" The speaker was Li Jixuan, who had moved in about a month prior to the incident. Qin Chen, who worked as a nighttime delivery person, had minimal interaction with others. He only knew that Li Jixuan was relatively young, likely a recent university graduate, and was also struggling to find work. Qin Chen scrolled back through the chat history. When the apocalypse first struck, Li Jixuan had mentioned being trapped in a nightclub. After some consideration, Qin Chen replied, "I don't have any, but there's someone named Liang Yin in the neighborhood who is purchasing them at a high price. I'm curious about what they are, so I thought I'd gather some information. As the saying goes, money should not be flaunted." Given the immense value of mutated fruits, he could not afford to disclose such information lightly. Moreover, it seemed Li Jixuan was quite interested in the matter, which immediately raised Qin Chen's caution. "I see," Li Jixuan replied casually, and then fell silent. At that moment, Qin Chen suddenly recalled something and called Su Weiwei over. "Where does your boyfriend work?" Su Weiwei's expression turned tense, uncertain as to why Qin Chen had posed such a question. "He works as a DJ at the Nine Dragons nightclub," she answered cautiously. Upon hearing this name, a cold smile crept across Qin Chen's lips. Just as he had suspected, nightclubs generally operated at night, but in all of Jiangxing, there was only one exception, the Nine Dragons nightclub. This establishment was extremely upscale, operating 24 hours a day. The apocalypse had descended in the afternoon, and since Li Jixuan mentioned being trapped in a nightclub, it was undoubtedly the Nine Dragons nightclub, where Su Weiwei's boyfriend, Du Xia, was also present. Given that Du Xia was aware of the mutated fruits, Li Jixuan could not possibly be oblivious. His earlier inquiry in the group must have been a test. In this apocalypse, the atmosphere was indeed rife with treachery. The dark underbelly of civil society had been laid bare. "Master, what are you thinking?" Su Weiwei ventured cautiously. After Qin Chen had asked her about her boyfriend's workplace, he fell silent, which unnerved her greatly. "Nothing much to be by the way. After such a long time without seeing your boyfriend, don't you miss him?" Qin Chen asked with a smile. "No, I don't," Su Weiwei replied obediently. Qin Chen stroked Su Weiwei's hair, chuckling, "Perhaps in a couple of days, you'll have the chance to see him." The Nine Dragons nightclub was merely 3 kilometers from Tang Xinyuan community. From Du Xiao's words, it seemed that the forces at the nightclub had already been consolidated. With everyone actively seeking the mutated fruits, if this continued, it wouldn't be long before they began searching for Tang Xinyuan community. IT was uncertain whether they had the means to venture so far from the Nine Dragons nightclub. In the coming days, send Du Xia a few messages and try to glean some information about the situation at the Nine Dragons nightclub, Qinshan instructed. Su Weiwei promptly agreed, not daring to defy him. The cat bed in the living room was indeed a genuine cat bed, albeit larger than usual. However, given that Su Weiwei was a model, her long legs took up most of her height. To sleep, she could only curl up inside, which was quite uncomfortable. Each time she misstepped, Qin Chun would punish her by making her sleep there, with a cold metal collar around her neck, resembling a punished pet cat. The mere thought of that experience sent shivers down her spine. Noticing that Su Weiwei had not left, Qin Chun curiously asked, "Is there something else?" Su Weiwei pulled out her phone and whispered, "Master, actually, I have a younger brother who is in college. I had sent him a message, but he hasn't replied, which made me worry he might be in trouble. However, last night he suddenly messaged me, saying they were trapped in the school building and had run out of snacks. They had no choice but to risk their lives to return to the dormitory, which was the only way they could contact me. The university is not far from here, merely 2 kilometers away. Master, could you possibly find a way to save him?" At this point, Su Weiwei knelt down, her face a portrait of pleading. 2 kilometers? Yangqing University? Qin Xian turned his gaze toward the window. This institution was indeed close to the community. He could even glimpse its campus through the glass. However, since the onset of the apocalypse, vegetation had grown wildly. Now, he could only vaguely discern the tallest teaching buildings and dormitories. "Yes, that's it," Su Weiwei exclaimed with excitement. Yet, the subsequent words from Qin Chen extinguished her hope. Let alone 2 kilometers, even a mere 200 meters would lead to certain death. He remarked nonchalantly, "Master, my brother's university is in the new campus, and it hasn't had time for landscaping. There aren't many plants on the campus. Could it be possible?" Su Weiwei's voice dwindled, eventually breaking into tears. She understood that even if the school posed less danger, the journey was fraught with various mutated plants, and many mutated beasts lurked among them. Even with a gun in Qin Chen's possession, venturing outside would be a perilous endeavor. Moreover, what was she? Merely a little cat raised by Qin Chen. Why should he risk himself for her? Just then, Su Weiwei seemed to have a sudden epiphany, her eyes sparkling with newfound hope. "That's right, Master. My brother has seen the fruits of mutated plants. He mentioned that a female classmate casually picked one but dared not eat it, intending to wait for an opportunity to exchange it for food later." Su Weiwei said anxiously. Upon hearing about the mutated fruit, Qin Chen's interest peaked. However, after a moment of contemplation, he still hesitated to take the risk. The last time he had ventured downstairs to pick the money tree's fruit had nearly cost him his life. Let alone traveling 2 kilometers away. It's still not feasible. We cannot go above ground, unless we dig a tunnel. But at this point, Qin Chen suddenly felt a spark of inspiration flash through his mind. "Yes, why hadn't I thought of that? Digging a tunnel," Qin Chen murmured to himself, his expression becoming somewhat animated. Su Weiwei stared in disbelief. "What? Dig a tunnel? Master, there are only 3 of us. We can't dig a tunnel 2 kilometers long." Qin Chen smiled mysteriously. "That's not your concern. Now, tell your brother to find a way to bring the mutated fruit here. Within 3 days, we shall rescue him." Although unsure of what plan Qin Chen had devised, hearing that her brother was to be saved made Su Weiwei ecstatic. "Thank you, Master. I'll go inform my brother right away." With that, Su Weiwei left in a flurry, and Qin Chen activated the mind link. Controlling the golden ant, the perspective shifted. The golden ant seemed to be sleeping somewhere underground, surrounded by darkness. Qin Chen took some time to adapt before learning to navigate using the ant's instincts. Upon reaching the surface, Qin Chen initially intended to direct the golden ant directly into the underground parking lot. However, it appeared that human habitation was protected by some mysterious force, preventing the golden ant from entering. No matter how hard Qin Chen tried, with no other options, he abandoned that plan and began digging a pit, creating a tunnel directly beneath building number 3. Using this as a starting point, Qin Chen summoned a team of worker ants with the golden ant to commence tunnel excavation. Free labor is too good to pass up. This group of creatures excels at digging tunnels, so reaching the university campus within 3 days is certainly achievable. Moreover, once the tunnel is established, all nearby communities will have unobstructed access. As long as we can connect with other communities, the chances of acquiring mutated fruit will significantly increase. At that moment, Qin Shan received a message. Upon reading its contents, a playful smile crept onto his lips. He handed the phone to Su Weiwei and said with a grin, "Take a look at this. What do you think?" The message was from Su Weiwei's roommate Lu Yu. She had exhausted her food supplies and, knowing Qin Shan had an interest in women, was willing to trade her body for some food and water. Su Weiwei replied cautiously, "Master, I dare not make decisions for you." Qin Shan lifted Su Weiwei's chin, smiling. "Speak frankly." Su Weiwei bit her lip. "Master, I was once betrayed by her, and I certainly do not wish for you to rescue her. However, if you are interested in her, I have no objections." Qin Shan chuckled and embraced Su Weiwei as they stepped outside. Arriving at the threshold of their former home, Su Weiwei felt a wave of nostalgia. When food and water had been cut off, she had naively awaited Du Xia's return. Had it not been for Qin Shan, she and Lu Yu might have perished from starvation or fallen into the clutches of some man. Lu Yu's act of selling her had inadvertently saved her life. She knocked on the door. Qin Shan commanded. Su Weiwei dared not disobey, softly tapping on the door. "Who is it?" A weak voice from within, tinged with fear, inquired. Su Weiwei glanced at Qin Shan. Seeing him remain silent, she could only respond, "It's me, Su Weiwei." Shortly after, the door creaked open. The sight of Lu Yu left Su Weiwei utterly astonished. The once slightly plump Lu Yu now appeared emaciated, her cheekbones protruding, and her eyes sunken in a horrific manner. However, Su Weiwei soon came to a realization. During these days, she had lacked for nothing at Qin Shan's home, even indulging in lavish hot pot feasts. Others, however, had likely endured a constant state of hunger. The dessert of the room, which Su Weiwei had personally chosen, now lay in disarray, littered with garbage, and a faint odor lingered in the air. Upon seeing the two, Lu Yu was overjoyed. "Qin Shan, I know you must still have food, right? Please give me some. I'm on the verge of starvation," Lu Yu pleaded. "Certainly, bring something to trade," Qin Shan replied with a smile. Lu Yu paused for a moment, then as if understanding Qin Shan's intent, began to strip off her clothes without hesitation. "And I understand. You simply want to sleep with me, right? Hurry, I'm ready. Just give me food, and you can do whatever you want with me," Lu Yu exclaimed loudly. Chapter 31. A little game between you two. Before contacting Qin Shan, Lu Yu had mentally prepared herself for quite some time. She had heard about the events unfolding in the community over the past few days. Supermarkets had been burned down, and several major factions had clashed, virtually wiping each other out. Supplies in the community were dwindling. Previously, someone had offered a deal for a woman to spend the night in exchange for a cup of instant noodles. At the time, Lu Yu had scoffed at the idea, but now, just a few days later, the price had plummeted to half a biscuit, and even that required competition. She had seen numerous women, some of whom were quite attractive, directly posting selfies to vie for attention, with each photo more revealing than the last. Some of them were women she had encountered before the apocalypse. Some were pampered rich wives, while others were birds kept by influential men. Now, they had all cast aside their dignity for a mere half biscuit. She had considered selling her body for supplies, but doubted her looks could compete. Thus, she thought of Qin Shan. She had heard he possessed firearms and abundant supplies. If she could latch onto this powerful ally, perhaps she could buy herself a few more days of survival. "Would it be here or at your place? You can rest assured. I am very accommodating. I'm open to anything you desire. As long as I can survive," Lu Yu stated directly. Qin Shan had to admit that sometimes he found himself in situations where the little head controlled the bigger one. However, at this moment, he felt no attraction to this emaciated figure before him. Moreover, her appearance and figure were merely average compared to other women. In comparison to Lu Qin and Su Weiwei at home, she was a world apart. Before the apocalypse, as a delivery man, Lu Yu would have never cast a glance his way. Yet now, with all class and order dismantled, even if Lu Yu were to serve him, he would still find her unattractive. "Forget it. If you look like Su Weiwei, I might consider it," Qin Shan replied coolly. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu was taken aback. "Then, are you here because you have an interest in me?" Lu Yu asked incredulously. If he had no designs on her, why would he come in person? "I came in hopes you would have some surprises for me, considering you previously sent me a lovely little kitten," Qin Shan said, wrapping his arms around Su Weiwei, smiling. Su Weiwei looked adorably obedient, her face resting against Qin Chen's chest. You can keep your body for other men. I have no interest. Do you have anything of value? If not, I will take my leave, Qin Chen inquired. Liu struggled. I have designer bags, diamond rings, jewelry. Qin Chen snorted derisively, cutting her off. Do you really think those things hold any value in this apocalypse? Liu Yu felt tears welling up. Aside from her body, she had nothing left. Let us go. Qin Chen said indifferently. Upon seeing this, Liu Yu panicked. She rushed forward, clinging to Su Weiwei's legs, sobbing. Weiwei, I was wrong before. I am sorry. I deserve this. As she spoke, Liu Yu slapped herself twice. If it weren't for being utterly desperate, I wouldn't want to harm you. Please, for the sake of our past friendship, help me, will you? Su Weiwei frowned, trying to pull her leg free. However, Liu Yu clung tightly, refusing to let go. Liu Yu, I am merely a little cat belonging to my master. I have no authority to make decisions on his behalf. And your pleas are futile, Su Weiwei replied coolly. Hearing her words, Liu Yu was momentarily taken aback at a little cat. What does that mean, however? She still did not give up and continued. Weiwei, have you forgotten that we were the best of friends back in school? We always ate together, attended classes together, and even went to the restroom together. The time we spent together surpassed that of you and your boyfriend. Moreover, when you fell ill and were hospitalized, Duxia had to go to work, but I was the only one willing to keep you company. When you struggled to find a job, it was I who helped you send out your resumes. Weiwei, I may have made mistakes, but my transgressions do not warrant such a severe punishment. I implore you to grant me another chance. I will repay you with unwavering loyalty henceforth. Hearing this, Su Weiwei's expression revealed a hint of conflict. Qin Chen, noticing her reaction, felt intrigue. He had brought Su Weiwei here solely to show her what fate awaited those who did not become his little cat. Liu Yu was a prime example. Unexpectedly, he found an opportunity to test Su Weiwei's character, as he indeed wished to keep her by his side. Let us play a little game, Qin Chen said with a chuckle. Yet, upon hearing those words, Su Weiwei's body jolted. Each time Qin Chen suggested a game, the consequences seemed dire. Qin Chen produced paper and pens, handing them to Su Weiwei and Liu Yu. Then, amidst their puzzled gazes, he revealed a handgun. The rules of this game were simple. Each of you must write down whether you wish to shoot the other. Remember, it's whether you want to shoot the other person. If both write do not shoot, then congratulations, you both survive. If one chooses do not shoot and the other chooses to shoot, the one who wrote do not shoot will perish. If both choose to shoot, then, regrettably, you both meet your end. As Qin Chen toyed with the gun, he spoke with a smile. Upon hearing this, both women were immediately thrown into a state of panic. Their lives would depend on each other's choices. This was unacceptable. Master, Su Weiwei was about to plead for mercy but caught sight of Qin Chen's unwavering gaze and quickly silenced herself. Weiwei, listen to me. Regardless of our past grievances, this matter concerns life and death. We cannot afford to write carelessly. Let us both write do not shoot. That way we can both survive. Afterward, no matter how you wish to punish me, I will not complain. But if you intend to harm me, I am prepared to perish alongside you. Do you understand? Liu Yu hastily reasoned. Su Weiwei, with a complex expression, nodded. Very well, let us cease our discussion and write. Both women, burdened with their thoughts, inscribed their choices on the paper and folded them. Qin Chen looked at the notes with a playful expression and chuckled. Let me see. Surely no one wrote shoot, as I do not wish to waste bullets. As he spoke, he reached for Liu Yu's note. Liu Yu quickly intervened. Qin Chen, shouldn't we open them together? Qin Chen replied nonchalantly. Do you really need to instruct me on how I conduct my affairs? Faced with the gun in Qin Chen's hand, Liu Yu dared not retort and swallowed her remaining words. Qin Chen slowly unfolded the note, revealing the two words, shoot. Chapter 32. The rules are mine to set. Yet I misremembered upon seeing the word shoot. Su Weiwei's face turned pale, and she immediately glared at Liu Yu in anger. Weiwei, I am so sorry. Liu Yu frantically explained, I did not wish for your demise. It is merely that resources are exceedingly scarce. Su Weiwei bit her lip and questioned. So, you chose for me to die, is that it? Liu Yu shook her head vigorously. No, Weiwei, you have misunderstood me. These apocalyptic days are unbearably harsh. Surviving is torment for us all. I did this for your own good. Rest assured, I will remember your kindness and honor your memory each year. After saying this, Liu Yu turned to Qin Chen. Qin Chen, the result is in. You must shoot. No rush. Qin Shun replied with a smile as he picked up Su Weiwei's note. There is still one left to unveil. Lu Yu confidently asserted, there is no need to look. Weiwei is soft-hearted. She would never write shoot. After all these years, I know her well. Qin Shun directed his gaze at Su Weiwei. Oh, is that so? Su Weiwei lowered her head in silence. Qin Shun laughed heartily, taking out a lighter and igniting the note in front of both women. In mere seconds, the paper was reduced to ashes. See Weiwei. Since Qin Shun didn't even look at the result, I have indeed triumphed. Rest assured, I will not allow your corpse to rot in the wilderness. I will gather your ashes and pray day and night. Lu Yu declared triumphantly. The mere thought of soon occupying Su Weiwei's place and indulging in lavish feasts at Qin Shen's home filled her with excitement. Yet, in the next moment, Qin Shun raised his hand and presented the handgun before Su Weiwei. The game is over. Now it's your turn to perform, he said with a glint of mischief in his eyes. Lu Yu stood in shock. Qin Shen, what does this mean? I wrote shoot. Shouldn't it be directed at Weiwei? Lu Yu asked in disbelief. You must have misremembered. What I just said was that the note reflects one's own fate. You wrote shoot, thus it naturally means you shoot yourself, Qin Shun replied with an innocent expression. Lu Yu's face shifted through shades of green and white. If she still failed to comprehend that she had been played by Qin Shen, then her years had truly been in vain. You deceived me, you did this on purpose, Lu Yu shouted through gritted teeth. Qin Shun scratched his ear, impatiently stating, the rules were set by me, even if I misremembered. All you needed to do was write do not shoot. Regardless of the rules, as long as you wrote do not shoot, you would not die. Upon hearing Qin Shen's words, Lu Yu's complexion drained of color, and with a thud, she collapsed to the ground helplessly. Noticing that Su Weiwei had yet to act after receiving the gun, Qin Shun waved his hand. I am here. You find it difficult to perform. Do you? Very well, I will give you 3 minutes to resolve this. With that, Qin Shun exited the room, shutting the door behind him. Weiwei, listen to me. I know I was wrong, and I am sorry, I do not want anything. Please spare me this once. Lu Yu's desperate pleas echoed from within. However, what awaited her was a barrage of gunfire. 17 bullets were fired in quick succession by Su Weiwei. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing Su Weiwei, gun in hand, stepping out in a daze. Upon seeing Qin Shen, she suddenly burst into tears, throwing herself into his embrace. You did this on purpose. You did this on purpose, Su Weiwei cried, pounding her fists against Qin Shen's chest. Through the gap of the door, Qin Shun caught sight of the lifeless body sprawled on the ground. Lu Yu was a grotesque mess, her once vibrant eyes now hollow, reflecting traces of fear and disbelief. Perhaps she had never anticipated that the seemingly fragile Su Weiwei would shoot her without hesitation. Well, it was merely a matter of taking a life. You shall encounter many such experiences in the future. Qin Shen consoled. However, despite his words, Qin Shen himself was not much better off. Individuals raised in a civilized society often struggled even with the slaughter of a chicken or fish. Many would faint at the sight of blood, let alone taking a human life. After crying for a considerable time, Su Weiwei finally regained her composure and quickly wiped away her tears. All right, let us return. Today, I brought you out to expose you to the true nature of humanity in this apocalypse. Even those who once shared a bed as close friends would, for a mere morsel of resources, wish for your demise at any moment in this world. Trust no one but yourself, as he spoke. Qin Shen added with a smile. Oh, and you can still trust me. Su Weiwei nodded while wiping her tears. I will always place my trust in my master. Had these words been uttered before the apocalypse, they would likely have been condemned by certain groups as emotional manipulation. Yet now, as everyone struggled to survive, who had the energy to criticize Qin Shen? Once back home, seeing Su Weiwei's makeup smeared from crying, Lu Qing inquired, Master, what happened to Weiwei? I heard gunshots just now. Qin Shen patted Su Weiwei's head, smiling as he replied, Nothing much, just played a little game with her. Su Weiwei added, Sister Qing, I will explain everything to you later. After dinner, Lu Qing resumed her gun practice as usual. Days passed, yet her marksmanship showed little improvement. At a distance of about 10 meters, hitting a target was commendable if she managed to land 2 or 3 shots out of 10. Qin Shen's skills were on par with hers. They both struggled to even hit the target, let alone achieve a headshot. Conversely, Su Weiwei surprised Qin Shen significantly. On a whim, he allowed her to fire a few shots. And to his astonishment, all hit the target with remarkable accuracy. Look at you. After 2 days of practice, you still cannot shoot as well as Su Weiwei. Qin Shen reprimanded her with a serious expression. I won't do it again. Lu Qing replied with a whimper. After punishing Lu Qing, Qin Shan felt refreshed as he returned to his bedroom. Just before sleep, he activated the mental link to check on the progress of the Golden Ant. It was roughly as he had estimated. About 1/3 of the tunnel had been excavated. In 2 more days, he would be able to retrieve the mutated fruits from the university. However, he needed to prepare thoroughly beforehand. As he contemplated this, a knock sounded at the bedroom door. Upon opening it, he found Su Weiwei, tearful and distraught. Master, I had a nightmare, Su Weiwei cried as she leaped into Qin Shen's embrace, her face full of grievance. After finally falling asleep, she dreamt of Lu Yu covered in blood, which startled her awake. With no other option, she sought out Qin Shen for comfort. A nightmare, you say? Then I shall reward you by letting you sleep with me tonight. Qin Shen said with a mischievous grin. Su Weiwei shyly nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in the adjacent bedroom, Lu Qing tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. Is there no respite for sleep? Lu Qing complained with a look of drowsiness, feeling an impulse to rush over and argue. However, recalling the outcome of past confrontations, she ultimately abandoned the thought. Meanwhile, Su Weiwei nestled against Qin Shen's chest and suddenly said, Master, actually, the note I wrote today also mentioned shooting. Chapter 33. The Expedition Against Liang Yeno. Qin Shen was somewhat taken aback by Su Weiwei's statement. This little cat had also written about shooting. Seeing that Qin Shen appeared skeptical, Su Weiwei hurriedly explained. I didn't know you were testing me, Master, but when I thought about her betrayal and the fact that I would have to accompany you with her, I simply couldn't bear it, which is why I wrote about shooting. This response left Qin Shen both amused and exasperated. He had initially intended to see whether Su Weiwei was a hidden saint who would forgive even those who betrayed her. However, he hadn't anticipated that Su Weiwei would inadvertently hit the mark. Her disdain for accompanying Lu Yu was the very reason she had written about shooting. Well, since the note has already been burned, you may say whatever you wish, Qin Shen jested. Indeed, Su Weiwei immediately became flustered and playfully bit Qin Shen's chest, exclaiming, Master, you're just teasing me. I shall bite you to death. Hiss. Qin Shen inhaled sharply. Please don't bite there. Choose another spot. In the adjacent room, Lu Qing, who had just settled in, heard the commotion and sighed heavily. The following day, in the information analysis room, across from the floor plan of Tang Xinyuan community, Qin Shan printed out a city map. Centered around Tang Xinyuan, it displayed a satellite image of the area within a 5-kilometer radius. However, this satellite image was from before the onset of the apocalypse. The mutation of plants had altered much of the terrain. Notably, Qin Shan observed that these mutated plants were continuously growing. After investing considerable time, Qin Shan used a marker to differentiate various areas such as green spaces, residential complexes, and roads with distinct colors. Given that the community he resided in was relatively prosperous, numerous surrounding complexes were marked as focal points. He highlighted 3 major residential areas, each housing more people than Tang Xinyuan. Additionally, there was a nightclub, 8 office buildings, 3 large shopping malls, and a university. These locations likely contained a significant number of survivors. As Qin Shen currently lacked means for self-preservation, he decided to temporarily disregard the riskier green spaces and parks. Instead, he aimed to explore populated areas to see if he could acquire the fruits of the mutated plants. His first target was Yangqing University. Qin Shan gazed at the satellite map on the wall. Su Weiwei was correct. This campus was newly established and had yet to undergo landscaping. From the satellite image, the campus appeared to be a barren grayish-yellow, almost devoid of greenery. This undoubtedly heightened the safety factor. Moreover, the campus was primarily occupied by teachers and students, none of whom possessed firearms, posing little threat to him. With this in mind, Qin Shan returned to the living room and summoned Su Weiwei. Have you been in contact with your brother again? Has he managed to acquire that fruit? He inquired. Su Weiwei promptly replied. Master, my brother mentioned that the school has been divided into several factions. In recent days, there have been several skirmishes over the food supplies in the cafeteria, even resulting in casualties. Now, many students are hiding in their dormitories, too afraid to venture out, but the dorms have lost power. My brother can only turn on his phone for a brief moment at noon and night to assure me of his safety. Upon hearing this, Qin Shan furrowed his brow. He had nearly forgotten one crucial detail. Schools were among the most densely populated places. Although this campus was not particularly large, it still housed thousands of students. Should food shortages arise, chaos would likely ensue swiftly. There's a day and a half left. That should suffice, Qin Chun murmured to himself. Based on the current excavation speed of the mutated ants, they would reach Yangqing University in approximately a day and a half. While they conversed, Lu Qing suddenly approached, holding her phone in a hurry. Master, look, it seems someone is stirring up trouble for Liang Yin. Qin Chun took the phone and nearly burst into laughter. A new group had been created, and messages were flooding in, all denouncing Liang Yin. With the count reaching 99, I used to follow Liang Yin. And he still has plenty of supplies. I want to expose him. I was at the supermarket fire that day, and if it weren't for Liang Yin's murderous intent, the supermarket wouldn't have caught fire. Liang Yin should take responsibility for this and hand over his supplies while apologizing to everyone. Liang Yin. Among the messages, Qin Chun even recognized a familiar name, Li Guifeng. Everyone should respect their elders and take care of the young. Once we secure the supplies, let me pick first. Li Guifeng's words incited a wave of outrage, and she was swiftly berated. Shut up, you old hag. What contributions have you made to deserve food? It's not that the elderly have turned bad. It's that bad people have grown old. After a while, the conversation returned to condemning Liang Yin, and some even began organizing to rob him. Liang Yin is down to just 7 men. With so many of us, it should be a piece of cake. However, concerns were quickly raised. But they have knives and they're quite formidable. How can we fight them? Himph. What does it matter if they have knives? I can't teach you how to make makeshift spears with fruit knives and brooms. The longer the weapon, the stronger it is, and we'll handle them easily. Exactly. What is Liang Yin to us? I've trained in martial arts. I can take on 3 of him with one hand. Suddenly, someone proposed. Then let us not delay. Shall we act today? At this, the previously lively group chat fell silent. It seemed that everyone was merely indulging in idle talk. No one had the courage to confront Liang Yin. After all, he had taken lives and was a cold-blooded killer. That moment, an unfamiliar name spoke up. How about this? I'll take the lead. Anyone who wants food can come register with me. This individual was named Lu Zhiyong. After pondering for a while, Qin Chun finally recalled his identity. The community's security guard. If memory served, Lu Zhiyong was over 50 years old. Despite his age, surviving in this apocalyptic world without a shelter or food indicated he possessed exceptional qualities. Indeed, many in the group recognized Lu Zhiyong's identity. Aren't you the community's security guard? What can a 50-year-old man do for us? Don't joke around. Yeah, old man, just go rest. This isn't your concern. But just then, Lu Zhiyong sent a photo. It appeared to be a selfie of him in a security uniform, looking rather thin and unremarkable, akin to any ordinary elderly man. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, he was wielding a towering Qinglong Yinyuan knife. Exuding an imposing presence, everyone, I've loved wielding large blades since I was young, and I recently had a Qinglong Yinyuan knife custom-made. I sharpened it these past few days. It should suffice to deal with a few ordinary folks. My food has run out, and thus, I need to seek some from Liang Yin. Once again, those interested can contact me privately. Should we succeed in obtaining food, I will only distribute it to my companions. After making this statement, Lu Zhiyong promptly left the group. While others continued to comment, their remarks lacked substance, and Qin Chun grew disinterested. He returned the phone to Lu Qing and stroked his chin, saying, continue to monitor this situation. It's beneficial that someone is testing Liang Yin's strength on our behalf. A few days prior, Liang Yin's clandestine acquisition of mutated fruits had raised Qin Chun's alarm. Regardless of his intentions, Qin Chun could not allow this to continue unchecked. Liang Yin had already made 2 attempts on Qin Chun's life, which had firmly placed him on Qin Chun's kill list. However, due to the uncertainty of Liang Yin's strength, Qin Chun had not rushed to take action. That moment, in Building 1, at Peng Yu's residence, anguished cries echoed through the disheveled bedroom. Liang Yin, bare-chested, with a ferocious expression, pinned Lu Tong to the bed. Chapter 34. Lu Qing substitute continue reading. If you dare to stop, I will make your life a living hell. Liang Yin roared like a beast. Lu Tong held a phone, reading aloud the conversations from the newly formed group chat aimed at denouncing Liang Yin. Her face was contorted in pain, yet she dared not cease her recitation. In recent days, Liang Yin had been torturing her mercilessly. She had contemplated suicide more than once, but after the last time she fainted from his torment, having danced on the edge of death, She could no longer entertain such thoughts. Liang Yin seemed to have sensed her will to survive, using it as leverage against her. After discarding the limp Lu Tong aside, he picked up his phone and glanced at the group chat messages, snorting coldly that a bunch of cowardly fish thinks they can take me down. How naive! However, this presented an opportunity for him to test that thing. Liang Yin laughed coldly to himself. Seeing the terrifying expression on Liang Yan's face, Lu Tong involuntarily shivered. She felt that the man before her was no longer human. Just yesterday, upon witnessing Qin Shen offering a high price for the mutated fruits in a bidding war against him, Liang Yin had, in a fit of rage, smashed a granite dining table with a single blow. That was solid granite. To break it directly would require several tons, or even tens of tons, of force. Was Liang Yin still human? After tormenting Lu Tong, Liang Yin picked up his phone and called He Jian and the others. Keep a close watch on the surveillance room. From now on, take turns monitoring the footage for 24 hours. If you see anyone moving, contact me immediately. Liang Yin instructed, and He Jian promptly agreed. At the property management center, a small group of 7 individuals has now subtly placed He Jian at the helm. After all, He Jian possesses an exceptional talent for flattery. Presently, Liang Yin issues commands directly to him without hesitation. What did Brother Liang say? In a circle, several individuals await He Jian's response. He Jian casually replies, "There are those intending to make a move against the boss. We need to keep a close watch." Effective immediately, teams of 3 will alternate in monitoring the movements of that group. Given that there are 7 individuals in total, it naturally excludes He Jian from the teams. Although the others harbor some dissatisfaction, they dare not voice their objections due to He Jian's status. All right, you may return to your tasks, he concludes, turning towards the meeting room in the property management center. The remaining individuals observe He Jian's retreating figure, their expressions revealing disdain. Rumor has it that he was once a subordinate of Chao Long, and after Chao Long's demise, he swiftly aligned himself with Peng Yu. Upon Peng Yu's death, he immediately knelt to acknowledge Liang Yin as the leader. What a sycophant! One of them scoffs. There's even a shocking rumor that in his quest for advancement, he offered his wife to others, only for Chao Long to perish shortly thereafter. I can't believe it. Offering his wife to others, how inhumane! Another interjects. Indeed, a delivery man from Building 3 possesses a firearm. Theo win him over. Chao Long sent He Jian's wife to him. The last time I caught a glimpse. TSK, she looked almost ruined. The group murmurs, filled with contempt for He Jian. After all, they have been with Liang Yin from the very beginning. After risking their lives for so long, they find it intolerable to be overshadowed by someone they consider a coward. On the other side, upon entering the meeting room, He Jian grimaces and waves his hand before his nose. The room is confined with 10 or so women, some captured by Chao Long and Liang Yin, while others have approached out of sheer hunger. For the past few days, they have been eating, drinking, and relieving themselves in the meeting room, resulting in an unbearable stench. From now on, dispose of any waste far from here. Do not pollute the air in this space. Should I discover anyone sullying this room, do not blame me for my ruthlessness, He Jian states coldly. The women tremble in fear, nodding vigorously. Observing their terrified expressions brings He Jian immense satisfaction. The sensation of wielding control over the lives of others is indeed exhilarating. You, come here. He beckons a woman huddled in the corner. The woman approaches, quaking with trepidation. He Jian grips her face, momentarily lost in thought. Although her figure does not match his ideal, her eyes are strikingly reminiscent of. Suddenly, He Jian's demeanor shifts, and he seizes her throat. The woman barely has time to react as she instinctively claws at his hand. However, having not eaten in several days and being a woman, she is no match for He Jian's strength. Please don't kill me, she pleads in terror. You are mistaken. You are a wretch. He Jian bellows in fury. Despite her confusion, the woman, desperate to survive, begins to beg for mercy. I was wrong. I am a wretch that I beg you. Spare me, she weeps helplessly. Lift your head. I want to see your eyes. He Jian, in a fit of madness, exclaims. Unable to retaliate against Qin Shen and Lu Qing, he resorts to this method to vent his pin-up rage. Lu Qing, you ungrateful wretch, I will kill you one day. He Jian roars, tightening his grip. In an instant, the woman's head tilts, and she breathes her last in her final moments. She remains unaware of what provoked He Jian's wrath. Her eyes, still wide open, reflect sheer terror. Witnessing the gruesome demise of the woman, The others scream in horror. Silence. He Jin commands. Dispose of the body outside. Do not disgust us further. With a cold snort, he turns and departs. Just days ago, he had been the owner of a company managing dozens of individuals. Now, in this apocalyptic world, he is transformed into a remorseless killer. Such scenarios abound within the community. With resources dwindling, the only means of survival is to seize from others. That night, a downpour alleviates some of the populace's anxiety. Many have already exhausted their water supply and, in desperation, risk venturing out to collect rainwater from their balconies. Fortunately, the rain appears untainted. Devoid of food, the energy reserves within their bodies still provide some sustenance. However, without water, survival would be impossible within a few days. Qin Shun stands on his balcony, observing the lively scene across the street as numerous residents employ various containers to catch the rainwater. Some even begin selling vegetable seeds in the group chat, planning to cultivate their own gardens. In the face of mutated plants and animals, humanity undeniably seems fragile. Yet, the tenacity of the human race is akin to that of wild grass. Resilient and unwavering. Late at night, as Qin Shun drifts in and out of slumber, a figure suddenly leaps onto his bed. Upon touching the figure, he instantly recognizes her. Lu Qing. What is up? Missing me? Qin Shun inquires with a smile. Lu Qing's face flushes crimson as she hastily shakes her head. Did you hear anything unusual last night? Qin Shun chuckles. Lu Qing's cheeks grow warm as she recalls the previous night's events. However, feeling too embarrassed to admit it, she shakes her head and replies, Master, I slept soundly and heard nothing. Qin Shun tilts her chin upward. Although it is the middle of the night, he can still faintly discern her flushed face in the darkness. Speak the truth. He teases. Lu Qing bites her lip and hurriedly retrieves her phone to change the subject. What? Want to record a video? Qin Shun takes the phone, ready to open the camera. But Lu Qing quickly interjects, No, master. I saw a message that someone is planning to trouble Yang Yan. Upon hearing Lu Qing's words, Qin Shun's mind sharpens. It turns out this proud woman sneaked into his room at night, not for intimate matters, ever since you asked me and Wei Wei to monitor Liang Yan's movements. We divided our tasks. She watches during the day, and I do so at night, keeping a 24-hour watch on any updates. Just now, I caught wind of footsteps in the corridor, and when I peered from the balcony, it seemed several nearby buildings had activity. They might be planning something. Lu Qing explains. Qin Shun glances at the clock. 4 a.m. At this hour, people are usually in deep sleep. Your intuition appears sound. Let us go witness the commotion. Qin Shun dons his clothes and, accompanied by Lu Qing, steps outside. Master, where are we headed? Lu Qing asks cautiously. At home. She wears a black silk cami nightgown, rather revealing style that Qin Shun seems to favor. Fortunately, he draped a trench coat over her as they left. Otherwise, she would have lacked the courage to venture out. Yet, clad in such attire alongside Qin Shun in the dead of night, she feels a peculiar sensation. Suddenly, she recalls, why didn't she feel this way when she was with He Jin? He had once suggested buying her risque outfits to wear at home, but she had adamantly refused. She had thought she could never accept such provocative experiences. Yet, ever since being with Qin Shun, all her reservations seem to have vanished. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. If we delay, we'll miss the excitement. Qin Shun urges. Lu Qing points at her feet, complaining, who told you to make me wear these high heels? I can hardly keep up. She wonders why Qin Shun enjoys seeing her in high heels so much. He has amassed over a dozen pairs at home, and she wears a different pair almost every day. It just means you need to practice. How can a little kitten let high heels hinder her walking? Qin Shun jests. Lu Qing retorts, Wei Wei used to be a model. She could walk in high heels or even dance without issue. Although she says this, she quickens her pace to catch up with Qin Shun. Before long, the pair arrives at Building 2 next door. The staircase to the third floor is eerily quiet. They stand by the window, where they can clearly observe the situation outside Peng Yu's door. The two buildings are about 30 meters apart, and with one telescope each, they can see everything distinctly. Just in time, Qin Shun remarks with satisfaction. The vantage point is excellent. Should a confrontation occur, they will witness every detailed eye in the corridor. A group of over 10 individuals, armed with machetes and makeshift spears, flanks either side of Peng Yu's door. Led by security guard Lu Zhiyong, they are arranged like a SWAT team, pressing against the wall in two lines. Lu Zhiyong, wielding a green dragon crescent blade, cautiously approaches the door, I've heard Liang Yin has sent his subordinates to the property management office to monitor the surveillance room and power distribution room. He alone cannot possibly stand against this group, Lu Qing observes. Not necessarily, Qin Shun shakes his head, withholding information about the mutated fruits. Although Liang Yin had previously acquired some, and it is possible he knows that consuming them grants abilities, such fruits are not easily found. He had nearly lost his life in his quest for just one. Even if Liang Yin is aware of the powers, it does not guarantee he has consumed any. Today, he comes to ascertain that fact. If Liang Yin possesses abilities, then regardless of whether Lu Zhiyong's gang can defeat him, Qin Shun will intervene. He is not a benevolent soul. Liang Yin had once harbored murderous intentions towards him, and he has long since made him a target. If Liang Yin has abilities, he will act according to the situation. However, he intends to eliminate him sooner or later. Deep in thought, two figures rush into the corridor, carrying a large item. Witnessing this scene, Qin Shin nearly bursts into laughter. Why goodness. One cannot help but wonder what peculiar individuals comprise this group, as they have somehow procured a heavy-duty impact drill. This device is far from an ordinary electric drill. It is typically employed for breaking through concrete and rebar. It might even be capable of effortlessly breaching a security door. Peering through the telescope, Lu Zhiyong silently extended his finger, counting down a few numbers, after which two men promptly raised the impact drill, aiming it at the keyhole. Just at that moment, the door was suddenly thrust open. Everyone stood in stunned silence, momentarily unable to process the situation. Lu Zhiyong, with a grim expression, gestured for the others to step back, and they retreated 2 paces, their faces etched with apprehension. What brings you lot? Mere minnows, to my abode at such a late hour? Liang Yin emerged, cradling the trembling Lu Tong in his arms. He was bare-chested, clad only in a pair of shorts, while Lu Tong was adorned in nothing but a flimsy white camisole. Providing scant coverage, many of the men present found themselves involuntarily swallowing hard at the sight. It was evident that the two had only just risen from their beds in haste due to an unexpected turn of events. However, Liang Yin was not wielding a knife in this apocalyptic world. We ought to assist one another for survival. You have hoarded an excessive amount of supplies. It is rather excessive. If you would only share some of your provisions, I could guarantee your safety, Lu Zhiyong stated in a deep, somber tone. Uncle Lu, he is but one man. Why bother with reason? Just take him down with a single blow. Another voice chimed in. Indeed, this man has several lives on his hands. He is unworthy of pity. Had it not been for him, how many lives would have been spared in our community? I believe he ought to pay with his life. Liang Yan's companion, who was none other than his cousin-in-law, had slain Peng Yu and usurped his wife. Did he not fear retribution from Peng Yu? The crowd, filled with righteous indignation, was poised to take action. Liang Yin chuckled softly. You are correct. I am guilty of these deeds, and perhaps even more egregious acts that you remain unaware of. For instance, I was the one who exterminated all the residents of Building 8. Moreover, to elucidate the human body's vulnerabilities to my subordinates, I have taken the lives of several frail and elderly individuals from Building 4. Upon hearing this, the crowd was left dumbfounded. What? You were behind the massacre at Building 8? You are a demon. They cried out in outrage. Tio use living beings as targets for practice. How can you call yourself human? The crowd collectively condemned Liang Yin, their fingers pointing in accusation. The sudden loss of contact with Building 8 one fateful night had led to the horrific discovery of a stench of decay emanating from the building, suggesting that all its inhabitants had met a gruesome fate, though the identity of the perpetrator had remained a mystery until now. The revelation that Liang Yin had orchestrated the slaughter of an entire building's residents was chilling. More horrifying still was the fact that he himself resided in Building 4, practicing martial arts on his neighbors. Seeing the outrage on their faces, Liang Yin burst into laughter, brimming with arrogance. And what of it? These acts are mine, and I stand unrepentant. His expression turned manic as he declared, in this new world, the old order is gone. Only the strong shall survive. At that moment, a man could no longer contain his fury. He lunged toward Liang Yin, brandishing a machete aimed directly at him. The sound of metal clashing resonated through the air as the blade struck Liang Yin, only to be deflected as if it were a mere toy, leaving no mark whatsoever. This spectacle astonished the onlookers, including Qin Qian and Lu Qing, who gaped in disbelief. How is this possible? How can a person withstand a blade? Lu Qing murmured in shock. This is troublesome. Qin Shan muttered with a wry smile. Though he could not discern the nature of Liang Yan's abilities, it appeared he possessed a form of impenetrable defense, an essential skill for survival. The very power he coveted had somehow fallen into the hands of his adversary. Meanwhile, Liang Yin picked up the discarded steel knife, a disdainful smile on his lips. In an instant, the long knife crafted from high-grade steel was rendered malleable in his hands, as he twisted and kneaded it into a crumpled heap. The ruined steel knife was then tossed at the feet of the crowd, leaving them pale with fear, frozen in place. Do you see? This is the power of the divine. In this apocalypse, the law of the jungle prevails. Only the strong may endure, and you, insignificant ants, are of no consequence before me, Liang Yin proclaimed, arms wide open, his laughter echoing with bravado. Come forth. Did you not wish to slay me? Let us see if any of you can even graze a hair on my head. The crowd exchanged apprehensive glances, none daring to advance. The steel knife that Liang Yin had crumpled lay ominously at their feet. To attack him would be tantamount to courting death. You are but a charlatan. And I refuse to believe you are truly invulnerable, Lu Zhiyong asserted, his countenance resolute. With a fierce shout, he swung his QNGL-NYUDO in a wide arc before bringing it down with force. Liang Yin smirked, dismissing the threat. He stood his ground, seemingly prepared to endure the blow. The sound of metal striking flesh reverberated like the tolling of a great bell. The blade landed on Liang Yan's shoulder, producing only a shower of sparks and a faint white mark. Liang Yin looked at Lu Zhiyong in surprise. I did not anticipate you possessed such skill. It seems I underestimated you with that. Liang Yin delivered a punch to Lu Zhiyong's chest. The impact was explosive, and Lu Zhiyong's back erupted with blood as Liang Yan's fist emerged, clutching a still-beating crimson heart. No, you've killed. Panic ensued as Lu Zhiyong's lifeless body slumped against Liang Yan's arm. Blood sprang forth, splattering the faces of those nearby. This grotesque scene sent many fleeing in terror. Whoever dares take another step shall perish. Liang Yan's voice echoed ominously in the corridor. The crowd instinctively halted. Fear etched upon their faces as they gazed at Liang Yin. Your expressions are all captured on surveillance. Should anyone dare to flee, I will hunt them down and end their lives, Liang Yin threatened. Boss Liang, we were wrong, someone pleaded, collapsing to their knees. We were misled by Lu Zhiyong, who incited us against you. It is all his fault. Witnessing this, the others swiftly followed suit, kneeling in supplication. Indeed, it is all Lu Zhiyong's doing. We were deceived, they cried. Boss Liang, grant us mercy. We shall never cross you again. Let us leave now, and we shall cease to disturb you. Boss Liang, my wife is quite lovely. If you spare me, I shall send her your way. The crowd begged for forgiveness, utterly disregarding their dignity as they prostrated themselves. After all, Lu Zhiyong's corpse lay before them, a haunting reminder of their fate. Qin Shan shook his head, still able to hear their fervent curses directed at Lu Zhiyong from a distance. They had cast aside all semblance of pride, shifting the blame entirely onto Lu Zhiyong. Had it not been for Lu Zhiyong rallying them to ambush Liang Yin, they might have still been starving in their homes. Yet, one could understand their mentality. They were ordinary people, and who would choose death when survival was an option? If he were in their position, he would likely behave no differently. At this distance, do you think you could hit Liang Yin if you fired a gun? Qin Shan inquired. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing's eyes widened in alarm. Are you suggesting? Qin Shan nodded firmly. Indeed, this man cannot be allowed to live any longer. We must strike first. Lu Qing calculated the distance. Shaking her head, at such a range, I have never attempted it, and I have no confidence. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Shan produced his handgun and handed it to Lu Qing. Simultaneously, he drew his own weapon, aiming at Liang Yin. Regardless of our confidence, we shall fire together once I count down, Qin Shan declared solemnly. Observing through the telescope, he noted Liang Zhiyong's blade had failed to wound Liang Yin. Yet it had left a faint mark on his shoulder, suggesting that his defenses were not entirely impervious. If a knife would not suffice, then a bullet must be employed. Even if they could not kill him. Qin Shan had already devised an escape plan. Soon after dawn, the tunnel leading to Yangqing University would be completed. They could take refuge there, and Liang Yin would surely be unable to pursue them. At worst, they could procure some mutated fruits at the university to enhance their skills and return to eliminate Liang Yin. All of you, kneel at the entrance and await the dawn. We shall deal with you slowly then. And you, who spoke of your beautiful wife, send her over, and you may leave, Liang Yin scoffed, displaying his disdain. In that instant, Qin Chun began his countdown. 3, 2, 1. Fire. As Liang Yin turned, Qin Chun roared, squeezing the trigger. 2 gunshots rang out in unison. However, Qin Chun could not afford to gamble. If Liang Yin were to survive and seek vengeance, it would spell trouble. Master, what shall we do? Su Weiwei inquired, rubbing her sleepy eyes. She had been in a deep slumber, completely unaware of the unfolding events. Lu Qing recounted the situation, prompting Su Weiwei to clutch her chest in fear and exclaim, "What? Invulnerable? I must have misheard. If even a handgun cannot kill him, what shall we do if he retaliates against us?" Qin Shen jested, "With your beauty, he surely wouldn't dare to harm you." Su Weiwei quickly shook her head. "No, I will forever be the master's little kitty." In recent days, Su Weiwei had stumbled upon numerous news articles regarding Liang Yin on her phone. It seemed humanity could never escape gossip, even in the apocalypse. There were reports of a gossip group dedicated to sharing all sorts of hearsay. Rumor had it that Liang Yin had taken over Pang Yu's wife, hiding away in his dwelling, with the chilling sounds of her desperate pleas occasionally echoing forth. Some speculated that Liang Yin, having claimed so many lives, was in a near-mad state, which explained his cruel treatment of Lu Tong. Initially, upon hearing this news, Su Weiwei felt a twinge of sympathy for Lu Tong, who had just lost her husband only to fall into the clutches of such a monster. Yet, the thought that she might endure a similar fate sent chills down her spine. It would be better to perish than to be tormented by Liang Yin. "Master, Liang Yin is certainly no match for you," Su Weiwei earnestly stated, as though encouraging Qin Chun while also bolstering her own spirits. "Inquire within the various groups to see if anyone has spotted Liang Yin," Qin Chun instructed. There had been many people near Liang Yin earlier. Perhaps someone had witnessed his condition after being shot. Indeed, after the 2 women revealed the cost of a pack of instant noodles, several individuals initiated private chats. "I saw Liang Yin after he was shot. He was hit in the back, but it didn't seem to pierce through. He must be seriously injured. Impressive, brother. I knew it was your handiwork. Are you in need of underlings? Just provide food, and I'll sell my life to you." After the gunfire, we all fled, but he should be injured. I saw blood on his back. Messages flowed in, some fabricated in hopes of securing a reward, claiming Qin Chen descended like a deity, wielding dual firearms and reducing Liang Yin to a pulp. The narrative was quite thrilling, almost worthy of a war god novel. Qin Chen, bemused, tossed his phone to the 2 women and instructed them to sift through the useful information. At that moment, Su Weiwei discreetly tugged at Lu Qing's sleeve, cautiously pointing to a particular message. Lu Qing, puzzled, followed Su Weiwei's finger. "Young man, are you in need of women? I'm a premier technician at the foot massage parlor next door, proficient in 36 techniques. As long as you can ensure my survival." Lu Qing was taken aback, unable to grasp Su Weiwei's implication. She glanced back at Qin Chun, who seemed lost in thought, oblivious to their exchange. "What do you mean? Are you worried that Qin Chun might take a liking to such women?" Lu Qing whispered, "Rest assured. Based on my understanding of Qin Chun, he harbors no interest in such individuals." Su Weiwei shook her head, gesturing towards the phrase uninteresting, and whispered, "Sister Qing, do you think we ought to learn a thing or two?" The latter part of her statement remained unspoken, but Su Weiwei trusted that Lu Qing comprehended her meaning. And no matter how delectable a dish, one cannot consume it daily, and no matter how melodious a song, it cannot serve as an alarm clock. Even the most beautiful woman will eventually lose her allure. If Qin Chen were to lose interest, would he not discard them like refuse? After all, with Qin Chen's capabilities, should he desire companionship, women would likely line up to offer themselves. Take, for instance, the technician from earlier. Her expertise was undeniable, not to mention her service attitude. Before the apocalypse, Qin Chun had little opportunity to engage with such individuals, as delivering takeout consumed his every waking moment. However, the times had changed. Armed with weapons and resources, Qin Chun had become the object of admiration for countless women. Lu Qing evidently recognized this truth. "So shall we learn?" She hesitated. Su Weiwei nodded, sending a friend request to the technician from earlier on her phone. "Let us find an opportunity to treat her to something to eat and have her teach us a few moves online. As the saying goes, skills never weigh one down," Su Weiwei whispered. Lu Qing, rendered speechless, thought, Is this how one interprets skills never weigh one down? Noticing that Qin Xian had seemingly regained his focus, she quickly signaled Su Weiwei to continue organizing the information. Meanwhile, Qin Xian shook his head to dispel the lingering dizziness. He had just activated the mind link to direct the Golden Ant to check on the excavation progress. The tunnel had now reached the campus, and he had expended considerable effort to align it precisely beneath the female dormitory. Acquiring the mutated fruit was of utmost importance. Naturally, having promised Su Weiwei to rescue her brother, he could not go back on his word. He directed the Golden Ant to command a portion of the mutated ants to dig upward from beneath the female dormitory, while instructing another group to dig toward the male dormitory. The distance was not great, about 600 meters, and would take half a day to complete. If all went according to plan, they would first retrieve the mutated fruit, then promptly go to fetch Su Weiwei's brother. Wasting no time, Master, we have just compiled the intelligence regarding Liang Yin. Su Weiwei reported that it is highly likely that Liang Yin has sustained serious injuries, but he does not appear to be in mortal danger. Some have observed him seemingly fleeing, though his current whereabouts are unknown. Never mind him for now, Qin Xian waved dismissively. The surveillance room remains under Liang Yan's control. Although most of the cameras in the corridors have been damaged, many still function properly. If Liang Yin wishes to hide, he will not be able to locate us anytime soon. Our priority now is to secure the mutated fruit. Qin Xian led the two women to a storage room in the underground parking garage, previously utilized by cleaning staff for storing tools and supplies, now abandoned since the onset of the apocalypse. Master, Su Weiwei appeared somewhat embarrassed. The place was rather filthy, and she, accustomed to cleanliness, felt uncomfortable. Qin Xian gave her a light rap on the head. What are you thinking? Can't you think of something more sensible? With that, he ushered the two women into the storage room, locked the door behind them, and lifted a section of the floorboards, revealing a tunnel that lay before them. Let us go. We are heading to Yangqing University to find your brother. Qin Xian chuckled, leaping into the tunnel first. The two women exchanged astonished glances before following suit. Chapter 38. The female dormitory. The sight of the tunnel left both women speechless. The tunnel was 2 meters wide and 3 meters high, exceedingly spacious. It appeared as though it had been gnawed out by some creature, the walls riddled with bite marks. The air was saturated with the scent of earth, indicating it had only recently been excavated, definitely not a remnant from before the apocalypse. The two women were astounded, yet neither dared to voice their inquiries. Qin Xian harbored many secrets unknown to them, such as the resources he could summon at will and the elusive firearms he possessed. Since Qin Xian had chosen not to disclose anything, they would not presume to inquire about his identity. What intrigued them, however, was how Qin Xian had been able to dig this tunnel while constantly being in their company. Ignoring their astonished expressions, Qin Xian activated infinite resources and produced 3 electric scooters. The tunnel stretched approximately 2 kilometers, and lacking any light source, the scooters would prove immensely convenient. In just a few minutes, the 3 of them arrived at their destination. Unveiling a ladder and lifting the floorboards, they were greeted by a scene that left them all in shock. Master, what is this? The location was familiar to both women, the female restroom. They exchanged suspicious glances at Qin Xian, perplexed as to why he had chosen to tunnel into the women's restroom of all places. Before the apocalypse, such an act would have drawn the ire of the entire internet. Cough, cough. You see, this place is conveniently hidden. Safety first, you understand. Qin Xian feigned composure. The two women nodded, albeit still uncertain of the relationship between the women's restroom and safety. Just then, a cacophony of cries and struggles echoed from the hallway, interspersed with the shouts and insults of several men. Something's amiss. Qin Xian's expression darkened as he dashed out. The two women drew their firearms. Following closely behind in the female A dormitory building on the 2nd floor, a group of over 10 girls sat huddled on the floor, their eyes wide with terror as they gazed at a few male figures surrounding them. The men brandished steel pipes and daggers, grinning maliciously. Why are you crying? Is this a funeral? One of them sneered. Just a few days ago, it was the women from the 1st floor. Today, it's your turn on the 2nd floor. Don't worry, it will be over soon. You'll be back by tomorrow, and if anyone behaves well, they might even receive some bread. The leader of the group tapped his steel pipe, boasting with delight. These boys looked to be in their early 20s, likely students themselves. Hey, I was there yesterday. Can't you let me off? One girl timidly pleaded. The leader chuckled darkly, yanking her hair and sneering, Our boss was quite pleased with your performance yesterday and specifically requested you today. Once the boss is done, I'll see just how appealing you really are. Laughter erupted among the group of boys, their arrogance palpable. Penggu, why waste words on them? Just tie them up and take them back. Someone suggested. Penggu immediately struck him with a fist, reprimanding, what do you know? This is called sustainable development. Got it? There are still 7 floors of women in this building. Wouldn't it be exhausting to shout and fight every day? As he spoke, he pulled a small bag of hawthorn slices from his pocket and tossed it in front of the girl who had just pleaded for mercy. Here, a reward for you. If you manage to please our boss today, I assure you a hearty meal. The girl hesitated for a while, but ultimately succumbed to the allure of food, picking up the bag from the ground and eagerly tearing it open to pour its contents into her mouth. The surrounding girls watched this scene, unable to suppress a gulp. In the wake of the apocalypse, resources had become scarce, and many had gone days without proper sustenance. See? As long as you obediently comply. There's food to be had, Penggu sneered. Follow me in a while. If you stray from the path and end up being devoured by those plants, don't say I didn't warn you. Upon hearing this, the girls turned pale with fear. Though there weren't many plants in the school district, several weeds had mutated. A video had circulated in their group chat, showing a girl being impaled by a grass blade while running. Her body subsequently dragged into the underbrush. No, I don't want to go. My roommate was eaten by a plant. One girl, seemingly recalling some horrific memory, suddenly began to struggle desperately. I'm on my period. I can't go these few days. Please spare me. Just as she stood up, 2 boys stepped forward to restrain her. Penggu, I really am on my period. I have food in my dorm. I'll give it all to you. Please let me go this once, she pleaded. Penggu sighed. If everyone spoke like you, how would we get anything done? Someone, hold her down. Penggu, I want to dare again. I am sorry, I want to dare. The girl was terrified, repeatedly begging for mercy. Penggu dismissed her with a cold smile. Moments later, he wiped his hands and turned to the group of girls, threateningly stating, lift your heads and look closely. This is the fate of those who disobey. A sweet date followed by a beating. Don't underestimate the simplicity of the method. It's more than sufficient to deal with a disorganized group of girls. The girls trembled as they raised their heads, their eyes brimming with terror. The dormitory doors lining the corridor were tightly shut, but the pitiful cries echoing in the hallway sent many girls scurrying under their covers. Too afraid to even peek out. Observing the girls frozen in fear, Penggu felt a sense of accomplishment. Among the girls he had bedded in recent days, there were certainly some top-tier beauties. Before the apocalypse, such girls would have never glanced his way, but now, in order to survive, they had to obediently prostrate themselves before him. This apocalypse was utterly exhilarating. Just as he was lost in thought, several figures suddenly appeared at the end of the corridor. Which building are you from? Feng Xiao sent you. Penggu inquired, eyeing the leader, Qin Xin, with confusion. Chapter 39. Entering the girls' dormitory for the first time, no sooner had he asked than Peng Ji's eyes lit up at the sight of the 2 girls behind Qin Xin. Although the college girls they had captured were reasonably attractive, they paled in comparison to Lu Qing and Su Weiwei. Seeing that Qin Xin remained silent, the boys behind Penggu grew furious. Didn't you hear our Penggu asking you a question? Are you mute? Speak? Or do you want me to stab you? I've trained in military boxing. I could knock your teeth out with one hand. They threatened, brandishing their weapons brazenly. Penggu waved his hand dismissively, signaling his subordinates to calm down. Bro, you look unfamiliar. You must be from Lu Yuan's crew, right? Didn't Lu Yuan have a conversation with our Feng Xiao last time? Girls A and B belong to us, while C is yours. You've overstepped, haven't you? Penggu said with amusement. Lu Yuan, Feng Xiao? I don't know them. Get lost. Qin Xin completely disregarded the so-called Penggu. Of course, he didn't reveal himself to save anyone. He wasn't a saint. The lives of others were of no concern to him. His primary interest lay in the girls they intended to take away. What if one of them was the girl he needed to negotiate with? Oh, quite the bold one. But I wonder who gave you the courage. Penggu cracked his knuckles, producing a series of popping sounds. If your joints are bad, you should see a doctor instead of showing off here. It's disgusting. Qin Xin scoffed. Upon hearing this, Peng Ji's smile froze on his face. Was this a provocation? Who gave this kid the audacity? Instantly, his expression darkened. Go, break all his teeth. I don't like hearing him speak. Peng Gu disdainfully glanced at Qin Shan. Be careful not to injure the two beauties behind him. We still want to have some fun later. At Peng Ji's command, the boys grinned maliciously and moved forward. Qin Shan couldn't be bothered with this group of small fry. He waved at Lu Qing and Su Weiwei. What are you still doing there? Didn't you hear them plotting against me? You have 5 minutes. After interrogating them for information, come find me. Saying this, Qin Shan turned and headed towards dormitory 2208, not sparing them another glance. Trying to escape? Get him! Peng Gu assumed Qin Shan wanted to flee, immediately gesturing for his men to pursue him. But just as they took a couple of steps, 2 dark gun barrels were aimed at them. One more step and you're dead, Lu Qing stated coldly. The group came to a screeching halt at a handgun. How do they have that? No, it must be a fake. They're just trying to scare us. Peng Gu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, sneering, Damn it, do you think we're 3-year-olds? Trying to intimidate us with a toy gun? Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, gunfire erupted. Lu Qing cast a surprised glance at Su Weiwei beside her, astonished by her decisive action. My ears? As the smoke cleared, Peng Gu was seen rolling on the ground, clutching his ears, blood seeping through his fingers and pooling around him. Although the gruesome scene was still somewhat jarring for the 2 girls, it was far more manageable compared to the other students. Witnessing Peng Gu getting shot, everyone screamed and began to retreat. Unfortunately, the path was a dead end. After a couple of steps back, they realized there was nowhere left to run. Su Weiwei stepped forward, aiming her gun at Peng Gu. Stop screaming, get up and answer the questions, or the next shot won't be aimed at your ear, Su Weiwei threatened coldly. Hearing this, Peng Gu trembled in fear. Scrambling to his feet, Don't shoot, I surrender. Peng Gu raised his hands high, looking rather comical. Half of his ear had been shot off, and his face was smeared with blood, giving him a terrified expression that reminded Su Weiwei of a classic character from a childhood cartoon. The Black Cat Detective. You have 4 minutes. Tell me everything you know about Yangqing University. Su Weiwei commanded. Peng Gu was taken aback and instinctively asked, You aren't from Yangqing University? The power system of Yangqing used nuclear energy, and the network had long been maintained automatically without human intervention. Since the apocalypse, the network and power supply had remained unaffected. Over the past few days, various group chats had been continuously active, with people talking around the clock. If they were from the school, how could they not know about its situation? Realizing this, he glanced again at the gun in Su Weiwei's hand. Indeed, the school's security department only had a couple of riot shields. They couldn't possibly possess such lethal weapons. These 3 were definitely outsiders. I'm the one asking questions now. Time is short. If you don't want to die, start talking. As she spoke, Su Weiwei took out her phone to record. Seeing this, Lu Qing handed out paper and pens to the others. You 2, write down any information you have. While the 2 girls were in the midst of the interrogation, Qin Shan arrived at the door of 2208. Open up, I'm here to trade for mutated fruits, Qin Shan announced at the door. After a moment of silence, someone inside trembled and replied, We don't have any mutated fruits here. There's nothing to trade. Just leave. Hearing this, Qin Shan frowned. 2208, that's right. Why are they denying it now? Are they playing me? Open the door, Qin Shan commanded coldly. However, the people inside fell silent again. Without further ado, Qin Shan pulled out a large hammer and swung it at the door. Bang! With a dull thud, the entire building seemed to tremble. Although the dormitory door was a security door, its quality was mediocre. One swing left a large dent. Qin Shan spat, then swung again. The people inside screamed in terror. Don't smash it. We really have nothing. We're out of food. Please, spare us. Ignoring the pleas from within, Qin Shan swung a 3rd time. Bang! The lock held, but the door collapsed. The security door slowly fell down with a thud, revealing the interior of dormitory 2208 in its entirety. This marked Qin Shan's first entry into a girls' dormitory. The dormitory was a 4-person room, with bunk beds and desks. Being a new campus, both the room and furniture were quite new. However, it was odd that in such a spacious area, Qin Shan felt a bit cramped upon entering. The table was cluttered with scattered books, clothes draped over chairs, and even 2 ropes strung between the beds for hanging clothes. Qin Shan noticed a number of intimate garments, cartoon designs, strawberries, solid colors. The styles were quite simple compared to what he had given Lu Qing and Su Weiwei, representing 2 extremes. This style is very collegiate. Of course, The drying rack on the balcony was also crammed with numerous garments. Qin found it puzzling. During his school days, even an 8-person room wasn't this crowded. What happened to the promise that the girls' dormitories would be fragrant and cozy? They are nothing but deceivers, however. He had no mind to scrutinize further, as his gaze shifted towards the 2 girls trembling on the balcony. Just the 2 of you. Seems a bit sparse, doesn't it? Qin furrowed his brow and remarked. Chapter 40. The situation at university. The 2 girls huddled together, shivering. Big brother, we aren't exactly attractive, and our figures aren't great either. If you're looking for fun with women, I know there's a campus beauty in Building C. Would you like me to give you her dorm number? One girl said cautiously. The campus beauty. Qin nearly nodded in instinctive agreement. The title was undeniably alluring to men. Nevertheless, he did not forget the purpose of his visit. There only the 2 of you in this dormitory? What about the other 2? Qin inquired, his brow still creased. Since these 2 were not the ones he had exchanged for the mutated fruits, they must be among the other 2. One was just taken away, and we have no idea where the other one went. She might have scattered during the escape, the other girl replied softly. Have you seen anyone collect fruits from mutated plants? Qin asked again. The 2 girls shook their heads in unison. That moment, Lu Qing approached with the gathered intelligence. She cast a surprised glance at the damaged door and said, Master, we have a preliminary understanding of the situation at Yangqing University, and it appears quite complex. The 5 male dormitories are divided into 2 factions. Dormitories A, B, and C are under the command of a wealthy second generation, namely Qingfeng. When the chaos first erupted, he led a group to seize a considerable amount of supplies from the cafeteria and recruited a number of athletic students who are quite formidable. Dormitories D and E are controlled by a student named Lu Yuan, who runs a small convenience store in the dormitory. By sheer luck, he had stockpiled a batch of goods just before the apocalypse, which allowed him to gather a group of followers. Currently, both factions regard female students as resources. Dormitories A and B belong to Li Qingfeng, while Dormitory C is under Lu Yuan. Li Qingfeng sends people daily to capture individuals for his own amusement, which includes the few we just encountered. And Lu Yuan's side likely operates in a similar manner. However, until now, no one from the girls' dormitory has stepped up to organize a resistance, in the wake of the apocalypse, with the system collapsing. Women have been treated as resources to be seized, a common occurrence in the community where Qin resides. Numerous such incidents have transpired. Of course, Lu Qing and Su Weiwei can also be considered as spoils of Qin's endeavors. Yet, what piqued Qin's curiosity was another matter. There is no parking lot beneath the dormitory. If he recalled correctly, the male and female dormitories are separated by 700 to 800 meters. How do they traverse back and forth? Qin questioned. Lu Qing replied, when the apocalypse struck, most people were in class. Sensing something was amiss, they began to rush back to their dorms. The mutated plants on campus are few, and although some perished as a result, they inadvertently marked the hazardous areas for others. Both factions in the male dormitories possess their own safety maps. As long as they follow the marked routes, they should encounter no issues. Qin shook his head and said, the mutated plants are also growing and reproducing. Their maps may not remain useful for long, aside from becoming stronger and more aggressive. The mutated flora and fauna seem unaffected in other aspects. In recent days, the plants in the community have grown at least several decimeters. Moreover, the fruits of the mutated plants indicate their potential for reproduction. It won't be long before they occupy the entire campus. Never mind. Their survival or demise is of no concern to me. Has everyone outside finished their inquiries? Does anyone know the whereabouts of the mutated fruits? Qin asked. Lu Qing shook her head. It seems the mutated fruits are likely in the hands of the missing girl. Qin murmured to himself. However, with thousands of students in the school, where would he begin to search? What if that girl is already dead? Weiwei's brother just sent a message saying that the girl has been unaccounted for, and there has been no news for the past few days. Lu Qing shared another grim piece of information. After speaking, she cautiously glanced at Qin. Qin had exerted considerable effort to come here for that mutated fruit. After finally digging through the tunnel, he could not find the person. If she were in her shoes, she would likely be quite vexed. Take one of their phones and post a bounty in the campus group, as long as someone can provide information on that girl's whereabouts. Offer 10 boxes of bread and 10 boxes of instant noodles. Qin instructed with a stoic expression. Lu Qing's eyes brightened. This was indeed a viable plan. The conditions Qin offered were exceedingly generous. As long as that girl was still alive, they would surely be able to track her down. Lu Qing stepped forward, snatched the phone from one of the girls, composed the message, and sent it out across various group chats. Next, they simply needed to sift through the information. As Qin Shun was about to leave with Lu Qing, the two girls mustered their courage and blocked their path. What is it? Do you need something? Qin Shun asked. You broke our door and stole my phone. You owe us compensation. One girl murmured. That's right. This is robbery, and it's against the law now. If you could compensate us with 1 box of bread. No, 2 boxes. We can pretend this incident never occurred. The other girl chimed in. Upon hearing this, Qin Shun chuckled. Indeed, they are clear-headed university students. Even now, they still speak of legality, since you have put it that way. Then let us settle for some compensation. Qin Shun waved his hand, leaving Lu Qing behind, and walked out on his own. The two girls were overjoyed, their excitement palpable. They even felt a twinge of regret for proposing such simple terms, as it seemed the other party had accepted too readily. Lu Qing looked at the two girls in disbelief, unable to comprehend their thought process. Did you not see that he was in a foul mood? Lu Qing asked helplessly. The two girls were taken aback. What does his mood have to do with us? It's the apocalypse. Who can be in a good mood? Excuse me, miss, what does his mood matter to us? They continued, moreover, he broke our door and stole our phone. We are the ones in a bad mood. Facing the seemingly frail Lu Qing, the two girls had gained quite a bit of audacity, even rolling their eyes at her. Lu Qing sighed in exasperation, stepped forward, and delivered 2 sharp slaps. You hit us? Is there no law left? They shouted angrily, covering their faces. How dare you hit us? Apologize, Lu Qing. Uninterested in further dialogue, pulled out her gun and waved it in front of them. See this? This is the law. Lu Qing scoffed disdainfully. When that group of athletic students came to capture you, you didn't dare to resist. Now you're so skilled at extorting others. You deserve it. Having said that, Lu Qing turned on her heel and left the dormitory, her high heels clicking loudly as she chased after Qin Chen. The two girls looked at each other, then burst into tears. As Qin Chen and Lu Qing emerged from the dormitory, Su Weiwei rushed over. Master, the mutated fruit, Su Weiwei asked cautiously. Qin Chen shook his head slightly. I didn't find it, but I've posted a bounty in the campus group. If she's still alive, we should know her whereabouts by today. The tunnel to the male dormitory is nearly finished. Inform your brother to prepare to leave with us. Su Weiwei's face lit up with excitement. Thank you, Master, she exclaimed. Then, she glanced at the boys squatting nearby. Master, how should we deal with these guys? Qin Chen replied indifferently, they just tried to attack me. What do you think should be done? Su Weiwei immediately understood Qin Chen's intent, raising her gun and aiming it at the group. Wait. Penggu slid to his knees in front of Qin Chen. Don't kill me just yet. I have important information. Chapter 41. Letting you off the hook, but no thanks. Oh, what information? Qin Chen inquired. Penggu replied cautiously, I can tell you, but you must guarantee my life. Qin Chen chuckled. First, tell me what you know, if it satisfies me. Perhaps I might spare you. Penggu gritted his teeth, realizing he had no choice but to comply. I just heard you were looking for the fruits of mutated plants. Upon hearing this, Qin Chen's eyes brightened with interest. Do you know where they are? Penggu nodded hesitantly. I once saw a red fruit on the osmanthus tree at the entrance of the administration building, but that was 3 days ago. I can't guarantee it's still there. As he spoke, he seemed to remember something and hurriedly took out his phone. Look, I even took a picture back then. Qin Chen took the phone and looked at the photo. Indeed, it depicted a mutated osmanthus tree. The mutated osmanthus was several times larger, towering nearly as high as the 10-story administration building, with leaves as large as doors. It appeared that Penggu was quite flustered when he took the picture, resulting in a somewhat blurry image, but the mutated fruit on the tree was still discernible. A single red fruit, about the size of an apple, hung from one of the branches, its color a vivid crimson, glistening enticingly. This is definitely a mutated fruit, Qin Chen exclaimed, elated. This was an unexpected gain. Although he had not found the girl with the mutated fruit, he had obtained a clue about its whereabouts. Making the trip worthwhile, he immediately activated the Umine Link to command a team of mutated ants to dig towards the administration building. The distance of this road is not insignificant, approximately 1 kilometer. It is likely that we will not reach our destination until tomorrow. However, Qin Chen remains unperturbed. From the intelligence currently at hand, it appears that no one at the school is aware of the extraordinary abilities one can gain from consuming the mutated fruit. Brother, If it's not related to us, we'll take our leave now, Pangu said, bowing slightly. Qin Shun nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. Pangu, elated, quickly gestured to his subordinates, urging them, "Don't just stand there, let's move." Suddenly, a gunshot rang out behind them just as they had taken a few steps. Pangu, as if struck by a vehicle, lost his balance and fell forward onto the ground. A bloody hole appeared in his back, blood gushing forth. In his final moments, Pangu voiced his bewilderment. He had revealed the secret. Why had they not let him go? "I detest impolite individuals. After sparing you, you couldn't even muster a thank you," Qin Shan disdainfully remarked, blowing away the smoke from the gun's muzzle. The 10 or so girls who had been saved were left dumbfounded by his words. Was a life taken simply for the lack of gratitude? How rash! At that moment, Qin Shun turned to the remaining boys. Sensing his gaze, they trembled in fear and hurriedly said, "Thank you, brother, for sparing our lives. Thank you." Bang, bang, bang. Qin Shin, possessing mediocre marksmanship, emptied his magazine, and soon all of them lay dead. A chorus of terrified screams erupted from the girls witnessing this scene. Yet, as soon as they cried out, they were swiftly silenced by those beside them. What if this demon became enraged and decided to eliminate them as well? The fallen individuals wore expressions of disbelief. They had expressed their gratitude. Why had Qin Shan still chosen to kill them? "I never asked you to say thank you. I abhor individuals who prattle on excessively." Qin Shin scoffed. With that, he stepped over the lifeless bodies and departed with the 2 girls. Lu Qing and Su Weiwei exchanged furtive glances, both recognizing the shock in each other's eyes. It was rare to witness Qin Shun take such decisive action. "If you have questions, ask away. I am well acquainted with both of you. Inside and out. You've been holding back for quite some time, haven't you?" Qin Shin coldly stated. Lu Qing quickly replied, "Master, we were merely curious. They were just unarmed students. Why did you?" Qin Shun shot her a frosty glare, as if to remind her not to forget Liang Yin so soon. The mention of Liang Yin triggered memories in Lu Qing's mind of how he had withstood the might of the QNGL Ngudo. The guard Lu Zhiyong had wielded his large knife with all his strength, leaving only a faint mark on Liang Yin. Later, when she and Qin Shun had fired simultaneously, they had hit him. Yet it seemed he had not been in any mortal danger and had quickly escaped. If such a person were to harbor ill intentions, peaceful slumber would be a luxury. Since we have already made enemies, we must eradicate them completely. This is the law of survival in the apocalypse. Qin Shun stated factly. In the past, he would not have taken the initiative to kill. However, Liang Yan's incident served as a warning. Even ordinary individuals could gain extraordinary powers after consuming the mutated fruit. Therefore, for those with whom he had crossed paths, allowing them any chance to develop their abilities was not an option. Eliminating them at the root was the best course of action. The 2 girls nodded in understanding, seemingly grasping the gravity of the situation. Qin Shun led them towards the male dormitory. The inhabitants of the male dormitory had already sensed that something was amiss. Li Qingfeng, the overseer of dormitories A, B, and C for boys, sat leisurely in a recliner, listening to his subordinates' reports. 2 tall girls stood on either side of him. Clad in revealing attire, their bodies still bearing numerous alarming scars, their gazes occasionally revealing a flicker of fear directed at Li Qingfeng. "Young Master Feng, we have lost contact with Pangu. According to protocol, they should have returned 10 minutes ago, but I called them, and no one answered," said a diminutive boy who barely stood over 5 feet tall. His most noticeable feature was his squinty eyes. If one did not look closely, they might think he had not opened them at all. Such eyes were paired with gold-rimmed glasses, creating a comical appearance. Yet, no one dared to mock him at that moment. This individual, named Qiu Hong, had earned the nickname Campus Informant before the apocalypse due to his knack for gathering information. After the world fell into chaos, he had become Li Qingfeng's strategist, holding a position of significant influence. "Has Xiaopeng not checked with the girls in that dormitory for updates?" Li Qingfeng asked casually, extending his right hand. When he noticed the women beside him did not react, he stood up and slapped one of them. With a loud smack, the girl covered her face, looking at Li Qingfeng with terror. "Young Master Feng, how many times have I told you? Can't you even serve tea properly? Useless. Young Master Feng, I was wrong. Please give me another chance." The girl fell to her knees, pleading desperately. Li Qingfeng waved his hand in disdain, turning to Qiu Hong. "This woman is a bit dim-witted, but she provides decent entertainment. She's yours now. Chiu Hong chuckled, a glint of fervor flashing in his small eyes beneath his glasses. Thank you, young Master Feng. By the way, young Master Feng, I have already contacted the girls in that dormitory. Some reported hearing the sound of firecrackers, which is rather strange. Li Qingfeng frowned. Firecrackers? Are you joking? Who in their right mind would set off firecrackers in a dormitory? Chiu Hong replied helplessly. I find it puzzling as well. Just then, Chiu Hong's phone rang. He picked it up and instantly paled. Young Master Feng, this is bad. Peng Gu and his crew have been taken out. Chapter 42. Will you agree to be my girlfriend? With a swift motion, Li Qingfeng stood up from his chair. What? Xiaopeng has been eliminated? Who the hell dares to touch my people? Chiu Hong's expression turned serious. It is said that 3 strangers, a man and 2 women, armed with guns, seemed to be searching for something. Upon hearing the word gun, Li Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback. They have guns? No way. How could there possibly be guns on campus? Your information can't be accurate, can it? Chiu Hong shook his head. I'm not sure either. The information came from the girls in Dormitory A and has not been verified. There is a possibility they could be lying. Li Qingfeng pondered for a moment before responding. Forget it for now. I'll send someone to investigate shortly. As for you, focus on dealing with Lu Yuan and his group. We will inevitably clash with them. It's better to strike first. Chiu Hong took out his phone. Grinning, young Master Feng, rest assured, we have our informants on that side. When the time is right, we will coordinate our efforts and easily take down Lu Yuan. Li Qingfeng nodded. The food we seized from the cafeteria won't last long. I heard Lu Yuan stockpiled a considerable amount of supplies before the apocalypse. If we can seize them, we won't have to worry about food and drink for a while. After discussing their plans further, Chiu Hong finally returned to his dormitory with the beautiful women. As the top strategist under Li Qingfeng, his status was not one to be underestimated. The top floor, the 7th, was Li Qingfeng's exclusive domain, housing supplies and women. The 6th floor was where Chiu Hong, Peng Gu, and other leaders resided. Though it was a student dormitory, it had long been transformed into comfortable single rooms. After tossing the women onto the bed, Li Qingfeng did not rush to vent his frustrations but instead sat on the bed, deep in thought. Knock, knock, knock. Shortly after, there was a knock at the door. Chiu Hong frowned as he opened it, revealing a tall, slender young man. Su Tu. What brings you here? Chiu Hong asked, furrowing his brow. Su Tu, like Guo Peng, was a leader among the athletes, holding an equal rank to him. However, if Su Weiwei were present, she would likely be utterly shocked, for Su Tu was the very brother she had come to rescue. What she would never have guessed was that Su Tu was not only safe but thriving. Having become a prominent enforcer under Li Qingfeng, Hong Gu, it's nothing much. I just wanted to ask for your assistance, Su Tu said, rubbing his hands together, his gaze drifting past Chiu Hong to the trembling girl on the bed. What is it? Chiu Hong inquired with a frown. Su Tu glanced around, ensuring no one was in the corridor before whispering, Hong Gu, I heard. Guo Peng is dead? Chiu Hong let out a cold laugh. So, he had come to confirm the rumors. Previously, the group of athletes under Li Qingfeng had been jointly managed by Su Tu and Guo Peng. Now that Guo Peng was dead, this was undoubtedly good news for Su Tuesday. Indeed, Guo Peng is dead. I suppose I should congratulate you on your promotion, Su brother. Chiu Hong said with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Previously, Su Tu and Guo Peng had kept each other in check, allowing Chiu Hong to reap some benefits. Now, with Su Tu in total control, this was not favorable for Chiu Hong. It seemed he would need to mention this to Li Qingfeng next time they met, suggesting a troublemaker from the athletes to keep Su Tu in balance. Hong Gu, you jest. We are all rough men, merely enforcers. The strategies are still up to you. Su Tu flattered, then turned his attention to the girl on the bed. Hong Gu, I would like to discuss something with you. Is it possible for me to have that woman? Su Tu pointed at the girl on the bed. Chiu Hong was taken aback, his face flashing with anger. A woman was inconsequential, but a woman who had already been brought to his bed. That was an affront. Su brother, this woman was given to me by young Master Feng. It would be inappropriate to gift her to you. Chiu Hong replied coldly. Su Tu rubbed his hands together, a look of eager anticipation on his face. Hong Gu, I am not one to covet what belongs to others. It is merely that this girl is my friend, and I wish to protect her. How about this? I have 2 other pretty girls I could send over to you instead. Chiu Hong scoffed. Those 2 women have long been worn out by you. Haven't they? Do you really think I'd be interested in such lowly fare? Su Tu, being an athlete, was brimming with energy each day. Every night before Chiu Hong went to sleep, he could hear the sounds of girls crying out for mercy, making it nearly impossible for him to rest until the break of dawn. Even before Chiu Hong had opened his eyes, the cries would start again, driving him to the brink of madness. It was worth noting that their dorms were at least 20 meters apart, with doors firmly shut on both sides. Yet, the sounds could still be heard with startling clarity, leaving one to wonder what torment Su Tu was inflicting upon those girls. Sometimes, Chiu Hong contemplated retaliating. After all, as Li Qingfeng's strategist, acquiring 2 women was hardly a challenge. But every time he attempted it, his resolve crumbled within mere minutes. Thus, when Su Tu came to him seeking women, he was filled with resistance. "If there's nothing else, please leave. I have women to entertain," Chiu Hong said flatly. "Su Tu, help me." The woman in the room recognized Su Tu and pleaded pitifully, "Ranjing, don't be afraid. I'm here for you." Su Tu quickly reassured her, then seized Chiu Hong by the collar, speaking with fierce intent. "Chiu Hong, let me be clear. I am determined to protect this girl today. You must give her to me, whether you want to or not." Chiu Hong remained unperturbed, even taking the time to straighten his clothes. "So, you want to resort to violence? Go ahead. Strike me," he said, pointing to his own face. "If you dare to lay a hand on me, I will immediately seek an explanation from Feng Xiao. If you have the guts, go on, kill me now." Upon hearing Feng Xiao's name, Su Tu immediately recoiled. His current status, having a single room, indulging in women, and living without worry, was all thanks to Feng Xiao. Should he provoke Feng Xiao's wrath, a single word could strip him of everything. With that thought, he slowly released his grip, though the anger on his face remained undiminished. Chiu Hong ignored Su Tu's fury, smoothing out his wrinkled collar, and said coolly, "If there's nothing else, be gone. I have women to entertain." The phrase "to entertain women" was emphasized with particular weight. Oh, and by the way, Chiu Hong added, as if suddenly recalling something, "Be sure to lock the door behind you when you leave." Su Tu clenched his fists, glaring at Chiu Hong. "Are you sure you won't give me any face?" Chiu Hong sneered disdainfully, patting Su Tu on the face. "Who gave you the impression that you hold any significance? To me, you are nothing but a dog kept by Feng Xiao, so get lost." Witnessing this scene, Ranjing stumbled off the bed, looking desperately at Su Tuesday. "Su Tu, save me. I know you like me. I promise to be your girlfriend right now, okay?" Su Tu's expression turned fierce as he gritted his teeth, forcing out a response. "Jing, wait for me. I am going to find Feng Xiao and bring you back." With that, he turned and left. Su Tu, Ranjing called out in distress, her expression one of utter despair. Chiu Hong let out a cold laugh, closing the door behind him, then withdrew his belt, approaching Ranjing with a sinister grin. In mere seconds, Su Tu arrived at Li Qingfeng's dormitory door. However, just as he was about to knock, 2 bodyguards standing at the entrance stopped him. "Su Gu, Feng Xiao is on a call. Please wait a moment." Su Tu, filled with urgency, replied, "I have something important to discuss with Feng Xiao." The longer Ranjing remained in Chiu Hong's room, the greater the danger she faced. That scoundrel would undoubtedly not spare her. Yet, the 2 bodyguards continued to block his way, urging, "Su Gu, Feng Xiao is on an important call right now. Just wait a few minutes." Hearing this, Su Tu became frantic, like an ant on a hot pan, pacing restlessly. However, his courage did not allow him to force his way in. Meanwhile, inside Chiu Hong's dormitory, although he was short in stature, being a male, he swiftly bound Ranjing. "Big brother, I was wrong. Please spare me." Ranjing realized that seeking Su Tu's help in front of this man had only angered him further, and she pleaded desperately. But Chiu Hong acted as if he had not heard, being excessively brutal. "You really think that fool can save you? He's nothing but a dimwit." Chiu Hong snorted disdainfully. 10 minutes later, Su Tu was still pacing outside Li Qingfeng's door, too afraid to imagine what horrors were unfolding within Chiu Hong's dorm. Inside, Ranjing was already battered and bruised, devoid of the strength to even speak. In that brief span of 10 minutes, it felt as if she had endured a living hell. The boy, who was even shorter than she, was nothing short of a demon. After what felt like an eternity, the door to Li Qingfeng's dormitory finally swung open. He appeared to be in a foul mood, his expression dark. "What is it?" Li Qingfeng frowned at Su Tuesday. Su Tu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately spoke up. "Feng Xiao, I want to ask you for a woman. The one you just gave to Chiu Hong is my friend. Can you?" Before he could finish, Li Qingfeng interrupted. Are you suggesting that I take back the woman I just gave away? Li Qingfeng fixed his fierce gaze upon Su Tuesday. Su Tu found himself struggling to breathe under the pressure emanating from Li Qingfeng, unsure how to respond. It's just a woman. If you follow me well, what woman would you not have? Li Qingfeng scoffed. Su Tu lowered his head, timidly muttering, yes. Seeing Su Tu's demeanor, Li Qingfeng snorted, pointing to another girl behind him. You can take this girl back with you. Consider it compensation. Remember, women are like clothes. In this apocalypse, survival is paramount. I just received word that the teachers trapped in the administrative building are nearly out of supplies, and we need some factions to deliver supplies to them. Su Tu was momentarily taken aback. He raised his head, puzzled. Feng Xiao, did I hear you correctly? We are to deliver supplies. Even now, in this apocalypse, those teachers still think they are above us, expecting us to obey their commands. Li Qingfeng let out a cold laugh. Of course, they are not foolish. Just watch this video. He pulled out his phone and handed it to Su Tuesday. The screen displayed footage filmed in the administrative building's lobby. In the center of the frame was a rather sleazy old man practicing Tai Chi. Albeit with many unrefined movements that looked somewhat comical, Su Tu frowned, unsure of what was so fascinating about this video. But in the next moment, as he observed the old man's movements, his pupils widened in shock. How is this possible? Su Tu exclaimed. In the footage, the old man struck a stone lion in the lobby, instantly shattering it into a pile of rubble. Before Su Tu could process this, the old man kicked the nearby security door, which was made of alloy, as if it were tofu, effortlessly penetrating it. The recording ended there, leaving Su Tu speechless. Feng Xiao, this video must be fake. It's simply impossible. Su Tu exclaimed incredulously. I know that old man. He's the security guard of the administrative building. Last time, he was reported for secretly filming in the women's restroom and nearly got fired, but it was dropped due to lack of evidence. How could someone like him possibly shatter stone with a punch? Su Tu struggled to accept the reality before him. Li Qingfeng shook his head. I have verified this with others. Many were present at the time and witnessed it firsthand. It is said that the old man suddenly became powerful after consuming a mutated fruit and has now replaced the principal, becoming the decision-maker in the administrative building. He has made it clear that if anyone fails to deliver supplies today, he will take action and eliminate the leader of that faction. Su Tu was left utterly shocked, unable to utter a word. As an athlete, he understood the limits of the human body all too well. The idea of someone shattering marble with their fist or kicking through an alloy door was only conceivable for a superhero. Otherwise, it was entirely impossible. I need to call the leaders of a few other factions to discuss a countermeasure. As for you, go find Xiao Hong and see what he thinks. As Li Qingfeng patted Su Tu on the shoulder, he added, Xiao Su, I have high hopes for you. Don't let a woman ruin your future. If you like her, once we take control of the entire campus, you can choose any woman you desire. I remember there's a campus beauty in Building A. I can reserve her for you. If you prefer someone more mature, there are several goddess-level female teachers in the administrative building, and they would be quite the delight. Listening to Li Qingfeng's enticing words, Su Tu felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, there was a campus beauty in Building A, recognized by students as the dream goddess of many, and he was no exception. He had once harbored a secret crush on her. However, she was always out of reach and had never even considered him worthy, to the point of rejecting his friend's request. But now, the circumstances had changed. In this apocalypse, those who held supplies were the true leaders. A single loaf of bread could coax a Na'vi beauty into surrendering her chastity. The once unattainable campus beauty might just end up in his bed, and as for the several stunning female teachers at the school, many had already been fantasized about in secrecy. Compared to college students, the mature charm of female teachers captivated many, Su Tu included. The mere thought of experiencing intimacy with his former goddess sent waves of exhilaration through him. Feng Xiao, rest assured, I will certainly do my utmost to serve you well. Su Tu exclaimed loudly. Li Qingfeng patted Su Tu on the shoulder, wearing a look of satisfaction. After leaving Li Qingfeng, Su Tu struggled to regain his composure. However, upon arriving at Xiao Hong's dormitory entrance, he found himself utterly stunned. To his shock, he saw Ran Jing chained to the door. Ran Jing. Su Tu's voice trembled as he rushed forward. Chapter 44. The object of unrequited love. Upon hearing Su Tu's voice, Ran Jing immediately shuddered, turning her head in fear. Su Tu, save me. Ran Jing cried out. Seeing her distress, Su Tu hastily pushed aside the woman in his arms. Just as he reached out to help Ran Jing, Qiu Hong's voice rang out beside him. Su Tu, she is my woman. Isn't it inappropriate for you to touch her? Qiu Hong sneered from the doorway, Su Tu's outstretched hand froze in midair. His mind recalling Li Qingfeng's earlier words about the glamorous life that awaited him as long as he associated with him. Yet, if he were to confront Qiu Hong now, all those dreams would shatter into oblivion. With that thought, he slowly retracted his arm, his teeth grinding in fury. Qiu Hong, noticing his hesitation, let out a cold laugh and tossed a stainless steel food bowl at Ran Jing's feet. The bowl contained a small amount of leftover food. Remnants of when Qiu Hong had dined. My dog must seek its master's permission before making a move. Wouldn't you agree? Qiu Hong slapped Ran Jing across the face. Isn't that right? Su Tu's fingernails dug deeply into his palms. His eyes bloodshot with rage. Qiu Hong, that's enough. Su Tu roared. Su Tu's fury stemmed from the fact that Ran Jing was, in truth, the object of his unspoken affection. Though they were not in the same class, many of their shared courses brought them together in Su Tu's eyes. Ran Jing had always been a goddess. He had attempted to invite her out for meals on several occasions, but each time, she had politely declined. Thus, his secret admiration had come to naught. After the apocalypse began, he had tried to reach out to her, but received no response. He had assumed she had met with some misfortune, only to discover that she had fallen into the hands of Feng Xiao and was now given to Qiu Hong. He had tried, yet failed to claim Ran Jing as his own. Forced to watch as Qiu Hong tormented the goddess of his heart. Taking a deep breath, Su Tu compelled himself to avert his gaze, refusing to look at Ran Jing any longer. Feng Xiao has asked me to inform you of something. Su Tu gritted his teeth and said slowly, there has been an anomaly at the administrative building. Here is the video. He then showed Qiu Hong the video of a lecherous old man relaying the demands for supplies. Feng Xiao is currently discussing strategies with several other factions. Ponder how to handle this matter. Feng Xiao will undoubtedly seek you out shortly. With that, Su Tu dared not cast another glance at Ran Jing and turned to leave. Qiu Hong sighed inwardly, feeling a sense of regret. He had intended to provoke Su Tu. If Su Tu had taken action, he could have reported him to Li Qingfeng and dealt with him accordingly. He hadn't expected Su Tu to be so restrained. However, the pressing concern was not Su Tu, but rather the situation at the administrative building. Setting aside his plans to deal with Su Tu, Qiu Hong locked Ran Jing outside and sat on his bed, deep in thought. First, a gunman had appeared in the female dormitory, and now there was a superhuman in the administrative building. Chaos was likely to ensue soon. With a sigh, Qiu Hong lamented that Feng Xiao truly had no backup plans, and it seemed he too must consider an escape route. Lu Yuan from the male D dormitory was lackluster and unreliable. Although the cafeteria had food reserves, it was merely a disorganized rabble with no future. It seemed he must align himself with those of higher intellect. If only he had sought refuge in the administrative building sooner. Cursing silently, Qiu Hong picked up his phone, reaching out to someone he hadn't contacted in a while. Meanwhile, Qin Chun, accompanied by two women, emerged from the tunnel and arrived at the male A dormitory building. Once we locate the target, take them immediately. Do not waste time, as I have pressing matters to attend to, Qin Chun stated calmly. Su Weiwei obediently nodded. Yes, master. No sooner had she spoken than the trio was spotted by patrolling athletes. Halt! Who are you? Several athletes encircled them, wielding clubs and pointing menacingly. Chapter 45. When shoes get dirty, change them. Qin Chan disregarded the weapons in their hands. In such dire times, how could they still wield sticks? At the very least, they could have fashioned a stone hammer. In the community, those from the same era as Zhou Feng had even procured explosives, clearly outpacing these university students by millennia. Suddenly, someone noticed the beauty of Lu Qing and Su Weiwei, and shock spread through the group. Chenggu, hurry. These two women are stunning. Wow, even our school's campus belle pales in comparison. But they are different. Yishaohua has a style all her own. Each shines in their own right. If I could spend a night with either of them, I'd gladly feast on hot pot and drink mineral water. You must be dreaming. The group seemed to completely ignore Qin Chun standing between the two women, unleashing a torrent of indecent remarks. Lu Qing and Su Weiwei exchanged glances, both feeling uncomfortable and disgusted. Seeking death, Lu Qing was the first to draw her weapon. Bang, bang, bang. Before the athletes could react, three of them fell dead. Su Weiwei, not one to be outdone, pulled out her handgun and fired 3 more shots. Another 3 dropped lifelessly to the ground. In their final moments, the athlete's eyes were filled with confusion, struggling to comprehend how 2 seemingly harmless beauties could wield firearms so effortlessly. In just 3 seconds, only Chen Gu remained alive among the athletes. Hearing the gunfire, those in the dormitory leaned out to see what was happening. Yet upon spotting the guns in Lu Qing and Su Weiwei's hands, none dared to approach. Chen Gu, is it? You wish for us to accompany you? Su Weiwei stepped forward with a charming smile. Chen Gu, filled with dread, fell to his knees. Mistress, I was wrong. Please spare my life. I won't dare again. Su Weiwei raised her high-heeled shoe and stamped down on Chen Ji's hand. One of his fingers snapped beneath the heel, emitting a wretched scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Yet, with a gun pointed at him, Chen Gu trembled in pain, too frightened to retaliate. I am Master's little kitten, belonging solely to him. Though you think you can take us away? Is that not a death sentence? Su Weiwei twisted her heel, crushing down harder. Chen Gu screamed again, his face paling, devoid of any color. Confused by the terms kitten and master, he could only plead for mercy. Lu Qing stepped forward. Enough, do not forget the urgency of master as matters. Su Weiwei finally released her foot, scoffing dismissively. She returned to Qin Shen's side, her previously stern demeanor transforming into one of utmost tenderness. Master, my shoes have gotten dirty. What should I do? She asked in a playful tone. Qin Shen sighed in exasperation, then changed into another pair. Upon seeing the high heels Qin Shen produced, Su Weiwei's mouth fell open in astonishment. The heels appeared to be at least 10 centimeters high. Yet, under Qin Shen's unwavering gaze, she accepted them. Once she had changed into the new high heels, Su Weiwei took a few cautious steps. As expected of a model, her basic skills are impeccable, Qin Shen remarked. Despite walking with slight trepidation, she quickly adapted to the height. Master just enjoys teasing me. Su Weiwei feigned annoyance. Qin Shen chuckled, pointing to the kneeling Chen Gu. Quickly interrogate him. Otherwise, he may faint. Following Qin Shen's command, Su Weiwei approached Chen Gu once more. Indeed, he was covered in blood, clutching his hand and lying on the ground, looking utterly defeated. However, it was merely a finger he had lost, not indicative of severe blood loss. Stop the act. If you keep pretending, do you believe I won't shoot you? Su Weiwei threatened. Chen Gu weakly lifted his head, muttering, Mistress, I'm not pretending. I faint at the sight of blood. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing and Su Weiwei were rendered speechless. They hadn't expected to encounter someone fainting at the sight of blood. Lu Qing hurriedly asked, Is there someone named Su Tu in your dormitory? Do you know where he is? Just as Chen Gu was about to respond, he caught sight of the blood before him and suddenly fainted. Su Weiwei exchanged a helpless glance with Lu Qing. Had they known he was squeamish, they would not have tormented him earlier. At that moment, Lu Qing raised her gun, aiming it at Chen Gu, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Just moments ago a lifeless dog. Chen Gu sprang to his feet, utterly recovered from his fainting spell, though his right leg was now a bloody mess, clearly shot through one leg. He cried out in despair, feeling the excruciating pain in his thigh. Meanwhile, Qin Shen tightened his legs instinctively. Fortunately, Lu Qing has become his obedient pet. Otherwise, if he were to confront him one day, it would spell the end of his life. Though you know Su Tu? Speak. Lu Qing inquired nonchalantly. Brother Chen clutched his thigh and cried out loudly, What business do you have with Su Gu? There are over 100 people here who are his underlings. Why are you fixated on me? Chapter 46. Your brother is faring better than you. Brother Chen was utterly aggrieved. The 100-odd henchmen here were all under Su Tu's command. Simply pulling one of them aside would reveal Su Tu's whereabouts. He had already lost consciousness, yet they were still mercilessly tormenting him, even shattering his precious jewels. What? You all know my brother? Su Weiwei furrowed her brows and asked, in her recollection, Su Tu was merely an innocuous child. How could he possibly be the leader of such a formidable gang? Su Weiwei turned towards the corridor and loudly questioned the onlookers, Is what he said true? Where exactly is Su Tu? Seeing no one respond, she fired several shots into the air. The crowd promptly withdrew their heads. Moments later, someone shouted, Brother Chen is right. Su Tu is our boss. He resides on the 6th floor. If you seek revenge, go straight to him. Many others echoed in agreement, Yes, beautiful. If you have grievances with Su Tu, resolve them with him directly. We are mere lackeys. Killing us would be of no consequence. Su Tu is likely entertaining women right now. If you go find him, you are sure to locate him. Upon hearing these words, Qin Shan chuckled softly, casting a knowing glance at Su Weiwei. It seems your brother is doing quite well, far better than you. According to the information acquired from Brother Pong, the leader of the 3 dormitory buildings was a wealthy heir named Li Qingfeng, residing on the 7th floor. Given that Su Weiwei's brother lived on the 6th floor, his status must be only a notch below Li Qingfeng's. In this post-apocalyptic world, achieving such a standing suggests that Su Weiwei's brother is not as honest and simple as she had portrayed him. Master, perhaps there has been some misunderstanding. I am unaware of what has transpired, Su Weiwei explained in a fluster. She had previously claimed that her brother's situation was perilous, lacking food and facing the constant threat of death. She had implored Qin Shan for an extended period, exhausting all her resources to secure his assistance in rescuing her brother. If, after all this effort, she discovered her brother was not in danger at all, but rather living quite freely, Qin Shan would undoubtedly be infuriated. Lu Qing also suggested, indeed, Master, we still have no idea what has occurred. Why not check the 6th floor? Lead the way, Qin Shan responded calmly. The tunnel leading to the administrative building would not be completed until tomorrow. Today, he did not mind spending a little extra time. Upstairs, the gunfire echoed thunderously. Not only could this building hear it, but surely the surrounding ones could as well. Li Qingfeng was in the midst of a video conference with several other powerful figures when he suddenly heard the gunfire, causing him to stumble and fall from the sofa. What the hell, Feng Xiao? Are they setting off firecrackers over there? What occasion warrants such celebration? Lu Yuan from the male dormitory inquired, perplexed. It doesn't sound like firecrackers. It sounds like gunfire. Feng Xiao, you haven't crossed paths with someone you shouldn't have. Have you? What is going on? The cafeteria manager, Meng Hao, pressed. There were currently 4 factions at Yangqing University. Among them, the male dormitory housed 2 dominant forces, Li Qingfeng and Lu Yuan. Their only advantage lay in their numbers. Young men in their 20s, full of vigor, they seized supplies from the cafeteria by sheer force. The other 2 factions were the cafeteria and the administrative building. When the apocalypse struck, the cafeteria was filled with chefs preparing meals and other staff, resulting in chaos. After the initial turmoil, Manager Meng Hao stepped forward to organize a resistance, preserving the remaining supplies. The administrative building, however, was unique. It was situated far from the other factions and had recently been surrounded by newly planted greenery, which mutated after the apocalypse, effectively trapping those inside while preventing outsiders from entering. Yet, those trapped were merely teachers with scarce supplies, rendering the other factions uninterested. Unexpectedly, a lecherous old man within the administrative building had somehow transformed into a superhuman, now threatening the other 3 factions to deliver supplies, or else he would emerge to annihilate them. As the 3 factions were deliberating on how to handle this matter, Qin Shan had arrived at their doorstep. Li Qingfeng, in a fluster, dove beneath the bed, shouting to the henchmen outside, "What is happening out there?" Yet, no one answered. The 2 henchmen had fled the moment the gunfire erupted. Trembling, Li Qingfeng hid beneath the bed, paralyzed with fear, praying that whoever was outside was not there to cause him trouble, as he could do nothing but wait. Before long, Qin Shan arrived on the 6th floor with the 2 women. Chapter 47. I do not enjoy scavenging others' refuse. Naturally, Qin Shan did not wish for others to witness his women's peculiarities. Such matters were best enjoyed privately. However, just as they intended to search for Su Tu, their attention was drawn to a figure. A girl was bound at the dormitory entrance, trembling uncontrollably. The girl in question was Ran Jing. "Hey, do you know where Su Tu is?" Su Weiwei approached to inquire. Upon hearing Su Tu's name, Ran Jing trembled even more. Su Weiwei frowned and remarked to Qin Shan, "Master, she is terrified out of her wits." Qin Shan, disinterested in wasting time, produced a large hammer with a flick of his wrist. This was a routine he had become quite familiar with. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 mighty blows, the dormitory door was smashed open. "Go in and drag the occupants out for questioning," Qin Shan commanded, patting Lu Qing's waist. Lu Qing nodded, then, in her high heels, strode boldly into the dormitory. As the door fell, the chains were also shattered. However, the individuals inside were armed. Ran Jing dared not flee. Inside the dormitory, Lu Qing surveyed the room and then coldly snorted. Raising a foot to stomp heavily on a bed frame, I will count to 3. If you don't come out, I will shoot, Lu Qing declared flatly. Chiu Hong, hiding beneath the bed, turned pale with fright. He could hardly comprehend that the legendary gunman was actually a woman. Moreover, he was merely Li Qingfeng's strategist. Why would a gunman come after him instead of seeking out Li Qingfeng? Could it be she had taken an interest in his clever mind? 3.2. As she began her countdown, Lu Qing was already in motion. Chiu Hong hastily crawled out from beneath the bed with his hands raised in surrender, exclaiming, "Don't shoot! Don't shoot!" He appeared utterly disheveled, covered in dust and cobwebs. However, upon seeing Lu Qing, he was momentarily stunned. Is there such a beautiful woman in this school? He thought. How had he been unaware? Lu Qing looked less like a student and more like a teacher. Yet, he had long fantasized about the few attractive female teachers. How could he have missed this stunning beauty? While he pondered, Lu Qing pressed the gun's muzzle against his temple. Come out. I have questions for you, Lu Qing said, frowning. She had encountered this kind of lecherous gaze too often. It was utterly repugnant. Were it not for the need for information, she would have shot him on the spot. After bringing Chiu Hong to the dormitory entrance, Su Weiwei shook her head in disappointment. He is not my brother. Lu Qing frowned and asked, Do you know Su Tu? Where is he? Chiu Hong was still in shock. Within just a few minutes, he had encountered 2 extraordinarily beautiful women. What astonished him even more was that the younger girl was wearing heels that appeared to be over 10 centimeters tall. Wasn't that uncomfortable? Bang! Lu Qing fired a shot. The bullet grazed Chiu Hong's hair, leaving behind a scent of burnt hair. Chiu Hong jumped in fright, collapsing to the ground. He had never encountered a handgun before, let alone had one fired so close to his ear. Did you not hear me? Do you know Su Tu? Where is he? Su Weiwei asked in a grave tone. Only then did Chiu Hong snap back to reality, trembling as he pointed toward a bedroom at the end of the corridor. He lives there. Chiu Hong stammered in terror. At that moment, Lu Qing caught a whiff of a foul odor and disdainfully waved her hand in front of her nose. Looking down, she confirmed her suspicions. Chiu Hong had soiled himself in fear, creating a rather unpleasant scene. Let us go. Qin Qian gestured dismissively, his expression one of distaste. Leaving Chiu Hong and Ranjing behind, the 3 of them proceeded towards Su Tu's room. Su Tu, it's me. Are you there? Su Weiwei knocked on the door vigorously, shouting at that moment. She was immensely anxious. After expending such effort to find him, she feared that Su Tu might have encountered some misfortune. Seconds later, a surprised voice came from within. Sister? Just then, the dormitory door swung open. Upon seeing Su Weiwei, Su Tu was overjoyed. Sister, how did you get here? Su Weiwei eagerly scanned Su Tu from head to toe, relieved to see he was unharmed. There's no time to explain. Gather your things, we're leaving immediately. We? Su Tu looked puzzled, finally noticing the 2 individuals behind Su Weiwei. He completely ignored Qin Chen. His gaze fixated on Lu Qing. Su Weiwei was undeniably stunning, but this woman before him possessed an equally captivating beauty. He had seen Su Weiwei's roommate Lu Yu, who was no different from an ordinary person. Could she possibly be a colleague of his sister who worked as a model? Noticing Su Tu's gaze, Lu Qing furrowed her brows in impatience. That look was all too familiar, having just seen it in the eyes of that cowardly man moments ago. Su Weiwei's brother, it seemed, was not a good person either. What are you dawdling for? Go and pack your things. Su Weiwei urged Su Tu as she strode directly into the dormitory. However, upon witnessing the scene inside, she was momentarily taken aback. In Su Tu's dormitory, the table was overflowing with an assortment of food. Self-heating hot pot, instant noodles, sausages, even 2 pieces of grilled beef. In this apocalyptic era, such delicacies were a rarity. Let alone a table laid out with such extravagance, it appeared to be an utter waste. Before Su Weiwei could voice her inquiries, her gaze fell upon 2 girls on the bed. Clad only in simple, form-fitting garments, they huddled together in the corner, shivering and gazing at Su Weiwei with eyes filled with terror. Their bodies bore numerous scars, some appearing as though they had been beaten, others as if they had been grasped tightly, and even some that looked like bite marks. Little Tu, what is going on here? Su Weiwei inquired. Her brows knitted. Su Tu displayed a hint of discomfort as he explained, Sister, I haven't done anything heinous. These 2 were sent to me by Feng Xiao. As he spoke, he shot a fierce glare at the 2 girls, as if to warn them against speaking out of turn. The girls trembled in response. misinterpreting Su Tu's intent and quickly assured him, "Brother Su, we promise to behave and won't dare to run away again." The injuries on the girls were partially inflicted by Su Tu and partially sustained when they attempted to escape. Now, having developed a psychological trauma, they shivered at the sight of Su Tuesday. Seeing the pitiful state of the two girls, Su Weiwei raised her arm in anger. Yet ultimately, she could not bring herself to strike them. In this apocalyptic world, her brother's survival was paramount, and she couldn't bear to impose further blame upon him. Besides, had she not already stained her hands with blood? Leave some food for them. And as for you, finish packing and leave with us, Su Weiwei said in a low voice. Her sole purpose for being here today was to take Su Tu away to a safer place. She initially planned to settle him in an unoccupied room in the community. With Qin Shen around, her brother would certainly not starve. However, Su Tu did not hurry to pack. Instead, he cautiously glanced towards the door. That man seemed to be lost in thought, utterly still. Another woman stood guard nearby, and at that moment, neither seemed inclined to pay attention to the dormitory. Seeing this, Su Tu quickly pulled Su Weiwei aside and whispered, "Sister, tell me honestly, who are they?" Su Weiwei glanced back at Qin Shun and replied somewhat stiffly, "That man is called Qin Shun. He has saved my life. The woman beside him is Lu Qing, also a person of misfortune. These days, we owe our safety to Qin Shen's possession of a firearm. Otherwise, both Jia and I would have met a tragic end. As she spoke, Su Weiwei's face flushed. Jia and I are currently under Qin Shen's protection. It was thanks to him that we managed to come to the school to rescue you." Upon hearing this, Su Tu began to understand. Although Su Weiwei did not state it outright, he was no fool. He could grasp the implications behind her words. This fellow named Qin Shun had somehow obtained a gun and subsequently claimed his sister and Lu Qing as his own. Damn it, this guy certainly knew how to indulge himself. Suddenly, Su Tu's gaze fell upon the handgun in Su Weiwei's pocket, and his expression lit up with excitement. "Sister, that bastard trusts you so much that he entrusted you with the gun?" Su Tu exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "If that's the case, we can rush out and eliminate him, and then all his resources and women will belong to us." Su Weiwei instinctively retorted, "Absolutely not." Su Tu, anxious, urged, "Sister, you haven't been brainwashed by that guy, have you? Do you like warming his bed? Don't forget, I still have Du Xiaojiefu." He continued, "What you're doing now, do you think it's fair to my brother-in-law? And look at what you're wearing on your feet. Those high heels are practically instruments of torture. That bastard clearly does not regard you as a human being, but as a mere plaything to toy with. What are we waiting for if we don't eliminate someone like him?" Su Weiwei shook her head. "You have no idea of his methods, nor do you comprehend his terror." Back in the community, He Jian openly insulted Qin Shen. Chao Long had thoughts about the gun in his hand. Liang Yin once harbored murderous intent against him, but in the end, He Jian's wife was taken by Qin Shun and became his little dog. Chao Long was completely incinerated, probably leaving no trace behind. Liang Yin was merely injured by a gunshot, but once Qin Shun sets his sights on someone, their fate is hardly promising. These people are all far more cunning than you. Yet in the end, they all became Qin Shen's defeated subordinates. If you dare to lay a hand on Qin Shen, though I may not know his trump cards, one thing is certain. You will not have a good ending. Seeing Su Weiwei unwavering, Su Tu grew desperate. "Sister, the world has changed. Now, the one with the strongest fist holds the power, enjoys the best of everything, and indulges in women. I manage dozens of athletes. If I can get a gun, with a single command, I can eliminate Li Qingfeng and become the boss of these 3 buildings. Within a week, I could consolidate the resources of Yangqing University and rule over the land. At that point, you wouldn't have to worry about survival anymore. You could enjoy life with me here. Wouldn't that be splendid?" Su Weiwei slowly shook her head. "I said no means no. Hurry and pack your things to leave with me. I will ensure you are placed in a safe location." As Su Weiwei remained resolute, Su Tu became agitated. He was about to reach for Su Weiwei's gun when Lu Qing entered the room. Su Tu immediately halted, his expression tense. "Is it not finished yet? The master is growing impatient." Lu Qing frowned. "Master?" Su Tu was momentarily stunned. That bastard had the 2 stunning beauties refer to him as master? What a scoundrel! Su Weiwei, flustered, said, "Just a moment, little Tu will finish packing soon." As she spoke, Su Weiwei shot Su Tu a glance. He nodded with a forced smile. "Sister Qing, it will be ready soon, very soon." He grabbed a few packages of food and stuffed them into his backpack. Also taking a laptop AT that moment. Lu Qing noticed the two girls on the bed, frowned, but said nothing more. She walked up to Su Weiwei, reached into her pocket, and took the handgun. "I'll keep your gun for you," she stated. Su Weiwei let out a bitter laugh, offering no resistance. She understood that Lu Qing's action was to guard against Su Tuesday. It was a reasonable precaution. Had their roles been reversed, she would have acted the same way. Gazing at the gun in Lu Qing's hand, Su Tu's eyes flickered with a spark of desire but quickly returned to a sheepish demeanor. According to Su Weiwei's plan, she intended to settle Su Tu in an unoccupied room within the community. With Qin Shen's protection, there should be little danger. However, Liang Yan's matter remained unresolved, and Qin Shan still needed to go to the administrative building. Thus, they could not return just yet. Consequently, Su Tu was temporarily placed in the women's dormitory's restroom via the tunnel. "I won't stay here. This is a restroom, filthy and stinky. I would rather die than reside in this wretched place." Su Tu protested loudly. He had been comfortably residing in the dormitory, with provisions and women at his disposal. Suddenly being brought to the women's restroom made no sense. "You can either stay here for a couple of days or die. The choice is yours," Qin Shen stated, brandishing his gun and beginning to reason. "Then I choose to stay here." Su Tu, being one for reason, was quickly persuaded by Qin Shen's logic. Naturally, the trio would not spend the night there. They retreated back into the tunnel. The fork leading to the male and female dormitories had been transformed by Qin Shen into a temporary residence. The space was outfitted with all necessary furniture, but the most conspicuous feature was the large bed in the center, capable of accommodating several individuals. "We'll endure the night here and head to the administrative building tomorrow," Qin Shen declared. This bed was evidently of considerable value. Before the apocalypse, it would have cost over 100,000. It was unclear how Qin Shen managed to procure so many items in the blink of an EYE.AT that moment. Qin Shen suddenly turned to Su Weiwei and asked, "Where's the gun I gave you?" Su Weiwei's expression flickered with a hint of panic as she looked towards Lu Qing for help. Lu Qing quickly stepped forward to explain, "Master, Weiwei's brother is an outsider to you. To be cautious, Weiwei voluntarily entrusted the gun to me for safekeeping." As she spoke, Lu Qing produced two handguns from her trench coat pocket. Qin Shen scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Qing. "Are you trying to perform a heartfelt sisterly bond for me?" Upon hearing this, Lu Qing appeared bewildered. "Master." Qin Shen replied nonchalantly, "I have long since stated that I used to be a delivery man. I can see through Su Tu's character at a glance. Besides, in this apocalypse, how could someone who leads hundreds be an honest individual? Su Weiwei, for your sake, I am only granting him one chance." Upon hearing this, Su Weiwei quickly expressed her gratitude. "Rest assured, Master, I will educate Little Two properly and ensure he does not cause you any trouble." Qin Shen chuckled. "I haven't finished yet. I said I would only give him one chance. Should he exhibit any inappropriate behavior, you will have to deal with him personally, understand?" Su Weiwei was momentarily taken aback, her face revealing a look of distress. Tio personally eliminates Su Tu. He was her own flesh and blood. Her younger brother. How could she possibly bring herself to commit such an act? If she were unwilling, she could still retract her decision now. "I will return him to the boys' dormitory after dawn," Qin Shen stated indifferently. His only concern was Su Weiwei's loyalty. As for whether Su Tu lived or died, he did not care in the slightest. Su Weiwei clenched her teeth and finally resolved, "Master, I still wish to bring my brother back to the community." Although Su Tu currently held a seemingly prestigious position at school, it was merely temporary. She had witnessed the downfall of various factions within the community. 3 of the 4 leaders had perished, and 1 was severely injured. More than half of the underlings had met their demise. It would not be long before resources became scarce, and the factions within the campus would surely erupt into conflict just like those in the community. At that time, Su Tu would be in grave danger. Therefore, bringing him back to the community was the best option. "Very well, once I acquire the mutated fruit, I will bring him back to the community." Qin Shen replied coolly. He then turned his gaze to Lu Qing. "Come here." Afterward, Qin Shen lay on the bed, idly browsing through his phone, eyeing his contacts. He suddenly stumbled upon a familiar name. A sigh escaped his lips as a long-buried memory resurfaced. Around this time last year, he was still an innocent college student. Unlike some single individuals, he had a girlfriend with whom he had been in a relationship for 2 years, and she was quite beautiful. The only drawback was that his girlfriend only allowed him to hold hands, and at most, a peck on the cheek, at the time. She claimed to be traditional and wanted to wait until marriage for further intimacy. Qin Chen, foolishly, believed her without question. Until one day, she called him and asked him to buy something from an adult store. Upon hearing this, Qin Chen was taken aback, thinking she was moved by a necklace he had scrimped and saved to buy and wanted to reward him. And what a thrilling reward it was, however. After he delivered the purchases to his girlfriend, he was promptly dismissed. That night, he received several provocative photos. The subject of the images was, of course, his girlfriend. Furious, he spent the night sleepless, calling her countless times, only to be met with a constant shutdown notification. The following day, she sent him a message saying her relationship with him was merely a task assigned by her master. Thanking him for his care over the past 2 years, she even sent a selfie, claiming it was a treat for him. After that, there was no further communication. Qin Chen's heart was shattered. The apocalypse arrived, and he couldn't help but wonder if she was still alive. Reflecting on this, Qin Chen sent a text, "You wretched person, are you still alive?" After sending the message, he felt a sense of relief, his gaze landing on Lu Qing nearby. "Come here," Qin Chen ordered with a cold smile. Chapter 50. The most beautiful teacher Lu Qing was perplexed by Qin Chen's sudden hostility, only resting after midnight. A few hours later, he awoke. The Golden Ant delivered news that the tunnel leading to the administrative building had been excavated. Qin Chen discarded 2 large bottles of mineral water, muttering about his disdain for pets that lacked hygiene, and instructed them to clean up before he returned. The 2 women quickly nodded in agreement. Qin Chen then hopped on an electric bike and headed straight for the university's administrative building through the newly dug tunnel. At that moment, on the 6th floor of the administrative building, dozens of female teachers sat anxiously in the tiered conference room. They had just received an order from the security guard, Wang Dazhu, summoning them to gather in the conference room. Until yesterday, the administrative building had been under the control of Principal Ding Qiwen. Just before the apocalypse struck, the school was about to distribute a supply of rice, flour, and oil to the teachers. Ironically, the onset of the apocalypse meant that for the time being, everyone would not need to worry about supplies. For management purposes, men and women were assigned to separate floors. The 5th floor was managed by Ding Qiwen, while the 6th floor was overseen by his wife, Gu Cailian. Compared to other factions, the administrative building had maintained a semblance of peace without any major incidents. However, 2 days prior, a female teacher reported that the security guard had been caught peeping into the women's restroom upstairs. In a fit of rage, Ding Qiwen had thrown Wang Dazhu down to the 1st floor, leaving him to fend for himself. Yet, inexplicably, Wang Dazhu had transformed overnight into a martial arts master, capable of shattering marble with a single punch and breaking alloy doors with a single kick. Subsequently, he ascended to the upper floors and declared that everyone must heed his commands. 2 unaware male teachers attempted to confront him, only to have their necks twisted and their bodies flung out of the window. This display of power silenced the crowd, instilling fear in them. Thus, since yesterday, Wang Dazhu had become the ruler of the administrative building. Unsatisfied with his daily fare of fried noodles, he reached out to other factions, threatening them with video messages to provide fresh food. This was the reason behind the intimidation faced by the other factions. In the conference room, the female teachers exchanged glances, uncertain of Wang Dazhu's intentions for summoning them. "Qing Yin, do you think that lecherous old man is going to do something to us?" One female teacher whispered cautiously to Gu Qingyin. "I heard that this old man has a history of peeping. He just never got caught," she continued. "Now that he has become the boss of the administrative building, you must be careful." Gu Qingyin was arguably the most renowned teacher in the school, not solely for her teaching prowess but primarily for her beauty. Many female teachers took great care in their appearance, but even among this crowd of stunning educators, Gu Qingyin stood out like a swan among ducks. She exuded an ethereal, aloof aura that intimidated many suitors. A high-end appearance required only the simplest of ensembles. Gu Qingyin never needed intricate clothing or accessories. Currently, she wore a deep green dress paired with simple dark brown high heels. Such a minimalist outfit still made others feel inferior. "Surely, he wouldn't dare." Gu Qingyin's expression darkened. "You're quite famous. He must have heard of you," another female teacher chimed in. Every year, students in the school created beauty rankings. For years, the top 2 spots had remained unchanged. The school belle, Yi Qingdai, had held the number 1 position for 4 consecutive years, and many girls awaited her graduation, fearing they would never get a chance to be listed otherwise. The other ranking was for the most beautiful female teacher. which Gu Qingyin had claimed since her employment 6 years ago. If that lecherous security guard were to act, Gu Qingyin would undoubtedly be at the greatest risk. Thinking this, she quickly shrank back. Just then, the door to the tiered conference room swung open. Wang Dazhu entered, still clad in his tattered security uniform, dragging someone behind him with one hand. Qiwen. Gu Xilian recognized her husband at once and stood up in alarm. Wang Dazhu, what do you think you're doing? Let my husband go, she shouted fiercely. As the head of the Academic Affairs Department, her commanding tone carried significant authority. Wang Dazhu, accustomed to being ordered around, was startled by her voice. However, he quickly regained his composure. This was the apocalypse. What was there to fear? With a thud, Ding Qiwen was thrown to the floor, producing a dull sound. Only then did everyone see his state. Covered in filthy footprints as if he had been kicked multiple times, his body bore numerous bruises, clearly a victim of severe beating. Director Gu, don't be anxious. We have some scores to settle. Wang Dazhu taunted, seizing Gu Xilian by her hair. You scoundrel, let me go. Gu Xilian struggled desperately, only to receive a sharp slap from Wang Dazhu. The loud crack reverberated through the room, rendering everyone speechless with shock. Afterward, Wang Dazhu laughed triumphantly. Now, how do you like being at my mercy? He then delivered a kick to Ding Qiwen's chest. Finally regaining consciousness, Ding Qiwen opened his eyes only to be met with this horrifying scene. You bastard, let my wife go, he bellowed in rage. But before he could act, Wang Dazhu had him pinned beneath his foot. I merely peeped a bit. What is the big deal? You really thought you could kill me for it? Fortunately, fate smiled upon me. Not only did I survive, but I also suddenly learned martial arts today. I will show you the consequences of crossing me. Wang Dazhu chuckled sinisterly. Now that he had taken control of the administrative building, he would settle his scores first and enjoy the rest later. At that point, not just the female teachers, but also the female students, if he wished. What woman could he not have? Chapter 51. The betrayal of a close friend. Wang Dazhu, despite his age, could only maintain his dominance for a few minutes. He tossed the grief-stricken Gu Xilian before Ding Qiwen, sneering, a principal and a head of academic affairs, now both groveling at my feet. Let us see who dares to oppose me now. The female teachers all bowed their heads, afraid to meet Wang Dazhu's gaze. You beast, you will burn in hell, Ding Qiwen spat through clenched teeth. He removed his jacket, intending to shield Gu Xilian, but Wang Dazhu kicked it away. I may end up in hell, but before that, I will thoroughly enjoy your wife. The principal's wife, the head of academic affairs, how impressive. And yet, here you are, completely under my control. Wang Dazhu reveled in his triumph. Gu Xilian, filled with indignation, suddenly sprang up and hurled herself against the wall. She was determined to die in that moment. As soon as she had taken a few steps, she was seized by Wang Dazhu, who grasped her arm. Want to die? That would be too lenient for you. Your husband's debts remain unpaid. Wang Dazhu erupted into laughter. He then turned his attention to the panicked female teachers and bellowed. That vile creature who reported me a couple of days ago. Step forward. You dare report me and not show yourself? Today, I shall openly scrutinize you in front of everyone. In the crowd, Gao Shaoqian was filled with regret. She never anticipated that the lecherous old man she had reported would transform into the tyrant of this building. Even the principal and his wife were not spared from his malicious grasp. If she were to be discovered, her fate would likely be even more dire. Thankfully, Wang Dazhu had not caught a glimpse of her face that day. With this thought, Gao Shaoqian lowered her head, afraid to look ahead, lest Wang Dazhu recognize her. Well, no one is admitting it, huh? Heh, then I have a splendid idea. The photo with the white and red stripes is still on my phone. I remember it vividly now. Everyone, strip. I want to confirm one by one. Wang Dazhu's lewd grin widened. Previously, these female teachers would not even glance at him as they passed by the entrance. Even when he asked for a favor, they would respond with disdain, acting superior. But now, they all had to obediently follow his orders. What are you still hesitating for? Strip, or else I will deal with her severely. Wang Dazhu declared loudly. Instantly, discontent murmurs arose from the crowd. Who reported the principal? Step forward quickly. Are we all supposed to share in your humiliation? Someone spoke up first, and the others quickly echoed, shedding their psychological burdens. You caused this trouble. You deal with it. Don't drag us all down with you. Just a glance won't kill anyone. You're all such a fuss. Now look what has happened. We're all suffering together. Go apologize to Brother Wang. Or when he finds out who it is, we'll deal with her together. The crowd chimed in, even beginning to espouse the notion of victim blaming. Gao Shaoqian trembled, unsure of what to do at that moment. Gu Qingyan held her hand. Shaoqian, don't be afraid. Jiu Qingyan was at a loss for how to comfort Gao Shaoqian. They were quite close colleagues. Previously, when Gao Shaoqian had purchased that set of lingerie, she had recommended it to her, claiming the fabric was excellent, so she too had bought a set. The whistleblower Wang Dazhu was likely Gao Shaoqian herself. But now, Gu Qingyan felt powerless to save her friend. At that moment, Wang Dazhu had already tied up Gu Cailian and was striding down. Damn it, wanna die, do you? Strip. Wang Dazhu yelled at a female teacher in front of him. The teacher was terrified, her face paling, and she hurriedly began to remove her clothing. Brother Wang. It's not me. It's not me, the teacher cried, pointing at her undergarments. For the sake of survival, dignity was no longer a concern. Wang Dazhu chuckled lewdly. You look all proper on the outside, but underneath, you're quite provocative. Are you trying to entice me? The female teacher wept, unable to utter a word. Wang Dazhu, not as spry due to his age, released her and turned his gaze to another female teacher. What are you waiting for? Hurry and strip. The teacher, under his scrutiny, shook her head repeatedly, clearly unwilling to disrobe in front of so many. Wang Dazhu sneered and stepped forward, pressing down on the teacher's head. Crack! A bone-cracking sound echoed as the teacher's head was twisted 180 degrees, instantly lifeless. Those in the back were frozen in shock at this scene. Screams and cries filled the air. Wang Dazhu, however, reveled in this feeling. Everyone sit down. If anyone dares to move, I'll kill her. Wang Dazhu scoffed, then lifted the clothing to take a peek. Not her, continue. Ignoring the lifeless body, he approached the next female teacher. Judging by his trajectory, it would not be long before he reached Gao Shaoqian. By killing one person, he established his authority, and the others promptly complied. Before Wang Dazhu could speak, those he had fixed his gaze upon quickly began to disrobe to prove their innocence. Half a minute later, Wang Dazhu stood before Gao Shaoqian. What are you dawdling for? Strip, he commanded arrogantly. Gao Shaoqian's body trembled, her hands instinctively moving to her clothing. But at that moment, as if she had recalled something, she glanced at Gu Qingyan. Yes, not me. But I know who it is, Gao Shaoqian said, her voice quivering. Wang Dazhu's eyes lit up. Who is it? Gao Shaoqian slowly turned her gaze toward Gu Qingyan, her eyes betraying a hint of apology. It's her. She wears the same intimate garments as you described. All eyes in the room turned to Gu Qingyan. Shameless. Gu Qingyan, you had the courage to report, but not to stand up and admit it. If you had come forward sooner, my friend wouldn't have died. Brother Wang, someone like her deserves to be severely punished. The crowd shouted in anger. At this moment, the sentiments of the group mirrored that of an ostrich burying its head in the sand. Let us throw Gu Qingyan out. That way, we'll be safe. Jiu Qingyan looked at Gao Shaoqian in disbelief. She never expected that, despite their close relationship, Gao Shaoqian would throw her under the bus in such dire circumstances. I am not. Jiu Qingyan began to deny, but before she could finish, Gao Shaoqian covered her mouth and shouted, Brother Wang, she is definitely going to argue. You must strip her and see. She wears the same as you described. Gu Qingyan struggled fiercely, but Gao Shaoqian pressed down on her with unexpected vigor. Just then, a loud knock echoed at the conference room door. Bang, bang, bang. All eyes instantly turned towards the sound. Chapter 52. Who dares to report without knowing who is in charge? Who? Wang Dazhu turned to look, his body tensing in a defensive posture. In the next moment, the conference room door swung open, revealing a diminutive, lecherous-looking boy peeking in. The dozens of female teachers in the conference room were temporarily blinded by the sight. Involuntarily swallowing hard, Qiuhong, Wang Dazhu exclaimed in surprise. Upon seeing Wang Dazhu, Qiuhong looked as though he had encountered a long-lost father, nearly moved to tears. Grandpa Wang, I finally found you. Qiuhong's voice trembled, on the verge of breaking into sobs. Just yesterday, he had been threatened with a gun by Lu Qing, barely escaping with his life. Today, he had narrowly avoided being devoured by mutated plants multiple times. Surviving against all odds to reach the administrative building, in fact, From the very moment he had seen the video yesterday, he had resolved to seek refuge with Wang Dazhu. The reason was simple. He and Wang Dazhu were already acquainted, and their relationship was rather unique. They had met by chance and discovered a shared passion: sneaking candid shots. Chiu Hong specialized in covert photography of female students, while Wang Dazhu focused on female teachers. They frequently exchanged resources and maintained a good rapport. Upon seeing Wang Dazhu's rise to power, Chiu Hong felt an immediate desire to align himself with him. Wang Dazhu's response was clear. As long as Chiu Hong could survive to reach him, he would be the second in command. They could indulge as they wished, food and women alike. For the sake of this promise, Chiu Hong had risked everything to successfully escape to the administrative building. Grandpa Wang. Rest assured, our collaboration will see the entire school in our grasp within days. That time. The other factions will have no choice but to bow to us, Chiu Hong declared confidently. With Wang Dazhu's strength and his own cunning, dominating the school was merely a matter of time. Just then, a weak voice of crying echoed from the conference room entrance. A frail figure rushed in, panic evident. Principal, I want to report. This Chiu Hong is a demon. He has defiled me, and several classmates have fallen victim to him. The girl rushed to Ding Qiwen, pointing at Chiu Hong with fervor. This girl was none other than Ran Jing, whom Chiu Hong had brought along. Initially, Chiu Hong had intended to use her as a human shield should danger arise, but he had not needed her for that purpose until now. With righteous fury, Ran Jing glared at Chiu Hong, recounting her harrowing experiences over the past few days. In her quest for justice against Chiu Hong, she had cast aside her dignity. Little did she know, once she finished speaking, the conference room fell into a profound silence. With every female teacher bowing their heads, Principal, you must take action against him. Many of my classmates can testify. This man is a scoundrel, a demon. Ran Jing pleaded anxiously. Ding Qiwen shook his head in despair. He had failed to protect his own wife. How could he possibly advocate for Ran Jing? Grandpa Wang. What do you think of this girl? Chiu Hong asked nonchalantly. Wang Dazhu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Not bad, not bad. Chiu Hong beamed with pride. Grandpa Wang, she is exactly your type. Previously, you could only watch. Now you can have your way with her. By the way, this girl is timid. With a little intimidation, you can do whatever you wish. Upon hearing Chiu Hong's description, Wang Dazhu grew even more enthusiastic. Excellent, excellent. I remember their essay lounge in the principal's office. I'll go have some fun there. Don't disturb me before dinner. Wang Dazhu grinned lewdly as he approached Ran Jing. She panicked and hid behind Ding Qiwen. Principal, what are you waiting for? Hurry and arrest them. She was completely unaware of Wang Dazhu's awakening powers and still believed the administrative building was under Ding Qiwen's control. Wang Dazhu chuckled. You don't even know who the boss is here, and you dare to report? You think you can have me arrested? His wife has been toyed with by me, and she dares not utter a word. How do you think he will catch me? As he spoke, Wang Dazhu grabbed Gu Salian's hair with one hand, while his other hand clutched Ran Jing's arm. Principal Ding, may I borrow your office for a while? I trust you have no objections? Wang Dazhu, with a smile that concealed malice, inquired of Ding Qiwen. Observing the pained expression on Gu Salian's face, Ding Qiwen gritted his teeth and declared, I may turn a blind eye to others, but you must release my wife. Wang Dazhu snorted disdainfully. You dare to negotiate with me? Do you truly believe you possess the standing to do so? That green hat is firmly yours to wear. Without waiting for Ding Qiwen's response, he abducted the two women and departed. Ding Qiwen stood frozen for a moment, then pounded his chest and wept uncontrollably. The group of female teachers exchanged glances, unsure of what to do next. Gao Xiaoqian cautiously turned to Gu Qingyan beside her. Just moments ago, Gu Qingyan had her clothes torn off by her and was now in the process of adjusting herself. Qingyan, I didn't mean it, I was just startled, and in a moment of panic, I acted foolishly. You won't hold it against me, will you? Gao Xiaoqian spoke in a hushed tone. Jiu Qingyan shot her a cold glance. Remaining silent, she had once placed her trust in this colleague and confidant, but Gao Xiaoqian's recent actions had completely chilled her heart. Noticing Gu Qingyan's dismissal, Gao Xiaoqian turned her head in arrogance. What is there to act high and mighty about? She hasn't lost anything. With the apocalypse upon us, isn't it just normal for everyone to look after themselves? Gao Xiaoqian thought to herself. Ignore me. Will you? Then tomorrow I'll go find Wang Dazhu and report that the one who informed on him was you. Let's see if you remain so proud after that lecherous old man defile you. As she contemplated this, Chiu Hong stepped onto the podium. "Everyone, please calm down. I need to find someone first. Where is Gao Shaoqian, the teacher of the elective course in music theory?" Chiu Hong shouted loudly. At this, all eyes turned to Gao Shaoqian. She was in a state of panic, utterly unaware of what was unfolding. Chiu Hong sneered and lunged at Gao Shaoqian, seizing her hair and dragging her to the podium. "Damn it, how dare you fail me in an elective course? I was just 1 point short of passing. I've pleaded with you so many times, and yet you refuse to give me even a single point? Didn't I say I would remember this for a lifetime?" With each word, Chiu Hong struck Gao Shaoqian. After several slaps, she was left dazed. Over the past 2 years, she had failed so many students that she could not even recall Chiu Hong's existence. Failing students was partly due to the school's requirement for maintaining a passing ratio, but she relished the power of controlling others' fates, especially when students came to her begging for a couple of extra points. The thrill of teasing them and ultimately denying them any relief was exhilarating. "Everyone get out. I'm about to take my revenge," Chiu Hong bellowed, pinning Gao Shaoqian down. Unlike Wang Dazhu, he preferred to keep such matters low-key. With so many witnesses, he certainly wouldn't risk being exposed. The crowd collectively exhaled in relief, rising to leave. Gao Shaoqian cried out for help. "Save me, please, someone," but no one paid her any heed. Instead, they quickened their pace. Gu Qingyan passed by her, offering only a cold glance before moving on. Meanwhile, Qin Chun had arrived at the lobby of the administrative building. He hurried to the entrance, gazing out at the banyan tree. If memory served him right, the mutated fruit was hanging from that very tree. Chapter 53. Not an option, you lack the authority to decide. Indeed, a bright red fruit dangled from the treetop, glistening enticingly. Just as Qin Chun was devising a plan to retrieve the fruit, he received a message from Lu Qing. "Master, there has been a change in the situation at the administrative building. Please be cautious." An old security guard seems to have undergone a transformation like Liang Yan's, and he appears to have acquired martial arts skills with immense power. "I'm sending you a video for your review." Attached to the message was a video of Wang Dazhu demonstrating his power by shattering a stone lion. Qin Chun felt a chill run down his spine. This guard's abilities were similar to Liang Yan's, capable of unleashing tremendous force. However, Liang Yan had exceptional defensive capabilities, even able to withstand bullets. It remained uncertain how formidable the guard's defense was. Nevertheless, since his objective was to obtain the mutated fruit, it was unlikely there would be any confrontation. Qin Chun casually replied to acknowledge the message. He then ascended to the 3rd floor, drew his crossbow, and aimed at the mutated fruit. The distance was only 6 or 7 meters. Quite close to the range he usually trained at. With thousands of practice shots under his belt, he felt confident. Besides, with an infinite supply of crossbow bolts, he could simply spray and pray. The first shot missed. The second shot missed. The third shot. The 7th shot pierced the fruit but failed to bring it down. The 8th shot. As he struggled to shoot, the sound of high heels clicking approached from behind. Qin Chun turned to see Gu Qingyan rushing down the stairs. She was startled upon seeing him. After much contemplation, she had decided that it was no longer safe to remain there. Wang Dazhu and the new male student were clearly predators, and it would not be long before they set their sights on her. It was better to flee the administrative building while she still could. She hadn't yet decided where to go. But as she reached the 3rd floor, she unexpectedly ran into Qin Chen. Upon seeing Gu Qingyan, Qin Chen was momentarily entranced. Before him stood a woman of exquisite beauty, her features delicately sculpted. Her willow-like brows bore an imperceptible air of aloofness, while her eyes sparkled like cold stars, giving off an aura that suggested one should not approach. Her high nose and fiery red lips seemed to be nature's finest masterpiece. The contours of her cheeks were smooth and graceful, harmonizing beautifully with her exquisite collarbone. She wore a simple dark green long dress that exuded elegance, perfectly complementing her cool demeanor and accentuating her porcelain-like skin. The brown high heels she wore paired beautifully with her dress, subtly elongating her already perfect legs. Su Weiwei and Lu Qing's legs were already stunning, but this woman before him was equally captivating. Su Weiwei had a model's proportions, while Lu Qing's legs were voluptuous and powerful. In contrast, the long legs of the woman before him could only be described as a work of art, elongated and balanced, with fluid lines, particularly the musculature of her calves, which possessed strength without appearing bulky. Upon making eye contact with Qin Shin, Gu Qingyin's instinct was to turn and flee. She was all too familiar with the predatory glances of men like him. In mere moments, she imagined herself as the star of a sordid film in his mind. The memory of Gao Shaoqian's predicament was still fresh. She did not wish to attract attention. Furthermore, during the initial chaos of the apocalypse, Principal Ding Qiwen had conducted a head count of those trapped in the building. At that time, there had indeed been 4 or 5 students stuck in the administrative building, but she was certain that this man was not among them. Moreover, he was armed, clearly a dangerous individual from outside. Observing her hesitation, Qin Shin shrugged in exasperation. I really look that threatening. While the beauty is captivating, the mutated fruit is far more valuable. He turned away and released a bolt, causing the fruit to drop. Qin Shin was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed. How effortlessly he had obtained his first mutated fruit. To acquire the first one, he had nearly risked his life, yet this one had taken him less than 5 minutes. However, the danger at the entrance of the administrative building loomed large. Retrieving the mutated fruit would pose a challenge. Qin Shen was cautious and would not recklessly risk his life. Meanwhile, Gu Qingyin, who had just returned to the upper floor, heard Gao Shaoqian's cries for help echoing down the corridor. Qingyin, where have you gone? Please come help me. I was wrong. I apologize. Just come out. Gu Qingyin peeked out, her heart racing. There, she saw Gao Shaoqian completely unclothed. Crawling on the floor like an animal, a collar was fastened around her neck. The other end of the chain held tightly by the male student who had just passed by. You wretch. Haven't you eaten? Shout louder. Qiuhong threatened menacingly. If it weren't for the time you wasted, I wouldn't have let her slip through my fingers. If I can't find her, I'll kill you. After tormenting Gao Shaoqian, he suddenly recalled that the most beautiful teacher at Yangqing University was also trapped in the administrative building. When he intended to look for her, he found that Gu Qingyin had already fled. This left him unleashing all his pent-up frustration on Gao Shaoqian. To save her own life, Gao Shaoqian had no choice but to reveal that they were close friends, which prompted this current predicament. Gu Qingyin gritted her teeth, her expression tense. She certainly would not voluntarily step out. Yet, with danger in front and behind, she had nowhere to hide. Moments later, she realized that no one seemed to be pursuing her. Could it be that he had no interest in her? Qingyin, we're best friends. I beg you, come out and save my life. Gao Shaoqian continued to shout. Gu Qingyin scoffed coldly and turned to descend the stairs once more. She was prepared to take a gamble. In the lobby on the first floor, Qin Chun was tinkering with the remote-controlled toy car, trying to nudge the mutated fruit closer. However, the fruit was still impaled by an arrow, rendering it immobile. Qin Shin couldn't help but regret not having tinkered with the drone instead. With the use of unlimited resources, one could construct a drone to retrieve the fruits. Alas, he was only able to fashion a remote-controlled car reminiscent of his childhood. At that moment, Gu Qingyin reappeared in his line of sight. You are not from the administrative building, are you? Could you take me away from here? Gu Qingyin inquired anxiously. Upon seeing her, Qin Shin's eyes lit up. Wasn't this a perfect opportunity falling into his lap? Of course I can. But first, you must assist me with a task. Qin Shun replied with a smile. Gu Qingyin, wary, took a step back. What task? Qin Shun gestured towards outside the door. Where about 10 meters away lay a fruit. Retrieve that for me, and I shall lead you to safety. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyin immediately shook her head. No way, there are monsters outside, and the plants devour humans. I refuse to go out. Qin Shin chuckled, revealing a Glock in his hand. I'm afraid you don't have the luxury of making decisions right now. Chapter 54. We are all voluntary. Seeing the gun in Qin Shin's hand, Gu Qingyin was taken aback. She recalled a message she had seen in the campus group yesterday. It was said that several strangers had appeared in the girls' dormitory, and upon intruding, they had shot several people. Graphic images of the scene had circulated, horrifically bloody. Just viewing them had left her nauseous, and she had barely eaten all day. Could it be that this man before her was the very gunman the student spoke of? Whether you choose to go or not, I lack the patience to wait for your indecision, Qin Chun stated. This building houses individuals with awakened abilities. Every minute spent here increases the danger. Gu Qingyin bit her red lip and ultimately nodded. Please don't kill me. I will go. After saying that, she slowly made her way towards the entrance of the administrative building. Outside lay a concrete expanse, flanked by flower beds. The bright red fruit had fallen to the ground. An arrow still lodged within it. Strangely, beside the fruit sat a toy remote-controlled car. The sight was undeniably bizarre. Hurry up, Qin Shen urged impatiently. Jiu Qingyan realized she had no choice, and after removing her high heels, she dashed outside with gritted teeth. Fortunately, it seemed there was no immediate danger. She successfully retrieved the mutated fruit and swiftly returned. The entire process took no more than 10 seconds, yet Gu Qingyan's face was already as pale as a sheet. As she stepped inside, Qin Chun snatched the mutated fruit from her hands. "Well done," Qin Shen exclaimed, genuinely pleased. The fruit emitted a peculiar fragrance, quite similar to the one he had consumed last time. Eating this fruit should grant him another upgrade, however, it was not the time for consumption. Returning to the tunnel was the safer option. "Follow me," Qin Shen commanded, striding towards the tunnel entrance. Jiu Qingyan hesitated for a moment, but promptly followed suit. It wouldn't be long before the student from upstairs would come searching. At that point, she would have no way out. She could only place her trust in Qin Shen now. After several twists and turns, Qin Shen arrived at a storage room on the first floor. Once inside, he immediately locked the door behind them. What do you intend to do?" Gu Qingyan gasped in alarm, pressing herself against the wall defensively. She had pursued too closely, and it was only now that she realized where Qin Shen had brought her. Before she could process it, he had locked the door. The storage room was barely a dozen square meters, leaving her with nowhere to hide. Did this man harbor ulterior motives toward her? "If I wish to harm you, would I need to go through all this trouble?" Qin Shen scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Gu Qingyan before prying up a section of the floor. The entrance to the tunnel suddenly lay before them. "Come down with me," Qin Shen ordered, jumping into the tunnel first. Jiu Qingyan hesitated briefly before following suit. Upon entering the tunnel, she was utterly astonished. How was she unaware that beneath the administrative building lay such an expansive tunnel? Moreover, it appeared to have been newly excavated, with a strong scent of earth still lingering. How had this been accomplished? Before she could gather her thoughts, an electric scooter appeared before her. "Get on," Qin Shen pointed to the back seat. Having come this far, Gu Qingyan no longer hesitated and promptly seated herself, as the scooter began to move along the dirt path. It jostled incessantly. With no other option, Gu Qingyan gently grasped Qin Shen's clothing. "Hold on tight. I'm about to accelerate," Qin Shen chuckled, offering a kind reminder. Indeed, as soon as he spoke, the scooter's speed surged. Jiu Qingyan swayed, quickly wrapping her arms around Qin Shen's waist. A few minutes later, Qin Shen returned to the temporary living area. Lu Qing and Su Weiwei had finished their showers and taken a nap. However, without Qin Shen nearby, the two felt a sense of insecurity and soon awakened. Upon seeing Qin Shen return, they were instantly filled with joy and hurried to greet him. "Master," Lu Qing began to call out, only to suddenly notice Gu Qingyan disembarking from the scooter. Su Weiwei also spotted Gu Qingyan, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in her eyes. Neither had anticipated encountering such a striking beauty in the dim, silent tunnel. Yet, upon realizing she was brought by Qin Shen, Lu Qing and Su Weiwei felt reassured. Qin Shen had exceptionally high standards. Just by observing the two of them, one could surmise his criteria for women. Any woman brought back by Qin Shen would undoubtedly possess both beauty and allure. "Master, is this a new sister?" Su Weiwei inquired eagerly. "Master? Sister?" Gu Qingyan cast a wary glance at the trio before her. The peculiar combination of the three, coupled with such strange titles, sent a disquieting feeling through her. Enough teasing. This is someone I casually brought back from the administrative building. As per usual, you two should interrogate her for information, particularly regarding that old security guard, Qin Shen instructed. He intended to consume the mutated fruit and would leave the questioning to the two women. Lu Qing tentatively asked, "Master, are we allowed to use methods?" Given the woman's stunning appearance and figure, should Qin Shen have any ulterior motives, it would be troubling if they were to interrogate her and end up with injuries or worse. "Interrogate as you see fit," Qin Shen replied nonchalantly. Afterward, he distanced himself on the scooter before retrieving the mutated fruit and consuming it. Simultaneously, Lu Qing and Su Weiwei approached Gu Qingyan, each taking hold of her to restrain her. What are you planning to do?" Gu Qingyan's heart raced with alarm as she questioned them in a trembling voice. "Nothing much, simply following our master's orders to ask you a few questions." Lu Qing replied that if you answer honestly, there will be no repercussions. However, should you lie or refuse to cooperate, we might have to resort to some measures. Ji Yuqingyin swallowed nervously, observing that Qin Chun was not nearby. She quickly whispered, "Are you being coerced by that man? I know you are not acting of your own volition. Why don't we three collaborate and escape together?" The two women, dressed as they were, clearly did not appear to be there of their own accord. Furthermore, having seen the gun in Qin Chen's hand, Gu Qingyin instinctively assumed the two women were being threatened by him. She had witnessed such situations before, with Gu Xilian and Gao Shaoqian being prime examples. Without the strength to resist, they could only endure the torment of their captors. Threatened? Not acting of our own accord? "Miss, you may be mistaken," Lu Qing chuckled. Just as she finished speaking, the Glock in her hand pressed firmly against Gu Qingyin's temple. "We are all more than willing participants." With a soft laugh, Lu Qing then instructed Su Weiwei, bind her up. Chapter 55, Skill Upgrade, Barrett and Shotgun. Upon hearing that they intended to use her own socks, Su Weiwei immediately expressed her discontent. "Sister Qing, that doesn't seem appropriate. What will she wear if you take hers?" Lu Qing smiled playfully. "You can just charm the master a little while later. He has plenty of styles. You can change your look." Su Weiwei shook her head repeatedly. "I still prefer these. Furthermore, if I remove my socks without the master's permission, I will face punishment." Suddenly, Su Weiwei turned to Gu Qingyin. "Sister, why don't we tear her skirt into strips to use as bindings?" Lu Qing nodded in agreement. "That's a splendid idea." Hearing their conversation, Gu Qingyin's face drained of color as she hastily covered her skirt. What do you intend to do?" she questioned, her voice trembling. "Nothing much. We simply want to ask you a few questions," Lu Qing replied, drawing a dagger and slicing through the hem of Gu Qingyin's skirt. Meanwhile, Qin Chun swiftly consumed the mutated fruit. Ding! Acquired 20 experience points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to the 3rd stage. Would you like to select your upgrade rewards now? The system's prompt echoed in Qin Chen's ears. "I've leveled up again," he murmured to himself. If memory serves, consuming the first fruit had only granted a mere 9 experience points, whereas this time it had increased by 20. What could be the reason for such a difference? Was it related to the fruit's maturity or type? Moreover, if experience points existed, did the amount required for leveling differ at each stage? Would it be possible in the future to consume a mutated fruit and still not level up? Qin Chen mentally recorded these inquiries, planning to validate them when the opportunity arose. For now, however, he was most eager to discover what skills he might acquire. The last time he acquired the Mind Link, although it only allowed him to control a single ant, it proved exceedingly useful for tunneling. Otherwise, he would still be lurking in the community. Without delay, he selected his upgrade rewards. Reward 1. Fruit Ability, Martial Arts Master. Reward 2. Weapon and Ammunition. Skill Upgrade. Reward 3. Mind Link. Skill Upgrade. The system's notification chimed in his ears, confirming his expectations. One of the rewards was an inherent ability from the fruit, while the other 2 pertained to upgrades of existing skills. Could you provide a detailed introduction to these 3 rewards? Qin Chun inquired inwardly. Each mutated fruit was hard-earned, and Qin Chun wished to utilize his resources wisely. Martial Arts Master. Upon learning this skill, one automatically comprehends a set of martial arts techniques. With a damage increase of 100-fold when employing these techniques, the specific power adjustable by the host. Upon hearing this skill's description, Qin Chun chose to forego it immediately. What use was merely increased power when he currently wielded a formidable firearm? In this era, it was the firearms that instilled a sense of security, especially when one possessed only a single life. The longer the range of attack, the safer one remained. Weapon and Ammunition. Level 2 would unlock new weapons, significantly enhancing their power and adding extra damage against mutated creatures. Mind Link. Level 2 would allow the simultaneous control of 2 mutated beings, while also reducing the size limitations on those beings. The system elaborated on the latter 2 skills. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Chun decisively opted to upgrade Weapon and Ammunition. Although mutated creatures possessed formidable attack power, Qin Chun had previously attempted to command them. The Golden Ant had steadfastly refused to enter the underground garage, regardless of his orders. At this juncture, he could not fully rely on mutated beings to initiate an assault. In contrast, he prioritized the upgrade of Weapon and Ammunition for its added damage against mutated creatures. Humans who acquired abilities were likely a variant of those creatures themselves. Enhancing this skill not only unlocked new weapons but also effectively countered humans with abilities, making it a dual advantage. Liang Yin, let you frolic for a couple more days. Once I return, I'll ensure your demise. Qin Chun snorted coldly. Liang Yin remained a thorn in his side. Unless he eliminated Liang Yin, Qin Shen feared he would struggle to find peace upon his return. The weapon and ammunition skill had been upgraded, unlocking a greater array of weaponry. Currently, weapons from this skill inflicted 5-fold damage on mutated beings, with further increases following the upgrade. Once the system's notification concluded, Qin Shen eagerly activated the weapon and ammunition skilled. A semi-transparent panel materialized before him. In addition to the initially unlocked crossbow and Glock, the subsequent 2 weapon icons illuminated, their locks vanishing, signifying their unlocking. Barrett Anti-Material Sniper Rifle, utilizing 14.5mm high-velocity armor-piercing rounds, with an effective range of 2,300 meters. Remington Shotgun, 12-gauge, 7 rounds of pure lead pellets, with an effective range of 40 meters. Staring at the newly unlocked weapons, Qin Shen was left utterly speechless. He had anticipated that one weapon would lean towards ranged combat while the other towards close quarters, and indeed, his assumptions proved correct. However, he had never fathomed such a vast evolutionary leap in weaponry. The crossbow had transformed into a Barrett, and the small pistol into a shotgun. The name Barrett resonated with power. It was designed to counter light armor, hence its designation as an anti-material sniper rifle. Should it strike a human, recovery would be a futile endeavor, leaving nothing but remnants in close combat. The shotgun was an unstoppable force, capable of vanquishing any adversary. Moreover, these 2 weapons dealt 5-fold additional damage to mutated beings. Not to mention Liang Yan, who appeared somewhat formidable. Even 100 Liang Yan stacked together could not withstand a single shot. Previously, Qin Shen had yearned for a defensive skill, as survival in the apocalypse was paramount. Yet following the skill upgrade, Qin Shen experienced an epiphany. As the saying goes, the best defense is a good offense. By eliminating threats before they could act, he rendered the need for defense moot. After some time, Qin Shen managed to suppress his excitement and return to the temporary shelter. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by a scene that set his blood racing. He saw Gu Qingyan hiding under the bed, softly sobbing. "What on earth is going on here?" Qin Shen queried, perplexed. Upon seeing him, Lu Qing and Su Weiwei hurriedly approached. "Master, we were conducting an interrogation," Su Weiwei explained sweetly. "We feared we might overlook something, so we employed a few minor tactics." Qin Shen cast a bemused glance at Gu Qingyan. "Lift your head." Chapter 56. The ultimate contrast of a female teacher. Gu Qingyan trembled and raised her head, though her gaze flitted away, unable to meet Qin Shen's eyes. "What is happening? Have you resorted to coercion?" Qin Shen questioned, confused. "Master, both Qing and I were merely concerned about the accuracy of the information, which is why we took such measures," Su Weiwei defended. Qin Shen nodded, indicating his understanding. In an apocalypse, there was little room for compassion. One must act decisively, if it meant taking lives to ensure one's safety. So be it. We examined her chat records and verified her claims. Everything appears to be in order. Among the factions at the school, aside from the security guard at the administrative building, no one else poses a threat to our safety, Su Weiwei said, presenting Gu Qingyan's phone to Qin Shen. Moreover, we uncovered numerous intriguing secrets, such as shopping records and browser history. As for their contents, that is for you to explore at your leisure. "Ah, what a pity. I wonder who benefited from this," Qin Shen remarked, having perused the phone. At his words, Gu Qingyan's face flushed, and she lowered her head once more, while Lu Qing and Su Weiwei stifled their laughter. "What are you two giggling about? You little pets dare mock your master?" Qin Shen feigned anger. Su Weiwei, looking aggrieved, quickly clarified, "Master, we inquired thoroughly. She has never had a boyfriend and has remained single. If you wish to assume the role of that scoundrel, it's not too late." Qin Shen was taken aback. "Oh, she's single?" Su Weiwei confirmed, "Indeed. Although Teacher Gu is quite beautiful, her cold demeanor has deterred many suitors, and her standards are exceedingly high. She looks down upon ordinary men." Observing the fiery glint in Qin Shen's eyes, Su Weiwei felt a surge of triumph and exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Qing. She then approached Gu Qingyan, saying, "Was what I just said true?" Gu Qingyan shivered, shaking her head. "I've already divulged everything I know. I beg you to let me go." At that moment, Qin Shen sensed something amiss. He scrutinized Su Weiwei, frowning as he asked, "Why do I feel something is off with you today? It seems as though you are particularly eager for me to engage with her." Su Weiwei, caught off guard, quickly feigned composure. "Master, you're overthinking it." Before Su Weiwei could finish her explanation, Qin Shun raised a hand to interrupt her. He then wrapped an arm around Lu Qing's waist, demanding, "Now tell me, what exactly transpired today?" Lu Qing exchanged a glance with Su Weiwei, offering a wry smile, and then confessed, "Master, while you were away, we made a bet." "A bet?" "Indeed. I wagered with Weiwei on whether you would keep Gu Qingyan here. The loser would have to dance." Upon hearing Lu Qing's words, Qin Shun couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. They had actually bet on such a matter? Who would wager that he would keep her? Just as he finished his thought, he anticipated the outcome without waiting for Lu Qing and Su Weiwei to speak. After his return, Su Weiwei had been proactively introducing Gu Qingyan, clearly indicating her wager had been on Qin Shun keeping her. "Oh, so you two have been betting on me, huh?" Qin Shun pretended to be angry. Chapter 57. An opportunity to convince me no? "Please, master, we've realized our error." Lu Qing and Su Weiwei pleaded for mercy. "Dancing in high heels for an hour? You'll either exhaust yourselves or lose half your lives. If you continue to talk back, I may just extend the time," Qin Shin threatened. Hearing this, Lu Qing and Su Weiwei immediately began to sway to the music. Jiyu Qingyan, witnessing the scene, instinctively shrank back. Qin Shin chuckled and settled into a recliner to enjoy the dance of Lu Qing and Su Weiwei. Su Weiwei, evidently trained in dance, exhibited a vibrant energy in her movements, while Lu Qing's style contrasted sharply, embodying a softer, more mature allure. Before the apocalypse, Qin Shun often imagined himself as a wealthy protagonist in novels. Throwing money around in nightclubs, with the crowd in a frenzy, DJs calling out his name, and countless beauties dancing before him, available for his selection. Yet, that had merely been a fantasy. In reality, he had never even stepped foot inside a nightclub. Even when delivering food, he was only permitted to approach the door, never allowed inside. Now, however, a portion of that fantasy was being realized. The sight of two stunning women dancing provocatively was indeed a feast for the senses. "Do share the intelligence you possess. If I am in good spirits, I might consider granting you a reduction in time," Qin Shan remarked. Upon hearing his words, Lu Qing and Su Weiwei were instantly elated and began to speak eagerly. "Sister Qing and I have compiled the matters entrusted by Gu Qingyan along with the news circulating in the campus group, and we have unearthed numerous valuable pieces of information. Firstly, concerning the mutated fruits. There are two key points. Firstly, I confirmed with Su Tu that the girl who possesses mutated fruits and wishes to trade with you is named Yi Qingdai. Unfortunately, the bounty has been posted for a day now, and no one has contacted us, indicating that Yi Qingdai may have already met with misfortune. Secondly, the guard at the administrative building has shown a remarkable improvement in martial arts skills because he consumed a red mutated fruit. This was witnessed by someone who saw him shatter marble with his fists after eating the fruit in recent days. Qin Shun had revealed some of the uses of the mutated fruits to the two women. They now understood that both Liang Yin from the community and the university guard had acquired extraordinary abilities only after consuming these mutated fruits. "So that's how it is." Qin Shun stroked his chin, murmuring to himself. The fruit he consumed was indeed red, and if memory served him correctly, its ability was Martial Arts Master, allowing one to comprehend a set of martial arts techniques with significantly increased destructive power. Judging by the capabilities demonstrated by that guard, it was likely that his acquired ability was also Martial Arts Master. In this case, the threat he posed to Qin Shun was considerably diminished. What good is merely increasing destructive power? In a direct confrontation, the opponent's chances of victory would be zero. With a firearm in hand, he could eliminate the threat before the adversary even approached. Unless the opponent attempted a sneak attack, striking before Qin Shun could respond. But that was nearly impossible, given his meticulous nature that left no room for opportunity. Aside from the mutated fruits, we have also organized the factions within the school, which I will send to your phone shortly, Lu Qing added. Qin Shun waved his hand dismissively. "I am not particularly interested in that. My sole purpose for coming to the school is to seek out the mutated fruits. Since there are currently no leads on the fruits, let us return to the community. Liang Yin has been frolicking about for long enough, and it is high time to deal with him." Upon hearing Qin Shin's words, Lu Qing voiced her concern. "Master, do you have a plan to deal with him? His defensive capabilities are astonishing. He can even withstand bullets, and I fear." Before she could finish, a shotgun materialized in Qin Shin's hand. The metallic body, dark in hue, emanated an intense sense of oppression. The two women stood frozen, astonished at the sight of the shotgun. Having seen Qin Shin wield a handgun was already intimidating. But now he had produced a shotgun. Why are you standing there? Keep jumping, Qinshan urged. Lu Qing and Su Weiwei hastily resumed their movements. Curiously, Su Weiwei inquired, Master, can this weapon overpower Liang Yin? Qinshan chuckled, leveling the gun at a nearby electric bike before pulling the trigger. Boom! A deafening roar echoed, and flames erupted from the muzzle. The tremendous sound reverberated through the tunnel, causing Gu Qingyin to nearly cower on the ground. Although Lu Qing and Su Weiwei had experience with handguns, they were still taken aback by the shotgun's immense power. Looking back at the spot where the electric bike had been parked, there was no trace of it left. It had been obliterated, the battery engulfed in flames, releasing a charred scent. The once pristine electric bike had been reduced to scrap metal with a single shot. How formidable! Lu Qing exclaimed in astonishment, covering her mouth. If this were to strike a person, would it not leave them utterly perforated? Qin Chen beamed with pride. This is not even the full extent of the weapon's power. When fired at someone with extraordinary abilities, its potency multiplies fivefold. Even Liang Yin would stand no chance. Moreover, I possess a Barrett. A single shot from that would eliminate the need for any post-mortem disposal. A simple shovel to the ground would suffice to toss him into the refuse. With this weapon, even if Liang Yin had 9 lives, I could still send him to meet the King of Hell. Now, let us return and deal with him, Qin Chen declared, brimming with confidence. At that moment, Lu Qing glanced cautiously at Gu Qingyin, who was curled up by the bed, and asked, Master, how shall we handle her? Qin Shun regarded Gu Qingyin with intrigue, remarking, I shall present you with an opportunity. If you can successfully persuade me, you may live. Otherwise, having overheard our secrets, I cannot allow you to leave alive. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyin trembled. You did the administrative building. You said if I retrieved the fruit, you would let me go, she protested, her voice tinged with indignation. Qin Shun smiled. I did indeed say that, but I have since had a change of heart. Do I owe you an apology? Su Weiwei stepped forward, hastily interjecting, Ms. Gu, if I may speak frankly, in this apocalyptic world, human life is as fragile as grass. If you wish to survive, let go of your dignity and pride. Gu Qingyin bit her lip, remaining silent. Qin Shen chuckled, raising the shotgun in his hand. If this individual could not be subdued, there was no reason to spare her life. After all, she had heard secrets regarding the mutated fruits and was aware of the tunnel's existence. She could not be allowed to leave alive. Gazing down the dark barrel of the gun, Gu Qingyin's complexion paled. Ms. Gu, consider what is most valuable about yourself. You have divulged all the information you possess. What remains is likely only your body. Given your striking beauty and fine figure, if you are willing to become a little cat by the master's side, perhaps he might spare your life. Su Weiwei coaxed, caressing Gu Qingyin's cheek. Indeed, during your time in the administrative building, you subsisted on fried noodles and drank rainwater. Surviving thus far is a stroke of luck. Now, if you become the master's pet, you will be well fed every day, Lu Qing added, arms crossed, her tone indifferent. However, to Lu Qing and Su Weiwei's surprise, Gu Qingyin's face shifted to one of resoluteness upon hearing their words. Though you think that mere threats and temptations will compel me to yield? Yes, I do not wish to die, but that does not mean I will become the pet you speak of, Gu Qingyin retorted indignantly. The words of Su Weiwei and Lu Qing brought to her mind the fates of Gu Cailian and Gao Shaoqian. Before the apocalypse, one was the head of the Academic Affairs Department, and the other a university lecturer, both basking in the admiration of countless individuals. But what of now? Just moments ago, a guard publicly humiliated Gu Cailian in front of many witnesses. Even in the presence of the principal, no one dared to resist, and Gao Shaoqian, for merely failing to pass a delinquent student, had also been subjected to such indignity. The man before her was likely of the same ilk as those two. And these 2 women persuading her were undoubtedly brainwashed as well. Upon hearing Gu Qingyin's words, Lu Qing and Su Weiwei sighed, revealing a hint of regret. It seemed this woman had already resolved to die. She could not be swayed. Teske, you 2 have tried so hard to persuade her, and even I can tell you wish to spare her life. Yet she is ungrateful. Qin Shen chuckled, aiming the shotgun at Gu Qingyin. Step aside, or you'll find yourself splattered with blood. Lu Qing and Su Weiwei shook their heads and took a few steps back. At that moment, Gu Qingyin's phone suddenly rang. Initially indifferent, Qin Shen's expression changed to one of surprise upon seeing the caller's name. You know Yi Qingdai? He queried, looking at Gu Qingyin. Startled by his words, Gu Qingyan leapt up as if possessed, rushing towards Qin Chen. However, her hands were still bound, and after just a few steps, she was subdued by Lu Qing and Su Weiwei. "Master, is this call from Su Weiwei?" Lu Qing asked. "Yes, do not let her speak. I will see if I can ascertain her location," Qin Chen instructed. Lu Qing nodded, swiftly stuffing a towel into Gu Qingyan's mouth. Gu Qingyan struggled fiercely, but she was no match for the two women, unable to budge an inch. At that moment, Qin Shan pressed the answer button. "Ms. Gu, you finally answered. I received news that the guard at the administrative building has acquired extraordinary abilities and publicly confronted Director Gu. Oh dear, you haven't encountered any danger, have you?" A sweet voice came through the phone. Truly, the university belle's voice was as enchanting as her appearance. Qin Shan gestured for Lu Qing to come closer, signaling her to mimic Gu Qingyan's voice. "I'm fine." Lu Qing replied succinctly. Her voice bore a natural resemblance to Gu Qingyan's. Moreover, Qin Shan intentionally covered the microphone slightly, distorting the sound, so Yi Qingdai did not perceive anything amiss. "Ms. Gu, why not come to our location?" The situation in the female C dormitory has stabilized now. Although Lu Yuan is still eyeing it, they are currently preoccupied with dealing with that guard and have no time to concern themselves with us. Yi Qingdai suggested. These two sentences, though brief, contained a wealth of information. If Yi Qingdai was not lying, she was currently in the female C dormitory. Furthermore, her awareness of the guard's newfound abilities being termed extraordinary indicated a level of knowledge on her part. After all, other factions within the school were still speculating that the old man was a master of ancient martial arts, which seemed increasingly absurd. With this in mind, Qin Shan gestured to Lu Qing, who immediately understood and whispered, "All right, I will come over this afternoon." Upon concluding the call, Qin Shan promptly hung up the phone. Initially, he had intended to extract more information, but he quickly remembered that he was impersonating Gu Qingyan, and thus lacked familiarity with the nuances of their relationship and conversation style. Any glaring mistakes could potentially raise Yi Qingdai's suspicions, which would be undesirable. With a chuckle, Qin Shan picked up the shotgun. As long as he was aware of the other party's location, the rest would be manageable. At that moment, Gu Qingyan suddenly began to struggle violently. It appeared she wished to speak. Perhaps he should grant her the opportunity to utter her last words. Qin Shan remarked coolly. Upon hearing the command, Su Weiwei immediately produced a towel. Gu Qingyan's flushed face was a testament to her distress as she took several deep breaths. "Please, don't harm Qingdai. I will comply with any of your conditions, just spare her," Gu Qingyan pleaded. Although she was oblivious to Qin Chen's true identity, it was evident that anyone wielding a weapon in this apocalyptic world could hardly be deemed a good person. Moreover, given his apparent intention to seize the mutated fruit from Yi Qingdai, her life might very well be in jeopardy. If this phone call were to jeopardize Yi Qingdai's safety, she would never forgive herself, even in death. "Oh? You cannot even protect your own life, yet you wish to safeguard hers." Qin Shan chuckled mockingly. Gu Qingyan bit her lip, as if she had made a significant decision. "As long as you promise not to harm Yi Qingdai, I can be your pet," Gu Qingyan declared loudly. Qin Shan smirked, seemingly having discovered Gu Qingyan's Achilles heel. He produced a pet food bowl and tossed it before her, followed by tearing a piece of bread and scattering it into the bowl. "Now, let me see your sincerity," Qin Shan said with a smile. Hearing this, Su Weiwei promptly released her grip, allowing Gu Qingyan to rise. "Is this what you want? To watch me eat from the bowl in front of you? This is absurd, but my hands are bound. I can't eat without being freed first," Gu Qingyan insisted. Qin Shan laughed lightly. "Is it impossible to eat while bound? Do your pets use their hands to eat?" Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyan finally comprehended Qin Shan's intention. This scoundrel actually expected her to eat directly from the bowl with her mouth. No wonder he had torn the bread. That was his plan all along. "What is the matter? Don't you want to eat? Then I shall simply kill Yi Qingdai and seize the mutated fruit from her," Qin Shan stated with a grin. Yu Qingyan glared at him in indignation. She understood that Qin Shan was deliberately threatening her, yet at this moment, she had no other choice. Before the three of them, Gu Qingyan slowly knelt down, humiliated, and picked up a piece of bread from the bowl with her mouth. For days, she had been subsisting on fried noodles, nearly reaching the point of nausea. Suddenly tasting the soft, fragrant bread, she found it surprisingly delectable. "Is that enough? Are you satisfied?" After finishing a piece, Gu Qingyan looked up at Qin Shan. However, he merely kicked the bowl with his foot and stated coolly, Pets have many rules. One of them is that if you waste food, you shall be punished. Finish every last morsel. At this moment, Gu Qingyin could no longer afford to care about her dignity. Having resolved to sacrifice herself to protect Yi Qingdai, she was prepared to bear any consequences. Minutes later, she had consumed all the bread, though it was dry and left her feeling uncomfortable. At this point, Qin Shun uncapped a bottle of mineral water and poured it into the bowl. Drink it all, he commanded. Use whatever means you wish. Gu Qingyin spat bitterly after finishing the water. Good. You are somewhat obedient, Qin Shun replied with a chuckle, ruffling Gu Qingyin's hair. You two keep an eye on her. I will be back tonight. He addressed Lu Qing and Su Weiwei. Grabbing the shotgun, yes, master. The two girls responded eagerly. However, upon hearing this, Gu Qingyin's heart sank. Are you deceiving me? You clearly stated that as long as I complied, you would spare Yi Qingdai, she exclaimed loudly. Qin Shen shrugged. I said I wouldn't harm Yi Qingdai, but I never claimed I wouldn't seize what belongs to her. She possesses the mutated fruit I desire, so naturally, I intend to take it back. Gu Qingyin quickly proposed. I can contact Yi Qingdai and have her send the fruit over. What if she resists when I go to take it by force? This man clearly isn't a good person. He would certainly dare to use his gun, Gu Qingyin reasoned. You think she will just hand it over because you say so? I have no intention of alerting the enemy, Qin Shun replied nonchalantly. Gu Qingyin had no leverage to persuade Yi Qingdai to deliver the fruit. In this apocalypse, would anyone risk their life to save Gu Qingyin? While it was a possibility, Qin Shun was unwilling to gamble. If he exposed himself too soon, capturing his target would become significantly more challenging. Thus, it was more efficient to go himself. Just then, Lu Qing approached with her phone in hand. Master, take a look at this. She handed her phone to Qin Shun, revealing a chat log. Damn it, it's been several days since I've had a woman. I'm really not used to it. Aren't you currently with Lu Yuan? I recall that the female C dormitory has been assigned to you. Just go and seize it. You don't understand. There's a girl in the female C dormitory who seems to possess superpowers. No matter how severe the injuries of her companions, they bounce back the next day. Who would dare to go there and snatch someone now? Wow, that is impressive. Is that girl a high priestess? Let us not discuss it any further. I have patrol duty again. Damn it. The conversation between the two had surfaced just that morning, garnering little attention thus far. However, Lu Qing discerningly recognized the anomalies and promptly shared it with Qin Shen. This implies that someone within the female C dormitory has likely awakened their abilities, and they can heal injuries? Qin Shen mused, intrigued. Indeed, and I suspect that the female C dormitory has already begun to organize for self-defense under this individual's leadership. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to withstand the male students solely based on that ability, Lu Qing analyzed. Fascinating. Qin Shan stroked his chin, then shifted his gaze to Gu Qingyin. Gu Qingyin trembled at his gaze. Uncertain of his intentions, in that case, you two will wait here. I'll take her to assess the situation. Qin Shan instructed Lu Qing and Su Weiwei. You're taking her with you? Su Weiwei questioned. Puzzled. Qin Shan chuckled. Didn't Yi Qingdai invite Gu Qingyin to her place for refuge? As her boyfriend, it's only natural that I accompany her, right? Upon hearing this, Lu Qing and Su Weiwei immediately understood. However, Gu Qingyin protested vehemently. No. If you want the fruit, I will go alone and bring it back. I promise I won't break my word. With a smile on his face, Qin Shun showed no mercy. Do you think I'm negotiating with you? If you oppose me, I could simply take the shotgun and kill everyone, then search for Yi Qingdai's corpse at my leisure. How does that sound? Upon hearing such a gruesome proposal, Gu Qingyin's complexion turned pale. No, please don't. Qin Shan chuckled. If you wish to avoid casualties, then follow my instructions. If you perform well, I won't kill a single soul. How does that sound? Gu Qingyin hesitated, but eventually, she bit her lip and nodded. If she did not agree to this devil's proposition, many lives could be lost. That is the spirit. Now, smile for me. Qin Shen encouraged. It must be said that among the dozens of female teachers recognized as the most beautiful over the years, Gu Qingyin's beauty was indeed striking. Suppressing her embarrassment and anger, Gu Qingyin managed a forced smile. Are you really so unhappy in my presence? Smile more naturally, from the heart, do you understand? Qin Shen coaxed gently. Lu Qing and Su Weiwei exchanged helpless glances and chuckles. With the shotgun nearly pressed against Gu Qingyin's temple, and his threat to take lives hanging over her, it was hardly a time to smile. Jiu Qingyan realized that if she did not comply with Qin Shen's demands, he would not hesitate to make her pay, possibly endangering others in the process. Taking a deep breath, she forced a sweet smile. Excellent, just like that. Remember this feeling, Qin Shen said, satisfied. He then commanded, now, wrap your arm around mine. Gu Qingyan gritted her teeth but moved forward to link her arm through Qin Shen's. However, her posture was so stiff that it hardly resembled a couple. Have you never seen a couple before? Is this how you embrace your boyfriend? Qin Shen chastised. Jiu Qingyan lowered her head, too intimidated to respond. In her day-to-day life, she had not paid much attention to such interactions. Come on, Lu Qing, demonstrate for her. Qin Shan beckoned. Lu Qing promptly stepped forward, showcasing several gestures and imparting key points. Under the guidance of an experienced mentor, Gu Qingyan's embrace finally took on a semblance of sweetness, though it was all merely a fade. All right, we'll change your clothes shortly, and then we'll head over just like this, Qin Shan declared contentedly. Lu Qing's attire had been torn, necessitating a change. By the way, remember my persona. Don't mix up any details. I am a sports major from Yangqing University, and you fell for me at first sight, pursuing me relentlessly until, under your fervent confession, I reluctantly agreed. Got it? Qin Shan said with a grin. I pursued you. And you only agreed reluctantly? Gu Qingyan was left utterly flabbergasted. Surely, this could not be a jest? While Qin Shan was somewhat presentable, he hardly exuded the charm that would incite instant infatuation and fervent pursuit. Did he? Lu Qing and Su Weiwei stifled their laughter, unable to contain their amusement. Qin Chun was notorious for his clever antics, and they had long since grown accustomed to his antics. What's the matter? Are you unwilling? Qin Shan toyed with the gun in his hand. Perhaps I should simply eliminate Yi Qingdai instead. At this, Gu Qingyan quickly interjected. No, I am willing. Qin Shan chuckled softly, having discerned Gu Qingyan's vulnerability. With the threat to Yi Qingdai's life looming, it was evident that Gu Qingyan would acquiesce to any demand. Now, let us hear you call me dear, he said playfully. Jiu Qingyan hesitated, finally managing to emit a barely audible sound after a considerable pause. What did you say? I couldn't hear you. If you keep this up, do you believe I won't immediately request Yi Qingdai to partake in a lead bullet? Qin Shen retorted. Jiu Qingyan shot him an infuriated look. Gritting her teeth, whatever you wish, I will comply, but you must cease using Qingdai's life as leverage against me. Qin Shen shrugged nonchalantly. I fail to see how you are obedient. Asking you to utter dear seems akin to asking for your very life. Gu Qingyan closed her eyes, inhaling deeply. When she opened them again, her demeanor had returned to normal, and a hint of a gentle smile graced her lips. Dear, Jiu Qingyan murmured, wrapping her arms around Qin Shen's. One must acknowledge that this display was nothing short of astonishing for Qin Shen. Had he not been aware that she was under duress, he might have questioned whether this woman truly was his girlfriend. Zhang Wuji's mother was indeed wise. The more beautiful a woman, the more adept she was at deception. With Gu Qingyan's stunning visage and that single utterance of dear, she could easily ensnare even the most naive men in the market. Very good. Maintain this demeanor. Do you understand? Qin Shen said, pleased, as he encircled Gu Qingyan's waist and instructed the two women, continue to monitor the situation regarding the mutated fruits. If necessary, be prepared to exchange resources, sparing no expense to acquire those fruits. Understood? The two women nodded vigorously in agreement. After issuing his instructions, Qin Shan led Gu Qingyan directly to the female A dormitory. The dormitories for the girls were in close proximity, so Qin Shan opted not to excavate a new tunnel and instead sought to enter the female C dormitory from ground level. The entrance remained the familiar female restroom. As he emerged, he immediately spotted Su Tu huddled in a corner. Since Qin Shan had prohibited Su Tu from venturing into the tunnel, she had been compelled to hide there since being brought out. Qin Shan, are we not heading to your neighborhood? Su Tu exclaimed in surprise upon seeing him. However, before she could finish her sentence, another figure crawled up from behind Qin Shan's entrance. Jiu Lauscher. Su Tu was left utterly bewildered. Wasn't this Gu Qingyan, the teacher who had been repeatedly recognized as the most beautiful in the school? Why was she with Qin Shan? Do you know me? Gu Qingyan furrowed her brow, unable to recall teaching any student who resembled her. No, I don't know you, but we have all heard of your name, Su Tu stammered timidly. Qin Shan dismissed Su Tu with a wave of his hand. Just wait here for now. If all goes well, you should be able to return today. He then wrapped his arm around Gu Qingyin's waist and headed outside. Su Tu stood there, utterly stunned. That rascal Qin Shun had his arm around the teacher, and she had not pushed him away. Moreover, it appeared that the teacher was not resisting. She was even clinging to Qin Shun's arm. Damn it, this scoundrel denies me enjoyment, locks me in the female restroom, yet manages to win over the teacher. Su Tu fumed, green with envy. Meanwhile, Qin Shan and Gu Qingyin arrived at the entrance of the female C dormitory. As anticipated, Lu Qing had surmised correctly. The female C dormitory had already begun organizing defenses. Several entrances on the first floor were barricaded with heavy objects, and through the gaps, one could vaguely see individuals wielding weapons on guard. And no matter your faction, leave at once, or do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. A voice warned loudly upon spotting the duo. From the fourth or fifth floor, someone opened a window and brandished a few flower pots as a threat. Qin Shan shook his head, finding their defenses rather rudimentary. Setting aside the flower pots, he could likely stand still without being hit. Not to mention, he possessed the means of a firearm as a significant advantage. However, he was not there to unleash violence, but rather to seek the mutated fruits. Inform Yi Qingdai that Gu Qingyin has arrived, Qin Chun called out. Barely a moment later, the window on the second floor swung open, revealing an exquisitely beautiful face, with features as delicate as a painting. A high nose, smooth lines, skin as white as snow, and lips lush and full, she embodied a unique, classical beauty. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, slightly curled. Just by observing her visage, Qin Chun could confidently ascertain that this was indeed Yi Qingdai. Only the school belle could possess such stunning features. Jiu Laoshi, Yi Qingdai exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. Please wait, I will have someone open the door immediately. She hurriedly disappeared from the window, leaving Qin Chun feeling a twinge of disappointment. Moments later, the sounds of furniture being moved echoed, and then the front door of the dormitory swung open. Jiu Laoshi, you have finally arrived, Yi Qingdai rushed out, followed closely by several armed girls. However, to Qin Chun, these weapons appeared no more formidable than toys used by children. As Yi Qingdai approached Gu Qingyin, she finally noticed something amiss in her initial excitement upon seeing Gu Qingyin. She had overlooked the detail. Now, as she drew closer, she realized that the teacher was indeed holding onto a man's arm. Furthermore, the way this man looked at her was quite unsettling. Jiu Laoshi, who is this? Yi Qingdai inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. Jiu Qingyin's eyes flickered with uncertainty. At that moment, Qin Shen tightened his hold around her waist, seemingly reminding her of the consequences of silence. Considering the firearm he wielded, Gu Qingyin trembled slightly and quickly said, He is a student from our school, a sportsman, and also my Danwei boyfriend. She endeavored to maintain a composed expression, concealing any signs of faltering. Boyfriend? Yi Qingdai gasped, her expression one of incredulity as she turned to Qin Shen. Qin Shen chuckled, applying a bit more pressure as he embraced Gu Qingyin. Indeed, my name is Qin Shen, and I am currently Gu Laoshi's boyfriend. He glanced down at Gu Qingyin in his arms. Right, dear? Chapter 61. A private conversation with Gu Laoshi. Upon hearing the term dear, Yi Qingdai was nearly driven to madness. She had known Gu Qingyin for quite some time, yet never had she heard mention of a boyfriend. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she noticed Gu Qingyin shyly lowering her head. Jiu Laoshi, Qin Tongxue, let us proceed inside the dormitory, Yi Qingdai suggested, unable to accept this new reality and hastily changing the subject. After ushering the two into the dormitory, the entrance was promptly barricaded once again. Qin Chun surveyed the surroundings and discovered that all exits were obstructed by various cabinets and iron beds. Moreover, each entrance was guarded by girls wielding makeshift weapons, indicating a degree of organization. Yi Qingdai led them to the third floor, entering her dormitory. Compared to the previous dormitories Qin Chun had observed, this one was notably cleaner and more orderly. She poured 2 cups of water and placed them on the table. Jiu Laoshi, you shall reside here from now on. The other 2 female students and I have organized everyone. Resources will be distributed uniformly. To obtain supplies, one must take up arms to protect our dormitory. Yi Qingdai explained, in the short term, no one will dare to attack us here. You will be quite safe. As Gu Qingyin prepared to speak, she suddenly felt Qin Shen's hand on her waist tighten slightly. I will listen to my boyfriend, Gu Qingyin replied softly. Upon mentioning Qin Shen, Yi Qingdai could not contain her curiosity any longer. Gu Laoshi, as far as I know, you have always been single. When did you start dating? Gu Qingyan raised her head, only to meet Qin Chen's amused gaze. She shivered at the sight and quickly followed the narrative he had suggested. I encountered him at an event, and I fell in love at first sight, pursuing him for quite some time before he reluctantly agreed. Yi Qingdai's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to Qin Chen. Gu Laoshi fell for you at first sight, and it took you a long time to agree. She felt as if the world had turned upside down. How could Qin Chen possibly have the audacity to reject Gu Laoshi? To be honest, I still prefer your type. As for Gu Laoshi, I merely accepted her on a begrudging basis, Qin Chen remarked with a grin. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingdai's expression became even more uncontrollable. How could this rascal declare his preference for her type in front of Gu Laoshi without fearing her jealousy? Qin Chen, I advise you to choose your words carefully. Gu Laoshi is right here, and you openly express your fondness for my type. Are you not afraid of inciting her ire? Yi Qingdai admonished, frowning. Qin Chen tightened his embrace around Gu Qingyan and playfully asked, Yi Tongxue claims you might get angry. Is that true? Gu Qingyan quickly shook her head. I have no objections. Yi Qingdai sensed something was amiss and pondered for a moment before addressing Qin Chen. Qin Tongxue, could you please excuse yourself for a moment? I wish to have a word with Gu Laoshi privately. After much contemplation, Yi Qingdai sensed that teacher Gu had been coerced by Qin Chen, which explained her actions. She intended to probe Qin Chen to ascertain whether he would dare to part ways with teacher Gu. If Qin Chen complied and left obediently, that would be acceptable. However, if he insisted on staying close to teacher Gu, it could very well indicate ulterior motives. Very well. Without hesitation, Qin Chen stood up, glancing at Gu Qingyan beside him. You two have a good chat. I shall head next door. The phrase have a good chat was slightly emphasized, causing Gu Qingyan's expression to shift subtly. Yet, at that moment, Yi Qingdai was still observing Qin Chen's demeanor and did not notice this detail. As Qin Chen exited, he unexpectedly encountered two girls. Both were quite attractive, exuding the youthful vitality characteristic of university students in their every gesture. Halt! They each brandished a fruit knife, directing it at Qin Chen as if preparing for battle. Who are you, and how did you sneak in here? The two wore expressions of extreme tension. They were intimately familiar with the occupants of this building. There was simply no way a man could be present, indicating he must have come from outside. Moreover, he had just emerged from Yi Qingdai's room. Could it be that Yi Qingdai had already met with misfortune? Yet, with so many guards downstairs, how had he managed to ascend? While the two were puzzled, Yi Qingdai heard the commotion and stepped out. Jiahui Xiaoman, don't be alarmed. This is teacher Gu's boyfriend. Please take him next door to rest. Yi Qingdai said expressionlessly. The two girls exchanged glances before finally lowering their knives. Come with us, Fan Jiahui said. Qin Chen flashed a bright smile at Yi Qingdai and promptly followed the two girls away. Once inside, the two girls immediately surrounded him, startling Qin Chen. You are teacher Gu's boyfriend? When did this happen? Yes, how come we never heard about teacher Gu having a boyfriend? Are you working? But you look quite young. Are you younger than teacher Gu? When did you two get together? The two bombarded him with questions, leaving Qin Chen utterly bewildered. It is indeed true that the most gossipy individuals are university girls. As the saying goes, it was teacher Gu who pursued me. We only just got together before the apocalypse struck. As for the rest, I'll leave it for teacher Gu to explain. Qin Chen surrendered. It wasn't that he was unwilling to elaborate, but rather that much of what he had concocted was fabricated. Should it contradict what Gu Qingyan said, it would be difficult to reconcile. He was not yet ready to conclude this role-playing game. Whether you want to talk or not. Exactly, we'll just ask teacher Gu later. The two girls scoffed, at this moment. Qin Chen curiously inquired about the situation in the building. Fortunately, his identity as teacher Gu's boyfriend served as a good cover, allowing the girls to speak freely. Through their explanations, Qin Chen began to grasp the current state of affairs. Originally, Yi Qingdai's dormitory was in Building A for girls, but when the apocalypse began, students encountered mutated plants while fleeing from the teaching building. Many weeds and wildflowers, typically trampled underfoot, transformed into terrifying nightmares that claimed the lives of ordinary people. At one point, a clump of foxtail grass had mutated to a height of a person. As the crowd passed by it, its seeds shot out like bullets, instantly killing many. Yi Qingdai had nearly perished beneath that foxtail grass had it not been for Gu Qingyan, who pulled her to safety. After that, Yi Qingdai became separated from her roommates and, in a panic, joined friends in Building C for girls. Initially, Everyone was focused on self-preservation. However, it wasn't long before Lu Yuan from Building D announced that Building C would be his territory and sent his subordinates to forcibly seize girls, resulting in many being violated. Following this, Yi Qingdai collaborated with the two girls to organize resistance, preventing Lu Yuan and his group from looting and assaulting them. The reason Yi Qingdai had not been in contact was also because they feared internal traitors and had confiscated everyone's phones. So, where do you get your food? Qin Shan suddenly asked. Chapter 62. The fruit has been consumed. Upon hearing Qin Shan's question, the two girls exchanged glances and then, in unison, fell silent, refraining from answering. Qin Shan chuckled. The food supplies from the boys' dormitory had been seized from the cafeteria at the onset of the apocalypse. Meanwhile, the girls' dormitory had been in disarray initially but had only recently begun to establish order and seal off the building. Cutting off communication with the outside world, it was evident, even with a mere guess, that this group had no food reserves whatsoever. Noting their silence, Qin Shan shifted the topic to by the way, I heard that someone among you can heal injuries. Is that true? Qin Shan inquired curiously. Such an ability likely stemmed from some acquired power. If possible, he would not mind taking that person with him. This ability, while lacking in combat prowess, served as a walking, comprehensive hospital, a precious asset in the apocalypse. Fan Jiahui quietly remarked, since your teacher Gu's boyfriend, there's no need to hide this from you. A while ago, Yi Qingdai consumed a fruit from a mutated plant, and since then, she has gained healing abilities. According to her, healing others consumes her stamina. The more severe the injury, the greater the energy expenditure. Last time, after treating a severely injured friend, she fainted. Upon hearing this, Qin Shan abruptly stood up. What? She ate that fruit? Qin Shan asked incredulously. He had come specifically to obtain the mutated fruit from Yi Qingdai, only to find out she had consumed it in secret. Yes, Sun Min replied, a look of confusion on her face, unsure why Qin Shan was so agitated. At tea that time, we were starving, and she gave all her food to us, then took the risk of eating that fruit. Luckily, nothing happened to her. Otherwise, we would have regretted it for a lifetime. Qin Shan, lost in thought, sat back down on the bed, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Meanwhile, Yi Qingdai was conversing with Gu Qingyin about Qin Shan. Teacher Gu, now that Qin Shan is not here, please be honest with me. Is there something genuine between you two? Rest assured, he cannot harm you here. You can share anything with me, Yi Qingdai said sincerely. However, Gu Qingyin could only smile bitterly within. She had witnessed Qin Shan conjuring a shotgun out of thin air. Should he become enraged, he alone could wipe out the entire building. I doubt we are indeed in a relationship. Gu Qingyin admitted. Why Yi Qingdai sighed, with your status, what type of boyfriend could you not find? Why settle for someone like him? To be honest, I always feel he is not an ordinary student. Do not let him deceive you. Gu Qingyin opened her mouth, intending to offer a warning, but fearing Yi Qingdai might reveal something in front of Qin Shan, she ultimately chose to remain silent. That person was a cold-blooded demon. She could not afford to show even the slightest hint of vulnerability before Yi Qingdai. By the way, I recall you mentioning that you picked a mutated fruit while fleeing. Do you still have it? Gu Qingyin quickly inquired. Her only objective now was to find a way to retrieve the fruit from Yi Qingdai and leave with Qin Shan as soon as possible, if Qin Shan lingered. Who knew what might transpire? The fruit? I ate it. Yi Qingdai replied candidly. Oh, Teacher Gu, I suspect that those who consume mutated fruits gain special abilities. Based on the information I have, the security guard at the administrative building seems to have also consumed a fruit from a mutated plant. If you learn anything regarding mutated plant fruits, please do not disclose it to others. Otherwise, those with ill intentions will surely come after you, Yi Qingdai warned seriously. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyin's eyes widened in shock. What? You ate it? Gu Qingyin exclaimed, incredulity evident in her voice. Qin Shan's intention in coming was to acquire the mutated fruit, and now that Yi Qingdai had consumed it, would he be enraged enough to unleash a massacre? Furthermore, Yi Qingdai had foolishly reminded her not to disclose any information to others, completely oblivious to the fact that someone was already on their doorstep. Well, a few days ago, we were suffering from hunger, and I had no choice but to eat that fruit. In retrospect, it could be considered a blessing in disguise, Yi Qingdai replied. Had she not shared her food with others and consumed the mutated fruit herself, she would not have gained such abilities. This is bad. We're in trouble now, Gu Qingyin murmured to herself. Why? Yi Qingdai, puzzled, asked, Teacher Gu, what's wrong? What trouble? Just then, the sounds of commotion erupted from downstairs in the dormitory. Yi Qingdai's expression changed and she quickly rose. Teacher, let me go take a look. Please stay put with that. She dashed out of the dormitory. Simultaneously, Fan Jiahui and Sun Min rushed out. The three hurriedly made their way downstairs. Gu Qingyan, feeling anxious, followed suit and happened to spot Qin Shun. Qin Shin, I need to speak with you. Ji Yu Qingyan said softly, biting her lip. She had resolved that, regardless of the cost, she must ensure Yi Qingdai's safety. About the mutated fruit, right? No rush. Let us go see what the fuss is about first. Qin Shin chuckled, seemingly unfazed by the matter, as he led Gu Qingyan downstairs. Ji Yu Qingyan gritted her teeth and then took the initiative to link her arm with Qin Shin's. She needed to lower her stance with Qin Shin. Observing this, Qin Shin smiled, as expected of Teacher Gu. You learn quickly. As the two individuals descended to the first floor, they found a considerable gathering of young women already assembled there. Although many held makeshift weapons in their hands, the raucous shouts of men from outside rendered them speechless with fear. Why, Yi Qingdai? We are aware that you are hiding inside. Open the door at once. Roared a voice from outside. If you don't open it, we shall set it ablaze. You truly have no fear of death, daring to oppose Luke. If you refuse to open the door, you shall all perish today. The men kicked the door while vociferously shouting through the cracks. One could glimpse a dozen young men wielding machetes and steel pipes, with a few even brandishing torches. Standing anxiously before the door were Yi Qingdai and her two companions. Qingdai, if they ignite a fire, we will be in grave danger. What shall we do? Inquired Fan Jiahui with urgency. Indeed, although we possess fire extinguishers, they will eventually run out. Moreover, if the main door is set ablaze, they will be able to storm in, added Sun Min, her expression laden with worry. Yi Qingdai furrowed her brow, lost in thought. She had not anticipated the return of Lu Yuan and his group from the men's dormitory. And with such ferocity, what do you intend to do? If your goal is to drive us to our deaths, then we shall perish together. Yi Qingdai called out, her voice resolute. Upon hearing her words, many young women turned pale. Qingdai Jia, we cannot engage them in a fight, one exclaimed. Indeed, they possess weapons and can set fire. If we resist, we will surely be overpowered, another added. Qingdai Jia, we wish to live. Perhaps we should negotiate with them. The girls clamored in distress. Chapter 63. Internal collapse. Qin Shin stood behind Gu Qingyan, a smirk playing on his lips. What do you think they resemble? He suddenly asked in a hushed tone. What do you mean? Ji Yu Qingyan replied, puzzled. Like a scattered mass of sand, utterly devoid of cohesion. A mere wave that can disperse with a gentle touch, Qin Shin remarked dismissively. This group appeared united against a common foe. Yet they were merely students unaccustomed to real confrontations. A slight external pressure could easily fracture their unity. Especially in times of food scarcity, no external factors would be necessary. Internal discord would unravel them first. At that moment, a lanky young man stepped forward to the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Yi Qingdai, Lu Xiao does not wish to make things difficult for you. Here's the deal. Hand over 10 pounds of food and 10 women, and we will leave at once. What say you? He declared, exuding confidence in their eyes. The dormitory was already within their grasp. A mere group of girls could be easily subdued with a bit of force. Upon hearing the terms, Yi Qingdai flatly refused. No, I shall never agree to such a condition. 10 pounds of food was trivial, but surrendering 10 individuals posed the greatest dilemma. The fate that awaited those sent to the men's dormitory was all too clear. Who would be willing to go? Even a seemingly fair lottery would leave the chosen one unwilling, and chaos would ensue, rendering their efforts futile. Let me sweeten the deal. 5 individuals, how about that? The young man continued. Seeing Yi Qingdai's intent to refuse, Fan Jiahui quickly grasped her hand. Qingdai, you cannot truly wish for us to perish together. We are no match for them, Sun Min urged, stepping forward to dissuade her. Indeed, we have around 300 people. Giving up 5 is a small price to pay. Fan Jiahui subtly indicated a few girls in the corner, recalling when they sought refuge in this dormitory. Those few had previously insisted they should not remain, suggesting it might be an opportunity to send them away. At that moment, the crowd outside pressed further. So, have you made up your minds? Time waits for no one. If you don't speak soon, I shall set fire to the place. Yi Qingdai clenched her teeth and replied, Fine. I accept your terms, however. We need time to gather food and conduct a lottery to select the individuals. You must go back. I will personally deliver them tomorrow morning. The men outside smiled triumphantly. Very well, since the esteemed Eudaxiua has spoken, I shall return to report. But let me caution you, should you dare to play tricks, we shall burn you all alive. With that, the young man signaled his companions to depart, their laughter echoing as they swaggered away. On the way, one young man cautiously inquired, Jiegu, do you think they will truly send someone over? Tang Jie chuckled with confidence. Do you believe they have any other option? Should they fail to deliver the supplies and women, we will simply break down the door and seize them tomorrow. At that moment, someone grumbled in dissatisfaction, Jiegu, we are only getting 5 women. That hardly suffices. I haven't been with a woman for days. I'm about to burst. Tang Jie laughed heartily, addressing the crowd. Rest assured, it won't be long before this fragile faction crumbles. Observing the puzzled expressions of his companions, Tang Jie elaborated, consider it. Yi Qingdai's insistence on unity to resist external threats, only to turn around and offer her own people in a bid for peace. A faction that cannot even protect its own members, who would still trust them. In less than 3 days, they will come crawling to surrender. To that point, who could complain of a lack of women? Upon hearing Tang Jie's explanation, the others began to understand. The demand for food and women was merely a ruse. Their ultimate goal was to dismantle Yi Qingdai's faction. With Jie Ji's assurance, they eagerly awaited the rewards that lay ahead. Haha, do you think we will have the chance to sample the school beauty's favors? One remarked eagerly, I can hardly contain my anticipation. Meanwhile, after the departure of the young men, the young women were in disarray. Qingdai Jia, are we really going to send someone over? One asked. Indeed. I for one refuse to draw lots. I will not go, even if it means death. Another proclaimed, if we go, we will surely be toyed with by those dogs. Who would willingly walk to their doom? The girls surrounded Yi Qingdai, all speaking at once. Why, Yi Qingdai raised her voice. Enough. Let us not panic. I assure you, I will not abandon a single member. What I just agreed to was merely a delaying tactic. Please grant me some time to devise a strategy. All right. After much deliberation, it took the 3 of them a considerable time to disperse the crowd. Seeing Qin Chen and Gu Qingyin nearby, Yi Qingdai forced a smile and approached them. I apologize, Gu Laoshi. I did not mean to put on such a spectacle. With a sigh, she continued, this is indeed a challenging predicament. Gu Qingyin, feeling sympathetic, patted Yi Qingdai's shoulder. You handle so many matters daily. It must be an immense burden. As a teacher, she had a fair understanding of management. It was one thing to manage a class of 30 or 50. It was entirely another to oversee hundreds in a dormitory. Usually, things are manageable, but today's events are particularly troublesome. As she spoke, Yi Qingdai glanced around before whispering, let us discuss this in my dormitory. A few minutes later, they reconvened in Yi Qingdai's room. Truth be told, the supplies in the dormitory were nearly depleted. Within 2 days, they would face starvation. As soon as they settled, Yi Qingdai dropped a bombshell. What? There are no supplies left? Impossible. Just yesterday, you claimed we could last at least 10 days. Exclaimed Fan Jiahui and Sun Min, rising in disbelief. Had I not said this, chaos would have erupted. To prevent internal strife, I didn't even share this with you. Yi Qingdai sighed. The 2 women slumped back down, dejected, sighing in unison. Why, Yi Qingdai was right. If everyone knew that the dormitory had exhausted its supplies, turmoil would surely ensue. To that point, all their hard work in building a fortress would collapse from within. Qingdai Jia, what shall we do next? You just agreed to their terms. Fan Jiahui asked. Her expression grim. It now seemed that neither of the conditions set by the other party could be fulfilled. Making an impending conflict inevitable, I propose we organize a raid against Lu Yuan and his group tonight. Yi Qingdai declared suddenly. Upon hearing this, Fan Jiahui and Sun Min, who had only just sat down, sprang to their feet. What? We are going to launch an offensive against them. They stared at Yi Qingdai in shock, as if she had lost her mind. Qin Shun also looked at Yi Qingdai in surprise, not expecting her to have such audacity to take the initiative. Listen to me. I have been contemplating this plan for some time now. Why? Yi Qingdai stood up, lifting the bed sheet to reveal the bedboard, which she struggled to prop up. Chapter 64. Why should I help you? Beneath the bedboard lay a meticulously drawn map, complete with notes detailing the various factions, their numbers, and their strength. Qingdai Jia. What is this? Fan Jiahui exclaimed in astonishment, Having lived together for so long without knowing of Yi Qingdai's extensive documentation, in this apocalyptic world, merely defending one building is futile. Food will eventually run out. We cannot remain passive. We must take the initiative. Today, they have cornered us, and this may very well be our opportunity. I have received information that there are still considerable supplies in the men's dormitory. If we can seize them, we could sustain ourselves for at least another 2 weeks, Yi Qingdai stated with a steely resolve, exuding an aura akin to that of a general. At that moment, Qin Shun could not help but chuckle. "Oh, pardon me, please continue," he said, waving his hand dismissively, indicating that they need not mind him. Yi Qingdai furrowed her brows and cast an indignant glance at Qin Shin, inquiring, "Qin Shin, do you believe there is any flaw in what I have stated? As Gu Laoshir's boyfriend, you should feel free to express your thoughts." Yu Qingyan, apprehensive that Yi Qingdai's plan might have a flaw, hastily shook Qin Shin's arm. Recalling a few tricks that Lu Qing had taught her before leaving, Gu Qingyan, in a somewhat coy manner, urged, "Just share your thoughts. It would be perfect to refine Qingdai's plan." Observing Gu Qingyan's demeanor, Yi Qingdai and the others were momentarily taken aback. Typically, Gu Qingyan presented an aloof and unapproachable facade during classes. How could she suddenly act so charming? Was this what love did to women? At that moment, Qin Shun pointed towards the bed frame, indicating that while the information gathering was commendable, he wished to inquire about the specifics of her offensive strategy. Upon hearing Qin Shin's question, Yi Qingdai confidently replied, "I assumed you might be asking something else. Of course, I have an offensive plan. Tonight, I will lead a group under the pretense of delivering supplies and women, deceiving them into opening the door, and then catch them off guard for a swift strike." Fan Jiahui clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming that the plan was excellent. Surely, they would not anticipate that they would dare to take action. Perhaps it could indeed succeed. However, Qin Shin sighed, "Is this truly all?" Yi Qingdai frowned slightly. "What else should I have? Is my plan not feasible?" Qin Shun was at a loss for words. Did this woman truly think that a melee with hundreds of people was as simple as child's play? Seeing the disdainful expression on Qin Shin's face, Gu Qingyan grew anxious. Though others might be oblivious, she was aware that Qin Shun had survived in the apocalypse for so long and had awakened special abilities. His insights far surpassed those of Yi Qingdai and her companions. If this plan had genuine flaws, then Yi Qingdai would be in grave danger. "Qin dear, do you see any issues with Qingdai's plan? You could offer suggestions to help her refine it in her eagerness to assist Yi Qingdai." Gu Qingyan boldly addressed Qin Shun with such an intimate term in front of the 3 students. Qin Shun chuckled, playfully tracing his finger along Gu Qingyan's chin. "Very well, in consideration of my girlfriend, I shall offer a few words." He then turned to Yi Qingdai with a knowing smile. "First question. Do you believe there are any traitors within your dormitory?" As Yi Qingdai opened her mouth to respond, Qin Shun directly interrupted her. "Hold your denial. Think about it first. In a dormitory with 200 to 300 girls, many of whom likely have boyfriends. If those boyfriends provided even the slightest assurance, do you think they would hesitate to betray your plan?" He dismissed her objections about their phones being confiscated, stating, "I just checked, and there are several devices detectable via Bluetooth, not to mention those whose Bluetooth remains active." Qin Shun retrieved his phone to showcase the Bluetooth devices to Yi Qingdai. He had previously discerned that Su Weiwei had hidden a phone to secretly contact her boyfriend in the middle of the night using this very tactic. Nowadays, many people owned more than one phone, and it would be easy for Yi Qingdai to hide a few while collecting them. Upon seeing the Bluetooth devices displayed on Qin Shin's phone, Yi Qingdai's expression darkened significantly. "You are right. There is indeed a possibility of traitors among us. However, I could inform everyone of the plan at the last minute to significantly reduce the chances of it being leaked." Yi Qingdai remained unyielding, attempting to counter. "Have you considered the combat capabilities? Surely, you do not believe that the physical differences between men and women can be easily bridged." Since the apocalypse began, the male dormitory had engaged in several skirmishes over territory and resources, resulting in fatalities. With a group of boys seasoned in bloodshed, even a surprise attack would likely yield minimal effect. Moreover, Qin Shin chuckled. "Can you guess how many of 10 girls faint at the sight of blood?" During his university days, he had witnessed countless blood tests. Among 10 girls, at least 7 claimed to be squeamish at the sight of blood. It was unlikely that they could stand their ground in a genuine fight. They would probably be the first to flee at the sight of blood. Did they truly believe anyone could be pulled into battle? Yi Qingdai was left speechless, unsure of how to respond. Darling, then do you have any solutions? Gu Qingyin inquired anxiously. Of course, I do. Qin Shun replied nonchalantly. Really? What is the solution? Yi Qingdai, brimming with excitement, hastened to Qin Chen's side. After all the despair from Qin Chen's earlier commentary, she was astonished to learn that he possessed a method to deal with their adversaries. Why should I tell you? Qin Shun assessed Yi Qingdai's delicate features, a smirk playing on his lips. Upon hearing this, the women were left in shock. Why should you? We are on the same side. If anything happens to us, wouldn't you and Gu Laoshi be at risk as well? Yi Qingdai exclaimed in a frenzy. Qin Shen shook his finger. You are mistaken. Gu Qingyin and I have never claimed we would join you. However, if you wish for my assistance, it is not out of the question. At this juncture, Qin Shan gestured for the other women to leave. You may step out. I need to speak with Yi Qingdai privately. Fan Jiahui and Sun Min exchanged puzzled glances, but, upon Yi Qingdai's silent cue, rose and exited the dormitory. Although Gu Qingyin was concerned about what Qin Shun might do to Yi Qingdai, she dared not defy his request and cast him a pleading glance before departing as well. You wish to discuss? Alone with Qin Shen, Yi Qingdai suddenly felt a sense of pressure. Akin to being stalked by a predator in the forest, I can help you resolve the issues with Lu Yuan. But I have one condition, Qin Shan stated with a grin. What condition? Yi Qingdai's voice trembled with tension. Qin Shen scrutinized her exquisite face before teasingly suggesting, become my pet. Chapter 65. Has Gu Laoshi moved in together? Upon hearing those words, Yi Qingdai's expression shifted dramatically, and she stumbled back several steps. What did you say? She asked incredulously. I said, I want you to become my pet. That's so hard to comprehend. Qin Shan stood up, advancing closer. Why, you stop right there. If you come any closer, I will scream. Gu Laoshi is right outside. Yi Qingdai threatened through gritted teeth. Qin Shan chuckled, uttering the classic line, go ahead and scream. Even if you shout until your throat is raw, she wouldn't dare come in. At that moment, Yi Qingdai suddenly grasped the implications. Wait, Gu Laoshi is not your girlfriend. She is also being coerced by you. Isn't she? Yi Qingdai exclaimed in shock. The audacity with which Qin Shun made such a demand, coupled with his certainty that Gu Laoshi would not enter, indicated that Gu Laoshi had likely been threatened long ago. Rather than worrying about Gu Qingyin, you should contemplate your own situation. Qin Shan chuckled. If those boys do not see their comrades by tomorrow, they will come looking for you, and at that point, even if you beg me to intervene, I will refuse. Heaven knew when the others would arrive or how they might ignite trouble. Qin Shun was determined not to place himself in peril. If negotiations failed today, he would leave with Gu Qingyin tonight. Naturally, he would employ subtle methods to take Yi Qingdai along as well. Yi Qingdai stood frozen, enveloped in silence. Outside, Fan Jiahui and Sun Min cautiously inquired of Gu Qingyin, Gu Laoshi, what exactly does your boyfriend have up his sleeve? Can he genuinely handle Lu Yuan and his gang? Gu Qingyin forced a smile. She had witnessed firsthand the shotgun in Qin Shen's possession. For an ordinary person, that weapon represented a significant disparity in power. No matter how fierce or skilled those male students were, they could not possibly withstand a bullet, could they? However, she dared not divulge this information to the two girls and could only offer reassurance. He's quite capable. He should have a solution. Please do not worry. Just as she finished speaking, the dormitory doors swung open, and Qin Shun strode out nonchalantly. Yu Qingyin quickly glanced back into the dormitory, her heart sinking as she caught sight of Yi Qingdai sitting on the bed. Faintly sobbing, Qingdai! Gu Qingyin called out in concern, about to rush forward to check on her when Qin Shan grasped her arm. I merely offered her a suggestion. She is contemplating it seriously. So do not disturb her thoughts, he continued. Come, it will soon be dark, and I am feeling a bit tired. Accompany me to rest. With that, Qin Shan shut the dormitory door and turned to Fan Jiahui and Sun Min. Is it all right if we borrow this dormitory for the night? No problem. Fan Jiahui nodded, then turned to Gu Qingyin, asking, Gu Laoshi, where would you like to sleep tonight? I can arrange it for you. No need to trouble yourselves. We can share a dormitory, Qin Shen cheerfully replied, wrapping his arms around Gu Qingyin. Right, darling? Gu Qingyin's face flushed slightly, but under Qin Shen's gaze, she ultimately nodded meekly. Jiahui, Xiaomin, you do not need to go to any trouble. Upon hearing this, Fan Jiahui and Sun Min were utterly astonished. The eternally aloof Gu Laoshi was in a romantic relationship, which had already shattered their worldview. Now, Gu Laoshi was implying that they had moved in together. Was this truly not a jest? We are eager to rest, so we won't chat any longer. Please try not to disturb Qing Dai while she is deep in thought. Qin Shen added, "Oh, and please remember to bring earplugs tonight. I fear the dormitory's sound insulation may not be adequate and could disrupt your rest." With that, Qin Shen's intentions were clear, and the two girls instantly understood, their faces turning crimson as they clumsily bid farewell and fled. Qin Shen chuckled lightly, wrapping his arm around Gu Qingyan as they made their way to the adjacent dormitory. Upon entering, Gu Qingyan immediately wriggled free from Qin Shen's grasp, her expression turning grave as she questioned, "Qin Shen, what exactly did you say to Yi Qing Dai? I warn you, if you dare to." Her words were abruptly cut off as Qin Shen seized her wrist. "Are you threatening me?" he asked, a smirk playing on his lips. Gu Qingyan found herself at a loss for words. Threaten Qin Shen? What leverage did she possess over him? Not only was her life at stake, but the lives of all the female students in the building rested in his hands. "Qin Shen, I beg you, just let Qing Dai go. You wanted me to be your pet, and I agreed. If you spare her, I will willingly become your pet from now on. Is that acceptable?" Gu Qingyan pleaded, her fear of Qin Shen's potential actions against Yi Qing Dai gnawing at her. If that were to happen, she would never forgive herself. Even in death, rest assured, I merely presented her with two choices. How she proceeds is entirely up to her, Qin Shen replied. He had weighed the pros and cons. If he wished to have Yi Qing Dai at his disposal in the future, he could not employ coercive measures. Thus, he had allowed her time to consider, confident in his ability to win her over. He had given Yi Qing Dai a deadline of midnight, which was still several hours away, and he felt no urgency. After reclining on the bed, Qin Shen activated the mental link, commanding the golden ants to begin excavating a new tunnel. He had nearly completed his intelligence gathering regarding the school. Aside from the 2 mutated fruits consumed by Yi Qing Dai and the security guard at the administrative building, there had been no further reports of mutated fruits. Consequently, he had no choice but to explore new areas. According to the map, the nearest concentration of humans to the Tongxin Garden community was this university campus, followed by a business incubator located approximately 2 kilometers away. The incubator boasted 6 or 7 office buildings, with an underground parking facility connected, resembling the structure of the community. However, adjacent to the incubator was a park, dense with vegetation, where the likelihood of finding mutated fruits was substantial. More people became aware of the abilities granted by consuming mutated fruits. The pace of collection had to hasten. The apocalypse had only just begun a fortnight ago, and it was uncertain how far the mutated plants and animals would evolve. Only by continuously enhancing his powers could Qin Shen ensure his survival. Hence, he set his sights on the incubator, instructing the golden ants to commence excavation. The larger community further away and the Julong nightclub were disregarded, as Qin Shen had received news from Su Weiwei's boyfriend that the Julong nightclub was actively seeking mutated fruits, and it was likely that the community had already been ransacked by its members. Just as he finished issuing his orders, a knock echoed from the door. Gu Qingyan, standing nearby, trembled in fear as she glanced towards the dormitory entrance. "What are you hesitating for? Open the door," Qin Shen said nonchalantly. Gu Qingyan's lack of awareness was astonishing. If it were Lu Qing or Su Weiwei, they would have opened the door without his prompting. Clearly, she needed to be taught some manners. Qin Shen pondered this. Gu Qingyan cautiously opened the door, revealing the delicate figure of Yi Qing Dai standing at the threshold. Chapter 66. Night Raid on the Boys' Dormitory. "Oh, have you made up your mind?" Qin Shen remarked with amusement. Why? Yi Qing Dai lifted her gaze, her eyes calm as she addressed Qin Shen. "I will comply with your request, but you must first demonstrate your strength." "Strength?" Qin Shen chuckled, raising his hand to reveal a pitch-black shotgun. "Does this count as strength?" Upon seeing the weapon in Qin Shen's hands, Yi Qing Dai gasped in shock. You have a gun." It suddenly dawned on her where Qin Shen's confidence stemmed from. Qin Shen shrugged, and in the next moment, the shotgun vanished into thin air. "I wouldn't mind helping you resolve your troubles, but first, I need to see your sincerity," he said, sizing up Yi Qing Dai's figure. At that moment, Gu Qingyan anxiously grasped Yi Qing Dai's shoulder. "Qing Dai, what have you promised him?" "You mustn't act recklessly." With a wry smile, Yi Qing Dai replied, "Teacher Gu, I know you are not here willingly either. I appreciate your efforts. I have agreed that if he can save everyone in the dormitory, I will become his pet." Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyan felt as if struck by lightning, disbelief etched across her face. After a brief moment, she whirled around, glaring at Qin Chen. "You bastard. Didn't you promise me you wouldn't harm Qing Dai? You deceived me." Qin Chen raised his hands in mock innocence. "How is this harming her? She possesses healing abilities and will surely attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Rather than letting her fall into their hands, wouldn't it be better for her to be with me? At least with me, she won't have to worry about survival," he continued. "Moreover, this is her voluntary choice." "I did not coerce her," Yi Qingdai interjected. "Teacher Gu, there's no need to persuade me anymore. I have made my decision. If my sacrifice can save so many lives, it is a worthy exchange," Yu Qingyan sighed. "At a loss for words, Asa teacher, shouldn't you guide Yi Qingdai in certain matters?" Qin Shun remarked with a sly smile. "What?" Gu Qingyan stared at him, dumbfounded. At that moment, Qin Shun seemed to recall something and added, "I almost forgot. You haven't experienced romance before, so you might not know the next steps." Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyan instantly grasped Qin Shin's intent. He was suggesting. But she had never gone through such experiences herself. How could she possibly instruct Yi Qingdai? "Since you are no more knowledgeable than I am, you might as well observe closely and let your student teach you a lesson," Qin Shin teased. Yi Qingdai's face flushed bright red as she implored, "Teacher, please, you should leave. I don't want anyone else to witness that kind of thing." The mere act of approaching Qin Shun had already stripped her of her dignity. If Gu Qingyan were to witness everything, she might as well take her own life. Qin Shun pulled Yi Qingdai into his embrace, teasing, "Why are you being so selfish? Teacher Gu taught you knowledge without reservation. Shouldn't you also impart your knowledge to her in kind?" This was the first time Yi Qingdai had been held by a man, leaving her feeling utterly uncomfortable. She wished to struggle, but her strength was no match for Qin Shin's. "Oh, let go of me," Yi Qingdai shouted, her voice tinged with tears. Qin Shin grinned wickedly, ignoring her protests. Yu Qingyan sighed inwardly at the sight. Just as she lifted her high heels to leave, Qin Shin's voice rang out from behind. "Are you planning to leave? Stay here and watch closely. If you dare to step outside, I will kill her without hesitation." At those words, Gu Qingyan froze in place. At 11 o'clock that night, two figures emerged from the girls' dormitory. Qin Shin, with Gu Qingyan in tow, strode purposefully towards the boys' dormitory. "If you wish to remain by my side, bloodshed is inevitable. Thus, tonight serves as a test for you," Qin Shun remarked to Gu Qingyan, who had surprisingly expressed her desire to stay with him after the earlier incident, leaving him somewhat astonished. However, upon seeing the weakened Yi Qingdai, he understood her motives. Clearly, Gu Qingyan was still concerned for Yi Qingdai's safety and wished to accompany her. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Shun made a small request, that Gu Qingyan accompany him to the boys' dormitory to witness the violence firsthand. Reluctantly, she agreed. Originally, Yi Qingdai was meant to join them, but she was unable to rise from her bed. Leaving Gu Qingyan to go alone, Qin Shin chuckled as he spoke. "Why Yi Qingdai wished to stay by my side, but she cannot at this moment, so you will be the one to experience this." Gu Qingyan remained silent. While her courage was not lacking among the girls, it was limited to tasks such as gutting fish or steaming shrimp. She had never even witnessed the act of killing a chicken, let alone taking a human life. Moments later, Qin Chen brought Gu Qingyan to the front of the boys' dormitory. 2 guards were stationed inside, but they had long since fallen asleep. Without hesitation, Qin Chen retrieved his shotgun and pulled the trigger. With a deafening bang, the lock shattered. The 2 guards jolted awake, but before they could comprehend the situation, 2 more gunshots rang out. "Why bother waking up when you were sleeping so soundly?" Qin Shin quipped as he strolled past the bodies that had been riddled with bullets. Taking Gu Qingyan upstairs, Yu Qingyan cast a cautious glance, her stomach churning as she nearly retched at the sight. Meanwhile, the commotion had roused everyone in the dormitory. It was impossible to remain asleep with such a cacophony. "What exploded?" Lu Yuan groggily climbed out of bed, shoving aside the 2 girls beside him. Moments later, he rushed out of the dormitory clad only in his shorts. "What the hell is happening?" Lu Yuan shouted. As his words fell, several more gunshots echoed through the hallway. In front of Qin Shun lay the lifeless bodies of those who had emerged to investigate the commotion, caught unawares and taken down one by his gunfire. No wonder people favored shotguns. They were indeed effective. Qin Shin chuckled to himself. At close range, aiming was unnecessary. It was almost guaranteed to take down one with each shot. Yu Qingyan covered her eyes, unable to bear the gruesome scene before her. Qin Shin, unfazed, continued to lead her to the top floor. According to the intelligence, The leaders of these factions resided on the top floor, and Lu Yuan was no exception. Upon reaching the top floor, the corridor lay desolate, devoid of any presence. Just moments ago, Lu Yuan and his companions had received alarming news of an armed intruder breaching the dormitory, prompting them to seek refuge immediately. Damn it! Wasn't that gunman in the melee building? How did he come here? Could it be that Li Qingfeng from melee has colluded with the gunman to target me? Lu Yuan huddled in the cramped confines of a wardrobe. Trembling uncontrollably, during the teleconference a few days prior, they had learned of the gunman in the male A dormitory, which had left Li Qingfeng utterly petrified. Little did they expect the menace to venture into their territory. Heaven above, earth below, please do not let him be here for me. Lu Yuan muttered in a fervent prayer. Meanwhile, in the corridor, Qin Chun thrust a shotgun into Gu Qingyan's hands. This is Gu Qingyan gazed at Qin Chun in shock, nearly at a loss for words. Let us play a little game. You have 10 minutes to locate Lu Yuan, or you shall bear the consequences, Qin Chun said with a mischievous glint in his eye. Chapter 67. The jumping incident. Gu Qingyan cradled the shotgun, her expression one of utter disbelief. She could never have anticipated that Qin Chun would entrust her with a firearm. More importantly, he expected her to find Lu Yuan. Was this some kind of joke? Qin Chun. I can't. Gu Qingyan stammered, trembling. Well, since you are unwilling to take a life, I shall return and eliminate Yi Qingdai instead. After all, having tasted the sweetness of the campus belle, I see no need to keep her around, Qin Chun replied, his voice dripping with malice. At his words, Gu Qingyan shuddered. Although she was aware that Qin Chun was likely trying to intimidate her, she could not afford to gamble. So, what will it be? You have 3 seconds to decide. Hurry up. Qin Chun urged, beginning a countdown. 3.2. I'll do it. Gu Qingyan suddenly shouted, interrupting Qin Chun. That's more like it. Before me? The only thing you need to do is obey, understand? Qin Chun said, his fingers brushing against her cheek in a satisfied manner. Gu Qingyan's eyes brimmed with tears, unsure whether it was from fear or anxiety. She wiped her tears, steadied herself with the weapon, and approached the nearest dormitory. Fortuitously, the first door was unlocked, swinging open with a gentle push. However, upon witnessing the scene inside, Gu Qingyan froze in place. A dozen or so female students were bound to iron frame beds, quivering in terror, clearly having endured severe torment. Many seemed on the verge of madness. Upon seeing someone enter, they collectively shrieked in fear. Do not be afraid. I mean you no harm, Gu Qingyan called out urgently. Yet, her words fell on deaf ears as they pressed against the walls in a desperate attempt to escape. Qin Chun seized Gu Qingyan by the arm, observing that these girls had likely been driven to the brink of insanity by their suffering, rendering any hope of salvation futile. But Gu Qingyan, as if possessed, cried out, No, they are still alive. They can be saved. I am a teacher. I cannot abandon any student. Please, let me rescue them. Tears streaming down her face, she begged Qin Chun. Having spent the previous days in the administrative building where the principal maintained order, this was her first encounter with such a harrowing situation. Qin Chun sighed, then produced a pair of pliers from his infinite supplies and handed them to Gu Qingyan. Without uttering a word, she shot him a grateful glance and approached the frightened girls. Do not fear. I am here to save you. Gu Qingyan delicately began to cut the chains, wary of startling them. At last, one girl appeared to recognize Gu Qingyan. Teacher Gu. Is that really you? Gu Qingyan nodded vigorously. Yes, I am Gu Qingyan, and I have come to rescue you. However, several girls shook their heads in a sorrowful laugh. Teacher Gu, do you think we can ever return to being normal? We have long since passed away. Gu Qingyan's heart ached with anguish as she reassured them. Do not be afraid. As long as you can live, there is hope. First, put on some clothes and follow me. I will take you away from here. Upon hearing this, the girls silently gathered the tattered clothing from the corners and began to dress. At that moment, one girl smiled at Gu Qingyan, saying, Teacher Gu, thank you for giving us a dignified end. With that, she suddenly pushed open the window and leaped out. No, Gu Qingyan instinctively cried out. But at that instant, the remaining girls rushed towards the window in a frenzy. In mere seconds, the dormitory was left with only Qin Chun and Gu Qingyan. Gu Qingyan remained with her arms outstretched, but before her stood an empty space. Gu Qingyan's lips parted, yet she could not find the words. Despite having attempted to save them, why had they chosen to end their lives? Well, You could say you saved them, Qin Shen remarked nonchalantly. After experiencing the brutal chaos in the community, such occurrences no longer stirred his emotions excessively. After all, more than half of the people in the community had perished in internal strife, suffering far worse than these female students. At that moment, Gu Qingyin seemed to recall something, abruptly snatching the shotgun from Qin Shen's hands. I will kill Lu Yuan and avenge these girls. With that, she stormed out in a fury. After searching through 2 rooms, Gu Qingyin finally located Lu Yuan's dormitory. 2 girls huddled on the bed, trembling in fear. Where is Lu Yuan? Gu Qingyin demanded in a low voice. The 2 girls dared not speak, their eyes fixated on the wardrobe. Gu Qingyin flung the wardrobe door open, revealing Lu Yuan cowering inside. Get out! Gu Qingyin gritted her teeth. Do not shoot! Do not shoot! Lu Yuan, nearly wetting himself in fear, shouted hastily. Struggling to crawl out, he was met with the dark muzzle of the gun, causing his knees to buckle as he fell to the ground. Yet, when he recognized the person before him, he froze in shock. Teacher Gu, why are you here? Lu Yuan asked, astonished. Lu Yuan, at first, when I heard you were leading numerous boys in wrongdoing, committing arson and robbery, I did not believe it. I never imagined I was so mistaken about you, Gu Qingyin said, her expression a tumult of emotions. Qin Shen, intrigued by their acquaintance, produced a small stool and a bag of sunflower seeds, asking, So, what is the story here? Lu Yuan, preoccupied with the gun in Gu Qingyin's hands, barely paid Qin Shen any mind. Teacher, I made some mistakes, but in this apocalypse, I had no choice but to survive. The tuition for the past few days is all thanks to your generosity. You know my character best. I am not a bad person. Lu Yuan recounted his painful past, hoping to evoke sympathy from Gu Qingyin. Noticing a flicker of hesitation in Gu Qingyin's eyes, Lu Yuan felt a surge of hope and continued, Teacher Gu, I currently have over 100 people with me. With your gun, a single command from you could allow us to dominate the entire campus within days. Rest assured, you will be the leader of this faction. Anyone who dares to defy you will face my wrath first. At that moment, Qin Shen interjected. Now that you mention it, I must offer some impartial commentary. In this apocalypse, resorting to extreme measures for survival is, alas, unavoidable. Upon hearing Qin Shen's words, Lu Yuan's expression brightened, as if he found a kindred spirit. However, the following statement from Qin Shen caused his countenance to darken. But if you claim to do all this for survival, then what about the 2 girls you forcibly took and the dozen or so from another dormitory? Were they also sacrifices for your survival? Qin Shen pointed at the 2 trembling girls on the bed. Recalling the harrowing sight of the girls leaping to their deaths moments ago, Gu Qingyin clenched her teeth, her finger resting on the trigger of the shotgun. Chapter 68. A Massacre. Teacher Gu, please, do not. Lu Yuan cried, instinctively shielding himself with his hands. I admit I may have gotten carried away, but everyone else is doing it. I cannot be the odd one out. Just think, if you pull the trigger, how are you any different from a beast like me? You are a teacher. You possess noble morals. You cannot take a life so casually. Lu Yuan attempted to morally bind Gu Qingyin. At that moment, Qin Shen finished the last of his sunflower seeds, tossing the shells aside before stepping behind Gu Qingyin. His arms slipped around her sides, creating a pose reminiscent of Jack and Rose from Titanic, albeit with the stark difference that Gu Qingyin held a shotgun instead of extending her arms in embrace. What are you doing? Lu Yuan shouted in terror. Ignoring Lu Yuan's fear, Qin Shen leaned closer to Gu Qingyin's ear and whispered, Like a devil's temptation, the lives he has taken number in the dozens, if not the hundreds. Killing him would rid the world of a scourge. If you let him go, do you truly believe he will spare Yi Qingdai and her friends? Consider the fate that awaits them, just like those girls who jumped at as he spoke. Qin Shen placed his hand over Gu Qingyin's finger on the trigger. A gentle press, and all will be resolved. See? It's quite simple, isn't it? He coaxed. Gu Qingyin bit her lip, memories of the girls who had just leaped flashing through her mind. Had it not been for this apocalypse, they might still be in the classroom, pursuing a bright future. Lu Yuan, having brought this upon himself, is beyond redemption. If your actions were solely for self-preservation, I could perhaps comprehend your motives, but your insatiable desires have led to the suffering of countless innocents. And I cannot grant you mercy. Gu Qingyin articulated each word with precision. Upon hearing her words, Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. then erupted into a frenzied laughter. I knew it. No matter what, you would not spare me today. Yet, I never anticipated that even now, you would still spout lofty ideals. Yes, I am driven by ambition and desire, but what of it, Teacher Gu? No, Gu Qingyan. We are in an apocalyptic world. Who still cares for righteousness and morality? I simply wish to rise above others, to see those once privileged beg at my feet for mercy. Do you remember the belle of our class? She rejected my advances, yet now, for a mere morsel, she willingly shares my bed? The very next day, boom. Lu Yuan's words were abruptly cut off by the sound of a gunshot. A barrage of steel pellets pierced his body, splattering blood against the wall. After a brief moment, two girls screamed in terror. Ji Qingyan's mind was a blank slate. Trembling, she gazed at the grotesque sight of Lu Yuan's lifeless form, unable to suppress a wave of nausea. The gruesome scene even made Qin Shun feel a twinge of revulsion. Being so close, half of Lu Yuan's body was obliterated. If he continued to stare, he would likely lose his appetite for the day. You are both free now, Qin Shun assured the two girls, then took Gu Qingyan by the hand and exited the dormitory. I have committed murder, Ji Qingyan murmured, lost in despair. Suddenly, as if recalling something, she fixed her gaze on Qin Shun. No, it was you who pulled the trigger. I did not kill him, did I? Qin Shun gently tucked a stray hair behind Gu Qingyan's ear and replied with a smile. Teacher Gu, lying is a poor habit. You know, I did not lift a finger just now. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyan broke down in tears. If you had not fired, those girls, including Yi Qingdai, would have suffered. You eliminated one to save hundreds, Qin Shun consoled. But I still took a life, Gu Qingyan sobbed. Qin Shun chuckled softly and embraced her, welcoming her to the apocalypse. Ji Qingyan shuddered. Qin Shun wiped her tears away, saying, all right, we have matters to attend to with that. He took the shotgun from Gu Qingyan's hands. The dormitory was already filled with individuals eager to escape under the cover of darkness. After all, there was a gunman within who had claimed many lives, and no one dared to linger any longer. Bang, bang, bang. Without hesitation, Qin Shun fired at anyone in sight. Since he had promised to resolve Yi Qingdai's troubles, he would certainly uphold his word. Merely eliminating Lu Yuan would not suffice. After all, with Lu Yuan gone, there would still be Zhao Yuan, Qian Yuan, and Sun Yuan to contend with. Only by dismantling this power structure could the girls' dormitory be spared from further peril. As for what would come next, that was no longer his concern. One body after another fell to the ground, and even Gu Qingyan became numb to the horror by the end. Brother, spare me. I will be your loyal subordinate. Whatever you command, I will obey. Just that evening, Tang Jie, who had just boisterously taunted in the girls' dormitory, fell to his knees, pleading for mercy as Qin Shan pursued him. Sorry, but I have no use for a coward. I seek only a loyal little pet. Qin Shan chuckled and pulled the trigger. Tang Jie was sent flying as if struck by a truck, the force of the impact launching him away. Let us go. Qin Shun calmly led Gu Qingyan out of the dormitory. Ji Qingyan tread carefully, avoiding the bloodstains on the floor. Meanwhile, the other major factions in the community were on high alert. The leaders of Li Qingfeng and several other factions convened an emergency video meeting. What is happening? We have heard gunfire multiple times over the past 2 days. Do we actually have a gunman in our school? The cafeteria manager, Meng Hao, inquired with a furrowed brow. It is well known that the cafeteria is the most stocked place for supplies, and he feared that the gunman's next target would be the cafeteria. The gunfire was nearby, and I have received reliable information that the gunman just conducted a massacre at the male dormitory. Lu Yuan did not answer his phone, indicating he may have fallen victim. Li Qingfeng stated solemnly, last time the gunman broke into the dormitory, he took Su too. To this day, I still do not understand why. Not long after, he appeared again, this time with a bloodbath. According to those who escaped, the gunman has killed at least dozens. By the way, I heard that the gunman brought a woman with him. It was the teacher, Gu Qingyan, who was supposed to be in the administrative building. I wonder if Master Wang is aware of the situation? Li Qingfeng pondered aloud, turning to Wang Dazhu. Over the past few days, with Qiu Hong's assistance, Wang Dazhu had fully taken control of the administrative building, becoming a local tyrant. Moreover, he had already collected supplies by threatening other factions, ensuring he would not face shortages in the near term. Ji Qingyan has indeed fled. She must have been rescued by that gunman. Wang Dazhu stated angrily, He had initially intended to savor the beauty that was Gu Qingyin, but after searching in vain for her whereabouts, he realized she had escaped. What should we do? We cannot simply ignore this gunman. Can we? Meng Hao sighed and asked. Chapter 69. Do you believe in love at first sight? Before long, Qin Shan returned with Gu Qingyin to the girls' dormitory. Although Yi Qingdai was unwell, she managed to rise from her bed and, along with Fan Jiahui and Sun Min, arrived early at the first-floor hall to await their return. Upon seeing Qin Shan and Gu Qingyin, Yi Qingdai's eyes sparkled. What happened? She inquired anxiously. She had vaguely heard gunfire moments ago and suspected that Qin Shan had resolved the issue with Lu Yuan and his cronies. Yet, she still wished for confirmation from Qin Shan himself. Words alone are not enough. Teacher Gu, please show them. Qin Shan smiled. Ji Qingyin, suppressing her discomfort, took out her phone. In her fear, she had not noticed that Qin Shan had taken numerous photos with her device. This is Lu Yuan, his body utterly destroyed. I believe his face should be recognizable, right? Look at how considerate Teacher Gu is. Had I aimed for Lu Yuan's head, he would have been hard to identify. Qin Shan explained, pointing at the photo of Lu Yuan's corpse. This one is the brat who was causing a ruckus at the dormitory entrance. I dealt with him too. As for the others, I suppose it is unnecessary to introduce them all individually, right? Lu Yuan's faction has been dismantled, and for the foreseeable future, none shall pose a threat to you, Qin Shan remarked nonchalantly. Yi Qingdai bit her lip. Murmuring thank you. Qin Shan lifted Yi Qingdai's chin with his finger, laughing softly. No need for thanks. Your service attitude has pleased me greatly. After saying this, amid the astonished gazes of Fan Jiahui and Sun Min, Qin Shan took Gu Qingyin in his arms and headed upstairs. I am quite exhausted today. Let us discuss matters tomorrow. I wish to rest with Teacher Gu, he declared. After Qin Shan and Gu Qingyin left, Yi Qingdai also attempted to depart but was immediately blocked by Fan Jiahui and Sun Min Qingdai. What exactly transpired between you two? Yes, how could Qin Shan single-handedly kill Lu Yuan and the others? Is he truly the legendary gunman? Both wore expressions of shock and confusion. They were completely unaware of the events that had transpired, only knowing that Qin Shan had gone to help resolve their troubles. They had not anticipated that upon his return, he would bear the weight of countless lives taken. Furthermore, what did Qin Shan mean by praising Yi Qingdai's service attitude? Wasn't his girlfriend Teacher Gu? How could he flirt with Yi Qingdai in front of her? Teacher Gu would surely not tolerate such behavior. Sigh, this is something I initially did not want to share with you. Yi Qingdai sighed and recounted the general course of events to the two. According to my agreement with Qin Shan, I may leave with him in a few days, and I entrust you all to protect our sisters here, Yi Qingdai lamented. Qin Shan possesses a firearm and is exceedingly ruthless. If he does not fulfill his promise, who knows what horrors this demon may unleash. So that is how it is. Fan Jiahui and Sun Min exchanged glances, their eyes communicating unspoken thoughts, before they both comforted Yi Qingdai. Qingdai, you are sacrificing for everyone. We will remember your contributions. Indeed, from now on, you shall be the greatest benefactor of our dormitory. They took turns reassuring her. At that moment, Fan Jiahui cautiously asked, by the way, Qingdai, if you leave with him, what will happen to the supplies? Can he support 2 people? Yi Qingdai nodded, stating that according to Teacher Gu, he possessed ample supplies, and for the immediate future, there should be no shortage. Upon hearing this, Fan Jiahui and Sun Min exchanged another glance, their eyes brimming with excitement. If that is the case, then leaving with Qin Shan seems quite favorable. After all, he has both firearms and supplies, relieving them of worries about survival. Fan Jiahui and Sun Min continued to persuade her for a while before accompanying Yi Qingdai upstairs. However, their eyes kept exchanging glances, as if pondering something. Back in the dormitory, Qin Shan lay down on the bed. What are you standing there for? Come and rest. It's late, and I'm exhausted from all this activity, he urged. Ji Qingyin bit her lip, her expression indecisive. The dormitory beds were all metal bunks, single-sized. While it was not impossible for 2 people to lie together, it would require a rather close arrangement. She had never experienced such intimate contact with a male before. I wish to take a shower. Gu Qingtian seemed to recall something. There was still a lingering scent of blood on me. If I do not cleanse myself thoroughly, I will be unable to sleep. I know you can provide water. I want to bathe. Although she was not splattered with blood, the experiences of the night had left her with considerable psychological trauma. Naturally, Qin Shan would not refuse such a request, and he tossed 2 large buckets of mineral water in front of Gu Qingtian. Fortunately, it was summer. She could make do with a quick rinse for now and take a proper bath later upon returning. Qin Shen remarked. The water supply system had long been cut off. While there was a bathroom in the dormitory, it was unusable for bathing, and one could only rinse with water. Here to wash? Gu Qingtian asked incredulously. Even if Qin Shun could not see the situation inside the bathroom from his position, she found it unacceptable to bathe in this dormitory's bathroom. If you prefer not to do it here, you are free to choose anywhere else, though I must inform you that I will not provide any clothing, Qin Chen teased. Gu Qingtian gritted her teeth, suddenly stepping forward to lift the 2 buckets of water with determination. I will wash over at Qingdai's place. With that, she staggered out of the dormitory. Qin Shen shook his head with a smile. He hadn't anticipated that this female teacher would be so stubborn. However, it was of little concern. He had ample time to endure her defiance. Yet, just a few minutes later, the dormitory door was pushed open. You're done washing already? Come here and let me check if you're clean, Qin Shan said directly, but upon seeing the person who entered, he was momentarily taken aback. Qin classmate, it's us. Fan Jiahui and Sun Min cautiously stepped inside. We hope we aren't interrupting you, they inquired. Qin Shan surveyed both girls from head to toe. He had to admit, anyone who could associate with Yi Qingdai must possess considerable beauty themselves, especially since both had clearly undergone meticulous grooming, not only wearing makeup but also donning a fresh change of clothes. Qin Shan seemed to comprehend something and smirked. Looking for something? The 2 girls approached Qin Shen, their faces briefly flashing with shyness. Speak your mind. Gu teacher has gone to take a shower and will return shortly, Qin Shen remarked playfully. Upon hearing this, the 2 girls grew anxious. They had only dared to come over after seeing Gu Qingtian leave. If she returned, it would spell trouble. Qin classmate, do you believe in love at first sight? In truth, I fell for you the moment I laid eyes on you. However, I heard you say you were in a relationship with Gu teacher, which is why I hesitated to tell you. Fan Jiahui said bashfully. Are you confessing to me? Qin Shun was taken aback for a moment, then asked with a grin. Chapter 70. The eruption of conflict. Fan Jiahui nervously twisted her skirt, her shyness palpable. This is my first time confessing to anyone. She was not lying about that. Before the apocalypse, she had been a class flower-level beauty. Just from the gifts she received each month, it amounted to at least 5 figures. Those wishing to confess to her had to line up. Indeed, this was her first time confessing to someone else. I already have Gu teacher as my girlfriend, and we are very much in love, so I can only apologize. Qin Shen declined politely. It was not that he sought to show off. He merely wanted to see what kind of game the other party was playing. Upon hearing Qin Shen's words, the 2 girls burst into laughter. Qin classmate, you need not hide it from us. We already know about your affair with Qingdai. Fan Jiahui laughed. Exactly, men are bound to stray. You are so handsome and possess such capabilities. What's wrong with having a few more women? Those prominent figures from ancient times all had multiple wives and concubines. Sun Min chimed in. Indeed, Gu teacher has never been in a relationship. How would she know how to make you happy? Moreover, even if she is beautiful, she will surely tire of you soon enough. It would be better to take us along. We have plenty of ways to keep you satisfied. And as for Qingdai, we acknowledge she is more attractive than we are, but with her personality, she could never lower herself. We suspect that in bed, she would be as limp as a dead fish, providing no sense of enjoyment whatsoever. To secure a place on Qin Shen's ship, the 2 began to covertly disparage Gu Qingtian and Yi Qingdai. It must be said, the 2 girls truly understood Yi Qingdai's character well. Indeed, there is not much sense of enjoyment. However, Qin Shan was in no hurry. He had 2 excellent teachers, Lu Qing and Su Weiwei, so he need not worry about Yi Qingdai and Gu Qingtian not learning anything. Furthermore, one was the campus belle, and the other the most beautiful teacher. It was entirely normal for them to maintain a cool demeanor. If they were to act as obsequiously as the 2 girls before him, that would be disappointing. You both make a few valid points, Qin Shen agreed with the 2. Fan Jiahui and Sun Min instantly beamed with joy. Indeed, they had not misjudged. Qin Shen was no different from other men, possessing a greedy nature and would not refuse when women threw themselves at him. Shall we agree on this? As long as you take us to a safe place, we will agree to anything you ask. Yes, let us return first to avoid running into Gu teacher. If you leave, make sure to contact us, Fan Jiahui and Sun Min exclaimed. But just as they were about to leave, Qin Shun raised his hand to stop them. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Let us chat a little longer, Qin Shun chuckled. Fan Jiahui's expression shifted slightly, fearing that Qin Shun intended to take things further today. However, not perceiving any sincerity from Qin Chun, she was reluctant to simply give herself up. Qin classmate, Gu teacher will return soon. It would be difficult to explain if we were caught, wouldn't it? Next time, we will both accompany you. Fan Jiawei forced a smile. Yet Qin Shin merely chuckled. Rest assured, even if I were to call Yi Qingdai over, Gu teacher would not mind. Saying this, Qin Shin raised his phone. Speaking into the receiver, you agree, don't you, Gu teacher? Fan Jiawei and Sun Min's eyes widened in shock. What are you? Fan Jiawei stammered, pointing at the phone in Qin Shin's hand, utterly bewildered. Oh, I accidentally called Yi Qingdai just now. I hope you don't mind, Qin Shin asked with a sly smile. As soon as the two girls entered, seeing them dressed up and made up, he had guessed what they intended, which is why he had subtly called Yi Qingdai. The conversation among the three was crystal clear to both Yi Qingdai and Gu Qingtian. Come on over. It's a perfect night for a game of truth or dare, Qin Shan said with a smile before hanging up. Moments later, Gu Qingtian and Yi Qingdai stepped through the door. The five of them crowded into the dormitory, yet the silence was palpable enough to hear a pin drop. The four were awkward, none daring to speak. Qin Chen, however, was not idle, his gaze continuously appraising Gu Qingtian. Gu Qingtian had changed into a simple white short-sleeved shirt paired with a black A-line skirt, her feet clad in white sneakers. Her hair, unwashed, was tied up in a simple high ponytail with a hair tie. I had not realized until now that your figure is quite similar to Yi Qingdai's. You wear her clothes quite well? Qin Chun exclaimed in surprise. Earlier, he had joked that if Gu Qingtian chose to wash elsewhere, he would not provide her with a change of clothes. He had anticipated Gu Qingtian coming back to plead for mercy. Yet she had directly donned Yi Qingdai's attire. Had he not already known Gu Qingtian was a teacher, one might easily mistake her for Yi Qingdai's senior. Come, let me check if you're clean, Qin Chun said, extending an arm. Gu Qingtian lowered her head and sat beside Qin Chen. He gently caressed Gu Qingtian's cheek, unable to help but exclaim, What skincare products do you usually use? It would be a shame not to have you as a spokesperson. Hearing this, Gu Qingtian's face instantly flushed, and she dared not look up. Being teased so openly in front of 3 students by a man was utterly mortifying for her. What are you all staring at? Continue chatting. It's truth or dare now. Everyone speak freely, Qin Chun said with a jovial smile directed at the 3 girls. Fan Jiawei and Sun Min, knowing they were in the wrong, dared not utter a word. Yet Yi Qingdai glared at the two, her eyes filled with fury. What are you two planning? Fan Jiawei rolled her eyes. Qingdai, are you upset because we want to steal your man? Don't forget, you also took Gu teacher's man. Let us not point fingers at each other. Why? Yi Qingdai's face turned crimson. Fan Jiawei's words, though blunt, held a grain of truth. By the numbers. She had indeed taken someone from Gu teacher. However, she was not here to argue about that. My anger does not stem from that. I said I would hand the dormitory building over to you, and you agreed so readily. Yet you turned around and came looking for Qin Shan to leave with him. Everyone is trusting us 3. If we leave, what will happen to the rest? Yi Qingdai admonished. What should we do? We aren't saviors. We can't ensure everyone survives, can we? Exactly, and don't forget, there aren't many resources left in the dormitory. If you leave, where will we find food? Fan Jiawei and Sun Min retorted dismissively. From the beginning, their only desire had been to survive. However, Yi Qingdai believed that without organizing everyone to contend against Lu Yuan, they would all eventually meet a tragic end, which was why the two had merely assisted Yi Qingdai in a minor endeavor. Now that Lu Yuan was dead, why would they still burden themselves with a group of dead weight? Speak up. Surely, you haven't run out of things to say. Indulging in her own pleasures while contemplating our abandonment to a fate of despair. Humph, it appears that the so-called campus bell is nothing more than a venomous serpent in disguise, remarked Fan Jiawei disdainfully. Chapter 71. The falling out of best friends, a brief theatrical scene upon hearing Fan Jiawei's words. Yi Qingdai's face was a canvas of disbelief. You perceive me in such a manner? Yi Qingdai questioned, incredulity etched across her features. Ha, what else could it be? Do you still fancy yourself as the former belle of the campus? Please, take a moment to recognize the current epoch. We are amidst an apocalypse, retorted Fan Jiawei, with Sun Min echoing her sentiments. Who do you think you are, hoping to save an entire building of people? If you cannot even safeguard your own virtue, how could you possibly save anyone else? As the disparaging remarks from the two pierced her heart, Yi Qingdai stood speechless, her her expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. The two women, witnessing her silence, reveled in their triumph. Classmate Qin, I trust you can now see her true colors. Apart from her looks, she is utterly devoid of merit. Who doesn't know that in times of crisis, it's the self-righteous who are the first to perish? Yet, she foolishly expects us to lead 100 souls to safety. How laughable, exclaimed Fan Jiahui. Such a mere ornament should be left to fend for herself. It's wiser to abandon her here and escape with us. Upon hearing their words, Gu Qingyan grew frantic. Grasping Qin Chen's sleeve, she implored, Qin Chun, you cannot leave Qingdai behind. She will perish. I will acquiesce to any terms you propose. Whatever you desire me to do, I shall comply. Moreover, Qingdai possesses healing abilities. Bringing her along is akin to acquiring a mobile hospital, a potential lifesaver in dire moments. Fan Jiahui scoffed, Gu, any doctor could fulfill her role. Do you truly believe she is indispensable? Yet Qin Chun waved his hand, signaling for silence. Why, Qingdai? Your two friends have unveiled their true feelings. It is now your turn to share your secrets. He stated, turning his gaze towards her. Why, Qingdai let out a bitter laugh. At this juncture, is there even a need for me to speak? Gu Qingyan's brows furrowed in urgency. Qingdai, if you harbor any secrets, please reveal them. She felt utterly bewildered by the cryptic exchange between the two. Upon hearing Gu Qingyan's plea, Qingdai sighed heavily. Then, fixing her gaze upon Fan Jiahui and Sun Min, she spoke, in truth. I had already devised an escape route for you when I resolved to sacrifice my own purity. Fan Jiahui sneered, Qingdai, even now you still pretend? You claim to have a plan for our escape? If you cannot preserve your own body, what sort of plan could you possibly concoct? Qingdai shook her head. To be honest, I do not particularly care for the others in our dormitory. Initially, my sole intention was to ensure the survival of the three of us, which is why I organized everyone to unite against external threats. After I depart, you must continue to lead the group in solidarity to ensure your safety. Sun Min responded dismissively, anyone can spew sweet words. The resources in this dormitory are nearly depleted. We cannot last much longer. Everyone will perish. Qingdai smiled bitterly. That is why I implored Qin Chun to leave you sufficient supplies to sustain you for a month. At this proclamation, all present fell into a stunned silence. What did you say? Enough supplies for a month? Fan Jiahui asked incredulously. At that moment, Qin Chun produced his phone and played a recording, detailing the outrageous and humiliating conditions he had proposed, to which Qingdai had acquiesced, offering to become his pet in exchange for his assistance in resolving a troublesome situation, all while ensuring the dormitory would have ample provisions for survival. Initially, as the women listened to Qingdai's various humiliating assurances, their faces flushed with embarrassment. They hadn't expected the once pure and aloof campus belle to utter such unreserved declarations. Yet, upon hearing Qingdai's desperate pleas for Qin Chin to secure supplies for her friends, Fan Jiahui and Sun Min abruptly lifted their heads, shock illuminating their faces as they exchanged glances. Did you hear that? Qingdai has considered your welfare at every turn, even sacrificing her own virtue to secure your survival. And look at how you have treated her, Gu Qingyan exclaimed, her voice laden with anguish. What began as a simple recording for evidence, to prevent Qingdai from reneging on her promises, has unexpectedly proven to be of such significance. Qin Chen remarked with a chuckle, putting away his phone. He then turned to Qingdai. What do you intend to do with these two? Qingdai opened her mouth but could not utter a sound. Seemingly still reeling from the betrayal of her friends, Qin Chen brandished a shotgun, aiming it at the two. If you do not speak, I shall not hesitate to pull the trigger. At the sight of the weapon, Fan Jiahui and Sun Min immediately fell to their knees in a panic. Please, Qin, we will comply with your every command. Do not kill us, they begged, terror-stricken. Seeing Qingdai still silent, Qin Chen chuckled at it. Seems I must employ a little more persuasion. You two have betrayed your companion. If I allow you to remain by my side, I will never sleep soundly again. Now, bid farewell to this world. With a smile, he pulled the trigger. The click of the empty chamber echoed, eliciting terrified screams from Fan Jiahui and Sun Min, who were rendered utterly paralyzed by fear. To everyone's astonishment, however, the gun had not discharged a bullet. It had merely made a sound. I almost forgot. I've run out of ammunition, Qin Chen lamented. What a predicament. What can one do without bullets? He sighed. Gu Qingyan was momentarily taken aback. If her memory served her right, Qin Shin's supply of bullets seemed inexhaustible. No matter how many he used, he could always produce more. During the massacre in the boys' dormitory, he had never shown concern for his ammunition. How could he suddenly be out now? Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, Qin Shin tightened his grip on her arm, prompting her to silence herself. She cast a worried glance at Yi Qingdai, uncertain of Qin Shin's next move. Qingdai, please do not make the wrong choice. Gu Qingyin silently prayed. Seeing that Qin Shin appeared genuinely out of bullets, Fan Jiahui and Sun Min were elated, hastily helping each other to their feet. Just wait. You are both as good as dead today. They shouted defiantly before fleeing the dormitory in a panic, fearing Qin Shin's retaliation. Qin, what is your plan? Ji Qingyin cautiously inquired as the two women exited. It has been ages since I engaged in a little game. What could be more entertaining than witnessing friends turn against one another? Qin Shin replied with a smile. Yi Qingdai was bewildered by their exchange and was about to inquire when a cacophony erupted in the corridor, with Fan Jiahui and Sun Min shouting at the top of their lungs. Help! Yi Qingdai has betrayed us. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingdai's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 72. How exasperating. Yi Qingdai dashed out of the dormitory. Observing this, Gu Qingyin turned to Qin Shin with a pleading gaze. Let us go see the commotion. Qin Shin chuckled. Leading the way in this apocalyptic world, no one could find peace in slumber. The ruckus created by Fan Jiahui and her companion had drawn numerous individuals. Armed and ready, by the time Qin Shin and Gu Qingyin reached the lobby, a crowd of over 100 had gathered. Fan Jiahui and Sun Min were encircled by the throng, their excitement palpable. Listen to me, everyone. This Yi Qingdai has colluded with outsiders, intending harm against us all. Just moments ago, I overheard her devious plan, and in a fit of rage, she sought to silence us, Fan Jiahui proclaimed, brandishing a megaphone. Indeed, I can attest to this. I too heard her scheming. Her facade has finally crumbled. Sun Min chimed in, her voice ringing with fervor. The crowd turned their eyes toward Yi Qingdai, demanding an explanation. Yi Qingdai, what is the meaning of this? You must clarify the situation. With a sigh, Yi Qingdai replied, they are lying. It's this. Fan Jiahui erupted in a mocking laugh. See? She has nothing to say. That is because we speak the truth. Fan Jiahui continued, reveling in her perceived victory. We were once close friends with Yi Qingdai, but for the sake of everyone's safety, we have chosen to act for the greater good. Here is a secret you all may not know. Yi Qingdai has already pledged her loyalty by surrendering her body to that man. As she spoke, Fan Jiahui pointed at Qin Shin, emboldened by the knowledge that his firearm was devoid of bullets. Indeed, I can corroborate this. Yi Qingdai has treacherously sold us out to this man, who seeks to barter us for resources with other factions, Sun Min added, her voice a clarion call of deceit. With no avenue for Yi Qingdai to defend herself, the two women unleashed a torrent of lies. Surely, it cannot be true that Yi Qingdai has become involved with this man. I thought he was dating Teacher Gu. How could he also be entangled with Yi Qingdai? Murmured the crowd, their voices a blend of shock and suspicion. Humph, men are all scoundrels. I suspected he was playing both sides. They whispered among themselves. As Yi Qingdai listened to their murmurs, she yearned to defend herself but found herself at a loss for words. After all, she had indeed been involved with Qin Shin, and if one were to search her dormitory, they would find the evidence of her entanglements. Enough! You have gone too far, Gu Qingyin suddenly shouted in excitement. In order to save you, Qingdai has already sacrificed the most important thing. Yet this is how you treat her. Fan Jiahui scoffed, Teacher Gu, what's wrong? Did our earlier words hurt you? I must say, you truly are magnanimous. Your own man has been taken, and yet you still speak up for the mistress. At this, the crowd could not help but burst into laughter. Teacher Gu, did your boyfriend really sleep with Yi Qingdai? Teacher Gu, was what Jiahui just said to Sun Min true? Is your boyfriend planning to sell us to other factions in exchange for supplies? Yi Qingdai, speak up quickly and give us an explanation. The crowd clamored with their questions. Ji Qingyin, filled with rage, could only smile bitterly. How could this group, having benefited at her expense, turn around and question Yi Qingdai? If it weren't for Yi Qingdai uniting them, they would have long been humiliated by Lu Yuan and his ilk. Just the other day, she had witnessed the tragic fate of those girls who had been taken away, the haunting memories still vivid in her mind. This group of girls likely had no idea how harrowing that experience had been. Without Yi Qingdai, they would have been doomed. Humph, Teacher Gu, don't try to confuse the issue. The fact remains that Yi Qingdai has betrayed us. Fan Jiahui retorted coldly, then turned to the crowd, exclaiming, at this point, I can no longer keep it from everyone. There's something I must reveal. At this, Yi Qingdai seemed to realize what Fan Jiahui was about to say. And her heart dropped. Don't say it, Fan Jiahui. If you do, everyone is finished, Yi Qingdai cried out urgently. But seeing Yi Qingdai's anxious expression, the two women assumed she was frightened and gleefully yelled. Actually, the supplies in our dormitory are almost gone. At most, we can hold out for 2 or 3 days before we all face starvation. As this statement echoed, chaos erupted in the dormitory. What? The food is gone? How could this be? Didn't Yi Qingdai say just a few days ago that we could last for many more days? Surely she has a plan? Panic spread like wildfire among the crowd, the air thick with despair. Calm down. I've already found out that man has supplies. Fan Jiahui pointed at Qin Shun, declaring, he promised Yi Qingdai half a month's worth of supplies just to sleep with her. If we can take him down, we'll have food. Qin Shun smiled with amusement. Oh? You want to take me down? Fan Jiahui dismissed him. What are you pretending for? Hand over all the food now. And maybe we'll spare your life. Sun Min chimed in. Exactly. Don't force us to resort to torture. You won't have time to regret it. Hearing this, the crowd turned their predatory gazes upon Qin Shun. Unfazed, Qin Shun pulled out a shotgun and aimed it at Fan Jiahui. That a flicker of fear crossed her face, but she quickly regained her composure. Your gun has no bullets? Who are you trying to scare? She then shouted to the crowd, everyone, don't be afraid. He has no bullets. Don't let him intimidate you. Qin Shun disregarded her and looked at the crowd. Who else wants to take me down? Step forward. Upon hearing his words, the crowd exchanged glances, but soon nearly everyone took a step forward. Hand over the supplies quickly. There are so many of us, you can't escape. Right, just a loser. Does he really think he's above us? Ladies, let us take his stuff and throw him to the mutated plants. I can't stand the sight of men. The crowd seemed incited by Qin Shun's earlier words, hurling insults at him. Qin Shun regarded Yi Qingdai with interest, still pondering that question I asked you earlier in the dorm. Do you think I should shoot now? At this moment, Yi Qingdai's expression had turned calm. After everything that had transpired, her heart seemed to have grown cold. Do as you wish. I no longer care about them. Initially, she had united everyone to stand against the outsiders merely for self-preservation. Before she left, she had intended to leave them some supplies out of the bond forged through their shared struggle for survival. But now that events had escalated to this point, their lives were no longer her concern. Yi Qingdai said coldly, Why Yi Qingdai? What are you pretending for? Didn't you see with your own eyes that his gun has no bullets? Let me tell you, once we're done with him, you're next. Many people at school are interested in you. Selling you off could fetch quite a bit of supplies. Just wait to be, bang. A deafening gunshot abruptly interrupted Fan Jiahui. How noisy? Qin Shun grumbled, irritated, as he cleared his ears and dispersed the smoke before him. Chapter 73. I tend to tell little lies. The crowd stood frozen for several seconds before finally reacting. He's killed someone. They screamed, scattering in all directions. That moment, Qin Shun fired a second shot. With a bang, Sun Min, who was trying to flee, seemed to be struck by a speeding truck, collapsing to the ground. Her legs were shattered. Yet she still struggled to crawl forward. Qin Shun approached with a grin, stepping onto Sun Min's back. Sun Min coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing helplessly on the ground. Where do you think you're going? Want me to give you a ride? Qin Shun chuckled. Sun Min struggled to raise her head, her gaze fixed on Qin Shun. Why do you still have bullets? Sun Min asked, filled with disbelief. Qin Shun had clearly stated he had no bullets. Was he deceiving them? Yet this offered him no advantage. Why would he lie? Oh, I forgot to mention, I have a penchant for telling little lies. Qin Shun smirked, relishing the moment. After all, it had been a while since he had enjoyed a show. And witnessing a large-scale betrayal among friends up close was quite entertaining. Sun Min's eyes were filled with disbelief. A show? After uttering that word, her head drooped limply. Had she known that all of Qin Shun's actions were merely a test for Yi Qingdai, she'd likely have been furious enough to choke. At this point, Qin Shun beckoned to Yi Qingdai. She is still breathing. You can heal her, right? Show me a demonstration. Qin Shun pointed at the struggling Sun Min on the ground. Yi Qingdai bit her lip, reluctant to defy Qin Shun's command. She then opened her palms, directing her energy towards Sun Min. The next moment, a faint green energy began to flow from Yi Qingdai's body. Connecting to Sun Min, this scene astonished both Qin Shan and Gu Qingyan. Curious, Qin Shan stepped forward and touched the green aura but found he could not influence it at all. 3 minutes later, the energy gradually dissipated, leaving Yi Qingdai utterly weakened, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Ji Qingyan hurried to support her. "Qingdai, are you all right?" Yi Qingdai, looking fatigued, replied, "Teacher Gu, I'm fine, but Sun Min's injuries were too severe. It took a lot out of me. I just need to rest for a day." Qin Shan, however, ignored Yi Qingdai and crouched down in front of Sun Min, flipping her over. Miraculously, her shattered legs were beginning to heal. If it weren't for her pants being shredded by the shotgun, one would hardly believe she had been shot. What happened to me?" Sun Min slowly sat up, astonished as she looked at her legs. "My legs are fine. I'm okay," Sun Min exclaimed with joy. This moment, aside from feeling a bit fatigued, she felt no pain, as if the traumatic experience had merely been a nightmare. Yet before she could fully rejoice, a second nightmare struck. The shotgun was pressed directly against her forehead. "Thank you for your significant contribution to the research of healing abilities. As a reward, I've decided to give you a painless headshot." Saying that, Qin Shan pulled the trigger. Sun Min's head exploded like a watermelon, red and white, splattering everywhere. Thud. Her headless corpse fell to the ground with a muffled thud. Ji Qingyan and Yi Qingdai gasped and covered their eyes. Though they had grown somewhat accustomed to the sight of murder, witnessing such a bloody close-range execution was still a first for them. Shotguns are exhilarating. Qin Shan couldn't help but marvel at the smooth sensation. He then approached Gu Qingyan and Yi Qingdai. "So, was the aftereffect severe?" Qin Shan asked Yi Qingdai. She nodded weakly. "I fear I need to rest immediately. I won't be able to move until tomorrow. Sun Min's injuries were fatal, and treating her has drained all my energy." After assessing Yi Qingdai's frail appearance, Qin Shan concluded she was not lying. Although her healing ability could only be used once a day, the effect was quite good, and the side effects were not too severe. This trip had not been in vain. I'm pleased with the outcome. If Sun Min's injuries had gone untreated, she would have certainly bled to death within minutes. Yi Qingdai paid only the price of one day's weakness to bring her back to life. In a critical moment, this is life-saving. Let us head back to the temporary shelter to rest. I am not accustomed to the iron-framed beds here, Qin Shan suggested. Ji Qingyan looked conflicted. How about we make do here for a day? Qingdai really can't move, and even if I help her, she won't be able to walk. Qin Shan chuckled. If you can't help her, I assume either still me? Upon hearing these words, the two women were momentarily taken aback. Yet, before they could fully process the situation, Qin Shan had already stepped forward, effortlessly hoisting Yi Qingdai onto his shoulder. In that moment, Qin Shan resembled a hunter who had just emerged from the mountains, with Yi Qingdai as his captured prey. Indeed, as the quarry, Yi Qingdai had already fallen into Qin Shan's trap and could no longer escape. You put me down, Yi Qingdai exclaimed, her face flushed with embarrassment as she feebly struggled against her predicament. Until today, she had never experienced such intimate contact with the opposite sex. Now, not only had she lost her innocence under Qin Shan's coercion, but she was also being carried away in such a humiliating manner. How could I possibly let go of my prize? Qin Shan replied, playfully slapping Yi Qingdai and feigning seriousness. Ji Qingyan looked conflicted, wanting to persuade him but failing to find the words. What's wrong? Can't you move? Do you want me to help you? Qin Shan remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Gu Qingyan. That's not it. Ji Qingyan quickly denied, fearing that Qin Shan might hoist her up as well. Qingdai, you'll have to endure this for now, Ji Qingyan said helplessly. However, Qin Shan paid no mind, directly leading the two women back to the dormitory building for female A. The only entrance to the tunnel nearby was located in the restroom on the first floor of the female A dormitory. As they arrived at the tunnel entrance, they unexpectedly encountered Su Weiwei's brother, Su Tuesday. Upon seeing Yi Qingdai slung over Qin Shan's shoulder, Su Tu's eyes widened in disbelief. You're not Yi, the campus beauty, are you? How could you? He stammered, struggling to comprehend the scene before him. Why? Yi Qingdai, both embarrassed and enraged, averted her gaze, too ashamed to respond. Qin Shan chuckled, looking at Su Tuesday. What's wrong? Do you fancy her? Su Tu couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Was that even a question? Who wouldn't he be enamored with Yi Qingdai, the widely acknowledged beauty of the school. As long as one wasn't blind, they were bound to be captivated by her. Yet, in front of Qin Shun, he dared not express any other sentiments. No, Qin Go, don't think too much of it. I'm just glad to be alive. How could I dare covet your woman? Su Tu flattered. It's fine. Just admit it if you like her. Who wouldn't be drawn to such a beautiful woman? You take a rest first. I have some tasks to attend to tonight. Qin Shun waved his hand, leading Yi Qingdai and the other woman down the tunnel. Chapter 74. Preparing to cultivate power. Once Qin Shun and the two women vanished into the tunnel, the smile on Su Tu's face gradually faded. Damn it, after sleeping with my sister, you still treat me like this. One day, I will settle the score, Su Tu muttered through gritted teeth in his eyes. If Qin Shun hadn't forcibly taken him away, he would still be a prominent figure within Li Qingfeng's faction, enjoying the privileges of being above many. He had food and women at his disposal. How could he have fallen to sneaking around in a women's restroom? Had it not been for the gun in Qin Shen's possession, he would have already made his move. After all, he was an athlete. Dealing with Qin Shun should have been a piece of cake. Meanwhile, Qin Shun, carrying Yi Qingdai, had returned to their underground temporary refuge. Lu Qing and Su Weiwei were idly monitoring intelligence while rearranging the temporary shelter. Compared to Qin Shen's rather rudimentary aesthetic, the two women's taste was evidently more refined. Upon seeing Qin Shen return with two women, Lu Qing and Su Weiwei were momentarily stunned before rushing to greet him. Master, you finally returned, they exclaimed joyfully. The two had been alone in the underground tunnel for the past couple of days. Although they knew it was unlikely for outsiders to intrude, they remained on edge, alternating shifts to guard against any disturbances that might arise. Seeing Qin Shen now, they nearly burst into tears from relief. What's wrong? Did you miss me? Qin Shen teased, tossing Yi Qingdai onto the bed and then pulling the two women into an embrace. They made no move to resist, having shared more intimate moments with Qin Shen previously. However, Gu Qingyin, who had never encountered such a scene, immediately turned her head away, flustered. Master, while you were away, the two little pets were quite frightened. But now that you are back, we fear nothing, Su Weiwei said sweetly. Qin Shen affectionately ruffled Su Weiwei's hair and replied, All right, let us prepare for what's ahead. We'll be returning to the community in a couple of days. Upon hearing this, the two women rejoiced. They were finally going back. Though the underground refuge was fully furnished, it could never compare to the comfort of a proper bed. Once they returned, they would no longer have to live in constant fear. Master, do you already have a plan to deal with Liang Yin? Last time, the handgun didn't hit his vital points, and I worry that even a shotgun won't guarantee his demise. Lu Qing said cautiously. She recalled their previous failed ambush on Liang Yin, which left her unsettled, particularly after witnessing him withstand bullets. With my current strength, eliminating Liang Yin is hardly a challenge. However, you do make a valid point. Therefore, before we head back, let us conduct a small experiment. With that, Qin Shun produced a Barrett anti-material sniper rifle and handed it to Lu Qing. Upon receiving the weapon, Lu Qing almost lost her balance due to its weight. The sheer size of the sniper rifle, nearly as tall as a person, left the women in awe. They had assumed the shotgun was the pinnacle of Qin Shen's firepower, only to discover he had a trump card. How many more surprises did Qin Shen possess that they were unaware of? Nevertheless, the stronger Qin Shen grew, the more secure they felt, for in this apocalyptic world, only sufficient strength could ensure survival. Tonight, you two shouldn't sleep. Practice with this rifle well, as I'll take you to handle some business tomorrow, Qin Shen instructed seriously. The two women nodded in agreement. That moment, Su Weiwei curiously glanced at the weak Yi Qingdai on the bed and gently inquired. Master, what's wrong with this young lady? Is she unwell? Qin Shen didn't conceal anything from them and recounted Yi Qingdai's experiences and abilities. Alas, she sacrificed so much for her two friends, only to find that they not only failed to appreciate her but also plotted against her, Su Weiwei lamented. However, Qin Shen lifted Su Weiwei's chin, asking with a smirk, What did you just say? Is it a sacrifice in your eyes that Yi Qingdai and I have engaged? Su Weiwei's expression shifted immediately, realizing she had misspoken, and quickly replied, Master, I just made a mistake. Please don't take it to heart. Fearing Qin Shen might impose some peculiar punishment, Lu Qing hastily changed the subject. Master, if we have two new sisters joining us, won't we be less fearful of getting hurt in the future? Qin Shen nodded. Exactly. With Yi Qingdai on our side, as long as there's a breath left, We need not fear not being rescued. After pausing, he continued solemnly, you all should know that consuming the fruits of mutated plants can grant us special abilities. Although we are still uncertain about the connection between the types of fruits and the abilities they confer, the method of acquiring these powers is becoming clearer in this apocalypse, once the initial chaos subsides. Various factions will undoubtedly emerge. At that point, a lone individual, no matter how powerful, cannot compete against sheer numbers. Hence, I intend to cultivate you into my weapons. Should you perform well, I will share the fruits of the mutated plants with you, allowing you to awaken your own abilities. The moment Qin Shen's words reached their ears, the women erupted in joy. This was undoubtedly tremendous news for them. During their idle moments, they occasionally worried that one day Qin Shen might tire of them and cast them aside. For even the most beautiful vase could not withstand daily admiration. However, if they could gain abilities, their status in Qin Shen's eyes would change. Only by possessing value could they qualify to remain by his side. Master, we will certainly strive to make you proud. Su Weiwei promised sweetly. Yes, no matter what it takes, we will ensure your satisfaction. Lu Qing added bashfully, seemingly hinting at something more. Qin Shun playfully smacked Lu Qing. I just finished my main course, don't tempt me. Lu Qing's eyes sparkled. Having finished the main course, one might crave a little dessert. We both learned quite a bit recently. Qin Shun felt intrigued. Are we talking knowledge or skills? You need to clarify, Lu Qing shyly responded. Aren't they essentially the same? Afterward, Qin Shan felt invigorated and comfortably leaned against the headboard. Lu Qing and Su Weiwei, brimming with energy, had cast aside their exhaustion and were now engrossed in studying the sniper rifle. In contrast, Yi Qingdai and Gu Qingyan, who had never witnessed such occurrences, were left feeling embarrassed and flushed. Having been mere spectators. At that moment, Qin Shen suddenly lifted Gu Qingyan's chin and asked, Lu Qing and Su Weiwei can handle firearms, and Yi Qingdai possesses healing abilities. What makes you worthy of staying by my side? Chapter 75. The advantages of each woman. Gu Qingyan was taken aback, not expecting Qin Shen to pose such a question. She stammered, unsure how to respond. Yu Qingyan was beautiful, a goddess in the hearts of countless men. Wasn't that enough? Yi Qingdai interjected. Her beauty is indeed an advantage, but do you think I lack beautiful women around me? Upon hearing those words, Yi Qingdai fell silent. The two women she had just seen were equally as stunning as Gu Qingyan, and they appeared to be more open, capable of winning Qin Shen's favor. In comparison, Gu Qingyan's beauty seemed to lack a significant advantage. I understand now. If you believe that keeping me around would merely squander resources, then go ahead and kill me. Yu Qingyan forced a bitter smile as she looked at Yi Qingdai, stating that as long as she could rescue Qingdai, her wish would be fulfilled. Yi Qingdai promptly pleaded. Qin Shen, I implore you, do not harm teacher Jiyud as long as you spare her. I will certainly obey you in everything you ask of me. Qin Shen smirked with amusement. Really? Yi Qingdai nodded vigorously. I swear. Gu Qingyan's face was filled with anxiety. Qingdai, do not act impulsively. In Gu Qingyan's eyes, Yi Qingdai possessed healing abilities. If this were used as leverage, perhaps Qin Shen would refrain from harming her in the future. However, if she agreed to Qin Shen's excessive demands merely to save herself, it would be her undoing. Teacher Gu, you have sacrificed so much to save me. I cannot bear to watch you perish. Yi Qingdai declared resolutely, clap, clap, clap. Qin Shen could not help but applaud. What a touching display of teacher-student affection, he remarked, then curled his lips into a cold smile. Then it is settled. You two are bound together from now on. Should either of you dare to defy me, both shall meet their demise. In truth, Qin Shen had never intended to deal with Gu Qingyan harshly. He was acutely aware of their relationship, keeping Gu Qingyan alive. The two women would be wary of each other, and in a bid to protect one another's lives, they would have no choice but to obey him. At that moment, Yi Qingdai seemed to suddenly recall something and added, by the way, Qin Master, Teacher Gu specializes in electrical engineering. Her knowledge is undoubtedly valuable. In order to safeguard Gu Qingyan's life, she had begun to alter her address toward Qin Shen, as she had promised that night when she surrendered. From henceforth, she would merely be Qin Shen's pet. Electrical engineering. Qin Shen inquired with keen interest, directing his gaze toward Gu Qingyan. She nodded slightly, affirming Yi Qingdai's words. One could not deny that such expertise would prove useful in the apocalypse. The nearby cities around Yangqing relied on nuclear power, and there would be no immediate issues with electricity supply. However, in other cities, Power outages and internet disruptions had already begun to occur. Having a professional in this field might indeed be advantageous in the future. In that case, let us keep her. Think carefully about how your expertise might contribute, Qin Shan stated. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingdai finally exhaled in relief. Thank you, master. She then exchanged a glance with Gu Qingyan. Gu Qingyan took a deep breath and quietly said, Thank you, master. The words sounded somewhat out of place coming from the once high and mighty Gu Qingyan. Qin Shan found it amusing and stepped forward to pinch her chin. What did you say? I didn't quite catch that. Gu Qingyan realized that Qin Shan was toying with her, but helplessly, she could only repeat, Thank you, master. This time, Qin Shan released her with satisfaction. Remember, behave yourself from now on. And learn from Lu Qing and the others. Should any rebellious thoughts cross your mind, I assure you, the consequences will be dire. The two women obediently nodded, prompting Qin Shan to recline and sleep. However, once Qin Shan drifted off, the two women found themselves unable to rest. The tunnel echoed with loud noises from time to time, resembling the sound of firecrackers. Although Lu Qing and Su Weiwei had done their best to distance themselves, the sound still traveled through the tunnel. The following morning, as Qin Shan opened his eyes, he saw Lu Qing and Su Weiwei returning. They appeared to have studied throughout the night, their faces showing signs of exhaustion. Strangely, Yi Qingdai and Gu Qingyan also seemed equally fatigued, their eyelids heavy. How did the shooting practice go? Qin Shan inquired of Lu Qing and Su Weiwei. Hesitating, Lu Qing replied, It was fairly decent. Perhaps it's because of the close distance. But after several attempts, I managed to hit the target each time. Su Weiwei eagerly added. Sister Qing is amazing. Not only did she hit the target every time, but she also scored impressively high. She achieved almost 100% accuracy at 500 meters. Qin Shan nodded in satisfaction. This level of proficiency was nearly that of a sharpshooter. Given that they had only trained for a single night, with more practice, she would undoubtedly become a formidable asset. And you? He then turned to Su Weiwei. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Su Weiwei lowered her head. I seem to be unable to hit, she murmured. Despite numerous attempts, she had failed to hit the target, leaving her feeling nearly despondent. But you shot quite accurately with the handgun, didn't you? Qin Shan questioned, puzzled. Previously, when practicing with the handgun, Su Weiwei had demonstrated superior marksmanship compared to both him and Lu Qing. How could she struggle with the sniper rifle? I don't know. When using the handgun, I felt confident without much aiming, but when it comes to the sniper rifle, I just can't seem to aim accurately. Su Weiwei explained. Qin Shan nodded, then forget about it. Just stick to the handgun for now. In a couple of days, I'll get you a shotgun for proper practice. Su Weiwei immediately agreed. After freshening up, Qin Shan gestured for Lu Qing and Su Weiwei. You've both been underground for too long. Today, let's go up and bask in the sunlight. He then turned to Gu Qingyan and Yi Qingdai. As for you two, you shall accompany me as well. With that, Qin Shan led all four of them into a new tunnel that he had instructed the golden ants to dig before sleeping. Once they emerged above ground, Gu Qingyan and Yi Qingdai immediately recognized their surroundings. Is this the teaching building? Gu Qingyan exclaimed in astonishment. The teaching building had nearly no survival resources, so after the apocalypse struck, most students and teachers had fled, leaving little behind. It was unclear why Qin Shan had come here. What are we doing in the teaching building? Yi Qingdai inquired curiously. However, before she could finish, Su Weiwei shot her a fierce glare. Shut your mouth. The master will do as he pleases, and who are you to question that? Su Weiwei coldly remarked. Qin Shan watched the unfolding scene with amusement, choosing not to intervene. Upon seeing Qin Shan's demeanor, Lu Qing grasped his attitude and felt emboldened. Weiwei, hold her down, Lu Qing commanded. Yes, Sister Qing. Su Weiwei complied, stepping forward to restrain Yi Qingdai. Although she tried to resist, Yi Qingdai had used her abilities the previous day and had yet to recover fully. She was no match for Su Weiwei. With a resounding slap, Lu Qing delivered a blow to Yi Qingdai's face. I am merely disciplining a pet on behalf of the master. Who gives you the right to interrupt? Lu Qing scoffed. It's no wonder the master wants me to teach you the rules. It seems you truly lack any sense of decorum, Su Weiwei chimed in. Though all four women were now pets of Qin Shan, they had formed their own little factions. Su Weiwei and Lu Qing had known each other longer and had endured many of Qin Shan's punishments together, forging a deep bond. In contrast, Gu Qingyan and Yi Qingdai shared a teacher-student relationship, making their connections somewhat closer. Naturally, this led to an underlying animosity between the two groups. Do not strike Qingdai. If you must hit someone, then strike me, Gu Qingyan quickly interjected. Lu Qing replied coldly, anyone who dares to violate the master's rules will be punished. Do you think your pretense of weakness will spare you? She then turned to Qin Shan, Master, how shall we deal with these two? Please issue your command. Qin Shan looked at Gu Qingyan with interest. Do you know where you went wrong? Gu Qingyan's face turned pale with panic, yet she could not find the words to respond. Qin Shan gestured to Su Weiwei, instructing her to convey the lesson. Su Weiwei stepped forward, gently patting Gu Qingyan's cheek. Remember, never make decisions on behalf of the master, and never exhibit a savior complex. The rules for pets are few, yet you have directly violated two of them. It seems you have quite a bit of audacity. Gu Qingyan's complexion drained of color, fear beginning to creep in. Su Weiwei let out a satisfied cold laugh and approached Yi Qingdai, giving her a similar pat. Never act without the master's orders. Daring to interrupt Sister Qing shows you have a fair share of courage. The two individuals initially believed that by becoming Qin Shen's pets, they merely needed to satisfy a particular aspect of his desires. However, they were taken aback by the multitude of rules that accompanied this role. All right, once we return, I shall properly instruct them, Qin Shen remarked nonchalantly, prioritizing the matter at hand. At that moment, the students across from them began to react. The unexpected internal conflict among Qin Shen and his companions had left them bewildered, rendering them hesitant to approach. Yet, emboldened by their growing courage, they finally advanced. Upon noticing that Qin Shen and his companions were unarmed, a spark of excitement ignited in their eyes. They must have food, someone shouted exuberantly, inciting a frenzy as they rushed toward Qin Shen and his group. Unfazed, Qin Shen calmly pulled Gu Qingyan closer, embracing her from behind. Just now, you suggested they escape, yet here they are, intent on stealing from you. What do you think we should do? He inquired. Gu Qingyan shook her head in terror, at a loss for words. In the next instant, a hand crossbow materialized in Qin Shen's grasp, which he then placed into Gu Qingyan's hands. If they wish to kill you, then you must retaliate. Otherwise, how do you intend to survive? By begging for mercy? With that, he positioned her index finger on the trigger. Now, pull the trigger, he coaxed, his tone reminiscent of a devil's whisper. Gu Qingyan's fingers trembled as she stammered. I can't. The haunting memory of witnessing several girls perish before her eyes surged back, prompting her to act in a fit of rage and kill Lu Yuan. Yet, that experience had morphed into a nightmare, the image of Lu Yuan's death replaying in her mind. Now, faced with individuals merely seeking food, she was expected to kill them, leaving her paralyzed with fear. It's all right. If you do not wish to kill them, then let them take your life alongside Yi Qingdai. It's your choice, Qin Shan remarked with a smile. Gu Qingyan applied slight pressure with her finger but still could not summon the resolve to pull the trigger. At that moment, Qin Shen's smile faded, replaced by a fierce glare. Wretched girl, do you want me to eliminate both of you right now? Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyan's face turned pale. In the next instant, an arrow flew forth, the sheer force propelling it through the skull of the leading student. Gazing at the fallen figure, Gu Qingyan was left in shock. The remaining students, witnessing their companion's demise, showed no signs of fear. They wielded bows and crossbows, but the process of loading arrows would undoubtedly take time. They needed to kill them quickly, someone shouted. Qin Shen remained unperturbed. If they do not perish, then it shall be you who dies. The choice is yours. Gu Qingyan raised her hand, releasing a second arrow. Subsequently, she fell into a state of numbness, continuously loading and shooting arrows. One by one, the students fell. Yet, ultimately, two managed to breach the distance to Qin Shen and his companions. Teacher Gu? One exclaimed, recognizing Gu Qingyan with utter shock. The woman, notorious for her lethal prowess, was none other than the school's most renowned beauty. Gu Qingyan, Teacher Gu, relinquish the crossbow, and we shall spare your life. A male student implored, his eyes gleaming with desire. He had realized that among the five, only Gu Qingyan was armed, while the others stood defenseless. Moreover, 4 of them were stunningly beautiful. If they eliminated the man, the 4 beauties would be theirs. Teacher Gu, they are speaking to you. Why do you not respond? Qin Shen inquired cheerfully. Gu Qingyan's complexion drained of color. You mustn't force me. The 2 boys, however, paid no heed to her words, slowly advancing toward her. Teacher Gu, I heard you have never experienced love. We could introduce you to the pleasures of being with a man. Surely, you would be grateful to us. Ha ha, they boasted, as though Gu Qingyan were already within their grasp. Bang! A gunshot shattered the smug expressions on their faces. One boy fell, his face still adorned with a triumphant smile, oblivious to the irony of his demise. The other boy turned in shock toward Gu Qingyan's back, where a girl held a shotgun, its barrel slowly rotating to point at him. Don't shoot. I was wrong. He pleaded, collapsing to his knees, voice raised in desperation. Bang! Another shot rang out, and this boy too was struck, blood splattering across the ground. Jiu Qingyan, witnessing the horrific scene, nearly retched. Qin Shun, satisfied, took the shotgun from Yi Qingdai's hands. Nodding approvingly, you possess far greater potential than Teacher Gu. It seems you could very well become her mentor. Though it was Yi Qingdai's first experience with killing, she exhibited far more composure than Gu Qingyan, pressing her lips tightly together as she cast a glance at Gu Qingyan. Had she not fired, Gu Qingyan would have been in dire straits, leaving her no choice but to accede to that moment. Qin Shin patted Gu Qingyan's pale face. Consider yourself fortunate this time. Should you delay in taking lives again, do not blame me for resorting to more drastic measures. Ignoring the two corpses on the floor, Qin Shun led the four to the 7th floor of the teaching building. The main teaching building and the administrative building were in close proximity, merely about 500 meters apart. Peering through the window, he observed that aside from a small section of the administrative building obscured by mutated plants, the majority was clearly visible. Those plants continued to grow. As Qin Shun gazed at the banyan tree in front of the administrative building, a thought flickered in his mind. Previously, while on the 3rd floor of the administrative building, he had used the crossbow to pluck the mutated fruit, with several errant arrows embedding themselves in the trunk. Now, it appeared that those arrows had risen to the 4th floor. In just a few short days, the banyan tree had grown several meters taller. This was not promising news for humanity. The stronger the mutated flora and fauna, the bleaker humanity's chances of survival became. Moreover, it seemed that these mutated creatures were adhering to some form of unwritten rule, refraining from encroaching upon human territory. Should that rule ever dissipate, humanity would indeed be facing extinction. Temporarily setting aside these thoughts, Qin Shun took out binoculars to survey the administrative building. Where is Wang Dazhu typically found? He directly inquired of Gu Qingyan, pulling her closer. After a moment's contemplation, she pointed to a window across the way. The first room from the left on the 7th floor is the principal's lounge, and the second room is the principal's office. I saw him go there before I left. Qin Shun nodded, retrieving the Barrett rifle and a walkie-talkie, which he handed to Lu Qing and Su Weiwei. You two, set up the rifle here. If I fail to eliminate Wang Dazhu, follow my commands to provide covering fire. He instructed. Despite the weapon ammunition skill having been upgraded, granting a 5-fold attack enhancement against mutated creatures, caution is paramount. A sniper rifle would serve as a safety net in case of an accident. Understood, Master. Lu Qing and Su Weiwei promptly replied. You intend to kill Wang Dazhu? Gu Qingyan finally grasped the situation, her voice laced with shock. She had witnessed Wang Dazhu's display of power, effortlessly cleaving through granite lion statues and alloy doors. Though Qin Shen possessed a firearm, it did not guarantee he could match that man. However, as soon as she uttered those words, she seemed to recall something, hastily covering her mouth. Lu Qing cast her a cold glare. Are you looking for another beating? Gu Qingyan quickly shook her head. Qin Shen wrapped an arm around Gu Qingyan's waist. Do you not trust me? If that is the case, then accompany me to see for yourself. Just as they prepared to leave, Yi Qingdai timidly spoke up. Could I join as well? She was not eager to witness Qin Shen's methods of killing. Rather, she felt apprehensive about being alone with Lu Qing and Su Weiwei. Sure, the more blood you see now, the less trouble you will have later, Qin Shun replied with a grin. He led the two through the tunnel directly to the administrative building. Though the mental link skill appeared unremarkable, controlling the golden ants, among the least formidable of mutated creatures, had proven to be a wise choice. In a world overrun by mutated plants, the golden ants could carve out safe passages underground, demonstrating exceptional utility. Had he remained confined to the community, he would still be grappling with how to upgrade his skills. Now, he had attained the strength to kill those with abilities. Once he resolved matters within the campus, he planned to return to the community. The situation with Liang Yin could not be delayed. As he pondered this, the trio arrived at the 1st floor of the administrative building. Upon reaching the ground level, their brows furrowed in unison. The lobby was in disarray, a foul odor permeating the air. A glance around revealed several corpses scattered about. This is one of the male teachers from the school. Gu Qingyan recognized the body. Having seen him just days prior, it was shocking how swiftly he had become a corpse, brutally struck from behind. Qin Chen approached, examining the body, quickly deducing the cause of death. The entire back of the skull had been crushed, leaving only half a head. He then surveyed the other corpses, noting that they shared similar fates. Either their skulls had been smashed or their necks broken. The brutality of their deaths was evident, and the bodies were still relatively fresh, just beginning to decay. Gagging at the sight, both Gu Qingyan and Yi Qingdai displayed expressions of disgust. I advise you both to acclimate to such scenes quickly. Otherwise, it will only become more distressing for you later, Qin Chen remarked coolly. With that, he unslung the shotgun, making his way toward the staircase. Gu Qingyan and Yi Qingdai exchanged glances before hastily following suit. The two individuals were evidently terrified, closely trailing behind Qin Chen. Upon reaching the 7th floor, Qin Chen produced a pair of binoculars to survey the opposite side. Lu Qing and the other two had already set up their sniper rifles. Poised for action, I have arrived on the 7th floor, and I am prepared, Qin Chen communicated via the intercom. Yes, master, came Su Weiwei's voice through the device. No sooner had the words left her lips than a woman's cries erupted from the nearby conference room. Cry, and I will kill you. A man's voice boomed, followed by the agonizing wails of a woman. Let us go take a look, Qin Chen said, leading the way toward the conference room. The rectangular pane of glass adorned the door, through which the scene inside became instantly shocking for Gu Qingyan and Yi Qingdai. A group of female teachers huddled in a corner, trembling, while a male student stood atop the conference table, his foot planted on the abdomen of a naked female teacher. This particular student, Qin Chen recognized. He was the short one, Qiu Hong, whom he had encountered while searching for Su Tuesday. Even now, you dare to defy me? I wonder who has emboldened you, Qiu Hong sneered, delivering a kick to the woman beneath him. A look of triumph etched across his face. This kick landed squarely on the teacher's stomach, eliciting a pained scream from her. Kneel and crawl like a dog, Qiu Hong shouted gleefully. The teacher shook her head in agony, resolutely refusing to submit. Her defiance incensed Qiu Hong further. Grabbing her by the hair, he dragged her to the window. Gasps of horror erupted from the onlookers. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? My godfather has declared that you are all mere dogs to us. Anyone who disobeys and dares to bite their master will be killed. Qiu Hong proclaimed with arrogance. Even if I die, I will not allow a beast like you to prevail. The teacher spat, blood trickling from her mouth. Teacher Wu has bitten her tongue to death. The gruesome sight sent several nearby female teachers into a frenzy of screams. Qiu Hong, disgusted, tossed the teacher aside, spitting in contempt. Damn it, what a nuisance. You've soiled my clothes. As he spoke, he delivered another kick to her. The teacher, enduring the excruciating pain, suddenly clung tightly to Qiu Hong's thigh, opening her mouth to bite down fiercely. Qiu Hong cried out in agony, forcibly yanking her hair to pull her away. The teacher, bloodied and with a piece of flesh still in her mouth, wore a deranged grin. Even in death, I will take a piece of you, she cackled, swallowing the flesh whole. You filthy wench, Qiu Hong shouted, tearing at his clothes to staunch the bleeding from his thigh. Subsequently, he unleashed a brutal assault on the teacher. Sisters, colleagues, do not be afraid. He is just an ordinary person. There are so many of us. We cannot let him intimidate us, the teacher wailed from the ground. Yet, the others appeared paralyzed by fear, none daring to approach. I may be an ordinary person, but my godfather possesses extraordinary abilities. Not only did he have his way with the principal's wife, but I also warn you, anyone who dares to make a move will have their limbs broken and be tossed outside to starve. Qiu Hong threatened, his smugness palpable. The audience shrank back in terror, fearful of attracting Qiu Hong's ire. Witnessing this, the teacher fell into utter despair. Qiu Hong hoisted her up, positioning her before the window. Watch closely. This is the fate that awaits those who offend me, he declared, preparing to hurl her out. The onlookers shut their eyes in dread. In that critical moment, the conference room door was suddenly kicked open with a resounding crash that startled everyone. Damn it. Who dares to interrupt my fun? Seeking death? Qiu Hong bellowed. Oh, Have I disturbed your little entertainment? Should I offer an apology? Qin Chen replied, a smile playing on his lips as he stepped into the room. In truth, he had not intended to meddle in this affair, but he could not ignore the pleas for help. Just moments before, Gu Qingyin had begged him to intervene, agreeing to several humiliating conditions in return. Qin Shun had observed that in action romance films from countries where life seemed rather pleasant, female teachers donned uniforms. However, he found Lu Qing and Su Weiwei ill-suited for such attire. Only Gu Qingyin appeared fitting. Among the conditions he had set, one required Gu Qingyin to wear a teacher's uniform and conduct a class for him, followed by performing a rather risque scene. Additionally, he had heard that Gu Qingyin had studied ballet, renowned for its grace. She had also consented to perform a solo ballet for him, though what she would wear, or if she would wear anything at all, was no longer her decision. Aside from these two stipulations, Qin Chen had proposed several others, to which Gu Qingyin had reluctantly acquiesced in her quest to save the teacher. Thus, his unexpected entrance unfolded. Upon seeing Qin Chen, Qiu Hong was rendered speechless, his expression betraying recognition. Isn't this the marksman? What brings him here? He stammered, his legs trembling uncontrollably. What are you standing there for? Go rescue her, Qin Chen said, casting a casual glance at Gu Qingyin and Yi Qingdai. It was only then that Gu Qingyin snapped to attention, rushing alongside Yi Qingdai to free the teacher from Qiu Hong's grasp. Teacher Wu, are you all right? Gu Qingyin inquired anxiously. At that moment, Teacher Wu appeared bloodied and utterly frail. I am fine. Qingyin, seeing you safe puts my mind at ease, she replied, relief washing over her. Meanwhile, Qiu Hong, having abandoned his earlier bravado, donned a sycophantic demeanor. Brother, what is it that you desire? A woman or some goods? I will fetch it for you immediately. Don't worry, take your pick, he insisted, pulling a woman from the crowd. Look, this one is quite attractive and very obedient. She'll do whatever you ask. Noticing the bemused expression on Qin Chen's face, he hastily discarded this teacher and seized another. If she doesn't suit your taste, how about this one? I haven't touched her yet. Still in original condition. Take her if you like. Oh? Are you truly this generous? Qin Shan mused playfully. Qiu Hong flattered, brother. Since you have already secured Gu Qingyin and Yi Qingdai, it's clear you enjoy such pursuits. How fortuitous. I too have been experimenting with various techniques lately. We could exchange insights. However, Qin Chen merely drew forth a shotgun, idly playing with it as he remarked, Do you really think your pathetic tactics are worthy of my attention? Who do you think you are? Upon seeing the shotgun, Qiu Hong fell to his knees. The last time he had encountered Qin Chen, he had wielded a handgun. How had he progressed to wielding such a powerful weapon? I misspoke. I clearly lack the credentials to engage in discourse with you. You have managed to tame the school's recognized beauty and the most stunning teacher. Your skills must far surpass mine. Having lived a life of misfortune, Qiu Hong found himself fortunate to encounter someone like Qin Chen today. If you don't mind, I would like to pledge allegiance to you as my godfather, he declared, reverence etched across his face. At this proclamation, Qin Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Amidst the chaos of the apocalypse, he had become desensitized to most things. Yet Qiu Hong's audacity struck him like a thunderclap. I am barely in my 20s, and you want me to suddenly take on a son? Qin Shan retorted incredulously. You refer to yourself as father, which suggests you accept me as a son, does it not? I bow before you, my esteemed godfather, Qiu Hong insisted, preparing to kneel. Qin Shan was left utterly speechless by this imbecile. He aimed the shotgun. Bang. With a single shot, Qiu Hong was left a mangled mess. What he gasped, blood spilling from his mouth, shock evident in his eyes. You still have the audacity to ask? Even if I were to sever this connection, I wouldn't want a worthless offspring like you. Qin Chen scoffed. At that moment, Teacher Wu, supported by Gu Qingyin, suddenly charged forward. Teacher Wu, Gu Qingyin exclaimed, only to witness Teacher Wu lunge at Qiu Hong. With her mouth wide open, she sank her teeth into his neck. Qiu Hong, already wounded in the chest, had no strength left to resist. Teacher Wu bit down with all her might, severing his carotid artery, blood gushing forth. She was splattered with blood but seemed utterly unconcerned. Continuing to tear into him, Qiu Hong, his life extinguished, stared wide-eyed in death. Teacher Wu, please stop biting. He is already dead, Gu Qingyin urged desperately. At last, Teacher Wu loosened her grip and rose, her upper body drenched in blood. Her clothes soaked through, she resembled a vengeful spirit emerging from the depths of hell. Teacher Wu, it's over, you're safe now. Don't be afraid, Jiu Qingyan said cautiously. Yet, at that moment, a smile crept onto Teacher Wu's face. Qingyan, live well with that. She abruptly turned and leaped out the window. No. Gu Qingyan gasped, but Teacher Wu had already vanished from sight. Moments later, a heavy thud resonated from below. Teacher Wu. Jiu Qingyan leaned over the windowsill. Peering down, there lay Teacher Wu on the concrete, surrounded by a pool of blood. Teacher Wu, she has avenged herself before her death, leaving this world without regrets, Yi Qingdai hastily advised. It's so hard to accept the death of a person. Qinshan scoffed, this is the apocalypse, not a game. Death is the most ordinary occurrence. Jiu Qingyan's expression fell into despondency. When I first arrived at the school, it was Teacher Wu who helped me with the paperwork. She was like a sister to me. Qinshan stepped forward, lifting Gu Qingyan's chin. And so what? In this world, the weak are devoured by the strong. If you possess strength, that Wang Dazhu would not dare to lay a hand on you. And Teacher Wu would not have to die. But you are merely an ordinary person. Aside from your good looks, you possess no abilities if you wish to survive and protect those around you. You must enhance your own strength, do you understand? I will give you a minute. If you cannot convince yourself, then you may as well jump alongside her. With that, Qinshan turned and left the conference room. Yi Qingdai gently wrapped her arm around Gu Qingyan's shoulder. Teacher Gu, though Qinshan is brutal, he speaks the truth. We are in an apocalypse, where order has collapsed and lives are as insignificant as weeds. If we do not empower ourselves, we will eventually become souls at the mercy of others' blades. When I was betrayed by Fan Zhehui and Sun Min, I realized that in this world, aside from oneself, no one can be trusted. Hearing Yi Qingdai's words, Gu Qingyan's expression gradually regained calm. She leaned forward to glance at Teacher Wu's corpse. That moment, a large orange wildcat, as fierce as a tiger, sauntered over, picked up Teacher Wu's body, and swiftly fled, leaving only a pool of blood behind. Teacher Wu, did you mean for me to live on well, just as you said? Jiu Qingyan murmured, then wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Let us go. He is still waiting for us outside. With a sigh, Gu Qingyan prepared to lead Yi Qingdai out, when suddenly, a group of female teachers surrounded them. Teacher Gu, is that person very powerful? Considering we were colleagues before, could you take us with you? Yes, that gatekeeper named Wang Dazhu is a madman. He has crippled the principal and has toyed with many female teachers. This place is hell. Teacher Gu, we are all women. We should help each other. Please assist us, the crowd pleaded. Jiu Qingyan glanced at them and replied coldly, help each other? When Teacher Wu asked you to unite against Qiu Hong, why did you all hide behind? Now that Qiu Hong is dead and Teacher Wu is gone, you wish to help each other? It's too late. With that, she fixed her gaze on the few female teachers blocking her path. If you do not step aside, I will call Qinshan in. He is not as lenient as I am, and seeing you like this, he will not spare you. Upon hearing Gu Qingyan's threat, many displayed astonishment. It was known that Gu Qingyan was famous for her gentle disposition. The crowd, aware of her character, had sought her favor while Qinshan was absent. They did not expect Gu Qingyan to be so indifferent to their plight. Even speaking such words, fearing Qinshan's recent brutality, they parted ways. Jiu Qingyan, without a glance, led Yi Qingdai out of the conference room. Behind them, disdainful voices arose. What are you pretending for? Didn't you also survive by letting others sleep with you? She really thinks herself noble? Perhaps she has long been ruined. Can't you see how indifferent others are to her? Truly disgusting. Just like that Teacher Wu. Both are worthless whores. Hearing their words, Gu Qingyan trembled. Yi Qingdai quickly grasped her arm. Teacher, I'm fine. Jiu Qingyan gritted her teeth and exited the conference room. Outside, Qinshan leaned against the wall, amusingly observing a promotional photo on the wall. Best Female Teacher of the Year. Gu Qingyan, I didn't expect you to have received such an award. Qinshan inquired with a smiled eye in the promotional photo. Gu Qingyan was dressed in a suit, her expression serious, while a few lines beside her introduced her teaching accomplishments. Gu Qingyan replied coolly, this award was voted on by the entire student body. I am fairly good-looking, so I received many votes. I was often insulted behind my back because of it. With that, she fixed her intense gaze on Qinshan. May I borrow your shotgun for a moment? Qin Shan casually handed the gun to Gu Qingyan, stating that there were still a dozen rounds left and that he had more if she needed. Surprised by Qin Shan's decisive attitude, Gu Qingyan asked, "Aren't you afraid I might turn it against you?" Qin Shan stepped in front of Gu Qingyan, lifting her chin with his finger, forcing her to look up. "You may not realize this yet, but I have encountered too many people, so I can read them well. You will not turn against me," Qin Shan stated. Under Qin Shan's gaze, Gu Qingyan quickly succumbed, slightly turning her head to avoid his eyes. Then she took the shotgun from his hands. "Give me 2 minutes, and I will return shortly." After that, Gu Qingyan picked up the gun and said to Yi Qingdai, "Come with me, let me show you another side of a teacher." Qin Shan leaned against the wall, amusingly watching the teacher-student duo return to the conference room. Chapter 80. Gu Qingyan's rampage inside the conference room. The female teachers were deliberating their next steps. Although Qiu Hong was dead, Wang Dazhu remained. This person possessed abilities that they could not contend with. Just then, Gu Qingyan pushed open the door to the conference room. "What are you back for? Did you get abandoned?" someone sneered. But the next moment, upon seeing the gun in her hand, they immediately fell silent. Bang. With a gunshot, 2 female teachers standing in front collapsed. "Jiu Qingyan, what do you think you are doing?" The crowd was stunned by this scene. I suddenly realized that in this world, only by killing can one survive. With that, Gu Qingyan pulled the trigger again. 2 more female teachers who couldn't escape fell lifelessly to the ground. "Ah, run! Gu Qingyan has gone mad. She's killing!" the crowd screamed and scattered. However, the back door of the conference room had long been locked, and Gu Qingyan blocked the front door. As the crowd fled a few steps, they found no way to escape. They turned around to see Gu Qingyan advancing step by step. Thud! Someone, terrified, dropped to their knees before Gu Qingyan. "Please don't kill me, Teacher Gu. I never spoke ill of you." "Teacher, we have no grudges. Please spare me," the crowd pleaded in unison. "Whoever spoke ill of me and Teacher Wu behind our backs, step forward, and I will spare the rest," Jiu Qingyan said flatly. Upon hearing this, many displayed glimmers of hope in their eyes. "Whoever insulted Teacher Gu, step forward quickly. Don't drag everyone down." "Exactly. Should one person's mistake bring everyone down?" someone anxiously shouted. Yet no one dared to step forward. Heh, so this is human nature. With that, Gu Qingyan emptied the magazine. The sound of gunfire echoed, leaving Yi Qingdai stunned. Jiu Qingyan seemed to have lost control, sparing not a single one. "Teacher, are you all right?" Yi Qingdai cautiously asked from the side. The current Gu Qingyan was utterly unrecognizable. "I'm fine. I just came to a realization," Jiu Qingyan replied, turning to leave. Within the conference room, some who had been shot were not yet dead, moaning in a pool of blood. Yet Gu Qingyan appeared entirely indifferent, leading Yi Qingdai away. "I have dealt with the ones inside. If by chance I killed someone you wish to sleep with, you can use my body to settle the debt." After returning the gun to Qin Shun, Gu Qingyan said coolly, "Has the epiphany hit?" Qin Shun teased, eyeing Gu Qingyan up and down. Her dress was splattered with blood, and her cold demeanor made her look strikingly beautiful. "Those inside are just makeup-wearing fools. I have no interest in them. However, your taste, I certainly will not miss." Qin Shun caressed Gu Qingyan's hair with a smile. Heading towards the principal's lounge, Jiu Qingyan seemed to exhale in relief and hurriedly followed. The entire scene had been clearly observed by Lu Qing and Su Weiwei through binoculars. "Sister Qing, what is happening? Has that Gu Qingyan really killed everyone in the conference room? What on earth transpired?" Su Weiwei exclaimed in astonishment. "I don't know, but it seems the master is quite pleased with Gu Qingyan's performance. This woman is not simple. Be cautious not to offend her too severely." Lu Qing remarked coolly. Su Weiwei nodded, but soon became troubled, saying, "The master told me to teach those 2 the rules when we return. What should I do if I really go too hard on them? Wouldn't they speak ill of me in front of the master?" "Sister Qing, you must help me." Lu Qing chuckled lightly, saying that teaching them the rules was the master's direct order, so you need not worry. "Remember, the master's satisfaction is paramount." Su Weiwei nodded, seemingly understanding. When she heard Lu Qing's words, "Take note. The master is about to enter the principal's office, and Wang Dazhu has yet to appear." Upon hearing these words, Su Weiwei immediately felt a surge of anxiety and aimed her telescope at the principal's office. Meanwhile, Qin Shin arrived at the entrance of the principal's office and, from a distance of about 10 meters, fired 3 shots directly. The door lock was blasted to pieces, rendering the entire door precarious. "Let me open the door," Qin Shan said to Gu Qingyan beside him. "Allow me," Yi Qingdai interjected hastily. However, Qin Shen merely shot her a cold glare. "You possess healing abilities. If something were to happen, wouldn't my efforts be in vain?" In his eyes, appearance was merely the threshold for entry. It was capability that truly mattered. "Qingdai, let me handle this," he insisted. Taking a deep breath, Gu Qingyan stepped forward and pushed open the office door. After cautiously surveying the interior, she turned back and reported. "No one is here." Qin Shen beckoned her over, and she quickly returned to his side. "Since they are not in the office, they must be in the lounge," he deduced, directing his gaze towards a side door within the office. According to Gu Qingyan's earlier information, that room should be the principal's lounge. The commotion caused by his gunfire while shooting Qiu Hong had been significant, and Gu Qingyan had subsequently emptied a magazine. Even if Wang Dazhu were deaf, he would have sensed something amiss. His failure to emerge now could only indicate one thing. He was hiding, biding his time for an opportunity. "Wang Dazhu, if you do not come out soon, I shall set fire to the place," Qin Shen shouted. He had seen the footage of his opponent's prior attacks and deemed it unnecessary to risk close combat inside. The principal's lounge was merely a dozen square meters. If he piled debris at the door and ignited it, he could easily suffocate anyone inside. Noticing the silence within, Qin Shen produced a blanket, slightly dampened it, ignited it, and tossed it at the entrance of the principal's lounge. As the blanket burned, thick smoke billowed forth. Unfazed, Qin Shen retrieved a fan, directed it towards the lounge, and set it to the highest setting. Observing this scene, Yi Qingdai and Gu Qingyan were at a loss for words. This was pure torment, yet, despite the questionable methods, the results were unmistakable. Wang Dazhu finally spoke up. "Kid, I still have several students and teachers in my room. If you are not afraid of them dying, feel free to set the place ablaze." Wang Dazhu shouted from within. Dark smoke seeped through the door's cracks, causing him to panic, mistaking Qin Shen's threat for reality. However, Qin Shen merely chuckled. "I've already killed everyone outside. Why would I care about a few more? They could serve as companions in death, and you should thank me once you join them." Upon hearing this, Wang Dazhu fell silent, speechless. After a few seconds, the door finally swung open. Chapter 81. The power of the sniper rifle. Qin Shen doused the flames on the blanket with a basin of water. Amidst the smoke, the first figure to emerge was not Wang Dazhu, but a graceful silhouette, Ran Jing, the goddess of Su Tu's dreams. Qin Shen was not unfamiliar with her. He had seen her when he came to rescue Su Tu, left naked and chained to the door by Qiu Hong. However, he hadn't anticipated that when Qiu Hong fled to the administrative building, he would bring her along as well. "Kid, I advise you to tread carefully. It would be disastrous if you accidentally shot an innocent student or teacher." Wang Dazhu shouted loudly, but no sooner had he spoken than Qin Shen's shotgun discharged with a resounding bang. The force of the blast hurled Ran Jing back through the door. Her body was riddled with bullets. Her eyes wide open, and in her final moments, she remained oblivious to the reason for her demise. You. Inside the lounge, Wang Dazhu stood frozen, staring at the corpse at his feet. At this point, moral coercion held no sway over him. "Step out. I have 2 questions for you. If I am satisfied with your answers, perhaps I shall spare your life," Qin Shen said nonchalantly. Inside, Wang Dazhu wore an expression of conflict. He could not fathom why this gunman was targeting him. Having remained hidden in the administrative building since awakening and never crossing paths with him, with Ran Jing dead, he was left with only Principal Ding Qiwen and his wife, Gu Cailian, as hostages. Under normal circumstances, no one would dare act against him with hostages in his possession. Yet, in this apocalyptic world, confronted by a lunatic like Qin Shen, hostages were of little value. Indeed, in Wang Dazhu's eyes, Qin Shen was nothing short of insane. If he were sane, how could he have shot the harmless Ran Jing without hesitation? As he pondered, he heard Qin Shen's countdown from outside. "I will count to 3. If you do not emerge, I shall set fire to the place. Your abilities cannot withstand flames, can they?" 3.2. Qin Shen began his countdown. His earlier threat of fire had merely been a test. If Wang Dazhu were unafraid of smoke and fire, he would certainly not open the door. The logic was simple. If he was willing to negotiate, it indicated fear of the flames. And if he feared the fire, his defensive capabilities were likely lacking. This realization instilled confidence in Qin Shen. Inside, Wang Dazhu spat in anger, his face contorted with murderous intent. Yet, with Qin Shen having him cornered, escape was impossible. You said that if I come out and answer your 2 questions, you would not kill me. I hope you keep your word, Wang Dazhu declared, raising Gutsilian as a shield and cautiously stepping out. He left the nearly lifeless Ding Qiwen behind in the lounge. Wang Dazhu edged out, keeping a wary eye on Qin Shen. Upon confirming that only Qin Shen bore a weapon, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Jiu Qingyan, witnessing their appearance, couldn't help but gasp. Wang Dazhu appeared relatively unscathed, draped in a tattered security uniform. It was uncertain whether he was genuinely dedicated to his post or simply had peculiar habits, as he had yet to change into clean attire. In stark contrast, Gutsilian was in dire straits. Like Ran Jing, she was entirely unclothed. More tragically, having refused to submit, she bore numerous wounds inflicted by Wang Dazhu, many of which were still oozing blood, a truly harrowing sight. Director Gu Qingyan exclaimed through gritted teeth. Gutsilian slowly raised her head, offering a smile more sorrowful than tears. Wang Dazhu edged toward the window, attempting to maintain distance from Qin Shen. His gaze fixated on the shotgun in Qin Shen's hands as he spoke. We have no grievances in the past, nor enmity in the present. You have killed so many. There is no need to eradicate me as well, correct? You may pose your questions now, and I assure you I will answer truthfully. Qin Shen assessed Wang Dazhu's position. He was relatively close to the window, likely within Lu Qing's shooting range. First question. Did you acquire your abilities after consuming the fruit of a mutated plant? Qin Shen inquired. Currently, he was aware of only one method of obtaining abilities, which was through consuming the fruit of a mutated plant, but he did not rule out the possibility of other means. Hence the need to confirm this question. Indeed, Wang Dazhu replied emphatically. Second question. Demonstrate your power. Qin Shen stated flatly. Demonstrate my power? What do you mean? Wang Dazhu asked, momentarily taken aback. Haven't you ever been to elementary school? It's a simple request, Qin Shen mocked. Wang Dazhu's expression darkened, nearly prompting him to curse. Yet, upon seeing the shotgun in Qin Shen's grip, he swallowed his words. He was unsure if he could withstand the firepower Qin Shen wielded. So he chose to endure. Hurry up, do not force my hand at this distance. Even if you have someone shielding you, you will not survive, Qin Shen urged. Hearing this, Wang Dazhu reluctantly cast Gutsilian aside. Observing that Qin Shen had no intention of firing, he felt a measure of relief. In that case, allow me to demonstrate, he said, moving towards the window and assuming a stance akin to the 8 trigrams palm. He struck the wall with a single punch. With a resounding crash, the wall was obliterated, collapsing into a heap. Qin Shen was taken aback by the display. The force was indeed formidable, deserving the title of shattering gold and stone. If it connected with a person, it could easily puncture them. This is merely my first ability. In fact, I have awakened too. Let me show you, Wang Dazhu declared, seemingly casually taking a few steps forward. Just then, a cold smile crept across Qin Shen's lips as he produced a walkie-talkie and coldly commanded, "Fire." Wang Dazhu was momentarily stunned. In the next instant, as if struck by a revelation, he turned to gaze out the window. Simultaneously, a bullet shattered the glass, whistling through the air, and pierced Wang Dazhu's chest. The spinning bullet, propelled by immense force, created a gaping hole in his torso, nearly cleaving him in two. Qin Shen was thoroughly satisfied with the outcome. Indeed, the Barret, enhanced with 5-fold damage, made even those with abilities appear woefully vulnerable. How did you know I was going to ambush you? Wang Dazhu stared blankly at Qin Shen, struggling to force out a word from his throat. True to his awakened abilities, despite sustaining such severe injuries, he still clung to life. Qin Shen stepped forward, crouching before Wang Dazhu, and chuckled. One fruit can only awaken one ability. Do you take me for a fool? Moreover, if you had any other abilities, why would you flaunt them instead of keeping them hidden? Rising to his feet, Qin Shen aimed the shotgun at Wang Dazhu's head. In your next life, read more books, at least complete your 9 years of compulsory education. Understood? At that moment, Wang Dazhu seemed to have recalled something, hastily exclaiming, "Don't kill me. I have a secret." However, before he could finish his sentence, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Chapter 82. The news of the mutated fruit. This scene left Qin Shen momentarily dumbfounded. To faint mid-sentence was truly a tantalizing turn of events. Fortunately, he possessed the means to deal with it. Come here, and revive him. Qin Shen beckoned to Yi Qingyi that instant. Wang Dazhu had merely lost consciousness due to excessive blood loss. He had not yet breathed his last. With Yi Qingdai's extraordinary abilities, she should be able to restore him. Moreover, it presented a perfect opportunity to test the efficacy of her healing powers on an ability user. Yi Qingdai obediently approached Wang Dazhu, extending her hands towards him. In the next moment, a gentle green energy began to flow from her body into Wang Dazhu's. Moments later, Yi Qingdai's vision darkened, and she was unable to steady herself, collapsing in the process. Fortunately, Qin Shun was quick-witted and caught her. He entrusted Yi Qingdai to Gu Qingyin and then turned his attention to the still unconscious Wang Dazhu. Strangely, while Wang Dazhu's chest had somewhat healed, a gaping hole the size of a fist remained. It was unclear whether Yi Qingdai's powers were insufficient or if the damage from the sniper rifle was too severe. Nevertheless, Qin Shun paid little heed to this detail. He raised his foot and stomped down hard on Wang Dazhu's chest. With a muffled groan, Wang Dazhu violently coughed up blood and slowly opened his eyes. "Wait, I'm not dead," Wang Dazhu exclaimed in astonishment. "I have saved your life, so you're not dead yet. Now, continue. What is the secret you possess?" Qin Shun inquired. Wang Dazhu hesitated. "If I tell you, you must spare my life." Qin Shun nodded. "No problem. I am a man of my word." With Qin Shun's assurance, Wang Dazhu let out a sigh of relief. In fact, the cafeteria manager, Meng Hao, has also obtained a fruit from a mutated plant. Upon hearing this, Qin Shun's eyes lit up. "Really? Absolutely. He even sent me a photograph to prove it," Wang Dazhu declared earnestly. Yet, Qin Shun's expression darkened as he furrowed his brow. The fruit had likely already been consumed. What use was this information then? If the individual were a woman of decent appearance, he might have managed to recruit her into his team after she consumed the fruit. However, the cafeteria manager, Meng Hao, was a man, and Qin Shun had no inclination toward such pursuits. Wang Dazhu, sensing Qin Shun's discontent, shook his head repeatedly. "He hasn't eaten that fruit yet. I deceived him into believing that it must be treated in a special way before consumption. Otherwise, he wouldn't acquire any abilities." Realization dawned upon Qin Shun. Meng Hao had indeed obtained a fruit from a mutated plant, but he was uncertain how to gain the abilities it offered. Hence, he sought Wang Dazhu's guidance. Wang Dazhu had misled him into thinking that specific treatment was necessary, all the while plotting to seize the fruit for himself. Little did Wang Dazhu expect that an unforeseen turn of events would force him to divulge this secret to save his own skin. "Little brother, with your strength, it would be a trivial matter to snatch the mutated fruit from Meng Hao. This information is tantamount to a gift of a mutated fruit. Please spare my life," Wang Dazhu pleaded. Qin Shun nodded, recognizing the value of this information. Wang Dazhu's face brightened at this acknowledgement, but the next moment, the cold muzzle of a gun was pressed against his forehead. What does this mean? Didn't you say that if I revealed my secret, you would let me go?" Wang Dazhu exclaimed, a mix of shock and anger coloring his voice. "In this apocalyptic world, how can you still be so naive? Just because I promised does not mean I am bound to keep it," Qin Shun scoffed. Wang Dazhu's eyes widened in disbelief. Without further ado, Qin Shun pulled the trigger, and with a resounding bang, Wang Dazhu's head burst open like a watermelon. Thankfully, Qin Shun had been swift enough to dodge. Otherwise, his shoes would have been sullied by the gruesome aftermath. After confirming Wang Dazhu was truly dead, Qin Shun used the intercom to summon Lu Qing and Su Weiwei. Upon witnessing Wang Dazhu's demise, both women were taken aback. Initially, their intent was merely to test the weapon's effectiveness on Wang Dazhu before returning to their quarters. However, Wang Dazhu had disclosed a secret just before his death. There was indeed a mutated fruit in the cafeteria, and they needed to investigate. Turning to Su Weiwei, Qin Shun instructed, "Yi Qingdai has just expended her powers. You and Gu Qingyin should escort her to the underground temporary shelter. Lu Qing and I will go take a look." The women nodded in agreement. Just as they were about to leave, Gu Qingyin suddenly spoke up, "Qin Master, may I borrow your gun?" Noticing the slight frown on Qin Shun's face, she hastily added, "Director Gu is gravely injured and likely won't survive much longer. I wish to see her off." To Gu Qingyin's words, everyone turned to gaze at the injured Gu Xilian sprawled on the ground, her body battered and her face pale. "If you plead with me to take her back and wait until tomorrow for Yi Qingdai to treat her, I would certainly refuse. However, your desire to see her off is a reasonable request." With that, Qin Shun handed the gun to Gu Qingyin. With the shotgun in hand, Gu Qingyin approached Gu Xilian and sighed. "Director Gu, you have always looked after me. Now, I can only repay you in this manner. I'm sorry. In a moment of clarity, Gu Xilian weakly lifted her head, summoning all her strength to utter 2 words. Thank you. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyan closed her eyes and pulled the trigger. Gu Xilian's head was obliterated in an instant, leaving her to depart without suffering. Gu Qingyan intended to return to the lounge to see off Ding Qiwen as well. But upon arriving, she discovered that Ding Qiwen had already passed away. Alas, Principal Ding, Director Go, may you rest in peace. Shaking her head, she returned to Qin Shen's side. Just as she was about to return the gun, Qin Shen produced another shotgun. Keep this gun for self-defense. I have the infinite ammo skill, allowing me to replicate each gun 3 times. If I wished, I could even cosplay as a dual-wielding old lady. After distributing the tasks, just as they reached the first floor, they were confronted by a group of male teachers blocking their path. Oh, you're still here? Qin Shen remarked, surprised. Earlier, when he had passed through the administrative building, he had seen several male teachers' corpses in the lobby and presumed they had perished in a conflict, believing the survivors had fled. To his astonishment, those who remained had now obstructed his way. Brother, please spare us some food. Wang Dazhu intended to eradicate us and only provided us with a meager amount. If we don't eat soon, we will perish, pleaded a middle-aged man at the forefront. In his 40s, he called Qin Shen brother without a hint of awkwardness. In this apocalyptic world, strength dictated hierarchy. It's not my fault you lack food, nor did I incite you to turn against one another. Why are you directing your grievances at me? Qin Shen waved his hand dismissively. Since I'm in a decent mood, I suggest you leave. Chapter 83. The administrative building, annihilated. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. They had not anticipated Qin Shen's abrupt refusal to assist, ordering them to leave. At that moment, someone turned to Gu Qingyan. Teacher Gu, please intercede on our behalf. If we don't eat soon, we'll starve. Yes, Teacher Gu, you can't just stand by and watch us die. Recognizing Gu Qingyan's propensity for compassion, they aimed their pleas at her. Qin Shen turned to Gu Qingyan, curious about her response. If I'm not mistaken, those deceased male teachers were your doing, correct? After killing them, you come before me to elicit sympathy. Do you truly believe I would feel compassion for you? Gu Qingyan replied coolly. The crowd's faces twisted in discomfort. One individual shouted, we merely sought to procure food, but they insisted we shouldn't rob. If we take food from others, they too will perish. This is tantamount to murder. Shouldn't they be punished? Indeed, such bleeding hearts don't deserve to live. They brought this upon themselves. We had already given them a chance. The crowd echoed in indignation. Gu Qingyan shook her head. In this world, with your mindset, you are indeed doomed to perish. However, my refusal to assist you aligns with the very principles you espouse, does it not? At her words, the crowd fell silent, struck dumb by the realization that Gu Qingyan's actions were indeed consistent with their own logic, selfishness, and a ruthless will to survive. Applause erupted in the hall. Teacher Gu, as expected of an educator, you grasped the rules of the apocalypse so swiftly. Impressive. Qin Shen remarked with satisfaction. At that moment, Gu Qingyan pointed at Qin Shen and added, you see, this is my master. Every word he speaks is a rule I must abide by. Even if I wish to provide you with supplies, I cannot do so without his consent. The crowd froze in shock. Had Gu Qingyan lost her mind? She was claiming that a mere boy was her master. What kind of game was this? Yet, with Gu Qingyan having spoken, all eyes turned to Qin Shen. Kid, since reasoning with you yields no results, we'll have to resort to force. A voice declared, we know you possess a gun, but we are not defenseless. With that, several individuals brandished plastic barrels, holding them to their chests. See this? It's gasoline. If you dare to shoot, we'll all perish together. Standing before them were several male teachers, appearing almost deranged, as they erupted into boisterous laughter. Qin Shen, feeling helpless, shrugged his shoulders. I can hardly believe I have to even address you all. You, a group of teachers, wouldn't you have just thought of using gasoline, would you? The security guards possess more sense than you lot. Qin Shen remarked, his sarcasm unmistakable. This was no exaggeration. During his time in the community, the property manager, Chao Long, had been the first to consider using gasoline, and he had demonstrated a greater capability than these teachers by crafting incendiary devices. The ensuing blaze consumed the entire supermarket, irrevocably altering the power dynamics within the community. Qin Shen, such matters seemed utterly juvenile. Humph, still so obstinate. With all of us here, if you dare not use firearms, I don't believe you can. Just as he spoke, an arrow from a crossbow pierced through one man's skull. He widened his eyes in shock before collapsing lifelessly. You still have a crossbow? The crowd was left utterly stunned. After all their calculations, they had not anticipated that Qin Shin wielded a cold weapon. With swift precision, 2 more arrows shot forth, claiming 2 more lives. As the onlookers focused, they noticed 2 beautiful women behind Qin Shin, who had somehow also drawn crossbows. To be honest, I'm not particularly skilled with guns. Crossbows are far more accurate. With that, Qin Shin loosed another arrow, taking yet another life. He spoke the truth. When the apocalypse first descended, he had spent considerable time honing his skills with a crossbow, achieving remarkable accuracy within 20 meters. However, he had later abandoned it for firearms. Today's encounter provided him with an opportunity to showcase his talent. Brothers, fear not. They have but 3 crossbows. With our numbers exceeding 10, they are no match for us, someone shouted through gritted teeth. Yet, scarcely had the words left his mouth when an arrow pierced through his forehead. What a chatterbox! Those wishing to fight, act quickly. Those hoping to flee, if you don't run now, it may be too late. Qin Shin cheerfully reminded them. Faced with the bodies strewn across the ground, the remaining onlookers lost all courage to confront Qin Shin. Without the gasoline barrels for protection, he drew forth a shotgun. Bang, bang, bang. Each shot claimed at least 1 life. In mere seconds, nearly all lay dead in pools of blood. As he observed the final figure attempting to escape, Qin Shin handed the shotgun to Gu Qingyin. Without hesitation, she aimed and fired in one fluid motion. The man, having just exited the first-floor door, felt a sudden, excruciating pain in his chest before collapsing. In his dying moments, a flicker of regret crossed his eyes. After all, this was a being capable of wielding powers. Why had they provoked Qin Shin? But now, it was far too late. Of the 20 or so individuals, none survived. Qin Shin received the shotgun back from Gu Qingyin, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he caressed her cheek. You performed admirably today. It seems you shall receive a reward upon our return, Qin Shin remarked. Since witnessing Teacher Wu's suicide and the deaths of Gu Zilian and others, this woman appeared to have gained a newfound clarity, her demeanor markedly more agreeable than before. Thank you, Master, Gu Qingyin replied, her expression unreadable. All right, a flawless conclusion. Qin Shin clapped his hands, leading the women into the underground tunnel. As they departed, Gu Qingyin glanced back one last time. The blood pooling beneath them had gathered ominously, a vivid crimson. If her calculations were correct, she was the sole survivor within the entire administrative building. Beside her, Lu Qing patted her shoulder, urging her onward. Come, the apocalypse is indeed this cruel. With a sigh, Gu Qingyin followed the others into the tunnel. Upon returning to their makeshift underground refuge, Gu Qingyin and Su Weiwei remained behind to tend to the unconscious Yi Qingdai, while Qin Shin, undeterred, hurried to the cafeteria with Lu Qing. Meanwhile, Meng Hao and Li Qingfeng were engaged in a video call. Li Xiao, I just received word that the administrative building has been annihilated by that gunman. The gunfire echoed for dozens of rounds, and I doubt there are many survivors left, Meng Hao stated solemnly. What? Li Qingfeng leapt from his seat in disbelief. Wasn't he Wang Dazhu supposed to have gained powers? Even he was no match for that gunman? Chapter 84. The cold storage heist. If Wang Dazhu were still alive, how could he possibly allow that gunman to rampage through the administrative building? However, what I really want to know is the gunman's motive. The administrative building lacks supplies. What could he possibly gain from killing there? Meng Hao mused, brow furrowed. Do you think it's possible he simply enjoys killing for its own sake? Li Qingfeng speculated. Meng Hao sighed. How on earth did this Li Qingfeng become a leader? It felt as though he was missing a few marbles. If that gunman were truly there just for the thrill of killing, would he risk entering the administrative building? There are numerous mutated plants surrounding it. A moment's carelessness could lead to death. Plus, there's Wang Dazhu, who has acquired powers. Wouldn't he fear being killed by him? Thus, it stands to reason that Qin Shin had a purpose for going to the administrative building. They simply did not yet understand what it was. At that moment, someone burst into Meng Hao's office. Manager Meng, it's bad. There's a ruckus. One subordinate exclaimed anxiously, Li Xiao, I have something urgent to attend to. I'll call you back shortly, Meng Hao said, ending the call and frowning at his subordinate. What's causing such a commotion? Didn't I tell you all to remain calm and composed in the face of trouble? Taking a deep breath to steady himself, the subordinate replied, Manager Meng, our food has been stolen. Upon hearing this, Meng Hao leapt from his seat, executing a maneuver akin to a professional hurdler, vaulting over his desk. What did you say? He demanded incredulously, gripping his subordinate's collar. Manager Meng, please don't panic. Didn't you say we should stay calm when faced with issues? With a resounding slap, Meng Hao struck his subordinate. Calm my foot with that. He kicked open the office door and rushed toward the cold storage. The subordinate, feeling aggrieved, followed closely behind, covering his face. By the time Meng Hao arrived at the cold storage, a sizable crowd had already gathered at the entrance. Get out of the way, he shouted, shoving aside those blocking his path. Upon seeing the interior of the cold storage, he stood in stunned silence. What had once remained a significant portion of their supplies, sufficient to sustain them for over a month, was now stripped bare. As though a thorough cleaning had taken place, there wasn't even a single leaf of vegetables left. Can someone tell me what in the world is going on? Meng Hao bellowed in rage. The crowd exchanged glances, none willing to answer his query. At that moment, Meng Hao surveyed the area and shouted, Where's Li Zhao? Get him over here. Li Zhao was his favored subordinate. After the apocalypse began, Meng Hao had entrusted him with guarding the cold storage door personally. The empty cold storage could not have been cleared out in a single day. He needed to find Li Zhao and inquire. Just then, a subordinate quietly remarked, Manager Meng, it seems Li Zhao has already fled. We haven't seen him. Another voice from the crowd chimed in, That's right. His two lackeys appear to be missing as well. Hearing this, Meng Hao felt a jolt of alarm. He quickly summoned everyone present and began taking roll call. In the end, it turned out that, including Li Zhao, 7 people from the cafeteria were unaccounted for. Li Zhao, I'll have your head. Meng Hao roared skyward. If he still didn't comprehend how the supplies had vanished by now, he might as well throw himself against a wall in despair. It was undoubtedly Li Zhao who had betrayed them and pilfered the supplies. Check the surveillance footage immediately. I want to know where he has fled, Meng Hao commanded. At that moment, 2 figures entered through the cafeteria's main door. Upon seeing the orderly assembly of dozens of individuals in the cafeteria hall, Qin Chen paused in surprise. What is this? A welcome parade? He wondered aloud. Hearing Qin Chen's words, the crowd turned their gazes toward him in unison. Who the hell are you to invade my territory without prior notice? You must be tired of living. Meng Hao seethed in his current fury. He seized a nearby golf club. Ironically, he had never played golf. He had bought the set to show off, but it proved rather useful as a weapon. However, as Meng Hao stepped forward, a deafening gunshot erupted. Unbeknownst to everyone, Qin Chen had produced a shotgun, firing it at the ceiling. Ah, he has a gun, run, he is killing people. Upon seeing the shotgun in Qin Chen's hands, the crowd scattered in panic. Yet, in the next instant, Lu Qing aimed at those fleeing ahead and fired twice. Several individuals collapsed instantly. Some clutched their thighs in agony, while others foamed at the mouth, their lives swiftly ebbing away. Anyone who moves will die, Lu Qing stated coldly, resembling an emotionless killing machine. The crowd halted in their tracks, frozen in fear, staring at Qin Chen and Lu Qing. Now that's more like it, cooperate well, and I, for one, am benevolent and not fond of killing, Qin Chen said with a cheerful grin. Though the crowd displayed little outward reaction, internally, they were cursing vehemently. He had just appeared and already slaughtered over 10 people. Was this what he called not enjoying killing? You are the gunman who massacred the administrative building? Meng Hao cautiously lowered his golf club, inquiring with trepidation, TSK, how can you phrase it that way? I didn't massacre the administrative building. They simply refused to cooperate and deemed my actions unreasonable. Thus, I sent them to meet their maker. Allowing the Almighty to adjudicate their grievances, Qin Chen spoke casually. Upon hearing this, Meng Hao's expression slightly changed. Since this individual did not deny it, it indicated that all the people in the administrative building had been slaughtered. There were dozens of individuals in the administrative building, including an ability user. This person was utterly deranged, leaving no one alive. Without further ado, hand over the mutated fruit, and I shall spare your life. Qin Chen said to Meng Hao. His sole purpose for coming here was to obtain the fruit of the mutated plant. As for Meng Hao's life, it held no significance whatsoever. Meng Hao's countenance suddenly grew grim. Qin Chen furrowed his brow. You haven't eaten it, have you? At these words, Meng Hao hastily waved his hands. No, I haven't eaten it. After saying this, he displayed a look akin to constipation, but I feared the fruit would spoil. So I sealed it with cling film and hid it in the cold storage. However, today, the cold storage was robbed. Robbed? A look of astonishment appeared on Qin Chen's face. How could something so crucial be stolen? The leaders of the campus factions are all utterly useless. Seeing Qin Chen seemingly on the verge of anger, Meng Hao quickly explained, brother, please don't rush. Only I know about this matter. The thief probably hasn't realized it yet. As long as we find him, we can definitely retrieve the items. Qin Chen aimed his gun at Meng Hao, asking, what are we waiting for? Where is he? Find him. Meng Hao, frantic as an ant on a hot pan, exclaimed, brother, I don't know where he went. Just give me a moment, and I'll investigate immediately. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. Answer it, Qin Chen said nonchalantly. Meng Hao cautiously took out his phone, and upon seeing the caller ID, he was momentarily stunned. It's Li Zhao, brother. He's the one who stole my supplies. Saying this, Meng Hao hurriedly connected the call. Chapter 85. Lu Qing fights alone. Li Zhao, what the hell are you doing? Do you really think you can survive after stealing my supplies? Meng Hao cursed as soon as he opened his mouth. Manager Meng, given the current situation, I might as well be honest with you. Li Zhao replied, Lai Qingfeng has already promised me that as long as I deliver the supplies, he'll make me his deputy. I'm on my way to the boys' dormitory now. Out of kindness for our past relationship, I'll give you a heads up. You'd better run, or else when the folks below find out the supplies are missing, they'll tear you apart. Ha ha ha, Li Zhao said smugly. Meng Hao trembled with rage. Li Zhao, how have I ever wronged you? In the cafeteria, you were also second in command. What good does that do you? Li Zhao snorted coldly. Meng Hao, since you can't figure it out, let me spell it out for you. Yes, on the surface, I am the second in command here at the cafeteria, but when have you ever heeded my suggestions? I said to create some weapons to bolster our combat power. But you insisted that a kitchen knife was sufficient. I suggested using food to exchange for some female university students, but you said you didn't want to offend the forces in the boys' dormitory. Have you ever seen a second in command of a faction who can only sleep with cafeteria aunties? And that auntie has shaky hands. Li Zhao's long-suppressed grievances finally erupted, berating Meng Hao mercilessly. Qin Chen glanced at Meng Hao with amusement. This man was undoubtedly the most oppressed leader among all the factions he had encountered. It seemed Meng Hao intended to bide his time, waiting for the other factions to deplete their resources before emerging to reap the benefits. This closely mirrored his initial plan in the community. However, back then, he wielded a powerful weapon and did not need to maintain a band of subordinates. Meng Hao could not compare to him. The result was that before the other factions even engaged in a bloody clash, his underlings had already revolted. Li Zhao, these matters can be negotiated. Just bring the supplies back, and I assure you, everything you said can be realized. At worst, I'll take on the role of the faction leader, Meng Hao said humbly, with a gun pointed at him by Qin Chen. He knew that any misstep could lead to his demise. Only by deceiving Li Zhao back could he grasp a sliver of hope. Meng Hao, there's no need to say more. I'm not a fool. Even if you knelt before me now, it would be futile. I've already betrayed you once. Do you think you could spare me upon my return? Even if you don't kill me now, you will surely find an excuse to eliminate me later. Fine. I'm already downstairs at the boys' dormitory. Li Zhao has prepared several innocent female students for me. I'm off to enjoy myself. So you can worry all you want. After saying this, Li Zhao hung up the phone, not giving Meng Hao a chance to respond. This Meng Hao's face was filled with panic as he immediately redialed Li Zhao. Yet, the phone rang with a message indicating it could not be connected at the moment. Brother, please don't rush. I still have a way. I bang. A gunshot rang out, and Meng Hao's voice abruptly ceased. The headless corpse thudded to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Can I not be anxious? Wasting time with all this chatter? Qin Chen scoffed, turning to leave. To the boys' dormitory, Qin Chen said indifferently to Lu Qing. After leaving the cafeteria, Lu Qing noticed Qin Chen's ashen face and cautiously advised, Master, from what Meng Hao said, it seems that others are still unaware of the mutated fruit. You needn't worry. Qin Chen replied coldly, my frustration stems from the sheer stupidity of these individuals. They ran from the administrative building to the cafeteria, and now they must go to the dormitory. How can they be so dim-witted as to fail to protect a single fruit? Lu Qing quickly reassured him, Master, please relax. Rest for a moment, and I will take action to help you retrieve the fruit. She felt compelled to persuade Qin Shun, as he always took out his frustrations on them whenever he was angered. At the same time, she couldn't help but harbor resentment towards Li Xiao. Why steal anything, if not the mutated fruit? Truly despicable. Before long, the two arrived at the boys' dormitory. Qin Shun had no desire to ascend, so Lu Qing single-handedly kicked the door open while carrying a shotgun. Today, she wore a short black dress that barely covered half her thigh. The intricate dark-patterned hem complemented a dark red lace leg ring adorning her thigh, creating a stunning ensemble. Today, she opted not to wear stockings, and her smooth, jade-like legs contrasted starkly with the black dress, making her exceedingly eye-catching. The black stiletto heels she wore elongated her calves to an astonishing degree. With each step, it felt as if she were walking on the edge of a knife, exuding elegance mingled with danger. It must be said, in the past, Lu Qing would have never attempted such a style of attire. However, since following Qin Shun, perhaps due to a shift in mindset or his expectations, she began to transition towards the clean and decisive demeanor of an assassin. As Lu Qing entered the dormitory building, on the top floor, Li Xiao and Li Qingfeng had just met. Brotherly, you're slightly older than me and from the same family, so I'll call you Brotherly from now on. Rest assured, I won't neglect any promises I made to you. From now on, you'll be the second in command here. And as for women saying this, Li Qingfeng clapped his hands in the next moment. 3 female university students walked through the door. Though their expressions appeared slightly haggard, it did not diminish their remarkable beauty. Having spent so much time in the cafeteria, Li Xiao was accustomed to the cafeteria antics. And upon suddenly seeing 3 university students, he was instantly captivated. Li Xiao, to be honest, I haven't touched a woman in many days, and I'm truly at my wit's end right now. Li Xiao stood up, his gaze fixated on the 3 girls, unable to suppress a gulp. Truly, university students are on another level. Any one of them surpasses those cafeteria antics. Moreover, with his current status, there would be more than just these 3 women in the future. Choosing to betray Meng Hao is indeed the right decision. Haha, I completely understand. Brotherly, this floor of the dormitory is still vacant. Feel free to choose any room you like. Rest assured, I can guarantee with my life that you won't be disturbed today. Li Qingfeng said with a smile. A nominal position, coupled with 3 women nearly at his beck and call, was worth a substantial portion of the cold storage supplies. This transaction was undoubtedly a massive gain for him. All right, I want to be polite then. Li Xiao rubbed his hands together and approached the 3 female university students. What are you all dawdling for? From now on, you 3 belong to Brotherly. Serve me well, and if anyone slacks off, I'll have her killed. Li Qingfeng coldly interjected. The 3 women trembled in unison, seemingly recalling the torment they had endured at the hands of Li Qingfeng. Li Xiao triumphantly embraced the 3 women, ready to exit, when a gunshot rang out from downstairs. What the hell? What is happening? Li Qingfeng instinctively jumped up. Chapter 86. Those who talk too much die quickly. Could it be that the shooter has arrived? Li Xiao said in terror. He was aware that a gunman roamed the campus and had just recently slaughtered individuals in the administrative building. However, he hadn't anticipated that the gunman would arrive at the boys' dormitory immediately afterward. But there's nothing of value here. Could it be that he has his sights set on the supplies you just brought? Li Qingfeng furrowed his brow. Considering the previous incident, the gunman had already visited twice. Did he truly believe this place was a bus stop, open to everyone? Li Xiao, what should we do? Should we charge out? Li Xiao inquired. Upon hearing this, Li Qingfeng stared at Li Xiao as if he were an idiot. That thing he has in his hand is called a gun, not a firewood stick. Charging out would be akin to seeking death. No need to worry. Let us hide here. He can take whatever he wants. Li Qingfeng advised based on his previous experience. The last time, the intruder had come in and only taken Su Tu away. This time, he probably meant no harm. Li Xiao, left with no choice, could only comply with Li Qingfeng's instructions and sit down. However, though he was unable to engage in other activities, his hands were not idle. 2 young women sat beside him, one on the left and the other on the right, while another directly perched on his lap. After a while, feeling unsatisfied, Li Xiao turned to Li Qingfeng with a mischievous grin. Li Xiao, could I trouble you for a favor? Do you happen to have any earplugs? I'm struggling to contain myself. Upon hearing Li Xiao's words, Li Qingfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. Gunshots echoed from downstairs intermittently, and how could Li Xiao still be thinking of such matters? Has he lost his mind? Li Gu. Hold on a little longer. Let us discuss it once the shooter leaves, Li Qingfeng said, suppressing his anger. Just then, his phone rang. Li Xiao. A woman just barged in with a gun. We can't stop her. What should we do? Li Qingfeng snapped back. If you can't stop her, then don't. Do not resist, understand? Let her do as she pleases, and anyone unrelated, get lost with that. He hung up the phone. These fools, attempting to confront the shooter. Truly didn't he know the meaning of danger? Li Qingfeng scoffed to himself. But within 2 minutes, the dormitory door was kicked open. The first thing to catch their eyes was a pair of red-soled high heels. Next came Lu Qing's proud and alluring visage. However, upon seeing the shotgun in her hands, both Li Qingfeng and Li Zhao dared not move. That moment, the expression on Li Qingfeng's face was nothing short of spectacular. He had calculated every possibility, yet never anticipated that the shooter would be targeting him. Lu Qing surveyed the 2 men in the room, and upon witnessing Li Zhao's disgusting embrace with 3 women, she couldn't help but frown, then promptly shot him. Li Zhao, along with the women in his arms, was instantly pierced through. Before he could utter a word, he gasped his last in confusion. The 2 girls seated beside him were splattered with blood and fainted in terror. Li Qingfeng, witnessing the bloody scene before him, couldn't suppress a nervous gulp. No, don't shoot. Let us talk this over, Li Qingfeng hurriedly exclaimed. Where are the items Li Zhao brought? Take me there, Lu Qing said in a calm tone. It turned out she was after supplies. Li Qingfeng felt a slight relief in his heart. As long as he understood her intentions, he could simply hand over the supplies without hesitation. All the supplies are in the warehouse on this floor. I'll take you there now. With that, Li Qingfeng cautiously rose, leading Lu Qing to a dormitory door not far away. Usually, there were 2 students guarding the warehouse door, but with the sound of gunfire, those on duty had long fled. Here it is, Li Qingfeng said cautiously as he opened the door. Inside, the beds had been tossed out, and the windows sealed off, transforming the space into a small warehouse. It held not only the supplies Li Zhao had recently brought, but also items he had previously accumulated. I'll give you 3 minutes to find a plant fruit sealed in plastic wrap from what Li Zhao brought. If you can't find it, you die, Lu Qing stated flatly. Hearing this, Li Qingfeng was momentarily stunned before rushing into the warehouse like a determined hound. I'll find it right away, he shouted. He never imagined that after all this trouble, the other party was merely here for a fruit. Fortunately, this item had distinct characteristics. After a quick search, he easily located a fruit wrapped in plastic. It was about the size of an orange with a faint purple hue, though he couldn't identify it precisely. Is this it? Li Qingfeng said, ingratiatingly handing the fruit to Lu Qing. Lu Qing unwrapped the plastic and instantly confirmed her target. The fragrance emanating from the fruit was unparalleled by any ordinary fruit. Indeed, this is it. Thank you for your efforts, Lu Qing acknowledged. Not at all. It's my honor to serve you. Is there anything else you need? Li Qingfeng began, but before he could finish, a gunshot rang out, cutting him off. Li Qingfeng was sent sprawling as if struck by a truck, crashing heavily to the ground. Why did I found the item for you? He questioned in disbelief. Because you talk too much, Lu Qing retorted, disdainfully striding away in her high heels. Upon reaching the ground floor, Lu Qing obediently handed the mutated fruit to Qin Chen. Yes, this is it? Qin Chen exclaimed with delight. After all the effort, he finally obtained this mutated fruit. Did he ever consider eating it himself? If he gained formidable powers, he wouldn't need to keep her as a pet. Qin Chen smiled at Lu Qing, his anticipation evident. Lu Qing shook her head slightly. With my intellect and strength, I doubt I could survive long in this apocalypse. Only by following a strong master can I hope to endure. The stronger my master, the safer I and my sisters will be. Qin Chen was quite pleased with this response. He wrapped an arm around Lu Qing's waist. I'll be sure to reward you well tonight. Lu Qing's face flushed. Master Point One couldn't help but notice the striking contrast between Lu Qing's cold, alluring assassin appearance and her suddenly shy demeanor. Qin Chen found himself eager to return to the underground shelter. Eager for Lu Qing to experience a true wild encounter. Just as he was about to leave with her, Qin Chen suddenly recalled something. Is Li Qingfeng dead? He inquired. I've already killed him. Did you need him for something? Lu Qing asked, her tone slightly anxious. Forget it. Dead is dead. With that, Qin Chen led Lu Qing into the dormitory building. If there's anyone left to breathe, come out. I have opportunities to offer you, Qin Shan called out. After a long pause, no one emerged at that moment. A shifty-eyed young man cautiously stepped forward. He glanced nervously at Qin Shan. See, can I? Chapter 87. New Skill. The Source Tree. Qin Shan appraised the student from head to toe. He appeared gaunt and scruffy, clearly someone who had been bullied frequently. What's your name? Zhang Jichao. Are you willing to kill? I am. Qin Shan chuckled, tossing him a watermelon knife. I'll give you 10 minutes to stab someone you have a grudge against, and I'll grant you an opportunity. Zhang Jichao hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth, picked up the knife from the ground, tucked it into his sleeve, and rushed toward a dormitory. Moments later, a scream of rage erupted from within, quickly followed by agonized wails. Shortly after, a blood-soaked Zhang Jichao emerged, dragging a lifeless body behind him. This person always bullied me, so I killed him. Zhang Jichao threw the knife down before Qin Shan, his voice trembling. Well done, Qin Shan declared, thoroughly satisfied. From today on, you are the boss of this campus. I'll ensure that supplies are regularly delivered to you. Zhang Jichao's eyes brightened, but he suppressed his excitement and asked in a low voice. What do you want me to do? Qin Shan replied with a smile. I prefer to make deals with intelligent individuals, and you, it seems, are quite clever. Your sole task is to organize the surviving students and seek out mutated plant fruits. If you find them, I will reward you, and managing more people will not be an issue. However, if you dare to hoard any for yourself, I have my ways of finding out, and you will meet a grim fate. The effects of the mutated fruits had spread widely. Nearly everyone was aware that consuming them could grant powers. Qin Shan's request for the fruits was clear and motived. I agree, Zhang Jichao said firmly. For him, life had been a struggle under oppression. With the apocalypse upon them, his small stature had nearly cost him his life. Now, with Qin Shan offering him the chance to rise above, he certainly wouldn't let it slip away. Rest assured, I only wish to survive. I don't need any powers, Zhang Jichao added hastily. Qin Shan nodded, then patted Lu Qing's waist. Go help him establish his authority, and be swift about it. Lu Qing nodded obediently and approached Zhang Jichao. With her tall frame accentuated by high heels, she towered over him. In a cool tone, she instructed, take me to Li Qingfeng's prize subordinates quickly, and don't keep my master waiting. Zhang Jichao stood momentarily dazed, having never been this close to a woman of such caliber. However, upon meeting Lu Qing's indifferent gaze, he suddenly snapped back to reality. Yes, I'll take you there right away. He stammered, secretly pinching his thigh as he turned to lead Lu Qing away. 10 minutes later, the dormitory hall was littered with more than 10 lifeless bodies, their eyes wide open in death. Most were Li Qingfeng's favored subordinates, eliminated by Zhang Jichao due to their standing in the dormitory. The remaining individuals were personal vendettas, taken down with Lu Qing's gun. Such little schemes did not escape Lu Qing's notice. Yet she remained unfazed. Only those with courage could instill fear in the survivors. From this day forth, you are the boss of the campus. Take a few days to consolidate your power. Should you encounter any insurmountable issues, feel free to contact me. Likewise, if you cannot maintain control, my master will not hesitate to abandon you. Having dispatched the last target, Lu Qing said coolly to Zhang Jichao. Zhang Jichao nodded nervously, rest assured. I will prioritize this matter. Abandoning Zhang Jichao, Lu Qing descended the stairs and returned to Qin Shan's side. Master, the matter has been resolved, Lu Qing respectfully stated. Very well, let him fend for himself from now on. Qin Shan replied. Amidst the chaos of conflict, he ultimately realized that several factions within the campus had been eradicated by his hand. As he prepared to depart, a sudden thought struck him. Perhaps he could support a faction. Although these individuals lacked combat prowess, adhering to the principle of utilizing resources effectively, it would be beneficial to have them search for mutated fruits. The campus was vast, and should they stumble upon such a fruit one day, it would be a boon for him, requiring only a minimal contribution of resources. Upon returning to the underground temporary shelter, Qin Shan eagerly began to examine the mutated fruit. The appearance, color, and scent of this fruit were unlike any he had encountered before. This indicated that consuming it might grant him an entirely new skill. I require a tranquil environment. No one is to disturb me, Qin Shan declared, seeking a secluded spot before hastily swallowing the fruit. Ding! You have gained 30 experience points. Congratulations, you have advanced to the 4th stage. Would you like to select your upgrade rewards now? The long-awaited system notification echoed in Qin Shan's ears. Is each fruit equivalent to a stage? What exactly is this experience value? Qin Shen pondered silently before intently stating, select rewards. Received, Reward 1. Fruit ability, Source Tree. Reward 2. Weapon ammunition, Skill upgrade. Reward 3. Mental link, Skill upgrade. As anticipated, this stage upgrade allowed him to choose between a new fruit ability and skill enhancements. However, Qin Shen was curious about what the source tree entailed, as its name offered no clear indication of its function. System, please provide an introduction to source tree. Qin Shen mentally requested. Source tree allows the host to select an area in an open space to plant the source tree. The source tree can absorb the polluted energies of the earth and sky, condensing them into source fruits. At a normal rate, one source fruit is produced every 7 days. This cycle can be accelerated by the host's application of fertilizer. Upon upgrading, the fruit production cycle can be shortened, and the efficiency of fertilizer usage can be increased. Upon hearing the skill's description, Qin Shen's eyes sparkled with excitement. System, are source fruits and the fruits of mutated plants the same? Qin Shen quickly inquired. If planting a single tree could reliably yield mutated plant fruits, it would indeed be a significant advantage. Indeed, the system replied in a monotone manner. Then what is fertilizer? Qin Shen pressed on. It is the polluted energy within mutated creatures, the system clarified. Mutated creatures. Does that include humans? Qin Shen murmured, before resolutely making his decision. I choose source tree. As the saying goes, it is better to teach a person to fish than to give them a fish. Once he possesses this tree, he need not fear a scarcity of mutated plant fruits in the future. As his words fell, a seed, no larger than a sunflower seed, materialized in his hand. Wait a moment. What do you mean by starting from a seed? How long will it take before it bears fruit? Qin Shen's eyes widened in disbelief. The source tree was transformed into a seed for convenience in transport. Once placed in a suitable growth area, the seed will reach maturity in a remarkably brief period. If the host wishes to convert it back to a source tree, please confirm within 1 minute. The system responded. You are quite considerate, but I still wish to clarify. What do you mean by a brief period? Surely our perceptions of time align, correct? Qin Shen cautiously inquired. In the past, Sun Wukong was trapped under the Five-Finger Mountain for 500 years, and the Jade Emperor showed no concern. This is because the Jade Emperor's cultivation spanned 1,750 tribulations, each lasting 129,600 years, totaling over 2 billion years of cultivation. At that time, Earth was between the Permian and Jurassic periods, well before the age of dinosaurs. To the Jade Emperor, 500 years of Sun Wukong's suppression was merely a fleeting moment of slumber. If the system shares such an otherworldly nature, then its interpretation of a brief period might very well translate to hundreds or thousands of years. This system is an intelligent system, calibrated to the host's perception of time. The maturation period of the source seed is just over 2 minutes, the system clarified. Upon hearing this time frame, Qin Shen furrowed his brow, sensing a hidden implication in the system's words. Be clear. How much is just over 2 minutes? Qin Shen pressed for specifics. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. The system replied flatly, I knew it. You were hiding your true nature all along, and now you've finally revealed your daughter, Chicken Foot, Qin Shen exclaimed, recognizing the underlying meaning behind the system's words. This system, which often appeared so serious, turned out to have a playful side. Once he probed, it promptly divulged its secrets. Humph, no little black secrets can escape my discerning eyes, Qin Shen declared triumphantly. Reiterate. This system's perception of time aligns with that of the host. All time standards are governed by the host's perspective. Please take note. Caught off guard by the system's statement, Qin Shen paused. What do you mean? Our perceptions of time align. Are you implying that in my view, a brief period equates to 2.5 minutes? Allow me to ask you this. How long can I maintain my vigor? 2.5 hours, the system answered. Hearing this, Qin Shen nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, that is my true capability. Now, let me ask you, in terms of singing and dancing. Before he could finish, the system interjected, 2.5 years. Qin Shen was elated. You even know how to respond quickly. Since you say so, I shall trust you. Your perception of time truly aligns with mine. At this juncture, Qin Shen's expression suddenly shifted, as if he had realized something significant. So, does this mean, he said incredulously, I am the true little black one? This time, the system fell silent. Oh, so now you choose not to respond, Qin Shen retorted. Yet the system remained unresponsive, resembling a dormant entity, no longer engaging with him. With caution, Qin Shun secured the seed and returned to the underground temporary shelter. Upon his return, aside from the still unconscious Yi Qingdai, the other 3 women rose to their feet. "Master!" They greeted him respectfully, their gazes tinged with curiosity. Moments ago, Qin Shun had left with the mutated fruit, and they anticipated he had acquired a new ability, though they were unaware of its nature. "Tomorrow, once Yi Qingdai awakens, we shall return to the community.at that time. I will announce a significant decision," Qin Shun stated. He had come to a conclusion over the past few days. To survive and thrive in this apocalyptic world, he could not operate in isolation. He must cultivate a faction. While he could manage 1 or 2 ability users like Wang Dazhu, what would happen if they banded together in greater numbers or combined various abilities against him? According to Su Weiwei's boyfriend, Du Xia, several ability users had been spotted at the nightclub days prior, and their numbers were likely on the rise. That group was expanding and seeking more mutated fruits. Eventually, they would cross paths, and thus, he must prepare for the inevitable. "All right, everyone, return to your tasks. I need to rest for a bit," Qin Shun said, producing another bed to accommodate the additional occupants. Previously, the 3 of them, he, Lu Qing, and Su Weiwei, fit comfortably on one bed, but with 2 more individuals now present, an extra bed was necessary. At that moment, Lu Qing pulled Su Weiwei before Qin Shun. "What is it?" Qin Shun inquired. Perplexed. Su Weiwei lowered her head, tugging at Lu Qing's skirt in a furtive manner. Lu Qing sighed in resignation, producing Su Weiwei's phone and handing it to Qin Shun. "Master, Du Xia has informed us that he is bringing a team and will arrive at our community within 2 to 3 days. What do you think?" Lu Qing said cautiously. Qin Shun glanced at the chat history, then regarded Su Weiwei with a knowing smile. Su Weiwei's head sank even lower. In recent days, she had diligently maintained contact with Du Xia, gathering intelligence from the nightclub, but now, with Du Xia's imminent arrival, she felt a surge of panic. If memory serves, when the apocalypse first began, you were nearly starving, eagerly awaiting your boyfriend's arrival. Now that he is finally coming, why the gloom? Qin Shun teased. Seeing Su Weiwei's reluctance to speak, Lu Qing placed a hand on her back and gently nudged her forward. "Weiwei, can't you see that the master is quite irritable right now? Quickly apologize," Lu Qing urged. "Master, I'm sorry," Su Weiwei mumbled. Upon witnessing this, Lu Qing couldn't help but sigh. This girl, usually so sharp-witted, how could she falter at such a crucial moment? With no other choice, she stepped forward. Grasping the zipper on the side of Su Weiwei's skirt, slowly pulling it down as she admonished, "Apologies are not made in this manner." Once Su Weiwei expressed her apology, the tension in Qin Shun's heart dissipated. Holding the phone, he contemplated for a moment before calmly stating, "If they are coming, let them come. It will be an opportune moment to gauge their strength." According to the words of Du Xia, there are currently 6 supernatural beings at the nightclub, divided into 3 teams. Each team sends 1 supernatural being to lead a group in search of mutated fruits, while the remaining 3 supernatural beings guard the nightclub. The team that has come to Tang Xinyuan community is merely one of the 3 expedition teams, consisting of only 1 supernatural being. Given Qin Shun's current strength, dealing with a single supernatural being poses no challenge. "When your boyfriend arrives, if he wishes to kill me, how will you choose?" Qin Shun inquired of Su Weiwei beside him. Su Weiwei's face flushed, declaring, "I will always be the little kitty of my master, standing by his side." Qin Shun gently touched the area over Su Weiwei's heart, reminding her, "You must remember your words. Do not waver when the time comes." Chapter 89. Home is most comfortable. The following day, Qin Shun awoke in the grand bed, feeling refreshed. Yesterday, he had instructed Gu Qingyin to keep time beside him, strictly adhering to a 2.5-hour regimen. However, due to Gu Qingyin raising the red flag, all the responsibility fell onto Lu Qing and Su Weiwei, leaving both women quite displeased with Gu Qingyin. Not long after, Yi Qingdai also gradually stirred from her slumber. After a day of rest, her physical condition had nearly returned to normal. Naturally, Qin Shun personally conducted a thorough examination, ensuring that Yi Qingdai bore no lingering aftereffects, which caused her to blush profusely. After concluding their little entertainment, Qin Shun instructed the remaining women to tidy up their things, while Su Weiwei ventured to the girls' dormitory to bring Su Tu over. Su Tu had been cooped up in the girls' restroom for several days, nearly driven to madness. Unable to shower or wash up, he subsisted on compressed biscuits when hungry and drank mineral water when thirsty. For an ordinary person struggling to survive in the apocalypse, such treatment would likely bring immense joy. Yet Su Tu was different. He had genuinely experienced a life of luxury. Under Li Qingfeng, he had been a figure of great stature, enjoying the finest food and drink at will, and frolicking with pure-hearted young women. However, this bliss was short-lived when Su Weiwei appeared with Qin Shin. Without uttering a word, she had pulled him from his paradise and cast him into the girls' restroom, leaving him to wait in despair. Just as he thought he had been forgotten, Su Weiwei finally returned, escorting him to the underground tunnel. "Follow us closely. Do not look around or ask questions, understood?" Su Weiwei whispered. Pointing to a nearby electric bicycle, Su Tu nodded, though his gaze occasionally wandered to Gu Qingyan and Yi Qingdai. The scene before him left him utterly astounded. The woman standing beside Su Weiwei was someone he had seen before. Rumored to be a neighbor from the same community, possessing unparalleled beauty. Yet how could Gu Qingyan and Yi Qingdai also be present? One had been voted the campus beauty for 3 consecutive years, while the other had won the title of the most beautiful female teacher for several years running. To possess even one of these two was a lifetime fulfillment, yet this lad had claimed both? Including his own sister, this young man had 4 stunning women at his side. Why? Was it merely because he wielded a gun? As Su Tu's heart simmered with indignation, Qin Shin's gaze swept over him. "Are we ready to depart? Have you all prepared?" Qin Shin asked. Su Tu immediately donned a fawning expression, replying, "Brother Qin, we are ready, guaranteed not to fall behind." He nodded eagerly, attempting to ingratiate himself. He had already devised a plan. In ancient times, Gojian endured hardship and humiliation, and now Su Tu would bear the burden of disgrace. Was it not merely a matter of feigning submission? He was not so lowly as to bow his head. First, he would adopt a humble demeanor, allowing Qin Shin to grow complacent, then seize an opportunity to strike a fatal blow. At that moment, Qin Shin's resources and women would all belong to him. It was a flawless plan, and Su Tu felt a surge of pride within. Before long, the 6 of them arrived at the underground parking garage of the community. However, Qin Shin had no intention of bringing Su Tu back with him, instructing Su Weiwei to arrange for him to stay in Building 4. He then returned to Building 3 with the other 3 women. There was no particular reason for this decision. He simply preferred to keep his distance from distractions. After all, it was inevitable that he would need to engage in physical activities frequently, and he had no desire for others to eavesdrop. "Sister, what does this mean? Did you not mention that there was an injured supernatural being in this community? What if he sets his sights on me?" Su Tu complained, looking at the dilapidated building before him with reluctance. "What if you plead with Qin Shin again to arrange for me to stay near his room?" In Building 4, Su Weiwei sighed, having exhausted all her efforts to persuade Qin Shin to bring Su Tu back. After spending so many days with Qin Shin, she had a slight understanding of his temperament. He preferred a gentle approach over a forceful one. Bringing up requests immediately upon arriving would likely provoke his displeasure. "You need not worry about safety. One of our objectives upon returning is to eliminate Liang Yan. Once he is dead, this community will be completely safe." Su Weiwei reassured him. Just then, the intercom crackled to life with Lu Qing's voice. "Weiwei, are you not back yet? The master is about to hold a meeting." Lu Qing urged. "Understood, Qingjia. I will return immediately." Su Weiwei set down the supplies she was carrying and offered a few more words before departing. The moment the door closed, Su Tu's expression shifted dramatically. "Damn it. I knew she was just brushing me off. Did she bring me here just to let me languish and await death?" Su Tu kicked the supplies aside, growling in frustration. Once he calmed down, he began to observe the room. It appeared that the place had been abandoned for quite some time, with useful supplies long since scavenged. However, the basic furniture such as beds, tables, and sofas were still intact. After shutting the door, he finally felt a semblance of security. "Qin Shin, just you wait. One day, I will take your place," Su Tu declared fiercely, tearing open a bag of bread and gnawing on it. Meanwhile, Su Weiwei had returned to Qin Shin's home, standing before him alongside the other 3 women. Qin Shin lounged comfortably on the sofa, his arms draped over the backrest, relishing the comfort of home after so many changes of scenery. Indeed, after all the relocations, nothing feels as cozy as one's own abode, he remarked, glancing at Gu Qingyan and Yi Qingdai. "There are still 2 vacant bedrooms. You 2 can choose freely if you need anything. Just ask me. It must be said that a large house has its advantages. Each of the 4 women could have her own separate bedroom. Now, let us proceed with the routine report." Qin Shin directed his gaze to Lu Qing on the far right. Lu Qing nodded and pulled out a small notebook. Master, according to the records from the community chat group over these past few days, Liang Yin has not shown himself since the day he was injured. Some suspect he may have succumbed to his severe injuries, while others believe he is hiding somewhere to recuperate. Qin Shin shook his head. He is a supernatural being. It would not be so simple for him to die. When he had ambushed Liang Yin, his understanding of supernatural abilities had been insufficient. It now appeared that Liang Yan's ability was undoubtedly of a defensive nature, as he had withstood a large knife. At that time, his skills had not yet been upgraded, and ordinary bullets would not have taken Liang Yan's life. Continue the search. I will give you a day to compile a list of places where he could be hiding. We shall methodically investigate each location, Qin Chun instructed. The opponent did not possess a skill as formidable as Mind Link, so it was certain he could not escape the community. Finding him was merely a matter of time. Lu Qing nodded, putting away her notebook and stepping back. Next, it was Su Weiwei's turn to report. Master, the order in the community may not last much longer. In recent days, several people have died due to resource disputes. During Qin Chen's absence, the residents of the community had begun to scour each room for supplies, driven by the struggle for survival. Even the previously ravaged Building 8 had not been spared. Some had opened its passage, treading over putrid corpses and congealed blood in search of resources. Moreover, numerous incidents of robbery and murder had erupted as individuals fought to seize the survival supplies from one another. Yet, everyone had grown accustomed to such chaos. Do not concern yourself. Their lives and deaths are of no consequence to me, Qin Chun replied indifferently. Chapter 90. The situation is dire. Su Weiwei nodded. Continuing, there are 3 significant pieces of news from the outside world. First, news about obtaining supernatural abilities by consuming mutated fruits has spread. Acquiring mutated fruits in the future may prove to be more challenging. Had he heard this news earlier, Qin Chun would likely have been troubled. However, now that he possessed the source tree, a stable output of mutated fruits was assured, alleviating any fears of scarcity. Proceed, Qin Chun urged. Yes. The second piece of news is that organizations worldwide are recruiting supernatural beings, with some forces claiming to have amassed over 100 supernatural beings. The future hierarchy will likely be dominated by these supernatural beings. Su Weiwei reported. Qin Chun nodded, stating, this situation should have emerged long ago. The large-scale recruitment is likely a result of prior research on how to acquire supernatural abilities. He had anticipated this development well in advance. The order that existed before the apocalypse had long since collapsed, and a new order would inevitably rise from the ashes, centered around supernatural beings. The third piece of news, which may be bad for all of us, is that, according to experts' estimates, the power systems of several nearby cities are likely to cease operation in the coming days, Su Weiwei said solemnly. Upon hearing this, the other 3 women looked at her in astonishment. But we use nuclear power here. Is there a possibility of some sort of accident? Lu Qing inquired. The electricity generated by the nuclear power plant cannot be utilized directly. It requires voltage transformation. However, the automated systems and voltage transformation equipment depend on separate power sources. With the backup power running low, a breakdown is imminent. Fortunately, the nuclear power plant has emergency protocols in place, thus mitigating the risk of a nuclear leak. Su Weiwei explained. Once the power disappears, the network will likely follow suit, making it exceedingly difficult to obtain external information. Qin Chun pondered with a frown. In truth, since the onset of the apocalypse, apart from a few cities powered by nuclear plants, the vast majority of regions have experienced total blackout and loss of connectivity. The situation in those cities is likely more dire than here. Consequently, almost all areas have become isolated from one another. However, for Qin Chun, this news was somewhat reassuring. After all, he had ample supplies. Securing a generator would suffice for the electricity needs of a few individuals. For those intending to establish large factions, the absence of power and connectivity would be excruciatingly burdensome. This inadvertently lessened Qin Chun's peril. Master, my report comprises these matters, Su Weiwei concluded before retreating. Qin Chun turned to Gu Qingyin and Yi Qingdai, stating, if there are no unforeseen circumstances, we shall conduct a weekly report. Understood. The 2 women nodded vigorously. At that moment, Qin Chun pointed at Lu Qing. From today forth, you shall be the leader of your group of 4. It is your responsibility to assign their tasks. Perform well, and there will be rewards. Fail, and there will be consequences, Qin Chun stated matter-of-factly. The 4 women were taken aback by this announcement. Is there a problem? Qin Chun inquired. The 4 women shuddered slightly and hurriedly replied. Master, we have no issues. Qin Shi nodded and instructed Lu Qing. First, deal with Liang Yin. Eliminate him, then train the three in marksmanship, pistols, shotguns, and sniper rifles. They must master each. I require capable assassins, not mere ornamental figures who serve in bed. Do you comprehend? Lu Qing solemnly affirmed. Yes, master. After delegating his instructions, Qin Shun left the four women behind and stepped outside. Although his trust in them was growing, he was reluctant to expose his trump cards excessively. It was midday, a time when the mutated beasts would likely be resting. Additionally, as an extra precaution, Qin Shun carried a shotgun in each hand. Feeling secure, he circled the building and finally discovered a small clearing behind it. Assessing the surrounding space, he deemed it suitable for the growth of the origin tree. He cautiously retrieved the seed of the origin tree and buried it in the soil. The moment the seed made contact with the earth, Qin Shun felt the air around him begin to stir, as if a subtle suction force was manifesting. The seed sprouted visibly, quickly rooting and growing. In the blink of an eye, it had reached his height. After a full 2.5 minutes, the seed transformed into a towering tree measuring over 10 meters tall. This tree was unlike any known species. Its trunk was robust, shimmering with a metallic sheen under the sunlight, while its leaves, the size of fists, were semicircular and a rich jade green. Fortunately, the surrounding vegetation had also mutated into bizarre shapes, rendering the origin tree less conspicuous. On the trunk's front, a semi-transparent panel appeared, visible only to Qin Shi, displaying an electronic countdown reading 6:23:59. Indeed, it would take 7 days for it to bear fruit. Grow strong. Henceforth, we shall rely on you, Qin Shi said, caressing the rough bark with satisfaction. At that moment, he recalled another matter. According to the system, the fruiting cycle of the origin tree was 7 days, but fertilizing could shorten this duration. The fertilizer, as the system indicated, consisted of mutated creatures. With this in mind, Qin Shi made another trip to Yangqing University, bringing back Wang Daju's corpse in a sack. Damn. Had I known I would need to transport a corpse, I would have spared myself the trouble of blowing off his head. Qin Shi lamented. Initially, in an attempt to show off, he had shot Wang Daju in the head. Now, as he transported the body, any slight movement caused blood to ooze, infuriating Qin Shi. After bringing the corpse back to the origin tree's base, he faced another dilemma. What is the procedure for fertilization? System, come forth. How do I apply fertilizer? Qin Shi silently thought, but the system remained unresponsive. Ultimately, with no other option, Qin Shi dug a pit and buried Wang Daju's body beneath the tree. As the saying goes, the most advanced fertilizer often employs the simplest application method. After firmly packing the soil with a shovel, Qin Shi stood up contentedly. Meanwhile, the countdown in front of the origin tree began to accelerate rapidly. It only halted at 2:23:10. Qin Shi calculated that, excluding the time spent transporting the corpse, Wang Daju had effectively reduced the origin tree cycle by 3 days. Rounding it off, that was equivalent to half a mutated fruit. If only there were more. The thought ignited a gleam in Qin Shi's eyes. Truly, the origin tree's efficiency in recycling was remarkable. After witnessing the effects of the fertilizer, Qin Shi was not idle. He picked up a shovel and energetically began digging another pit, one of similar size, which would be perfect for Liang Yin. Qin Shi assessed the situation and remarked with satisfaction, "He is the only ability user I know." Tomorrow, he would eliminate Liang Yin and bury him in the pit. The fruit would be ripe soon. It was a flawless plan. After finishing his tasks and preparing to return, Qin Shi's phone suddenly pinged with a new message. Upon unlocking the screen, he was met with a rather unexpected name. Chapter 91. Ex-girlfriend Zhang Qianxue. Hey loser, I see you're still alive. Life must be tough for you, huh? The message included a multimedia attachment featuring a photo of a self-heating hot pot and pre-prepared meals. Zhang Qianxue was Qin Shi's ex-girlfriend a few days prior. While chatting with Lu Qing and the others, he had casually mentioned her, resulting in a text message filled with insults towards her. Initially intended as a momentary vent, he was surprised to receive a reply after so many days. At that moment, Qin Shi shared the same sentiment as her. Who would have thought that, amidst the apocalypse, she was still alive? Given the dangers outside, Qin Shi suppressed his anger for the time being and waited until he returned home to call Zhang Qianxue. Oh, loser, you dare call me? Are you that desperate for food? She taunted. I'm currently at the Ocean Entrepreneurship Park. If you can crawl over here, maybe I'll show a bit of mercy and share some food with you. By the way, Qin Shi, are you delivering takeout now? Even the message you sent me was marked as spam by the system. I was right about you. You couldn't fit in at school and ended up as a rat in the sewer, destined to remain scum for life. Before Qin Shan could interject, Zhang Qianxue launched into a tirade. One couldn't help but acknowledge that if she pursued a career in rap, her attack power would likely carve out a niche for her. Qin Shan finally understood why it took Zhang Qianxue so long to reply. Her message had been filtered into the spam folder by her phone's advertising system. Initially, he intended to mock Zhang Qianxue, but upon hearing her words, he felt a sense of relief. You said it. I might just come find you, Qin Shan replied coolly. Zhang Qianxue scoffed derisively, then sent a video request. As he activated the camera, Qin Shan was met with Zhang Qianxue's stunning visage. Despite the apocalypse lasting for so long, she still appeared rosy-cheeked, even taking the time to apply makeup. She held her phone, leaning against a man. Qin Shan, spare me the bravado. Given the current situation, how would you even get here? Fly over. Today, I'm in a generous mood, so I'll bestow upon you a little favor. How about it? You've never seen me dressed like this, have you? Zhang Qianxue lifted her phone for a full body shot, revealing her clad in a black lace camisole, her alluring figure on full display. That moment, the man beside her wrapped his arms around her waist. Sweetheart, who are you talking to? Zhang Qianxue instantly donned a smiling expression, replying, Darling, remember my college boyfriend? This loser is still alive. The man chuckled smugly. Of course I remember. Wasn't it me who suggested you find a decent guy to play with? You'd go on proper dates with him during the day, then come to me at night like a little puppy. Ah, those were the days. Zhang Qianxue bashfully clung to the man's arm, saying, You're so naughty. But I didn't let him take advantage of me. We only held hands at most. Your body is the only one for me. After finishing, Zhang Qianxue shot a triumphant glance at Qin Shan. Loser, do you understand now? From the very beginning, you were merely a pawn in my game with Mr. Xiong. Remember when you sent me roses to confess? Just thinking about that moment makes me want to vomit. With that, Zhang Qianxue and Mr. Xiong burst into laughter. Strangely, instead of feeling furious, Qin Shan quietly observed Zhang Qianxue flaunting herself before him, his expression unchanged. Now, compared to before, he felt like a different person. After leaving school, enduring the harsh realities of society, and facing the apocalypse, his approach to problems and attitude had undergone a profound transformation. In the past, witnessing his girlfriend nestled in another man's embrace would have left him shattered, perhaps even brought him to tears. But now, seeing Zhang Qianxue attempt to humiliate him only made him want to chuckle. Noticing Qin Shan's lack of reaction, Zhang Qianxue seemed somewhat dissatisfied. She teased, Qin Shan, you haven't touched a woman, have you? Is that why you can't help but stare at me in this outfit? Raise your hands. Don't do anything inappropriate. She was acutely aware of the vulnerabilities of men, hence she directly ridiculed him with such matters. However, Qin Shan merely smiled faintly and said, Zhang Qianxue, I must admit I was rather naive back then, mistaking you for a respectable woman. Yet, in your current state, even if you were to kneel before me and plead for my bed, I wouldn't lift a finger. As he spoke, he waved to Gu Qingyan, who was not far away. Gu Qingyan hesitated for a moment, then settled into Qin Shan's embrace. You know, he mused, even if I were to choose a random woman now, she would surpass your artificially enhanced visage by leagues. He playfully caressed Gu Qingyan's cheek. Am I right? Gu Qingyan, blushing, lowered her head and replied, You are absolutely right, master. Witnessing this scene, the two on the other end of the phone were utterly astounded. Qin Shan? How could you? Zhang Qianxue stammered, taken aback by Gu Qingyan's beauty. It seemed that Lu Qing, realizing Qin Shan's intentions, approached with a skewer of grilled meat in hand. Nestling beside Qin Shan, she offered the skewer to his lips. Master, this is freshly grilled meat. How do you find the flavor? Lu Qing asked sweetly. Qin Shan took a bite, savoring the crisp exterior and tender interior, leaving a delightful taste lingering on his lips. Truly, a homemaker's culinary skills are exceptional. The appearance of yet another beauty left Zhang Qianxue speechless. What was worse, there was grilled meat here. Although she had ample supplies, she could only afford instant meals. And even self-heating hot pots felt extravagant. Through the screen, she could almost smell the rich, sweet aroma of the grilled meat. Wei Wei, Qing Dai, how could you be so oblivious? Master just returned from such a long endeavor. Hurry and come to massage his legs, Lu Qing commanded the remaining two women. Having been appointed as the captain of their small quartet, She felt emboldened to direct the others. The two immediately set aside their tasks and rushed to kneel before Qin Shen. Su Weiwei, with her long legs, squatted down and propped her knees up as a makeshift stool for Qin Shen's legs, immediately starting to massage them earnestly alongside Yi Qingdai. Master, is this pressure suitable? Su Weiwei asked sweetly. Very good, keep it up, Qin Shen replied, a contented expression on his face. As he spoke, he turned the camera to show the others. Zhang Qinxue, do you truly believe I could still be interested in such lowly company as you? And you, Mr. Xiong, is your condition not quite satisfactory? Back in college, Zhang Qinxue took me to hotels multiple times, always appearing unfulfilled. I suppose you were unaware of this, right? Alas, you truly have never tasted the finer things in life. You wasted several years on such trash, but don't get too worked up. It would be unfortunate if the green cap atop your head were to fall off. Qin Shen taunted before abruptly hanging up the call. Prepare yourselves. After we deal with Liang Yin, we shall head to the Ocean Entrepreneurship Park, he stated nonchalantly. Chapter 92. Next target, Ocean Entrepreneurship Park. As Lu Qing continued to feed Qin Shan grilled meat, she curiously inquired, Master, was that your ex-girlfriend? The group had only caught snippets of the conversation between Qin Shan and Zhang Qinxue. As women, genetically predisposed to gossip, the other three looked at Qin Shan with keen interest, as if eager to delve into this matter. You've turned the tables and are now questioning my privacy, are you? Qin Shan feigned irritation. Please, Master, just tell us. We're all very curious about who that woman is. Lu Qing pleaded. Had it been a typical romantic tale, it would have sufficed. However, given the snippets they had heard, it was evident that Qin Shan's past was anything but ordinary. Moreover, as his current partners, they naturally harbored a curiosity about the woman he once favored. Very well, seeing as you all cooperated so well just now, I shall share. Qin Shan had no qualms about discussing the matter. Back in college, as that wretched woman stated, I was indeed a poor fool, shy, lacking in wealth and looks, and my academic performance was dismal. Zhang Qinxue was the belle of our class, and many professed their love for her shortly after the semester began. Yet, she rejected them all and ultimately confessed her feelings for me. This event was monumental within our class. Even I could scarcely believe it. Subsequently, we began dating, though in hindsight, it appears it was merely my unrequited affection. As being with me was merely a task for Mr. Xiong, I worked part-time, spending every penny on gifts for her, which she never deemed too cheap. I thought I had found true love. How laughable. Near graduation, she asked me to purchase adult products for her, and the moment she received them, she discarded me. That is the crux of the matter. Qin Shan recounted calmly. The four women were left speechless upon hearing Qin Shan's experience. No wonder Zhang Qinxue had referred to him as a pawn in her and Mr. Xiong's play. She had spoken the truth. They could hardly fathom that the once ruthless Qin Shan had been so easily manipulated by a faithless woman. This woman is utterly detestable. How dare she toy with our master? They exclaimed indignantly. Indeed, once we locate her, we must ensure she suffers greatly in retaliation for our master's sake. The women expressed their outrage. Qin Shan chuckled softly. While I have moved on, it does not imply I intend to spare either of them. Back then, I foolishly sought to win Zhang Qinxue back, following her location to deliver takeout nearby. The Ocean Entrepreneurship Park is not far from here. We shall confront them in a couple of days. Lu Qing gently patted her chest. You startled me. When you mentioned moving on, I feared you would show mercy to that woman. Qin Shan lifted Lu Qing's chin and sneered. Show mercy? There are several phrases that follow that one. Gu Qingyin chimed in. Indeed, most people only remember the first, but there are 3 more lines. To repay virtue with virtue. How to repay virtue? To repay grievance with grievance. To repay virtue with virtue. Qin Shan replied nonchalantly, forgiving her is a matter for the divine. My task is to send her to meet the divine. Meanwhile, at the Ocean Entrepreneurship Park, on the 7th floor of Building 2, in the office of the chairman of Xiongdun Security Company, Xiong Zhaixing seized a crystal ashtray worth thousands from the table and hurled it to the floor. The scattering shards of crystal left Zhang Qinxue trembling in fear. Smack! Xiong Zhaixing's heavy hand struck Zhang Qinxue's face. You wretched girl, did you truly sneak off to a hotel with that worthless fool? He roared in a fury. Darling, please calm down. I swear I never had any relations with Qin Shan. He was merely trying to sow discord between us. Zhang Qinxue pleaded, covering her face, her expression one of utter grievance. Yet Xiong Zhaixing was relentless, gripping her hair and demanding, "Then how does he know about my condition? Did you tell him?" Zhang Qianxue winced in pain, tears brimming in her eyes as she shook her head fervently. "No, darling, I have never said a word. You must believe me." She was clueless as to how Qin Chun had acquired that information, feeling incredibly wronged. In truth, Qin Chun had not anticipated that his casual remark would incite such turmoil between the two. Years ago, while on a mission, Xiong Zhaixing had sustained an injury to a sensitive area. Although he had not entirely lost function, it had significantly impacted him, leading to brief episodes of performance. It was only after discovering this peculiar play that he regained some confidence, realizing there were men even less capable than he. Thus, at Xiong Zhaixing's behest, Zhang Qianxue had taken the initiative to confess to Qin Chun, becoming a couple in hopes of helping him regain his virility. However, the issue with his body had left him plagued with insecurities. Was it possible that he was inadequate, unable to satisfy Zhang Qianxue, prompting her to secretly rendezvous with Qin Chen? "You wretched girl. I will uncover the truth behind this matter. If you dare leak my secret, I will ensure you live in misery," Xiong Zhaixing threatened, kicking Zhang Qianxue disdainfully. She dared not retaliate, only rising from the floor in a state of dejection as she made her way to the office door. At that moment, a striking figure entered. "Mr. Xiong, the neighboring building wishes to exchange supplies with us." This is the list. They slipped through the corridor. The secretary, clad in black stockings, walked past Zhang Qianxue in her high heels and placed the list on Xiong Zhaixing's desk. The Ocean Entrepreneurship Park consisted of 7 office buildings, each boasting 24 floors. While each building had underground parking, they were not interconnected. However, Building 2, where Xiong Zhaixing was located, and the adjacent Building 3 had a corridor connecting them on the 14th floor. Having served in a foreign legion, Xiong Zhaixing returned and established Xiong Dun Security Company. When the apocalypse struck, he swiftly took control of the entire building. Witnessing this, those in Building 3 immediately sealed off the corridor. "Exchange supplies? What an absurd notion. Respond to them. Give them 3 days to surrender. Otherwise, once the power is gone and the corridor opens, none from Building 3 will remain," Xiong Zhaixing scoffed. The secretary nodded, but then hesitated. Glancing at Zhang Qianxue, "Miss Zhang, I have some urgent matters to discuss with Mr. Xiong. Could you please excuse yourself for a moment?" Zhang Qianxue cast a cold glance at the female secretary, inwardly cursing. "Wretched creature." She then sensibly exited the office. At that moment, the female secretary finally spoke up. "President Xiong, our team has discovered a mutated plant fruit downstairs and has already dispatched someone to retrieve it. They should be back shortly." Upon hearing this, Xiong Zhaixing immediately sprang to his feet in excitement. "Really?" Chapter 93. Liang Yin makes an appearance at this juncture. Neither Zhang Qianxue nor Xiong Zhaixing realized that the recent phone call had summoned a harbinger of death upon them. A golden ant was leading a dozen mutated ants in digging a tunnel towards the Ocean Entrepreneurship Park. Meanwhile, Qin Chun stood in a small strategic analysis room, which had been converted from a small living room. Organizing the intelligence he had recently gathered, on the wall hung 2 maps. One was a layout of the Tang Xinyuan residential complex, and the other was a satellite view of the area surrounding the complex. Qin Chun picked up a marker and circled Yangqing University, then marked it with an X. Subsequently, he drew an arrow from the residential complex pointing towards the nearby Ocean Entrepreneurship Park. Judging from the maps, the distance from the complex to Yangqing University was roughly equivalent to that from the campus to the Ocean Entrepreneurship Park. Based on previous experience, it would take approximately 3 days to dig through the tunnel. "Zhang Qianxue, let me allow you 3 more days of enjoyment. After that, I shall personally take your life along with that bear's," Qin Chun muttered to himself, then proceeded to jot down several other pieces of intelligence on a nearby whiteboard. As the saying goes, "Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall not be imperiled in 100 battles." The collection of intelligence must be continued, but in a few days, the internet and power would be cut off, necessitating the need to devise new methods for gathering external information. At that moment, his phone suddenly vibrated. Upon checking, he discovered that someone in the long-silent shared rental group had sent a message. "Li Zhixian, brothers, how are things on your end?" Qin Chun had no desire to respond to this individual. Previously, when Li Zhixian had inquired about purchasing mutated plant fruits, he had tried to pry information from him. Moreover, he had mentioned being trapped in a nightclub after the apocalypse began, making it highly likely that he had already aligned himself with the forces of the Zhulong nightclub. However, after a while, others began to respond to his message in the group. Sure, Jiming. Jixin, you're still alive. I see many brothers' avatars have turned gray. Alas, this damned apocalypse. Li Jixin. I'm at Geelong Nightclub. There are several ability users here, so safety is guaranteed, and we're not lacking in food. If you get the chance, come and join me. Sure, Jiming. The outside is filled with mutated animals and plants. Going out is suicide. I'm at Ocean Entrepreneurship Park, which is too far from you. But we also have several ability users here, so self-defense isn't an issue. However, our food supply is too low, and will likely be at war in a couple of days. Li Jixin, distance isn't a problem. We have ways to get out, brother. If you hear any news about mutated plant fruits, be sure to let me know. Once I report it, the higher-ups will definitely send someone over, and they can rescue you too. Sure, Jiming. All right, I'll keep an eye out. I have to go. It's my turn to patrol. Their conversation came to an end, yet Qin Shan gleaned a wealth of valuable information from it. First, it seemed that Du Xia's previous claims were not unfounded. Geelong Nightclub indeed had a way to venture outside, capable of traveling at least 5 kilometers, which posed a significant threat to his safety. Secondly, there were also ability users at Ocean Entrepreneurship Park, and quite a number of them, at that. However, based on Qin Shan's knowledge of the park, aside from the connected corridors between buildings 2 and 3, each office building was independent. Even with a few ability users, they could not form a force comparable to that of Geelong Nightclub. Furthermore, having ability users was advantageous for him. Ordinary people, those with abilities were akin to deities, but in Qin Shan's eyes, they were merely excellent fertilizer. A trip to Ocean Entrepreneurship Park to eliminate Jing Qianxue and that President Xiong while bringing back some fertilizer would be nothing short of perfect. Just then, Lu Qing knocked on the door. Master, there is something important. Upon exiting the strategic analysis room, Lu Qing immediately handed over her phone. Master, it seems Liang Yin has made an appearance. Lu Qing pointed to a blurry video on the phone. Look, it appears there are people inside the property management center. The video seemed to have been shot by a resident using their phone, and due to the zoom and shaky hands, it was somewhat unclear. Nonetheless, it was evident that several shadows flickered behind the windows of the property management center. Initially, someone speculated that Liang Yin had hidden food there, so they bravely went to search, but found nothing. Logically, no one would linger in such a place, making it highly probable that these shadows belonged to Liang Yin. Lu Qing analyzed. Regardless of whether it's Liang Yin or not, let us take a chance. It could serve as a diversion, Qin Shan replied. He then summoned all the women, arming himself with a weapon while fully equipping the others. Su Weiwei and Gu Qingyin each took a shotgun, while Yi Qingdai was armed with a handgun. The three followed Qin Shan to the property management center. As for Lu Qing, she was equipped with a self-defense handgun and a Barrett sniper rifle. From the position of the video, the angle was excellent, providing a near-complete view of the property management center. Therefore, Lu Qing's task was to provide support from a high vantage point with her sniper rifle. Regrettably, Qin Shan had not yet acquired body armor. Otherwise, he would have ensured each of them was equipped. All right, everyone prepare. We are heading out, Qin Shan instructed. Regarding Liang Yin, he had already afforded him ample respect. With so many firearms and a 5-fold damage buff, he doubted Liang Yin could withstand it. He had initially planned to eliminate him the next day, but it seemed he might not have that opportunity. Qin Shan shook his head, sighing. Once prepared, Qin Shan led the women outside. When Lu Qing relayed that she was in position via the intercom, Qin Shan then took the remaining 3 women to the property management center. The last time they had visited, Chao Long was still the boss there. It was surprising how much had changed in just a few days. Upon entering the property management center through the underground parking entrance, the group immediately fell into a combat-ready state. Master, there are indeed signs of habitation here, Su Weiwei cautiously remarked. Why speak so softly? We're not here to steal, Qin Shan said, wrapping his arm around Su Weiwei's waist. Su Weiwei pouted. They were indeed not there to steal. They were there to kill. At that moment, Qin Shan raised his voice, calling out loudly, Liang Yin, come out and face your death. Otherwise, I shall set fire. It was the same familiar tactic, the same familiar formula. When they had besieged Wang Dazhu in the administrative building of Yangqing University, it had worked remarkably well to draw him out. Thus, Qin Shan employed the same method again. Even if Liang Yin possessed defensive abilities that could withstand fire and smoke, setting the property management center ablaze would certainly facilitate the search for him. Not coming out, huh? Then I shall ignite it. With that, Qin Shan utilized unlimited resources, to produce a Molotov cocktail and hurled it. With a resounding explosion, the reception desk of the Property Management Center was instantly engulfed in flames. It must be said that the Molotov cocktails crafted by Zhou Feng were quite effective. Boasting significant power, thick black smoke began to rise as the four retreated towards the windows. This was both to avoid toxic fumes and to allow Lu Qing a clear shot for support. Master, could it be that Liang Yin has already left? Su Weiwei inquired. Who cares? Let us stir the pot first. If he has truly gone, burning the Property Management Center won't cost us anything. Qin Shan said nonchalantly. Just after he spoke, a voice emanated from a nearby conference room. Brother Qin, don't rush to set fire. Let us talk. Chapter 94. Shocking news upon hearing Liang Yan's voice. Qin Shan smiled slightly. Liang Yin was indeed hiding here. All right, if you wish to converse, step out and let us discuss at length, Qin Shan called out. Brother Qin, I know you have a handgun and not just one. Let us be straightforward, Liang Yin replied, unaware that Qin Shan had secretly upgraded to far superior weaponry in recent days. Brother Qin, I had once laid hands on you, yet you are unscathed now? Aren't you? We harbor no deep-seated hatred. Spare me today, and I promise to remain here in the Property Management Center, making you the boss of this complex. Liang Yin continued to shout. Tio Slay, you would make me the boss here as well. Qin Shan replied coolly. Qin Shan, you may not yet know, but He Jian has fled, and he has consumed 2 mutated plant fruits. The one you should truly be concerned about isn't me. But He Jian. Furthermore, if you agree to spare me, I can provide you with another piece of intelligence that is absolutely worth your while. Liang Yan's words were akin to a bombshell. He Jian had escaped? And he had consumed 2 mutated plant fruits? Qin Shan was taken aback. This was something he had never anticipated. Indeed, not many were privy to this information, and those who were had perished at He Jian's hands. But I can assure you that this is true. Otherwise, why would I be hiding? Liang Yin shouted, his tone tinged with urgency, as if to convince Qin Shan. He recounted the events in detail. After being injured, he had taken his cousin Pang Yu's wife, Lu Tong, to the Property Management Center. He had previously sent He Jian and several others to guard the place, which had become his stronghold. After recuperating for several days, his injuries had finally healed on one fateful night. Just 2 days prior, a young man, while spitting blood, hurried into his resting chamber, exclaiming that He Jian had discovered 2 mutated fruits and subsequently betrayed them. Seizing the moment while others were still in shock, He Jian brazenly plucked the 2 mutated fruits and stuffed them into his mouth. Astonishingly, he then conjured a bloody dagger seemingly from thin air, mercilessly slaying several of his comrades before making his escape. The sole survivor, who feigned death to evade the massacre, succumbed to blood loss after relaying the news to Liang Yin. Brother Qin, if I am not mistaken, you too have partaken of the mutated fruits, have you not? Your ability to summon a firearm appears strikingly similar to He Jian's. It is said that his dagger possesses an eerie quality, slicing through steel with ease and reeking of blood, posing a significant threat to you. Moreover, having consumed 2 fruits, he now wields an unknown power. Perhaps we should transform our conflict into cooperation and join forces against him? Liang Yin proposed earnestly. However, Qin Shan did not hasten to agree. He pondered for a moment before suddenly inquiring with a smile. Liang Yin, I am curious, if He Jian is so formidable, why did he not return to ambush you, but rather chose to flee after consuming the fruits? Does this not imply that even with 2 fruits, he lacks the confidence to defeat you? At this, Liang Yin fell silent. After a prolonged pause, he finally spoke in a low voice. This involves a secret of immense value, one that surpasses even the significance of the mutated fruits. If you agree to ally with me against He Jian, I shall divulge this information. Liang Yan's words piqued Qin Shan's interest. If the intelligence truly held greater importance than the mutated fruits, it could be monumental. If He Jian is indeed as powerful as you suggest, I am open to an alliance, provided you demonstrate sincerity. Let us discuss this further, Qin Shan replied nonchalantly. Yet, upon hearing Qin Shan's words, Liang Yin suddenly burst into laughter. Qin Shan, let us speak plainly. Your firearm wields too much power for my comfort. Before we ally, I have 2 conditions. First, I have not been with a woman for many days. Send one of your women to me for a proper release. Second, you possess at least 2 firearms. Grant me one, Liang Yin declared loudly. At this proclamation, Su Weiwei and the other 2 women immediately tensed up, casting pleading glances at Qin Shun. Based on their interactions with him over the past few days, they had discerned that Qin Shen was cold-hearted and ruthless. If Liang Yin indeed possessed intelligence more valuable than the mutated fruits, it was conceivable that Qin Shen might consider sacrificing one of them. Sensing their apprehension, Qin Shun pulled the nearest Gu Qingyin close and delivered a firm slap to her rear. "What are you three thinking? Do you take me for one who enjoys wearing a green hat?" Qin Shen admonished, frowning. Gu Qingyin quickly begged for forgiveness. "Master, we were wrong." Following their time with Qin Shun, Gu Qingyin and Yi Qingdai had yet to fully acclimate to calling him master. However, witnessing Qin Shen's anger, Gu Qingyin instinctively uttered the title. "Yes, master, do not be angry. We were wrong." Su Weiwei chimed in, casting a significant glance at Yi Qingdai. A fleeting look of hesitation crossed Yi Qingdai's face, but upon seeing Su Weiwei's threatening gaze, she quickly latched onto Qin Shen's arm. "Master, please forgive us." The once aloof school beauty, accustomed to adoration, now resorted to pleading. "I will deal with you three later." Qin Shen huffed. His earlier ire had somewhat subsided under Yi Qingdai's ample comfort. At that moment, noticing Qin Shen's prolonged silence, Liang Yin grew anxious. "Brother Qin, you profess a desire to cooperate, yet you cannot even muster this modicum of sincerity," he bellowed. "Women are like garments. Strength is paramount. Do not forget, you have stolen He Jin's wife. He surely despises you and will seek your demise first." Qin Shen merely chuckled. "Liang Yin, did you not abduct Peng Yu's wife during your escape? How then can you claim to have gone days without a woman? Could it be?" This remark struck a nerve with Liang Yin, who erupted in anger. "Damn it. Yes, I admit that He Jin's scoundrel snatched Lu Tong while fleeing. But what of it? I will surely kill him upon sight." Qin Shen retorted mockingly, "And what of it? Perhaps Lu Tong has already become He Jin's woman. After all, even the most beloved garment loses allure once worn by a dog." Liang Yin discerned an underlying message in Qin Shen's words and countered. "Are you suggesting that you would rather endure He Jin's wrath than relinquish a woman?" Qin Shen replied indifferently, "If he is wise, he will keep his distance. Should he dare to provoke me, I would not hesitate to send a bullet his way. Enough of this fruitless banter. Let us discuss your intelligence. Who knows, if it satisfies me, perhaps I will grant you a reprieve." As he spoke, Qin Shen remained vigilant, surveying the layout of the conference room, preparing for action. Meanwhile, Liang Yin continued to negotiate terms. "Qin Shen, the value of this intelligence far exceeds your expectations. Unless you can guarantee my safety, do not expect me to divulge it. Let us say, you have 5 minutes to reconsider," Liang Yin declared. However, Qin Shen sensed something amiss in Liang Yin's assertive demeanor. It felt less like they had him cornered and more like Liang Yin had them ensnared. Why was he granting himself 5 minutes to contemplate? Should it not be Liang Yin who was anxious? Pondering this, Qin Shen called out, "Liang Yin, I have made my decision." Yet, Liang Yin remained unresponsive, as if he had not heard. "Damn it! Open the door!" Qin Shen shouted, having already deduced what was transpiring. Su Weiwei and the other women, recognizing the gravity of Qin Shen's expression, hastened to comply. Without hesitation, Su Weiwei fired a shot, shattering the lock. Oddly, however, the door seemed obstructed from within, refusing to budge. Pushed together, the three women pressed against the door. Managing to create a small gap, Su Weiwei squeezed through, emerging with a panicked expression. "Master, Liang Yin has escaped." Qin Shen's expression darkened as he entered the conference room. Indeed, Liang Yin had barricaded the door with furniture, and the room lay empty. He had fled long ago. There is only one exit. Where could he possibly go? Yi Qingdai queried, perplexed. At that moment, Gu Qingyin pointed towards the open window. Could he have escaped through there? After all, armed as we are, he would not dare confront us directly. Outside, though fraught with mutated plants, he might leverage his abilities to find a glimmer of hope. The other two women nodded in agreement with Gu Qingyin's analysis. Yet Qin Shen frowned. That is improbable. Liang Yin values his life too highly to take such a risk. Exiting the property center would require him to traverse several hundred meters, a perilous endeavor. One that would be better faced in battle with us. With that, he produced a hiking stick and began to tap it against the ground. The women watched his actions with confusion, uncertain of his intentions. Moments later, Qin Shen's expression brightened. Eureka! The women quickly gathered around him. As Qin Shen's hiking stick struck the floor, A resonant sound echoed. "Lift it," he commanded as he directed the women to assist him. Soon, they had pried open the floorboards, revealing a hidden tunnel beneath. Indeed, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Liang Yin would not simply await his fate. Qin Shan remarked. The women gazed at him with admiration, their eyes sparkling in awe. "Master, how did you know Liang Yin had an alternate escape route?" Su Weiwei inquired, intrigued. He Jian is aware that Liang Yan's hideout is within the property center. Any ordinary person would surely relocate to avoid a potential ambush. Yet Liang Yin has remained here, indicating he possesses sufficient confidence to evade He Jian. Furthermore, after my last ambush nearly ended his life, he would be foolish not to prepare an escape route. With that, Qin Shun waved a hand dismissively. "No more chatter. We must pursue him and eliminate him. I cannot rest easy until he is dealt with." Ultimately, Lu Qing and Gu Qingyin were left to guard the entrance, ensuring no one approached from behind, as a surprise attack would be most unwelcome. Meanwhile, Qin Shun led Yi Qingdai and Su Weiwei into the tunnel. The passage was dark and narrow, far smaller than the tunnel excavated by the Golden Ants. Liang Yan's tunnel measured only about 1 meter in width and 1.5 meters in height. They could not stand upright and had to proceed with bent backs. Qin Shan switched on a flashlight, revealing a winding tunnel adorned with handprints, evidently excavated by Liang Yan's own hands. His abilities were indeed remarkable, allowing him to carve out such a passage. Given that he had the means to dig, he must be eliminated this time. Otherwise, capturing him would be an arduous task in the future. "Stay close, do not lag behind," Qin Shun instructed as he swiftly advanced into the darkness. Liang Yan's speed surpassed theirs by at least 5 minutes, making it a formidable challenge to catch up. After traversing nearly several hundred meters of the tunnel, Qin Shun could not help but feel a surge of apprehension. He could only wonder how long Liang Yin had taken to excavate such an extensive passage. Given a little more time, he might have escaped to another area altogether. Remaining at the property center, he likely harbored lingering resentment over He Jian's betrayal and aimed to lure He Jian out to seize an opportunity to eliminate him. As he progressed a few hundred more meters, the tunnel abruptly made a 90-degree turn. Qin Shun cautiously advanced, only to be stunned by the sight that greeted him upon turning the corner. Before him stood a concrete wall, punctuated by a large hole that appeared to have been forcibly breached, revealing an abyss of darkness within. Nothing could be discerned. Upon descending from the property center, Qin Shun had estimated the tunnel's depth to be around 8 meters underground. With no subway lines within 3 kilometers of the community, and the depth being inconsistent, it was clear that this was no subway tunnel. At that moment, Qin Shun suddenly recalled something: a sewage tunnel. After wastewater is produced, it flows through drainage pipes into sewage systems. In smaller cities, it typically converges into larger sewage pipes before being directed to a treatment facility. However, in a city as vast as Yangqing, sewage treatment plants are usually situated on the outskirts. To alleviate transportation pressure, wastewater must gather into extensive sewage tunnels before being uniformly channeled to the treatment plants. Though the specifications of sewage pipes and tunnels differ across cities, they fundamentally adhere to the same principle. The greater the population density, the larger the dimensions of the sewage infrastructure. Years ago, a renowned film titled The Host depicted mutated creatures dwelling within sewage tunnels. In such sizable sewage conduits, it was not uncommon for 2 or 3 vehicles to travel side by side. This, Qin Shan surmised, was likely a sewage tunnel. With that thought, he hesitated no longer and swiftly made his way inside. Indeed, upon passing through the breach, the tunnel opened up considerably. He was finally able to straighten his back after stooping for so long. The sewage tunnel's diameter appeared to be around 7 to 8 meters, encircled by concrete rings. On one side of the wall, there was an artificial inspection walkway nearly 1 meter wide, where the 3 of them now stood. As the foul odor of the tunnel wafted around him, Qin Shun felt a wave of distaste. Liang Yin truly had a remarkable capacity for evasion, leading them into the depths of a sewage tunnel. Yet, this situation afforded Qin Shan an opportunity. He retrieved 3 electric scooters, ready to showcase the power of technology. Qin Shun mounted a small electric scooter valued at 3,400 yuan. A triumphant smile on his face, he was confident that Liang Yan's 2 legs could not outpace the combination of battery and wheels. Just then, Yi Qingdai posed a rather constructive question. "Master, both ends of the tunnel are accessible. Which direction shall we pursue?" Chapter 96. The Evolution of Abilities. Qin Shun affectionately patted Yi Qingdai's head and directed his flashlight to illuminate the sludge within the tunnel. It had only rained lightly over the past few days, and with the entire city experiencing water outages, the tunnel was devoid of wastewater. The sludge had long since dried, revealing the rippling patterns left on its surface. He then pointed towards the direction of the water patterns, which led to the sewage treatment plant. Pursuing this way would likely reveal an exit, while continuing further would lead to a dead end. Moreover, with electric scooters at their disposal, what was there to fear? If they could not catch up within 10 minutes, they would promptly turn back. Qin Shun was resolute. He could not believe that Liang Yin could escape. Without wasting a moment, he hopped onto the electric scooter and sped off. One could not help but admire the state of infrastructure in the country. Riding an electric scooter along the narrow inspection walkway felt remarkably stable. After just 5 or 6 minutes, Qin Shun spotted a swaying figure illuminated by the scooter's headlights. Beep, beep. Qin Shun shamelessly honked the horn. Liang Yin, hurry up and run, or I might just catch up to you. From a distance of several dozen meters, Qin Shun's voice echoed through the tunnel. Liang Yin, panting heavily, turned to glance back and felt as though the sky had fallen upon him. He had been running for his life, nearly gasping for breath, only to discover that Qin Shun had somehow acquired an electric scooter and was closing in effortlessly. Could it be that Qin Shun's ability was to transform into an electric scooter? But how could such a bizarre ability even exist? Qin Shun, do you truly intend to force me into a corner? Liang Yin shouted in anger. Even if I die, I will take you down with me. You may have the opportunity to test that, Qin Shun replied with a smile. While Yi Qingdai's combat abilities were far inferior to Lu Qing's, he insisted on bringing her along for her healing abilities. As long as Liang Yin could not instantly kill him, Yi Qingdai would be able to save him 0.2 lives against 1. What could Liang Yin possibly use to compare? Qin Shun, you are truly courting death. Liang Yin bellowed, halting in his tracks, his gaze fixed intensely on Qin Shun. Qin Shun also came to a stop about 20 or 30 meters away, wary of what tricks Liang Yin might possess. This distance favored him as he held a firearm. No matter Liang Yin's intentions, he would have ample time to react. Abandoning the electric scooter in the tunnel, Qin Shun handed Su Weiwei a shotgun and passed a handgun to Yi Qingdai. With his own shotgun in hand, the 3 dark muzzles pointed menacingly at Liang Yin. Upon seeing the new weapon in Qin Shun's grasp, Liang Yin was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't he only had a handgun last time? How had he suddenly acquired a shotgun in such a short span of time? Plans never keep up with changes. He cursed internally. If you want to fight to the death, come on. Otherwise, you won't even get the chance to strike. Qin Shun teased, not out of a desire to play this cat-and-mouse game, but rather to ascertain the vital information Liang Yin had previously mentioned. Something more important than mutated fruits, a claim that piqued his interest tremendously. Had it been someone like Wang Dazhu, he would have already shot him without hesitation. Qin Shun, do not push me. Liang Yin clenched his fists, his gaze locked onto the gun in Qin Shun's hand. I am pushing you. What will you do about it? With a loud bang, Qin Shun fired a shot aimed at Liang Yin's head. The shotgun's power was already immense, and in the confined space of the tunnel, the sound echoed like thunder, causing Liang Yin to shudder in fear. Don't be afraid. I merely had a tremor in my hand and accidentally fired, Qin Shun said with a cheerful grin. Liang Yin inwardly cursed Qin Shun's entire lineage. A tremor while firing? Spare me the nonsense. This was a blatant threat. Casting a glance back at the dark tunnel behind him, Liang Yin suddenly chuckled bitterly. Very well, at this point, it seems I have no choice but to trust that you are a man of your word. However, this matter is of great importance. I can only divulge it to one person. Have your 2 women step back. With a wave of his hand, Qin Shun gestured for the 2 women to gradually retreat. Observing this, Liang Yin took a step forward. Just stand there. I can hear you. Qin Shun's gun remained aimed at Liang Yin's head. Indeed, I merely wish to ensure you can hear clearly, while verbally assenting. Liang Yin's footsteps did not falter. Suddenly, he launched himself forward, charging at Qin Shun with alarming speed. He shouted loudly to distract Qin Shun's attention. Qin Shun, did you know that abilities can evolve and upgrade? By consuming the flesh of mutated beasts, one can enhance their powers. As his words fell, Liang Yin was now less than 10 meters away from Qin Shun. Remarkably, Liang Yin's scheme had succeeded to a significant extent. He had maneuvered the 2 women at least 5 meters away from Qin Shun, and his last statement had indeed captured Qin Shun's attention. Now, as he closed in, he could strike with lethal force. Furthermore, he possessed his most formidable trump card. A low growl, akin to that of a beast, emerged from Liang Yin's throat. In the next instant, his form expanded significantly, his clothing tearing apart in the process. Simultaneously, his skin morphed into a dark gray hue, resembling the texture of stone. Raising both arms defensively, his muscles elongated vertically, forming two stone-like shields before him. Qin Shun, did you expect this? My ability has evolved. Prepare to meet your end. As he spoke, Liang Yin had already closed the distance to less than 5 meters from Qin Shun. In just a second, he could shatter Qin Shin's skull with a single punch. But at that moment, a gunshot rang out, bang. Upon hearing the gunfire, Liang Yin's lips curled into a vicious grin. He had previously tested his transformed arms against the impact of a jackhammer and found them impervious. Even if a bullet were far more powerful than a jackhammer, it would merely injure him, not take his life. And he would not grant Qin Shun the luxury of a second shot. With one punch, he could reduce his opponent to pulp. As for the two women, he certainly intended to savor the moment with them. Just as he contemplated this, a searing pain suddenly coursed through his arm. He smirked slightly. It was merely a superficial wound. However, the next moment, he was propelled backward, a wave of agony radiating from his chest. How could this be? In midair, Liang Yin glared furiously, straining to look at his chest. Lowering his gaze, he was met with a gaping wound the size of a fist that had suddenly appeared before him. Thud! Liang Yin was sent flying several meters by the immense force, crashing heavily to the ground. Yet, as an ability user, his vitality far exceeded that of an ordinary person. Despite the large hole in his chest, he managed to struggle upright. Qin Shun, wait! Don't kill me! I can submit to you. Liang Yin shouted in terror. He had never anticipated that even after his ability had upgraded, he could still not withstand the firepower of Qin Shin's weapon. This was utterly illogical. Bang! The response to his plea was yet another gunshot. With a faint smile, Qin Shun blew the smoke from the gun's muzzle and remarked, long ago, someone summarized that beyond 7 steps, the gun is swift. Within 7 steps, it is both swift and precise. Why do you refuse to believe this? Having said that, Qin Shun stepped forward and delivered another shot to Liang Yin's head. 2 shots to the chest and 1 to the head. There would be no salvation even if a deity were to arrive. When dealing with those possessing extraordinary abilities, one must exercise utmost caution. Chapter 97. The first source fruit after Liang Yin's demise, his corpse returned to a normal state. Yi Qingdai and Su Weiwei, witnessing the gruesome scene, could not help but turn their heads away. What are you dawdling for? You too, drag his body back. Qin Shun commanded in a nonchalant tone. Master, do you want to take the corpse back? Master, he's dead. Are you planning to grind his bones to dust? The two women queried in confusion. Could it be that Qin Shun harbored such a grudge? Liang Yin was already dead, yet he still intended to take the body back for such a purpose. They exchanged glances, both reading the fear mirrored in each other's eyes. Their master was terrifying. They must never provoke him again. Just hurry up and drag it. Why all these questions? Qin Shun reprimanded sternly. With no alternative, the two women could only help Qin Shun procure a camping vehicle, laboriously dragging Liang Yin's corpse into it before towing it away with an electric bike. While the two women were preoccupied with their tasks, Qin Shun furrowed his brow, contemplating another matter. The moment Liang Yin had unexpectedly launched a surprise attack on him, he had shouted something to distract him, mentioning that extraordinary abilities could evolve, and that the condition for evolution was consuming the flesh of mutated creatures. The first part of his statement was easily comprehensible, given that his weapon ammunition skill had already undergone evolution once. Initially, he possessed only a crossbow and a handgun. Now, he had unlocked a sniper rifle and a shotgun. As long as he continued to consume mutated fruits, he could unlock even more formidable weapons. But what could the latter part mean? Did it imply that the path to evolution was not solely through consuming mutated fruits? As he pondered this, Qin Shun suddenly recalled something: the Tree of Origin. According to the skill's description, the Tree of Origin absorbs the surrounding polluted energy to yield source fruits, and fertilizing it with mutated creatures could accelerate this process. This notion coincided intriguingly with Liang Yin's claim. It suggested that within mutated creatures might lie so-called polluted energy, and consuming this energy could expedite the evolution of extraordinary abilities. As Qin Shun walked, his attention was abruptly drawn to a dark red bloodstain beneath his feet. What is this? Blood? Though it has already dried, could it be that a battle took place here? Su Weiwei wondered aloud. Qin Shan, however, abruptly produced a flashlight and illuminated the tunnel beside him. The next moment, the scene before the two women sent them gasping in shock. The tunnel surrounding them was splattered with exaggerated bloodstains, and even the muck at the bottom had been tainted a dark red. Someone fought here against mutated beasts, Qin Shan stated. The muck still bore large footprints. One set belonged to a human, while the other bore the marks of a beast. The beast's tracks had 4 and 5 toes, indicating that this mutated creature was likely a rat, its size comparable to that of a wolf dog. The absence of weapon marks on the walls suggested that the individual who had battled was likely Liang Yin. Stop for a moment. Let's see if there are any other traces nearby, Qin Shan instructed. Liang Yin had indeed fought against mutated beasts and survived, lending further credence to his final words. Indeed, it wasn't long before Su Weiwei made a discovery. Master, come quick, she called out from several dozen meters away, having found more traces. Qin Shan rushed over, following the beam of Su Weiwei's flashlight to a pile of white bones at the bottom of the tunnel, beside which lay a heap of unburnt wood. After pondering for a moment, Qin Shan attempted to reconstruct the sequence of events. When He Jian had betrayed them, the woman who had abducted Liang Yin likely hadn't spared his supplies either. Liang Yin, left with no options, must have fled through the previously excavated tunnel. Unexpectedly, he encountered a mutated rat along the way, and after a fierce battle, he killed it, starving as he was, and proceeded to roast it for sustenance. Yet, after consuming the rat, his extraordinary ability unexpectedly evolved, resulting in the transformation we witnessed. Thus, he returned to the property center, intending to lie in wait for He Jian and enact his revenge. Even if my conjecture diverges from the truth, it likely won't be by much. Liang Yin certainly didn't anticipate that instead of waiting for He Jian's return, he would encounter the master. Su Weiwei chuckled. Liang Yan's transformation had startled her. He resembled a monster from a film. If he had employed that tactic against He Jian, the latter might not have stood a chance. Unfortunately, he encountered the master instead. All right, let's hurry back. There may still be mutated rats nearby. Be cautious, Qin Shan urged. Simultaneously, he began to grasp the underlying strategy of the Julong nightclub. They were able to search for supplies either through the sewage tunnels or the subway tunnels. Now that he understood their methods, he had a plan to counter them. After a full hour of arduous trials, the trio finally returned to the surface with Liang Yan's corpse. The two women were panting heavily, their clothes thoroughly soaked with sweat. Master, this is Lu Qing and Gu Qingyin, who were stationed above ground, were utterly astonished by the sight before them. Why did you bring the corpse back? Their gazes turned in confusion towards Qin Shan, their thoughts mirroring those of Yi Qingdai and Su Weiwei. Did Qin Shan not find killing Liang Yin sufficient for vengeance? Was he intent on grinding his bones to dust? What are you staring at? Is there something on my face? Qin Shan frowned and inquired. Lu Qing and Gu Qingyin quickly shook their heads. No. Qin Shan waved his hand. Everyone head back. I have something to attend to. He then pointed at Yi Qingdai and Su Weiwei. Especially you two. Throw those clothes away. Take a proper shower when you get home, and don't stink up my place. The foul odor of the sewage tunnels made Qin Shan acutely aware of how refreshing fresh air was upon returning to the surface. If those two women returned home wearing clothes that smelled, he would have to give them a stern talking to. Dragging Liang Yan's corpse, Qin Shan returned to the Tree of Origin. Indeed, his eyes were accurate. The pit he had prepared for Liang Yin was just right. After burying him and compacting the soil, he would complete the task. At that moment, the countdown in front of the Tree of Origin began to decrease rapidly. 6:06, 50, wait, what? This thing has a bug. Before fertilization, it was 6 days and 16 hours. After fertilization, it had decreased by 10 hours. Was this a joke? Was Liang Yin really that worthless? System, how do you explain this? Qin Shan shouted in his heart, but the system offered no reply. Not even after sales support. What a disappointment. As Qin Shan grumbled internally, a thud resounded as something dropped onto his head. Looking down, he saw a purple fruit the size of an apple slowly rolling on the ground. What? Excited, Qin Shan quickly picked up the purple fruit and realized it was not a bug in the timing system. Rather, Liang Yan's fertilization power was so potent that it had cleared the remaining time, even reducing the countdown for the next cycle. Truly, After evolving extraordinary abilities, the fertilization power was formidable. Liang Yin, may you rest in peace. I have now forgiven you. Qin Shen stomped on the ground a couple of times and then returned home. Mutated fruit, master, where did you acquire this? The women exclaimed, their eyes fixed on the purple fruit in Qin Shen's hand, astonished. It's just a single mutated fruit. As long as you two behave, there will be a share for you in the future. Qin Shen replied. At that moment, Su Weiwei and Yi Qingdai approached, having apparently just bathed, with their bodies still glistening with moisture, their hair damp, wrapped only in white towels. What are you two doing? I warn you. I'm not in the mood for that sort of thing right now, Qin Shen declined. He still intended to consume the fruit to awaken new abilities. The sight of the two women dressed this way felt like an intentional distraction. Su Weiwei and Yi Qingdai blushed. Master, it's not like that. We just don't have any new clothes to wear. They had long discarded the clothes they wore in the tunnel, leaving only Qin Shen with fresh attire. Why not say so earlier? Qin Shen huffed, producing two identical outfits and tossing them to the women. Master, why is it the same outfit again? I'm a bit tired of wearing this. Could we possibly have something new? It would prevent you from getting bored of my appearance, Su Weiwei said, blinking her large eyes in a pitiful manner. Don't try to play the sympathy card. It won't work, Qin Shen replied. Reflecting on the matter, he felt a twinge of regret. The skill Infinite Resources was misleadingly named. It merely indicated an infinite quantity. The items that could be produced had one stipulation. Qin Shen must have personally touched them before. Had it not been for accompanying his ex-girlfriend Zhang Qianxue, shopping and inadvertently brushing against a few pieces of women's clothing, he might not have been able to produce any clothes at all. Managing to gather 4 outfits suitable for the women was already quite a feat. Next time you see something you like, remember to remind me to touch it. Otherwise, you'll just have to keep wearing these few sets. Qin Shen instructed. At this moment, Yi Qingdai cautiously remarked, Master, there is a shopping mall near the school, which contains many beautiful garments. I have visited it several times before, but the prices of the international brands are exorbitantly high, making it unaffordable for me at the time. If you have the time, perhaps you could take us for a stroll in the mall. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the other girls lit up. The instinct to shop seemed to be ingrained in their very DNA. Furthermore, in this apocalyptic world, those high-end items that were once out of reach now seem less valuable than a mere loaf of bread. The prospect of a zero-cost shopping spree in the mall is a dream coveted by many women. Ah, so you are setting conditions now? Have you forgotten your place? Qin Shen feigned anger. Yi Qingdai and Gu Qingyan, still unfamiliar with Qin Shen's temperament, were momentarily frightened. However, Lu Qing and Su Weiwei, having spent considerable time by Qin Shen's side, could easily discern when he was genuinely angry. Master, if I recall correctly, there is a Victoria's Secret shop there. Wouldn't you want to see us in their attire? Lu Qing tempted. Su Weiwei chimed in. Yes, master. If you like, the 4 of us could even put on a private fashion show just for you. Hearing their words, Qin Shen found himself somewhat tempted. All 4 women possessed stunning figures, making them perfect for a runway show. Noticing Qin Shen's interest, Su Weiwei immediately wrapped her arms around his, playfully swaying. Master, didn't you say I was your little kitten? Little kittens want new clothes, so you should fulfill their wishes. The bathrobe, already loose-fitting, fell to the ground as she swayed, yet Su Weiwei appeared completely unbothered. Her eyes looking pitifully at Qin Shen, resembling an adorable, pampered kitten. Qin Shen tightly embraced Su Weiwei's waist, saying, We can discuss the shopping trip later. For now, I need to attend to some other matters. Nearly an hour later, Qin Shen emerged from the bathroom. He picked up the mutated fruit and consumed it in one go. Ding! You have gained 40 experience points. New skill detected. Would you like to acquire it now? The long-awaited voice of the system finally rang out. However, Qin Shen was somewhat puzzled, as this time the system's prompt had changed. If he remembered correctly, previously, each time he consumed a fruit, the system would notify him of a stage upgrade. Yet he was currently at the 4th stage. This time, however, there was no notification of a stage upgrade, nor any reward for upgrading. System, could you explain what stage means? System, please clarify what you mean by stage, Qin Shen exclaimed loudly. The system was akin to a riddle, capable of conjuring the source tree yet failing to provide a straightforward explanation of what a stage entailed. Please use polite language, the system finally replied after a lengthy pause. Though its answer only served to further frustrate Qin Shen, eliciting a laugh from him. So, this garbage system is promoting civility, is it? Kindly enlighten me, esteemed system. On what constitutes the stages during upgrades? Thank you. Qin Shun pressed, suppressing his irritation. The stage is an indicator of the host's strength, akin to levels in a game. As the stage upgrades, the host will gain skill upgrade points, and this system will also unlock additional functionalities. Upgrading the stage requires the host to absorb polluted energy to gain experience. Currently, the host is at the 4th stage and needs 60 experience points to reach the next stage, the system explained. Upon hearing this, Qin Shun was taken aback. It seemed that being polite with this subpar system yielded results. To acquire experience, one must absorb polluted energy, and stage upgrades were necessary to gain upgrade points for skills. It appeared that Liang Yin had inadvertently stumbled upon the method for enhancing abilities. Qin Shun mused to himself. However, without mutated fruit, any discussion was futile. He might as well see what skill he had acquired from consuming this fruit. Acquire skill, Qin Shun commanded in his mind. Congratulations, you have obtained the skill, Skin Petrification. Would you like to learn it? Before he could even celebrate the new skill's name, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Please note, the host already possesses 3 skills: weapon ammunition, infinite resources, and mental link. Acquiring a new skill will bring the total to the limit. Qin Shun was taken aback. Wait, there are limits on the number of skills? Chapter 99. The Rules of the Qin Family. A warm reminder from the system. The limit on the number of skills acquired by the host is related to the current stage. As the host is at the 4th stage, the skill limit is 4. Hearing the system's explanation, Qin Shin's anger flared. Why didn't you mention this sooner? That's a waste of my emotions, he retorted. Humans typically have a default skill limit of 3. The host has already surpassed the majority of humanity, the system continued. Only then did Qin Shin's expression soften slightly. Having what others do not, and having more than what others have, now that aligns with the system's prestige. Although his advantages had yet to manifest, once his stage level increased, wielding 7 or 8 skills would allow him to dominate at will. Moreover, given the scarcity of mutated fruit, most ability users only possessed a singular ability. With 4 abilities, he was already delivering a dimensional blow to ordinary ability users. At this moment, he finally had the leisure to investigate the skill he had just acquired. System, please explain. Skin Petrification. Skin Petrification allows the host to convert any area of their skin into a petrified state. Once petrified, the skin's defense increases to 10 times that of marble. The full body petrification lasts for 30 minutes, with duration and effectiveness proportional to the area of skin petrified. Subsequent skill upgrades will enhance both defense and duration, as well as further improve petrification effects. The system clarified the skill. After studying it for a while, Qin Shin finally understood its implications and promptly chose to learn the skill. Congratulations, host, you have acquired Skin Petrification. The system's voice remained cold and devoid of emotion. It's here. It's finally here. Qin Shun had longed for a life-saving skill from the beginning. Without it, his frail body would be at great risk in this apocalyptic world. Now, with the skill of Skin Petrification, he no longer needed to be as cautious as before when venturing outside. However, the skill's introduction mentioned the ability to control which parts of his skin could petrify. With that thought, Qin Shun concentrated and pulled at the waistband of his pants. In a way, this works? Qin Shun quickly canceled the skill. Such a potent ability was best left untested, and no matter how formidable those women were, they could hardly withstand the consequences. At that moment, Qin Shun petrified his arm and took a watermelon knife to it. Indeed, the knife struck his arm with a sound akin to metal clashing against stone, bending the blade while leaving his arm completely unscathed, not even a mark remaining. Excellent! Qin Shun was immensely satisfied. The abilities of this source fruit appeared to be related to fertilizers, directly inheriting Liang Yan's skills. He vividly recalled how Liang Yan had withstood a blow from a green dragon crescent blade with his neck. Level 1 of Skin Petrification rendered him impervious to cold weapons. Later, after Liang Yan consumed a mutated rat and upgraded his abilities, Qin Shun recalled how Liang Yan had shielded himself with his arms. Resembling a small shield. It seemed that after upgrading, the skill not only enhanced defense but could also undergo shape transformations. Level 2 of Skin Petrification might not withstand firearms, but let us not forget that his weapon had a 5-fold damage bonus against mutated creatures. A 5-fold increase merely resulted in a hole being made in his arm. For an average individual, it would likely have obliterated their arm entirely. Thus, it was plausible that Level 2 of Skin Petrification could withstand typical firearms. If firearms lacked the 5-fold power enhancement, they might not even breach his defenses. Therefore, it was imperative to find a way to upgrade this skill as soon as possible, Qin Chen pondered. After examining the skill, Qin Chen returned to the living room, where Lu Qing was saving useful information on her laptop, as the impending internet outage would render much information inaccessible. Meanwhile, Su Weiwei was explaining previous events in the community to Gu Qingyan and Yi Qingdai, ensuring they had a basic understanding of the neighborhood's situation. Upon seeing Qin Chen emerge, Yi Qingdai and Gu Qingyan hastily stood up, shyly greeting him, "Master, Master." Qin Chen regarded the two women with surprise before shifting his gaze to the self-satisfied Su Weiwei beside them. "What is going on here? Please, enlighten me." Despite having already accepted these two women, he had not extensively trained them. Typically, when they addressed him as master, it was accompanied by a hint of reluctance. Now, witnessing their instinctive greeting upon seeing him, it was undoubtedly due to Su Weiwei's influence. "Master, you mentioned that once you returned, I should teach them the rules. I just finished instructing them on the regulations of the Qin family," Su Weiwei said, linking her arm with Qin Chen's in a playful manner. "Oh, the rules of the Qin family? How come I was unaware of this?" Qin Chen inquired, puzzled. Previously, he had indeed established some rules for Lu Qing and Su Weiwei, though they were whimsically devised and often intended to humiliate the two women, hardly qualifying as proper regulations. "Given your strength, it is certain that the Qin family will not consist solely of us four little pets in the future. So it is imperative to establish some rules." Su Weiwei explained. "I conferred with Qingjia and formulated these rules, eager to report them to you," Su Weiwei explained in a soft voice. Immediately, she turned to Gu Qingyan and Yi Qingdai, urging them to recite the rules of the Qin family for the master. The two women appeared even more bashful, particularly Gu Qingyan, who had previously been a teacher dedicated to education. Now, she was to recite those embarrassing and peculiar rules. And she truly wished to find a crevice in the ground to hide. However, the two seemed somewhat intimidated by Su Weiwei. Under the threat of her gaze, they began to recite in unison. "1. At the master's words are the rules. In all actions, one must not contravene the master's utterances. Point 2. Upon encountering the master, one must immediately offer greetings and learn to bow or kneel according to the master's preferences. 3. During meals, one must not touch the chopsticks until the master speaks, and without the master's consent, one cannot dine at the same table. Point 4.15. The ultimate interpretation of the aforementioned rules belongs to the master, who may alter them at any time." The two displayed commendable memory, reciting all 15 stipulations, which encompassed not only daily necessities but also included rules against vying for affection. "Master, are you satisfied? If you have any other suggestions, feel free to add them," Su Weiwei said triumphantly. "Is there more? But who devised these rules?" Qin Chen inquired curiously. Upon hearing Qin Chen's question, all the women's gazes turned to Lu Qing. "Master, I merely summarized them based on your words." Lu Qing shyly replied, "Well done. It seems my choice of you as the team leader was not in vain. Print out these rules and ensure they are posted in every bedroom," Qin Chen commanded with a wave of his hand. After speaking, he recalled another matter. "By the way, have you found any leads on He Jian?" Chapter 100. The whereabouts of He Jian. Upon hearing He Jian's name, Lu Qing's expression changed slightly. She had just learned about the events from Su Weiwei. To her surprise, not only had He Jian betrayed Liang Yin, but he had also taken away 2 mutated fruits. Thus, it could be inferred that He Jian had become an ability user. "What is wrong? Does the mention of He Jian disturb you?" Qin Chen asked, casting a casual glance at Lu Qing. "No, not at all, master. I have long severed ties with He Jian. I am merely surprised that he has also become an ability user," Lu Qing hurriedly responded. Noticing Lu Qing's unease, Gu Qingyan stepped forward and grasped Lu Qing's hand. "Sister Qing, escaping from such a person is your fortune. If the master hadn't taken you away, you might have perished long ago. Just think about it. He has betrayed so many, and each time, it ended in treachery. If you had stayed with him, you would have undoubtedly become a pawn in his game. Such a person deserves to die 1,000 times." Lu Qing nodded. She was well aware of the fate that awaited those women in the community without support. Back when He Jian was still in the property management's good graces, he had pressured her to approach Qin Chen and offer herself. Had it not been for Qin Chen rescuing her, she would have likely fallen victim to He Jian's ambition. As Qin Chen had once said, remaining there meant merely pleasing him, while returning to He Jian would have rendered her a plaything for countless men. "I understand." At that moment, Lu Qing suddenly raised her head and looked at Qin Chen. "Master, should I encounter He Jian, I will personally prove my loyalty to you, and when the time comes, I shall use the gun in my hand to end his life." Lu Qing's expression was resolute, as though she had made a significant decision. It is often said that a woman abandoned knows the harshest of hearts. It appears Sister Qing is no different. "Rest assured, Sister Qing, when we confront that wretched man, I shall assist you as well," Su Weiwei said with a playful smile. "You all certainly have grown bold, discussing other men right after reciting the rules in my presence." Qin Shen pointed at the women. "Enough of this. Did we not retrieve the monitoring account from the surveillance room? Everyone, let's collectively find Hejian's whereabouts." Upon returning from the property management center, Qin Chun had successfully regained access to the surveillance room's account and had even copied the footage. Though many cameras had been damaged, with the abundance of cameras throughout the community, perhaps one had captured Hejian's figure. "Yes, master," the women responded promptly. Qin Chun let out a sigh, feeling quite vexed. After finally eliminating Liang Yan, now Hejian emerged as another problem. Moreover, this individual harbored a personal vendetta against him and possessed two abilities. If he did not eliminate him, rest would elude him. As Lu Qing and the others diligently reviewed the surveillance footage. In Building 4, Su Tu opened a rapid cook hot pot, while simultaneously picking up his phone to watch videos recorded back in school. At that time, he was surrounded by two beautiful companions, thoroughly enjoying himself. Now, he could only reminisce through those recorded moments. Just as he took a bite of shrimp, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed at the door. Su Tu was startled, hastily pausing the video and straining to listen. His chopsticks frozen mid-air. Yet, after a moment, he heard nothing further. "Phew, you nearly scared me to death. I thought someone was here. I truly frightened myself." Su Tu released a sigh of relief, about to continue enjoying his hot pot when suddenly, a bloodied knife slid through the gap in the door. With a metallic clang, the lock was severed in an instant. In the next moment, a grim-faced man burst through the door, the bloodied tip of his knife pressed against Su Tu's throat. Su Tu barely registered the unfolding events. A piece of shrimp fell from his mouth. "Be brother, please don't kill me." He trembled at the sight of the bloodied long knife before him, feeling a wave of warmth and dampness spread across his trousers. The individual before him was none other than Hejian, the very person Qin Chun had been desperately searching for. Hejian regarded the terrified Su Tu with a slight frown. He turned to the doorway and shouted, "Come in." In the next moment, a strikingly beautiful yet somewhat weary Lu Tong entered, casually closing the door behind her. "Where did your food come from?" Hejian demanded. Apart from the self-heating hot pot on the table, there was a considerable pile of food nearby, enough to last at least 2 weeks. The apocalypse had persisted for quite some time. How could anyone still possess such an abundance of food? Even he, after raiding Liang Yan's stockpile, had only a few days' worth of provisions. "Big brother, would you mind putting down the knife first?" Su Tu stammered, unable to conceal the truth, pouring out the entire account of events like a bamboo tube spilling beans. He recounted how Qin Chun had brought him from the campus and confined him here. After listening to Su Tu's words, Hejian was left dumbfounded. It took him a moment to process everything. "Are you saying there is a tunnel that leads from the community to the campus, and he possesses a shotgun?" Hejian asked in a low voice. Although Qin Chun had not unlocked the shotgun when he sought out Su Tu, Lu Qing had seen the shotgun on the women while they were moving through the tunnel. "I swear, everything I say is true," Su Tu exclaimed urgently. "Continue. Tell me everything you know about Qin Chen." Hejian pressed further. Just moments ago, he had taken Lu Tong out to search for a safe refuge, but upon catching a whiff of hot pot in the corridor, he had intended to seize some supplies, only to stumble upon a pivotal figure. "Big brother, I've told you everything I know. After Qin Chun captured me, I was locked in the girls' dormitory bathroom and endured a lot of suffering. I have no knowledge of what transpired afterward." Su Tu replied with a grimace. It wasn't that he was unwilling to share. He simply had no idea what Qin Chun had done on campus. "Wait." Su Tu suddenly seemed to recall something. "He brought back 2 women from campus, both stunningly beautiful. One is our school's flower, and the other is our most attractive female teacher." Hejian couldn't help but let out a cold laugh upon hearing this. What a time to still think of women. Su Tu shrank back. "Big brother, do you have a grudge against Qin Chen? Speaking of which, I also have a vendetta against him. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. We can consider ourselves allies, right?" Hejian sneered. "Your sister is Qin Chen's woman. BY writes, you are Qin Chen's brother and law. You think I would believe you have a grudge against him?" Su Tu shook his head vigorously. Big brother, my sister did not willingly become Qin Shen's woman. I heard that her roommate sold her out, and Qin Shen bought her for 5 boxes of instant noodles before forcing himself on her. Furthermore, Qin Shen treats my sister poorly, referring to her as his little cat. Isn't that an insult? Besides, he has several other women. He treats my sister terribly. At this, He Jian's eyes lit up. His wife, Lu Qing, had also been taken from him by Qin Shen, as so it seemed. Su Weiwei might have been forced into becoming Qin Shen's woman as well. So, your sister harbors resentment against Qin Shen? He Jian inquired. Su Tu, desperate to save his own skin, nodded firmly. My sister undoubtedly harbors deep-seated hatred for Qin Shen. A sinister smile crept across He Jian's face. In that case, bring your sister to me. I have matters to discuss with her. Chapter 101. Big brother, consider me your sister's husband in the future. Upon hearing He Jian's words, Su Tu wasted no time and pulled out his phone to dial Su Weiwei. Sister, I discovered that there's an issue with the door lock. Could you come over to help me change rooms? He fabricated a casual excuse. Today, I'm rather busy, Su Weiwei replied. The 4 women were currently dividing tasks to check the surveillance footage. If she were to leave midway for Su Tu's sake, even if Qin Shen didn't mind, the others would surely be displeased. Find something to prop the door for now. If I have time tomorrow, I'll come over, Su Weiwei instructed. Sister, Su Tu had not finished speaking when Su Weiwei hung up the phone. Su Tu stared blankly at He Jian, holding his phone in disbelief that she had cut off the call. He Jian chuckled coldly. It seems you hold no importance in your sister's eyes. She would rather vie for attention among 3 other women than concern herself with your safety. Su Tu's expression darkened as he defended. She's also helpless. Yet He Jian scoffed, tauntingly saying, do you truly believe that? Never trust women. They don't speak a single word of truth. At this juncture, there's no need for me to keep anything from you. There's a woman named Lu Qing by Qin Shen's side, and she is my wife. Hearing this, Su Tu's eyes widened in shock. He had seen Lu Qing before and had wondered where Qin Shen had found such a beauty, only to discover she was He Jian's wife. He Jian's demeanor remained calm, as if discussing another's affairs. That woman professed to love me for a lifetime, yet what happened? She ended up being the plaything of that useless Qin Shen. Thus, from that moment on, I resolved never to believe a woman's words again. My singular pursuit is ultimate power. Once I possess strength, what cannot I attain? No matter how beautiful a woman may be, she will have to crawl before me. Begging for my favor, a frenzied light flickered in He Jian's eyes, causing Su Tu to swallow nervously. Noticing Su Tu's reaction, He Jian sneered, What? You don't believe me? As he spoke, he seized Lu Tong by her hair and forcefully lifted her head. Wretched girl, didn't I speak the truth? He Jian demanded fiercely. Tears welled in Lu Tong's eyes as she hurriedly nodded. Yes, everything you said is true. He Jian burst into laughter, then turned to Su Tu. Did you see that? This woman was once someone else's wife, and now she's obediently at my beck and call. After saying this, he shoved Lu Tong aside and struck down with a bloodied blade. Su Tu screamed in terror, instinctively closing his eyes. After 2 seconds, he realized he was unscathed and cautiously opened his eyes before him. The stone coffee table had a cleanly severed corner, as if cut by a laser. This, brother, your blade is astonishing. Su Tu exclaimed in awe. He Jian flicked his wrist, and the bloodied blade vanished without a trace. This weapon is a manifestation of my unique ability. It slices through iron like mud. Not only that, I possess other powers. Given the right opportunity, eliminating Qin Shen will be no challenge. He Jian spoke with unwavering confidence. Brother, can I join you in your endeavors? Su Tu asked sincerely. I have always admired the strong. Your strength far surpasses that useless Qin Shen, who merely stumbled upon the ability of firearms. He will never amount to anything. He Jian regarded him with amusement. Are you being genuine? Su Tu immediately raised 3 fingers. I, Su Tu, vow here that as long as you take me along, I will be utterly loyal. Wherever you direct me, I shall follow, even to the point of sacrificing myself for you. He Jian, satisfied, patted Su Tu's shoulder. Good lad, you have potential. Su Tu chuckled, brother. Why not become my brother-in-law? I can bring my sister over to you. Wouldn't that make us family? He Jian grinned wickedly. I won't settle for just one woman by my side. Are you willing to part with your sister? Su Tu quickly flattered, brother. You are destined for greatness. Throughout history, no influential figure has ever had only one woman. They are always surrounded by countless beauties. Even emperors boast of having thousands in their harem. Besides, what future does my sister have with that useless Qin Shen? Sooner or later, she will incur your wrath and meet her demise. Thus, rather than letting her fall into the hands of another, it is better for her to follow you. I am merely looking out for her. Su Tu had once been the second in command under Li Qingfeng, so he understood how to appease such individuals. Indeed, upon hearing Su Tu's words, He Jian's expression brightened. However, Su Tu was oblivious to He Jian's past. Before the apocalypse, he had been the owner of a small company with dozens of employees, accustomed to flattery, which had rendered him immune to it. Moreover, since the onset of the apocalypse, he had switched allegiances multiple times, finally emerging victorious and acquiring two unique abilities. Next, all he needed to do was eliminate Liang Yin and Qin Shen, and no one in the community would pose a threat to him. After that, he could seek out more mutated fruit, cultivate his own power, and become a regional tyrant. It was merely a matter of time. With this thought, He Jian felt a surge of excitement. After enduring hardship for so long, success was finally within reach. Su brother, it's not that I don't trust you, but before your sister arrives, I must tie you up to prevent you from alerting anyone. Do you understand? He Jian brandished a rope. Su Tu cursed inwardly. What could he do? The other party wielded a knife. Reasoning was futile. Ha ha, brother, I understand. Su Tu feigned innocence, extending his hands. To prove my innocence, please bind me. I assure you I will not resist. He Jian clapped Su Tu's shoulder. A true brother indeed. Rest assured, this is a temporary inconvenience. Once we eliminate Qin Shen, you will be my most capable subordinate. At that time, you shall have whatever you desire, food, women. I will not treat you unfairly. Upon hearing He Jian's assurances, Su Tu felt a surge of excitement, nearly kneeling to He Jian in gratitude. Observing Su Tu's fervor, He Jian could not help but smirk internally. Truly, a naive university student, easily swayed by the simplest of flattery. After binding Su Tu, He Jian confiscated his phone. Now, they merely had to wait for Su Weiwei to make contact tomorrow. He then pushed Su Tu toward the restroom. For tonight, you shall sleep here, He Jian stated solemnly. Brother, could we not find another place? I have a psychological aversion to restrooms, Su Tu protested. Previously, Qin Shan had left him in the women's restroom for several days, and he had not imagined he would find himself confined there again. However, He Jian ignored him and, after closing the door, led Lu Tong into the bedroom. Listening to the sounds emanating from the bedroom, Su Tu felt despair wash over him. Damn it, why am I so unlucky? Chapter 102. The rules of the Jianghu. No face, no kill. Meanwhile, on Qin Shen's side, the four women had spent the night awake, unable to locate He Jian's whereabouts through surveillance. Hey, everyone, look, isn't that? Suddenly, Su Weiwei pointed at a woman on the monitor, exclaiming in surprise. Hearing her voice, the other three quickly gathered around. That woman looks like Lu Tong, but her hairstyle and clothing have changed. It's hard to tell if it's really her. The women expressed their uncertainty. The surveillance footage was too distant to clearly see the woman's face. Moreover, wasn't Lu Tong abducted by He Jian? How could she possibly be at Building 4? The women exchanged unsure glances. Just then, Qin Shen, who had recently woken up, entered the living room. Noticing the exhausted expressions on the four women, he inquired, Have you not found He Jian's whereabouts yet? It took me less than half a day to locate Liang Yin's hideout. Now that I have access to the community surveillance records, how could finding He Jian prove so arduous? Master, we truly cannot ascertain his location. He Jian seems to have employed some means, and many of the surveillance cameras in the community have been destroyed. Leaving us with scant information, Lu Qing lamented. At this moment, Su Weiwei pointed to the laptop screen. Master, look here. That woman appears to be Lu Tong. I have seen her before and remember her figure quite well. Although we cannot see her face clearly, I used to be a model, so I have a keen eye for physique. I am quite sure this woman is Lu Tong. Qin Shen nodded and asked, Are there any other surveillance cameras in Building 4 that we can access? The women all shook their heads. The cameras in the residential building were severely damaged, and they could not find more footage from Building 4. Just then, Lu Qing suddenly spoke up. I recall that Li Guifeng's house has a camera facing Building 4. Perhaps she has some recordings. Qin Shen was taken aback. You mean that old woman who came to rob us the other day? What is she thinking, placing a camera facing the opposite building? Upon hearing Qin Shen's words, Su Weiwei and Lu Qing burst into laughter, while Yi Qingdai and Gu Qingyin looked on in confusion. Unsure of what was amusing, Su Weiwei explained to the two that Li Guifeng was acting irrationally when she came to steal food. She accidentally let slip information about Liang Yin. She was so insistent that when Master questioned her, she demanded 2 boxes of luncheon meat before she would divulge anything. After she revealed the information, Master immediately ordered me and Sister Qing to retrieve the luncheon meat back. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingdai and Gu Qingyin couldn't help but chuckled. Of all the people to swindle, she chose to target Qin Shen. Wasn't that courting disaster? It was nothing short of luck that Qin Shen hadn't shot her on the spot. In truth, the surveillance camera at Li Guifeng's residence does not face the building across the street. Rather, she has cultivated a substantial vegetable garden in the greenery below, which has been frequently pilfered. Consequently, she purchased a camera for monitoring purposes. At that time, several individuals from the opposite building even approached Li Guifeng about the issue, only to be scolded away by her. Lu Qing explained, "So what are we waiting for? Let us head to Li Guifeng's home. Arm yourselves and be cautious." Qin Shen remarked in the past, he would never have ventured out so easily. However, now, accompanied by 4 women, he was equipped with at least 5 firearms. In contrast, He Jin was alone, and he felt no fear. Moreover, he had just learned the ability of skin petrification, and with the healer Yi Qingdai by his side, he felt even more assured. If He Jin chose to hide, it would be one thing, but should he dare to emerge, it would be tantamount to seeking his own demise. Upon arriving at the 2nd floor, Lu Qing was about to knock on the door when Qin Shen waved his hand dismissively, producing a large hammer and striking down. With a resounding crash, the entire building trembled. The handle of the hammer, overwhelmed by the force, snapped in 2, while the security door crumpled to the ground as if it were made of paper. Witnessing this spectacle, the 4 women stood in stunned silence. Was such strength attainable by an ordinary person? Feeling their astonished gazes upon him, Qin Shen felt a swell of pride. "What do you think of my strength?" he asked, raising his arm to display the petrified state. His entire right arm had transformed into a pale gray, rock-like texture, with patterns reminiscent of stone visible upon closer inspection. "Master, what is this?" Lu Qing, having previously witnessed Liang Yan's first-level skin petrification ability, immediately connected it to this newfound power. "You have mastered Liang Yan's ability?" Qin Shen nodded. "This ability is called skin petrification. It grants tenfold defense and power akin to rock for a brief period." Upon hearing Qin Shen's explanation, the 4 women felt a surge of excitement. The stronger Qin Shen became, the safer they felt. Thus, they wished for him to acquire even more abilities. Just then, a noise emanated from inside the house. Qin Shen gestured, "Let us see if anyone is still alive and search for the surveillance footage." The 4 women promptly entered the room to begin their search, while Qin Shen approached the window to inspect outside. Indeed, right in front of the window was a surveillance camera, appearing to be a high-quality, 360-degree model, certainly not a cheap one. This old woman went to great lengths to install a camera just to guard her little patch of greenery. Qin Shen lamented. At that moment, Lu Qing emerged from the bedroom, a mix of amusement and exasperation on her face. "Master, you should come see for yourself." Qin Shen, perplexed, followed Lu Qing into the bedroom, where he found the other 3 women gathered. Suppressing laughter, as he approached, they quickly parted to make way for him. Qin Shen could hardly contain his laughter at the sight before him. Li Guifeng was half hidden beneath the bed, her feet trembling and exposed. "Old woman, get out here," Qin Shen called, tapping on the bed frame. Startled, Li Guifeng quivered. "Hero, I couldn't see your face. According to the rules of the underworld, you can't kill me. There are half a bag of biscuits under the coffee table. If you want them, take them. I'll pretend I saw nothing." Her words elicited a burst of laughter from the women. Qin Shen shook his head, gesturing to Li Guifeng. "Drag her out upon his command." The women quickly moved in, pulling Li Guifeng's legs from beneath the bed. Yet, Li Guifeng remained with her eyes shut, panic etched on her face. "I'm blind. I can't see anything. What do you want from me?" She trembled. Qin Shen produced a pistol, pressing it against her forehead. "Old woman, do you recognize this?" he said, a glint of mischief in his voice. Chapter 103. He Jin's second ability. As Li Guifeng felt the cold metal against her forehead. Terror gripped her, and she opened her eyes. The first sight that greeted her was the dark muzzle of the gun and Qin Shen's mocking grin. Li Guifeng jolted. Why, you're still alive. Qin Shen sneered. What, were you hoping for my demise? Were you secretly crafting a voodoo doll of me? At his words, Li Guifeng frantically shook her head. I did not. I absolutely did not. Qin Shen, uninterested in further banter, directly inquired, where is the footage from your surveillance camera? Show us. Li Guifeng hastily retrieved her phone. It's all stored on my phone. Take it if you want. Lu Qing stepped forward to accept the phone, opening the monitoring software to search for yesterday's footage. With the timestamp of El Tong's appearance, pinpointing the relevant video was straightforward. Soon, Lu Qing found El Tong's figure in the recording. Just like the previous video, El Tong appeared hurried and flustered, seemingly evading something. However, compared to the property's footage, Li Guifeng's video was markedly clearer. As the group believed they had found nothing new. Gu Qingyin suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the phone screen, Look, are there not two figures here? Upon hearing her, everyone crowded together to see where she was pointing. Lu Qing pouted, pulling out her notebook to transfer the video. It was difficult to see clearly on the phone screen. Adjusting the video to the moment Gu Qingyin had indicated, they leaned in closer. This time, they finally discerned what Gu Qingyin had referred to as two figures. As El Tong turned to ascend the stairs, just as she was about to enter the stairwell, another figure suddenly appeared beside her, accompanying her into the staircase. Though it lasted only 2 or 3 seconds, all the women were certain that it was a person. From the distinct earrings on that woman's ear, they confirmed it was indeed El Tong. After viewing the footage, Qin Shen murmured to himself. The clarity of Li Guifeng's camera surpassed that of the property's, allowing them to easily identify the earrings worn by the woman, identical to El Tong's. Yet, what piqued his curiosity was whether that sudden figure was He Jian. If it truly was He Jian, how had he managed to appear so suddenly? Could it be that some segments of the footage were missing? That's impossible. Before anyone else could speak, Li Guifeng interjected. My camera costs several thousand. If it were defective, could I tolerate that? This reasoning was remarkably sound, even prompting Qin Shen to nod in agreement. In his recollection, Li Guifeng was always the one to take advantage of others. She had never faced any losses herself. Then it's strange. This person cannot have simply materialized out of thin air, Su Weiwei remarked, puzzled. Just then, Gu Qingyin took the notebook from Lu Qing, holding the mouse and scrutinizing the video frame by frame. Minutes later, she suddenly spoke. Perhaps that person really did materialize out of nowhere. Upon hearing this, the others gathered around. What do you mean? Qin Shen inquired. Gu Qingyin adjusted the video playback and pointed at the door of the emergency exit. El Tong is about to enter here, but the focus is not on her. Pay attention to the door's movement after she enters. After saying this, she released the playback button in the next moment. El Tong pushed open the door to the emergency exit and stepped into the corridor. Everyone's eyes were glued to the door, motionless. Suddenly, as if stirred by a gust of wind, the emergency exit door slowly opened a crack. Witnessing this scene, chills ran down their spines and goosebumps erupted across their skin. What is happening? Could it be a ghost? Lu Qing exclaimed incredulously. Women are naturally timid, and all four appeared pale and terrified. Yet, Gu Qingyin was not finished. She adjusted the playback again, directing attention to El Tong. Look at her. Doesn't it seem like she is talking to someone? As they leaned in for a closer look, they could indeed see El Tong slightly tilting her head, her lips clearly moving. The women's scalps tingled, rendering them speechless. Qin Shen furrowed his brow, evidently perplexed by the situation. Gu Qingyin continued, observe El Tong. She initially intended to walk to the end of the corridor, but after speaking, she suddenly halted and turned back to the emergency exit. Could it be that someone has been beside her all along? Yet we failed to see them for some reason? Su Weiwei's voice shook slightly. Gu Laoshi, please hold your tongue. I suddenly feel quite cold on my back. Yi Qingdai echoed. Yes, Gu Laoshi, the video is so clear. If someone were there, how could we not see them? I believe that last figure was merely a glitch in the equipment, a video ghost. Gu Qingyin shook her head. I would never misjudge. Do not forget. I was a teacher before. I could see every little movement my students made during class. At that moment, Qin Shen seemed to recall something, excitement lighting up his face as he clapped his hands. You rewrite. It's entirely possible that El Tong had someone with her, Qin Shen exclaimed joyfully. The women stared at him in shock. Master, please don't frighten us. The surveillance footage clearly shows nothing. Su Weiwei said cautiously. Qin Shen swatted her on the rear, reprimanding, "Have you been watching too many horror films? Why are you so paranoid? I have evidence that someone was with El Tong. Think, who abducted El Tong? It was He Jian. According to Liang Yin, He Jian is an extraordinary being. How could El Tong possibly escape his clutches?" Yi Qingdai pondered aloud. Perhaps some unforeseen circumstance occurred, allowing El Tong to break free from He Jian's grasp? Qin Shan cast a scornful glance at Yi Qingdai, asserting, "He Jian is not as incompetent as you imagine. He managed to procure 2 mutated fruits right under Liang Yan's nose, outsmarting him in the process. If a feeble individual like El Tong could escape from him, it would be better for him to end his own life than to live with such disgrace." Let us not forget that Liang Yin had taken away 2 mutated fruits, the first of which appears to summon a blood blade of considerable power, while the nature of the second ability remains unknown. Should this second ability resemble that of a chameleon or possess invisibility, it would certainly elucidate the surveillance footage. Upon hearing Qin Shen's words, the 4 women suddenly found clarity. Indeed, He Jian possesses an unknown ability that they had overlooked, if what the master says is true. Capturing He Jian may prove to be quite challenging, Su Weiwei sighed. If He Jian wields a formidable blood blade and possesses the ability to conceal his presence, there exists only one viable approach to deal with such an individual, a swift and decisive strike. Otherwise, if he is afforded even a moment's reprieve, he will surely seize the opportunity to escape. After alarming him, attempting to catch him off guard would be exceedingly difficult. We shall reconvene and devise a plan. Qin Shan waved his hand, addressing the women. Lu Qing turned her gaze towards the still trembling Li Guifeng. "Master, how shall we handle this individual?" Li Guifeng hastily pleaded for mercy. "Please spare me, I swear. I will never speak of today's events." Qin Shan tossed a crossbow to Lu Qing without uttering a word before leaving the room. Lu Qing did not hesitate, raising the crossbow and aiming it directly at Li Guifeng. Pulling the trigger, Li Guifeng barely had time to react before an arrow pierced her neck. Gasping for breath, Li Guifeng clutched her throat, her eyes filled with helpless despair. She seemed to wish to speak. Yet with the arrow lodged in her neck, all she could do was expel a stream of blood. Moments later, she collapsed to the ground, her life of sin extinguished. Su Weiwei approached to confirm Li Guifeng had drawn her last breath. "Qingjie, she is dead." Seeing that Gu Qingyin and Yi Qingdai appeared somewhat unsettled, Lu Qing remarked coolly, "One must learn to eradicate threats at their roots. Do not let compassion cloud your judgment. Any oversight could lead us into a predicament from which there is no return. Next time we encounter such a situation, you two must take action, understood?" As Qin Shen's appointed team leader, Lu Qing had developed a commanding presence in front of the other 3 women. Ji Qingyin and Yi Qingdai nodded in agreement. Signaling their understanding, satisfied, Lu Qing beckoned the 3 to follow her as they pursued Qin Shen. Upon returning home, Qin Chun made a startling declaration. Given the current circumstances, those 2 individuals must be El Tong and He Jian. The video footage was recorded around dinner time yesterday, which implies they are likely still in Building 4. If we set fire to the 1st or 2nd floor, we might have the opportunity to trap them inside. The 4 women exchanged wide-eyed glances at Qin Shen's audacity. There should still be numerous survivors within Building 4. If a fire were ignited on the lower floors, those above would likely be caught off guard. It was a ruthless strategy, yet undeniably effective. Even if He Jian possesses extraordinary abilities, surely he cannot be impervious to fire. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Shen lacked explosives. Otherwise, he would have chosen to demolish the building in conjunction with setting it ablaze. But Su Weiwei's expression turned troubled. "Master, my brother is still in Building 4. As she spoke, Su Weiwei fell to her knees. "Master, he is my only remaining family. Before you set the fire, could you grant him a moment to escape?" Qin Shen shook his head. "I do not wish for any unforeseen complications. If we allow He Jian to escape this time, he will undoubtedly become vigilant, making it all the more difficult to locate him again." Su Weiwei could hardly fathom that her brother might become a sacrificial pawn. Lu Qing stepped forward, lifting the kneeling Su Weiwei. "The apocalypse has persisted for quite some time now, and considering you were betrayed by your most trusted roommate, have you yet to discern the true nature of humanity? Your brother managed to rise to prominence as the second in command in school. How could he possibly be the honest person you believe him to be?" Gu Qingyin sighed. "Weiwei does not fail to see the truth of human nature. Rather, her heart is clouded when it concerns family. At that moment, Qin Shen's lips curled into a smile. I do not mind granting you an opportunity to ascertain Su Tu's true intentions. However, should it become evident that he has betrayed us, you must take it upon yourself to eliminate him. Otherwise, you may find yourself accompanying him to the grave." Hearing Qin Chen's words, a flicker of hesitation crossed Su Weiwei's face. Yet soon after, she resolutely nodded, "Master, if Su Tu has indeed allied himself with He Jian, I shall not show him any mercy." Qin Shan gestured towards the phone in Su Weiwei's hand. "In a while, call him and say that I have treated you poorly and that you wish to part ways with me. Inquire about his thoughts on the matter." The women quickly grasped Qin Chen's intention. If Su Tu had indeed fallen under He Jian's influence, this statement might reveal his true colors. Half an hour later, under Qin Chen's guidance, Su Weiwei dialed Su Tu's number. "Sister, have you finished your work over there? I've been waiting for ages. When are you coming over? We share a bond of flesh and blood, and I feel as if I am on the brink of illness. Can't you spare me just a glance?" Su Tu urged anxiously. Su Weiwei has yet to arrive. And if He Jian were to become enraged, it would spell disaster for him. Alas, it is a complicated matter. Su Weiwei squeezed out a sobbing sound. Qin Chen's temperament is fickle. He just struck me for a trivial matter. I will find an opportunity to see you shortly. Upon hearing this, He Jian, who lingered by the phone, felt a surge of joy. He whispered a few words to Su Tu, instructing him on how to respond. "Sister, what on earth is happening? Did that scoundrel hit you?" Su Tu inquired with concern. "Did he not bring back 2 women from school? Men are prone to seek novelty, ever since the newcomers arrived. He has been indifferent towards me. Just a moment ago,